Let us collectively witness the annual sales of Mi phones surpassing 200 million units. At the celebratory banquet, Su Bai, the founder of Mi Technology, had indulged a bit too much. As a time traveler who became a billionaire within a decade, Su Bai's formula for success was remarkably simple. 2 words: listen and heed. When netizens complained about the exorbitant price of phones, he promptly adjusted the price to 1,999 yuan. When users criticized the slow charging and prolonged wait times, he swiftly introduced a feature that allowed for 5 minutes of charging to yield a full day's battery life. When feedback indicated dissatisfaction with the phone's aesthetics, he boldly invited users to submit designs, crafting products tailored to their preferences. With such an accommodating approach, how could the netizens not adore him? How could they not support him? The following morning, roused from slumber by his alarm, Su Bai yawned and sat up in bed. Entering the bathroom, he habitually opened his Douyin account while washing up, eager to check the messages from his followers. This had become a daily ritual for Su Bai, as he consistently sought feedback on his products. If a significant number of users reported a common issue, he would ensure that his team promptly addressed it. Thanks to Su Bai's image as a responsive leader, combined with his down-to-earth demeanor that resonated with netizens, his Douyin follower count had soared to over 10 million. Let me see what challenges the lively netizens have concocted for me this time. As he shaved, Su Bai scrolled through the comments, reviewing them by their popularity. Mr. Su, I believe Mi phone priced at 1,999 is still too expensive. I propose a price of 399 instead. Upon reading this highly upvoted comment, Su Bai's lips twitched, and he responded decisively. All right, as the boss, I'll take your suggestion. Let's go with 399. As soon as he posted his reply, a flurry of enthusiastic netizens descended upon him. We've caught the living Mr. Su. Quick, let's take him away. Mr. Su, incredible. You're up by 6. Truly a remarkable boss. Oh my, Mr. Su personally replied to me. Make way, I'm off to buy a lottery ticket. Accustomed to the spirited antics of his followers, Su Bai glanced past the enthusiastic comments and continued perusing the popular ones. Mr. Su, many phone cases on the market exceed formaldehyde standards. We urge you to release Mi's own line of cases so we can purchase with confidence and peace of mind. Comment likes. 15, 713 over 10,000 likes? It was merely a phone case, a few yuan in cost. How shoddy must it be to exceed formaldehyde standards? He had encountered unscrupulous practices before, but this was a new level of disregard. Silently noting the comment, Su Bai resolved to address this issue at the company today. After all, acquiring a factory to set up 2 new production lines for phone cases was a trivial task for Mi Technology at this stage. The netizens' sole request was simply for the cases to be free of formaldehyde. Listen, just listen. Is this a request? This should clearly be the bare minimum standard. After reading the comments, Su Bai promptly replied beneath the post. Noted. I'll arrange it. After finishing his shave, Su Bai was about to put away his phone and change clothes to head out when another comment caught his eye. Mr. Su, we women collectively beseech you to enter the sanitary napkin industry. Pausing his brushing at the sight of this comment, Su Bai was taken aback. Sanitary napkins? How did that even come up? What connection does a technology company have with sanitary napkins? Comment likes. 13,479. Over 10,000 likes again. What on earth is happening? Curiosity piqued, Su Bai instinctively clicked on the comment, revealing thousands of replies. We support you, sister. We must ensure Mr. Su sees this. Mr. Su, the health of billions of women rests upon your shoulders. Mr. Su, we've searched the entire internet, and you're our only hope. Please, you must see this. Give us a thumbs up. Mr. Su absolutely needs to see it. After perusing dozens of comments, Su Bai finally grasped the situation. It turned out that just yesterday, a renowned reviewer discovered, while evaluating various well-known sanitary napkin brands, that many of them were cutting corners, utilizing inferior materials, and even employing recycled cotton in their products. Even more shocking was the revelation that many of these sanitary napkins failed to meet basic hygiene standards. This lack of quality had resulted in numerous women suffering from gynecological disorders. After absorbing this information, Su Bai was left astounded. Sanitary napkins? Unhygienic? Was it really that difficult to create a safe and hygienic product? In Rongqing, at the high-tech zone, the Mi Technology Industrial Park buzzed with activity. As the headquarters of Mi Technology, the industrial park was thriving. Early on Monday morning, several senior executives arrived at the company and promptly headed to the conference room. This was a habit instilled by Su Bai. The responsive Su Bai held weekly meetings every Monday to discuss the rectification suggestions put forth by netizens. Those that could be implemented would be expedited. Those that could not be enacted would still receive a satisfactory explanation for the netizens. Initially, the executives were somewhat unaccustomed to their boss's approach, perceiving it as frivolous. Running a company without conducting competitive analysis, avoiding fundraising and capital tricks, and mingling with netizens instead? Yet time and again, practice proved Su Bai right. It was precisely his ability to extract insights from netizens that propelled Mi Technology to become a leading enterprise in the Chinese mobile phone industry. As the senior executives settled into their seats, they began discussing amongst themselves while waiting for Su Bai's arrival. I wonder what peculiar suggestion Mr. Su has latched onto today. Don't even mention it. Last year, we nearly lost our minds trying to reduce the price of wireless earbuds to 199 yuan. And what about the phone screen protectors? Which new phone comes with a pre-applied protector? For that alone, we had to add 2 new production lines. That said, I must admit, without Mr. Su's suggestions, Mi Technology wouldn't have flourished as it has. Just as the executives were engrossed in their conversation, the conference room door swung open, revealing Su Bai in casual attire. Upon his entrance, the executives stood, greeting him with smiles. "Good morning, Mr. Su. Oh, I have that same t-shirt. Great minds think alike. Mr. Su, we searched high and low for you at the banquet last night. You owe me a drink." Mr. Su is remarkable. After all that drinking last night, you still managed to rise early today. Impressive. From the greetings of the executives, it was evident that Su Bai was a personable individual in private, capable of humor. However, in professional matters, no one dared joke with the earnest Su Bai. After exchanging pleasantries with a few executives, Su Bai took his seat. And with the declaration of meeting begins, all smiles disappeared as everyone shifted into work mode. Half an hour later, regarding the matter of phone cases, this falls under the purview of old Ma. Remember, the demands of the netizens are clear. Phone cases devoid of formaldehyde are merely the baseline. At the very least, we should strive for excellence, particularly in terms of quality, style, and color. As the meeting reached this juncture, it would typically conclude as per usual protocol. However, Su Bai did not declare the meeting adjourned. Instead, a serious expression on his face softened, revealing a contemplative demeanor. There is one more matter I wish to gather your thoughts on. One more issue. The senior executives promptly closed their notebooks. Their curiosity piqued as they turned their attention to Su Bai, awaiting further elaboration. Su Bai's gaze flitted over several female executives, and with a hint of hesitation, he spoke. "Well, what I mean to say is it feasible for our company, Dami Technology, to venture into the realm of sanitary products?" Chapter 2. Is the entire nation awaiting my production of sanitary napkins? In the vast conference room, silence reigned to such an extent that one could hear a pin drop. One executive, glancing nervously around, was uncertain if he had misheard, and with a hint of bravado ventured to inquire, "President Su, I seem to have missed that. What exactly are we venturing into?" With a beaming smile, Su Bai replied, "Sanitary napkins." "Oh, it's sanitary napkins? Wait, did you say sanitary napkins?" The executives present were utterly taken aback, their expressions akin to encountering a ghost. Dami Technology, a company valued at over 100 billion, diversifying into sanitary napkins? Had it not been for their understanding of Su Bai's serious demeanor during meetings, they might have thought they had misheard. Observing the incredulous expressions of his colleagues, Su Bai decided to take out his phone. Never mind. Words may fail to convey the message. Why not check my comment section on Douyin for yourselves? One by one, the executives retrieved their phones to peruse the comments. Upon encountering the highly upvoted remarks concerning sanitary napkins, they were left speechless. Can sanitary napkins even be unhygienic? Such a small item, yet it seems to harbor toxins. Cut corners and utilize substandard materials? To achieve such poor quality requires considerable effort. Moreover, they are rather expensive. Netizens are claiming they can hardly afford them during their menstrual cycles. At last, the executives comprehended why Su Bai was considering this venture into sanitary napkins. He was responding to the demands of countless women. Turning his gaze toward the 2 female executives present, he asked, "Manager Liu, Sister Su, what are your thoughts? Is this endeavor feasible?" Su Bai was open to counsel, yet as a businessman, He was also mindful of the investment-to-return ratio and the overall benefit to the company. Diving headfirst into an unfamiliar industry could result in financial loss rather than profit. However, the two female executives had already felt a spark of excitement at the mere mention of the idea. As women, they inherently understood the female consumer base better. Currently, the sanitary napkin brands on the market had utterly lost credibility and support among women consumers. If a product cannot even guarantee basic safety and hygiene, who would be inclined to support it? If, at this juncture, Dami Technology could indeed step forward to produce a sanitary napkin of acceptable quality, mind you, merely acceptable quality, it would be enough. Even if the packaging were unappealing, the price steep, or other issues arose, as long as it ensured sanitary safety, it would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. One must not underestimate the sanitary napkin market. With hundreds of millions of users nationwide, women spend an average of 20 to 50 yuan monthly on sanitary napkins, calculating at 30 yuan per month. This translates to a market share of over 100 billion yuan monthly, amounting to trillions annually. Even capturing just 10% of the market share would yield substantial profits. President Su, I believe this is feasible. Compared to mobile phones, the technical challenges in the sanitary napkin industry are virtually negligible, and I support this initiative. Even the product manager now stepped forward, adding, I find it reliable. Once the sanitary napkins are produced, there won't be a need to establish offline channels for sales. Indeed, let us take to the online realm, engaging in live broadcasts, and have President Su market sanitary napkins. With his charisma and integrity, he is bound to succeed. It must be noted that the executives at Dami Technology possess considerable confidence in Su Bai's popularity. While there are many affluent entrepreneurs, few can rival Su Bai in amassing millions of followers on his Douyin account. His carefully cultivated persona, which emphasizes receptiveness to feedback, has garnered him widespread acclaim among netizens. Each live session dedicated to selling mobile phones has resulted in phenomenal sales. At worst, we could have President Su sell sanitary napkins during his live broadcasts. Upon hearing the suggestions, even Su Bai, known for his thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Here I am, a billionaire and founder of a tech enterprise, and you want me to sell sanitary napkins? What about my dignity? Having resolved the question of whether to proceed, the next step was determining how to do so. However, when Su Bai inquired further, the room fell silent, as none of those present had experience in the sanitary napkin industry. Just as Su Bai contemplated seeking advice from two professionals, a sudden idea struck one of the executives. Hey, President Su, weren't the netizens suggesting you delve into the sanitary napkin market? Since you're open to the idea but lack knowledge, why not consult the vast online community? Upon hearing this suggestion, someone immediately exclaimed in agreement. Indeed, President Su's strength lies in his willingness to listen. Why not take it a step further and heed the advice of netizens? Whatever they suggest, we shall follow. If they point east, we shall not go west. Surprisingly, from a user experience standpoint, it makes perfect sense. I believe it could work. The online community is brimming with talent. Thus, after a lengthy meeting, the question of whether to proceed was resolved, and even the method was thoroughly discussed. However, once the meeting adjourned and the executives departed, Su Bai remained alone in the conference room, lost in thought. Consult the vast online community? Perhaps that could indeed work. As he pondered, Su Bai glanced around the empty conference room and suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait a minute, you all came here, yet it seems the task still falls upon me? That afternoon, in a university dormitory in the bustling metropolis, several young women were animatedly discussing something. One girl, scrolling through Douyin, suddenly looked up at her roommates. Hey, you all must see this. Everyone is petitioning for President Su to enter the sanitary napkin industry. I've seen it too. The likes are about to surpass 40,000. The discussions turned to the reprehensible practices of sanitary napkin manufacturers, with calls for investigations and accountability. As they analyzed the feasibility of Su Bai entering the sanitary napkin market, skepticism prevailed. How could that be? Dami Technology specializes in mobile phones. At most, they might dabble in related industries, but sanitary napkins are a completely different realm. It was merely a matter of generating buzz in President Su's comment section, urging people to pay attention to the issue. Sigh, knowing President Su's character. If he were to produce sanitary napkins, I would undoubtedly be the first to purchase them. Keep dreaming. As discussions erupted among the crowd, a girl who had been engrossed in her Douyin feed seemed to stumble upon something extraordinary. Everyone, come quickly. Check out President Su's Douyin. He has agreed. He actually agreed. What could he have consented to that warranted such excitement? Mere moments later, the entire dormitory was engulfed in a chorus of shrieks. Faintly, one could hear the commotion reverberating throughout the girls' dormitory, with other rooms joining in the ruckus. Even the teachers and students passing by downstairs were drawn to the commotion. Had Jay Cho released a new song? The noise was indeed substantial. While the release of a new song by Jay Cho was uncertain, it was clear that the foremost mobile manufacturer in the Dragon Kingdom, Dami Technology, was venturing into the sanitary pad industry. Just 5 minutes prior, Su Bai had unveiled a new Douyin video. Facing the camera with enthusiasm, he greeted his vast audience. "Hello, dear Mi fans. I'm back to heed your advice. What am I here to discuss this time? That's right, it pertains to the highly praised sanitary pads mentioned in my previous video. After careful consideration, Dami Technology has officially decided to enter the sanitary pad market. But, I must interject with a but. However, due to Dami Technology's lack of production experience in this field, we collectively decided that since you have posed this challenge to me, I invite all of you to contribute your insights and assist in resolving this dilemma." As he spoke, Su Bai began gesturing with his fingers before the audience. For instance, what should we name this sanitary pad? What materials should we use? What production techniques are preferable? What price point do you envision? I encourage everyone to share your thoughts in the comments section. Once again, your President Su is all about heeding advice. The video concluded. After watching the video, Su Bai, feeling a tinge of apprehension, set his phone down and turned to the photography team responsible for capturing his Douyin content. Do you truly believe this approach will work? As a company, is it appropriate to delegate our responsibilities entirely to our consumers? Materials and techniques aside, allowing the audience to name the product? Essentially, they were taking on the role of product managers without incurring any costs, pure exploitation of free labor. Despite having been a business owner for many years, this was his first foray into such an endeavor, and he felt uncertain. Conversely, a makeup artist from the photography team, while tidying her tools, expressed her enthusiasm. "I find it quite intriguing. Collaborating with everyone to brainstorm ideas and create something together sounds exhilarating." The editor, busy packing up his computer, nodded in agreement. "President Su, what we are doing is precisely tapping into user psychology, producing a product based on user feedback. How could they not buy it? They will undoubtedly purchase it." The photographer, who was reviewing the video quality, interrupted the conversation. "President Su, there's no need for doubt. You should check the comments section immediately." Upon hearing this, Su Bai picked up his phone and opened the video, only to be taken aback. Goodness, within 10 minutes of posting, there are already thousands of comments? What on earth is happening? The entire nation awaits my foray into the realm of sanitary napkins. Chapter 003. You do not exploit your employees. Instead, you exploit your own profits. Ever since the exposure of the toxic sanitary napkin incident, women across the country have become wary of such products. Particularly, many prominent brands, which often boast about their integrity in advertisements, have revealed disheartening results upon testing. Although there are still several conscientious vendors in the market, the domino effect has led to a widespread collapse of trust among women, leaving them uncertain about whom to believe. This explains why numerous women flock to the comment section of Su Bai's posts, fervently recommending that he venture into the sanitary napkin industry. Under the influence of Su Bai's responsiveness to advice, Dami Technology has never encountered quality issues over the years, continuously launching increasingly conscientious products. If Su Bai were to truly enter the sanitary napkin market, it would undoubtedly be a boon for the female populace. However, for most, this notion seems nearly impossible. How could a company deeply rooted in the technology sector possibly transition into an entirely unrelated consumer goods industry? The realms of mobile phones and sanitary napkins are fundamentally disparate. To put it plainly, even if Su Bai were amenable, Dami Technology lacks the requisite experience. Just as everyone held this perspective, Su Bai's video emerged unexpectedly. After watching the video, countless women were left in stunned silence. What was the situation? They knew Su Bai was receptive to advice, but they were unaware of the extent to which he was willing to heed it. Here was a manufacturer of mobile phones being urged to create sanitary napkins, and he actually intended to do so. Not only did he plan to enter the sanitary napkin industry, but the most astonishing part was that this billionaire leader approached the public with humility. Dami Technology was unfamiliar with this domain, yet he sought guidance from the vast community of netizens. This move took everyone by surprise. In all honesty, given Dami Technology's capabilities, Acquiring 2 sanitary napkin factories and launching a product under Su Bai's name to capitalize on his popularity would not be an insurmountable task. Yet, Su Bai chose not to pursue this route. Instead, he entrusted the initiative to the online community. Why? Do you think Dami Technology lacks competence? Even without relevant professionals, does Su Bai not know how to invest in expertise? The reason Su Bai went to such lengths to consult the public was essentially to invite them to partake in the creation of sanitary napkins. If they were distrustful of existing products on the market, surely they could take comfort in something they helped to create themselves. In an instant, upon viewing the video, the women were moved to tears. This exemplifies what it means to be a people's entrepreneur, a true embodiment of integrity. Deeply touched, as soon as the video was released, women from all walks of life across the nation began to share their insights and suggestions in the comment section. Remarkably, there were indeed numerous individuals from related industries. Su Bai, there's no need to purchase land and construct a factory. We have a poorly managed sanitary napkin factory available for low-cost resale, which can be acquired for immediate use. Fleece pulp, fleece pulp, fleece pulp, an essential matter reiterated thrice. Mr. Su, it is imperative to utilize high-quality fleece pulp, as numerous issues stem from it. The most significant expense pertains to the superabsorbent polymer, a substance whose efficacy improves with increased quantities. Disinfection is paramount. Please remember to enforce it, as many manufacturers lack proper sterilization equipment, operating instead as underground workshops. The product is aptly named Rice Sanitary Napkin. Those in agreement, please support me. As more individuals join the conversation, the volume of comments escalates at an alarming rate. Indeed, it is surging. In recent days, the sanitary napkin incident has graced the trending lists twice, becoming a topic of widespread public discourse. Upon the release of Su Bai's video, it swiftly went viral, amassing tens of thousands of comments that reflect the desires and expectations of women everywhere. Within less than 3 hours of its release, the video soared to the top of the Douyin charts, dominating various trending lists. What is happening? I wake up to find Rice Technology is venturing into sanitary napkins? Is it possible for netizens to provide feedback and have it done this way? Mr. Su remains as receptive to advice as ever. Due to the fervent discussions among netizens regarding the sanitary napkin incident, later in the day, numerous female streamers, influencers, and even celebrities from the entertainment and sports sectors, as well as businesswomen, rallied around Su Bai's account. After all, as women, regardless of wealth or prowess, when the time comes, sanitary napkins are a necessity. This matter concerns every woman, and there is no reason not to lend support. A prominent influencer stated, "Support Mr. Su, trust in Mr. Su, keep going, Mr. Su." A celebrated athlete remarked, "Mr. Su, I will be the first to buy Rice sanitary napkins upon their release." A leading singer commented, "Well done, Mr. Su," a model entrepreneur. Of course, where there are supporters, there are detractors. What nonsense. A phone manufacturer forsaking their core business to make sanitary napkins? Such a lack of focus. I cannot comprehend domestic entrepreneurs. Look at their lives. Choosing an industry is a lifelong commitment. This cross-industry venture is merely folly. Sanitary napkins? It's just a publicity stunt. Do you really think he can manage this? Su Bai is merely riding the wave of hype to gather followers for future phone sales. The most delighted parties are the various domestic smartphone manufacturers. Over the years, their products have suffered significantly under the competitive pressure from Rice Technology. Due to the detrimental trends initiated by Rice Technology, the costs of smartphones have escalated while profits have dwindled. As a business owner, rather than cutting employee wages or enforcing grueling work hours, you exploit your own profits? Who among business owners would diminish their products' profit margins? Now it seems, Su Bai has taken a surprising turn, venturing into the realm of sanitary napkins. An outsider with no expertise in this field believes they can successfully navigate such a cross-industry shift. Do they truly think business is so easily managed? If everyone were to succeed in business by merely posting a couple of videos like you, why would anyone bother with entrepreneurship? We might as well all become streamers. Let us just wait and see. I anticipate you will end up losing everything, perhaps even affecting the cash flow of Dami Technology, leading to a rupture in the capital chain and the company's eventual demise. In this era, while money can be regained, a lost conscience is irretrievable. If you fail to grasp this principle, how can you claim to be a leader? I offer you 5 words. I look forward to your downfall. As the news of Dami Technology's venture into the sanitary napkin industry stirred a tempest online, the headquarters of Wanjiayi in the heart of Shanghai stood resolute. Established before the First World War, Wanjiai has a rich legacy spanning over a century, boasting more than 300 brands in personal care, cosmetics, cleaning, and hygiene products. In the realm of global consumer goods, it stands as a formidable titan. During the 1990s, as the Chinese market opened, Wanjiai immediately recognized the vast potential of this market. With its technological superiority and comprehensive product range, it swiftly dominated the Chinese market, leaving local brands in utter disarray. Today, 80% of personal care products in China belong to Wanjiai, while the remnants of local brands struggle for survival under its overwhelming presence. Wanjiai has thrived in this lucrative market, reaping substantial profits annually. However, just as Wanjiai believed it could continue to harvest from Chinese consumers, the toxic sanitary napkin scandal erupted. Nearly all of its numerous brands were severely impacted, prompting an overwhelming online backlash against the company. Such occurrences are not unprecedented. Wanjiai is well-versed in navigating public relations crises. Typically, they issue a perfunctory apology, scapegoat an individual, and then rebrand the implicated products for continued sales. The internet has no memory. Within a month, this incident will likely fade from public consciousness, and business will resume as usual. At this juncture, Jiang Lily, the head of the Asia-Pacific region for Wanjiai, remains remarkably composed while addressing the board of executives. In her relaxed tone, she outlines the standard procedure: issue an apology in the name of Wanjiai, pledge a thorough investigation, and select a supplier nearing contract expiration to take the blame. The marketing department will rename and repackage the implicated brands for relaunch. This is the confidence of a global consumer goods giant. Is it merely about toxic sanitary napkins? What is the fuss? We have monopolized 70% of the sanitary napkin market in China. If we were to halt production, you would have no access to even the toxic ones. You should be grateful for what we provide. And regarding the toxicity, shouldn't consumers reflect on their own habits? Perhaps their lack of physical fitness is to blame? Chapter 004. The Hype. Undoubtedly just hype. Jiang Lily, a citizen of the Dragon Nation, boasts a background of overseas study. Having dedicated 15 years to Wanjiai, she ascended to the role of Asia-Pacific regional head through sheer ruthlessness. To be precise, her severity is directed towards her fellow compatriots. Why is it that among Wanjiai's numerous global regions, the Asia-Pacific yields the highest profit margins, earning accolades from headquarters annually? It is due to Jiang Lily's relentless pursuit of cost-cutting measures since her appointment. Would you presume that Wanjiai, now at its current stature, still engages in product manufacturing? Surely not. Over 80% of its mid to low-end brands are produced through contract manufacturing. The strategy involves suffocating the market, undermining domestic manufacturers in the Dragon Nation. For these firms to survive, they have no choice but to sign contracts with Wanjiai. The products they produce are branded under Wanjiai's name, transforming them into Wanjiai products for market sale. While this approach is not inherently flawed, the crux lies in Jiang Lily's incessant drive to slash costs. Originally, a manufacturer would price a sanitary napkin at 0 4 yuan. However, Jiang Lily demands it be reduced to 0 3 yuan, or even 0 2 yuan, threatening to terminate contracts otherwise. To avoid losses, manufacturers resort to perilous measures, utilizing subpar and low-cost materials. This is fundamentally the root cause of the toxic sanitary napkin incident. Is Jiang Lily unafraid of the repercussions? The manufacturers produce the sanitary napkins. What concern is it of Wanjiai's? It is the manufacturer's outdated technology that fails to yield cost-effective, high-quality products. It is not Jiang Lily who compels them to compromise quality. One must concede that, as a citizen of the Dragon Nation, Jiang Lily exhibits a remarkable degree of madness in exploiting her own compatriots. Enough of this. Let us adjourn. Truly, among all nations, the people of the Dragon Nation are the most pretentious. With that, Jiang Lily, in her high heels and clutching her expensive python skin bag, prepared to leave. However, at that moment, the office door swung open, and her secretary peeked in, holding a phone. President Jiang, it's bad. Please take a look at Douyin. Douyin? Is it merely a sanitary napkin? Have these pretentious Dragon Nation women escalated this to Douyin? As Jiang Lily retrieved her phone and opened Douyin, she didn't even need to search. The glaring headline on the trending list was unmistakable. Dami Technology officially enters the sanitary napkin industry. Dami Technology, the one known for making phones? Upon clicking the trending topic and viewing the video released by Su Bai, her expression darkened ominously. Why would a mobile phone company meddle in the personal care industry? And the audacity to cultivate a persona? Such tactics have been exhausted in the entertainment industry. Does she not realize that the sturdier the facade, the harder the fall? Upon seeing the news, Zhang Lily set down her expensive python skin bag and returned to her seat, gazing at the senior executives with a visage as cold as ice. Let us discuss your perspectives on this matter. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. What caliber of individuals could possibly thrive under someone like Zhang Lily? Amidst the fervor of public discourse, it has become increasingly evident that Su Bai's marketing prowess eclipses the quality of the product itself. A faction of ill-informed netizens, led by a mere smartphone manufacturer, seems inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Indeed, it is clear that Su Bai is merely capitalizing on trending traffic, as evidenced by a staggering increase of over 4 million followers in a single morning. One cannot deny that Su Bai has adeptly navigated the intricacies of Douyin. However, I perceive this situation as nothing more than a fleeting spectacle. Ultimately, Su Bai need only play the waiting game, concocting excuses to postpone matters for half a year until this issue fades into oblivion. It is not that the public harbors disdain for Su Bai, rather, it recalls the tumultuous entry of Wanjiayi into the Dragon Kingdom market, during which local brands united in an alliance to expel Wanjiayi. The ensuing years saw a bloodbath in the domestic daily chemical market, rife with promotions and fierce competition. Yet, the outcome is now apparent. Wanjiayi stands as a global titan in the industry. Let us entertain the hypothetical scenario where Su Bai indeed succeeds in manufacturing sanitary napkins. What then? Wanjiayi could easily orchestrate a collaborative price reduction across all sanitary napkin brands, sustaining the campaign for months. The discerning consumers of the Dragon Kingdom prioritize cost-effectiveness. With Wanjiayi's established brand, a price cut would be devastating. Such a dual strategy would render Su Bai's products relegated to storage, left for Su Bai to utilize as mere insoles. The notion of competing in the sanitary napkin market is laughable. Does Su Bai truly believe Wanjiayi is so easily challenged? Though Dami technology may not pose a significant threat, the astute Zhang Lily remains cautiously vigilant. Our public relations strategy remains unchanged. We must monitor Dami Technology's movements closely and report any developments to me promptly. Zhang Lily has invested immense effort to ascend to the position of Asia-Pacific Regional Manager, and with a promotion to headquarters on the horizon, it is imperative that no missteps occur during this critical juncture. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the He Province's Luoshui city, the once bustling Spring Breeze daily chemical factory now stands in desolation. A mountain of raw materials for sanitary napkins languishes in a corner of the warehouse, neglected and forlorn. The assembly line machines, once a cacophony of productivity, lie dormant, cloaked in a layer of fine dust. In the aging office, Sun Jing sits before her computer, scrutinizing the dismal sales figures for the quarter, her expression a portrait of despair. Spring Breeze Daily Chemical was inherited by Sun Jing after graduating from university, a testament to her father's lifelong dedication. The fierce battle against Wanjiayi saw numerous competitors in the He province fall by the wayside, with the survivors relegated to mere suppliers for Wanjiayi. Only her determined father, having sold his home and car, continued to persevere against the odds. Despite Spring Breeze's reputation for quality, years of relentless assault from Wanjiayi have left the market for Spring Breeze sanitary napkins confined to Luoshui City. Since Sun Jing assumed control, even the local market has begun to slip from her grasp, with sales figures diminishing year by year. Faced with the impending collapse, recent reports of tainted sanitary napkins have only exacerbated the crisis. Although Chunfeng sanitary napkins are reliable and hygienic, consumers remain unaware of this fact. The testing influencers focus solely on well-known brands, making it unlikely for them to evaluate an obscure brand like Chunfeng. Consequently, uninformed consumers have ceased purchasing Chunfeng products. With no sales, the company has been unable to generate revenue, leading to a complete halt in production at the factory. The company's bank account now holds only a few tens of thousands of yuan. If this situation persists, it seems that Sun Jing can only pay employee salaries before the business collapses. Sitting at her desk, Sun Jing rubbed her temples in distress. Before his passing, her father had hoped she would expand and strengthen the domestic brand Chunfeng Daily Chemicals. However, the reality is far from simple. Just when Sun Jing felt trapped and overwhelmed, a notification chimed from her phone. Her best friend had sent a Douyin link urging her to take a look. Intrigued, Sun Jing clicked the link and was taken aback. Dami Technology? They are entering the sanitary napkin industry? Sun Jing glanced at her phone. Indeed, it was Dami, known for its durability and seamless performance. Could it be that Su Bai, the CEO of Dami, is venturing into sanitary napkins? Moments later, her friend sent another voice message. Jing and I? Su is gathering opinions across the internet. I sense this is an opportunity. The factory your father left you has been struggling, hasn't it? Why not take a chance and approach Su? I believe it could work out. Hearing her friend's message, Sun Jing felt a flicker of hope, but soon sighed and replied rationally. Clearly, this is just a publicity stunt. Do you genuinely think Su would venture into the sanitary napkin market? In just one morning, his followers surged by millions. It's merely a marketing tactic by capitalists. After this, Su won't need to do anything. He can just drag it out for half a year or a year, and the matter will fade away. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. A tech mogul turning to sanitary napkins? It seems implausible. Chapter 005. Can it really be done this way? Sun Jing is not alone in her skepticism. After all, how many times have capitalists promised grand visions only to abandon them? When boasting, they are more impressive than ever, yet when it comes time to deliver, they vanish. As the news of Dami Technology's entry into the sanitary napkin industry gained traction, many discerning netizens began to comment in Su Bai's remarks section. Wait, are there really people who believe this? What era are we in to still fall for such empty promises? Su Bai boasts and has already amassed over 4 million female followers. Is he gearing up for a female customized smartphone? Young people seem to have forgotten the hollow promises made by bosses in the past. Let me be clear. If Su Bai truly ventures into sanitary napkins, I'll livestream myself eating one for you all to see. As events unfolded, even those female netizens who initially supported Su Bai began to waver. Indeed, while Su Bai listens to advice, he has always been focused on smartphones. Furthermore, this morning, his Douyin followers had surged to nearly 5 million. The more one observes, the more it appears to be a mere publicity stunt. If this matter remains unresolved, it may simply fade into oblivion. After all, how many will still remember it after a year or so? In an instant, numerous female netizens were left bewildered, feeling as though they had been swept up by Su Bai, yet uncertain about the reality of the situation. While the debate surrounding this issue raged on, Su Bai, now clad in a new suit, had successfully seen off several local leaders from Rongqing at the Dami Technology Park. As a business expands, interactions with local authorities become inevitable. Just as this occurred, Su Bai had hinted online about entering the sanitary napkin industry. Within 2 hours, local officials had arrived, expressing their hope that Su Bai would establish a factory in Rongqing to aid local employment and tax revenue. In exchange, the local government promised to offer favorable policies and support for Su Bai's sanitary napkin enterprise. Su Bai, however, refrained from making any immediate commitments, stating, "Everything depends on the netizens." Once the leaders departed, they perceived Su Bai's words as nothing more than a pretext. Suspecting his entry into the sanitary napkin industry was primarily a publicity stunt. Just as the leaders' vehicles drove away and Su Bai was about to return to his office, he noticed several young women from the administrative department engaged in conversation, who quickly dispersed upon his arrival. "Why are they running away? I'm not going to bite." Su Bai joked. Secretary Lu, who remained, waved her phone and said with a smile, "Mr. Su, there's talk online that you've left everyone hanging." "Left hanging? What do you mean?" Su Bai inquired, as Secretary Lu opened the office door and stood at the threshold. "It's about your entry into the sanitary napkin industry. After the video was released, your followers increased by over 5 million. "How many?" Su Bai exclaimed, taking off his suit jacket and handing it to Secretary Lu. Hastily checking his phone. To his astonishment, his follower count had skyrocketed from just over 10 million to a staggering 16 million within hours. As a CEO managing a billion-dollar enterprise, he scarcely had the time to monitor his phone constantly. He never anticipated that events could escalate so dramatically in just a few hours. Noticing Su Bai silently scrolling through comments, Secretary Lu leaned in and asked, "Should we contact a PR firm?" Without looking up, Su Bai replied, "Why would we do that?" "To help manage public opinion. To show that you're not merely seeking publicity," she suggested. At this, Su Bai immediately lifted his gaze. "I am not seeking publicity at all." "Really?" Secretary Lu stood there, stunned. It was not entirely her fault. During the morning's executive meeting, the discussion about Dami Technology's foray into the sanitary napkin industry had not been disseminated to lower levels, as it did not pertain to internal operations. Consequently, The entire staff at Dami Technology believed Su Bai was engaging in a publicity stunt. As he perused the comments section, Su Bai understood why Secretary Liu had suggested contacting a PR firm. The number of people doubting his intentions was increasing, creating an undeniable momentum. After a moment's contemplation, Su Bai sought out the individual who had proposed a live stream involving sanitary napkins and promptly issued a challenge. You mentioned it during the live broadcast. I shall shower you with luxury cars. Upon saying this, Su Bai immediately turned to Secretary Liu, his expression grave. Gather the valuable suggestions from the comments section. If there are suitable manufacturers, liaise with the marketing department to discuss acquisitions, and involve the legal team to expedite the formalities. Most importantly, we must exercise stringent control over the raw materials. My directive is simply 4 words. Act swiftly and decisively. Hearing Su Bai's command, Secretary Liu hastily noted it down with his portable recorder, yet upon completing his task, he wore a look of dismay. President Su, none of us are versed in the production of sanitary pads. Who should we designate to oversee this? Noticing Secretary Liu's concern, Su Bai raised his mobile phone. Have a look at the highly rated responses in the comments section. Anyone who leaves useful suggestions and garners significant likes is likely a professional in the industry, possibly a seasoned veteran. Those mentioning raw materials are presumably engaged in that line of work. Those discussing equipment are likely manufacturers. Those detailing the production process are probably experienced in the manufacture of sanitary pads. Is it a joke to say that talent can be found among netizens? Since Su Bai intended to venture into the sanitary pad industry and lacked prominent personnel, was this not an opportune moment to recruit talent? Su Bai glanced at Secretary Liu, a smile gracing his lips. Contact the HR department and bring in all those with high likes. Let none escape. From today forth, we shall officially establish the Personal Care Products Division. Work shall commence as soon as the staff is in place. Secretary Liu, holding the recorder, appeared stunned. Is this how we operate? Reflecting Su Bai's decisive nature, Secretary Liu acted with remarkable speed. He promptly utilized his Douyin account, Dami's chief secretary, to reach out to those with highly rated comments. Once HR received Su Bai's mandate, they swiftly followed suit, fervently recruiting talent. In no time, the entire comments section became a frenzy, responding to Dami Technology's follow-up. Particularly, there was a prior interaction with Su Bai's account, held by a delivery driver who, while delivering meals, casually commented, "Who could have anticipated that the billionaire CEO Su Bai would respond to him? You mentioned it. During the live broadcast, I shall shower you with luxury cars." Upon seeing Su Bai's reply, the delivery driver was left speechless. Wait, so you're not just engaging in publicity stunts? Is Dami Technology genuinely venturing into the production of sanitary pads? What is your motivation? Moreover, he wasn't the only one suggesting that President Su was merely seeking publicity. Others echoed his sentiments. What troubled the driver most was that, following Su Bai's response, his comment about live streaming the consumption of sanitary pads unexpectedly gained traction. Initially, many women were concerned that Su Bai was merely engaging in sensationalism. However, with Su Bai's emergence, their worries were swiftly alleviated. He was indeed serious about this endeavor. Amid their surprise, they began to like the comment. I'm following you now. You promised a live stream of eating sanitary pads. Let us see how you handle it. There exists a peculiar phenomenon where one might jest, urging you to elevate the experience, and should it prove unsatisfactory, to remember to add a touch of chili sauce. My friends, what a spectacle. I revel in the excitement. And I too shall lend my support. Initially, the delivery person contemplated removing the comments, yet to his astonishment, with Su Bai's responses and a multitude of comments from netizens, his follower count surged dramatically. From a mere handful, it ballooned to over 100,000 in an instant, and it continues to rise. Observing his account, the delivery person wore a perplexed expression, pondering, who am I? Where am I? Amusingly, he questioned how he had suddenly become popular. Chapter 006. In this digital realm, he has truly mastered the art of engagement. Dear sisters, I have exciting news. The HR department of Dami has contacted me. Haha, I've packed my belongings and am en route to Rongqing to produce sanitary napkins for everyone. And I, being a supplier of raw materials for sanitary napkins, have boldly submitted my resignation to my boss. Haha, sisters, rest assured. I'll ensure the raw materials are safe and hygienic. I'm a man. When the HR at Dami heard my voice, they thought they had dialed the wrong number. They questioned why I possessed such knowledge about sanitary napkins. I was ready to change careers, But now Dami has recruited me. Surely they don't expect me to do this for a lifetime, do they? As the HR department of Dami took action, numerous highly rated contributors were swiftly recruited. In an instant, Su Bai's comment section resembled a festive celebration. I work in HR and have recruited for a lifetime. But this is the first time I've seen President Su so actively poach talent. Truly impressive. Once upon a time, arrows were borrowed using grass boats. Now we witness President Su's bold recruitment strategies. How remarkable. As a casual observer, I admire President Su's commitment. I've followed him, and I will exclusively use Dami phones from now on. As news of this event spread, the entire internet began to buzz with excitement. Initially, many believed this matter would fade into obscurity, especially since Su Bai had already amassed millions of followers from a single video, achieving his objective. Who could have anticipated that Su Bai was genuinely serious about entering the sanitary napkin industry? What on earth is happening? I heard from an internal employee at Dami that they are indeed establishing a personal care division. What is Su Bai up to? I don't understand his motives. The smartphone market is vast. Why abandon his foundational business to venture into personal care? What nonsense. Do they think a single video can suffice to create a successful product? This situation is escalating. Let us see how it concludes. Conclude? Just wait for the spectacle. The domestic personal care market has long been dominated by Wanjiai. Su Bai is surely courting disaster by challenging them. While countless netizens express skepticism regarding this endeavor, a plane from He Province successfully touched down at Rongqing Airport. Clad in a trench coat and dragging her suitcase, Sun Jing confidently instructed the taxi driver, "Take me to the Dami Technology Industrial Park." As the vehicle commenced its journey, Sun Jing gazed out at the scenic views of Rongqing, her heart fluttering with trepidation. Upon learning that Su Bai was indeed venturing into the sanitary napkin industry, she promptly gathered her belongings and purchased a ticket to Rongqing. As her best friend had remarked, this was an opportunity, a chance for the Spring Breeze personal care factory and for domestically produced personal care products. Such an opportunity is rare, occurring once in a decade. Should Sun Jing fail to seize it this time, she may very well regret it for the rest of her life. Thus, she arrived, fueled by a determination akin to burning one's boats. 2 hours later, when Su Bai encountered Sun Jing in the reception room, alongside her suitcase, he paused momentarily. As he gestured for the seated Sun Jing to take her place, he moved towards his own chair, offering a serene smile. "I understand you have proactively approached the HR department, aspiring to lead the newly established Daily Chemical Products division," he remarked, glancing at his watch. "I have another meeting in 10 minutes, so I will grant you 5 minutes to present a compelling reason for your suitability." Just as Su Bai anticipated Sun Jing to eloquently expound upon her credentials, her response was unexpectedly succinct. Sun Jing, maintaining a calm demeanor, looked directly at Su Bai, her tone resolute. "My father fought 12 lawsuits against Wanjiai. In the 13th, he perished in a car accident on his way to court." She required no more than 10 seconds to convey this. On the way to the reception room, Su Bai had perused detailed materials regarding Chunfeng Daily Chemical Factory, which, notably, omitted this incident. Observing Sun Jing's unwavering gaze, he mused, "Your aspirations extend beyond merely producing sanitary pads, do they not?" Sun Jing did not conceal her intentions. "Indeed, I aim to leverage the technological background of Dami to further diversify our daily chemical offerings and compete head-to-head with Wanjiai." Her words resonated with power. "You are boldly attempting to rally under Su Bai's banner to avenge your father," he thought, astonished. "And you wish to challenge the international giant Wanjiai? Are you intent on positioning the Dami Daily Chemical Division as a leading force within our homeland?" From Sun Jing's profile, it was evident that appointing her as the head of this division would be entirely justifiable. Yet, he remarked, "You seem quite confident about this endeavor. I am curious. From where does this confidence stem?" In response to Su Bai, Sun Jing continued her forthright discourse. "It is because of you, Mr. Su." "Because of me?" "Precisely. The oppression of our domestic daily chemical industry by Wanjiai has persisted for over 30 years. The toxic sanitary pad scandal is not a new revelation. It last surfaced 6 years ago. Yet, despite the outcry and protests from consumers, no one has dared to stand up. Everyone understands that the daily chemical market belongs to Wanjiai. Regardless of whether Su Bai was cultivating his public persona or simply seeking to garner attention, he had finally stepped forward. On a smaller scale, this could reshape the entire sanitary pad industry in our nation. On a broader scale, it is a matter of health and safety for millions of women in our homeland. Mr. Su, My father once told me that there is always a right and wrong in the world, and that fate is just. Wang Jiai's disregard for our people, their bullying tactics, is fundamentally wrong. Your willingness to stand up and advocate for the masses, Mr. Su, is undeniably right. This is a matter of principle. This is our territory, and we possess the advantage of location. The resurgence of the toxic sanitary pad scandal signifies favorable timing. The anticipation and support from countless women for you. This is the essence of humanity. With a just cause, favorable circumstances, and harmonious relations, victory is assured. Listening to Sun Jing's passionate speech, Su Bai felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was merely a piece of advice, yet when articulated by her, it sounded as grand as King Wu's campaign against Zhou. At this point, Su Bai could hardly dismiss Sun Jing. Rising from the sofa, he extended his hand towards her. The personal care division is yours. Upon hearing this, Sun Jing, suppressing her inner excitement, seized Su Bai's hand and posed a question she had longed to ask. Mr. Su, I have one final inquiry. The recent incident involving toxic sanitary pads has tarnished the entire industry's reputation. Even if we commence production, many will question the integrity of our products. How do you intend to address the issue of credibility? Throughout the journey to Rongqing, this question had lingered in Sun Jing's mind. Although Su Bai was of good character, the current state of the sanitary pad market was undeniably dismal. How could Su Bai assure that the sanitary pads from Rice Technology would be safe and hygienic? Official testing reports? Wang Jiai had those too, yet the reality was stark. Please have the blogger conduct tests? Surely, some would suspect the blogger of being financially motivated. Faced with this nearly insurmountable dilemma, Sun Jing found it hard to conceive of any viable solution. Yet, Su Bai had already anticipated this question. One need only consider his profession. He retrieved his Rice smartphone, waved it before Sun Jing, and simply stated, without credibility, a live broadcast cannot build trust. If there is any, then let us have more live sessions. Even after Su Bai departed the meeting room, Sun Jing stood there, momentarily stunned. Initially, she misinterpreted Su Bai's reference as pertaining to selling goods via live broadcast. However, after a few seconds of contemplation, she realized that his suggestion had nothing to do with sales. It was about live production. They would directly showcase the production line of Rice sanitary pads through a live stream. If viewers were concerned about subpar raw materials, a live production stream would alleviate those worries. If hygiene was a concern, then they would conduct a live disinfection. From raw materials to production, sanitization, packaging, and delivery. The entire process would be transparently broadcasted. As Su Bai remarked, without credibility, a mere live stream could not sustain itself. Watching Su Bai's retreating figure, Sun Jing immediately sensed the disparity between them. She had once been a boss herself. Why had she not thought of this? Look at Mr. Su, who heeded advice from the internet, attracted talent through high praise, and now innovated with live production. This internet landscape had indeed been thoroughly mastered by him. Chapter 007. Can this be live streamed? 2 weeks later, in the eastern Hsinchu of Rongqing, the Rice Technology Personal Care Products Industrial Park was quietly completed. Was the speed remarkable? It could hardly be considered swift. Since learning that Rice Technology was genuinely venturing into personal care products, several district leaders in Rongqing nearly came to blows over the matter. Every region aspires to establish a personal care product industrial park within its jurisdiction. To this end, various localities have proposed increasingly attractive incentive policies. Factories are readily available, requiring merely a sign to commence operations, with rent waived for the first 6 months. The bureaucratic processes are streamlined, with officials from various departments coming directly to facilitate the necessary paperwork. Remarkably, even the most challenging aspect, fire safety, sees the fire department providing on-site guidance for renovation. Can you believe that? The equipment is exclusively from top-tier international brands, and when the finance department allocates funds, they do so without a flicker of hesitation. Personnel training is conducted at great expense, with the Human Resources Department sending employees to medical product manufacturers to receive training according to industry standards. Most astonishingly, the entire production workshop is constructed to the standards of a cleanroom. Which company producing sanitary pads can boast such luxury as a cleanroom? As the head of the personal care division, Sun Jing has finally witnessed the grandeur of a major corporation during this period. What could have been accomplished with a few million in a modest production workshop has instead cost Dami Technology tens of millions. The critical moment arrived when samples from the trial production were sent for testing to the relevant departments. leaving the testing personnel perplexed, questioning whether they had mistakenly received the wrong samples. How could a sanitary pad inexplicably meet medical-grade standards? It is well known that according to the Disposable Sanitary Products Standards, the safety and hygiene standards for sanitary pads are classified into 3 categories: ordinary, disinfected, and medical grade. Typically, the ordinary level suffices for market sales, as it is the established national standard. The disinfected level, as the name suggests, undergoes multiple disinfection processes with a total bacterial count of fewer than 200 CFUG. Due to the additional disinfection steps, the cost is higher, usually reserved for high-end sanitary products on the market. As for the medical grade, to put it dramatically, it is of a caliber that a surgeon could use Dami Technology's sanitary pads to absorb blood. Even though Sun Jing has grown up in a sanitary pad factory and has encountered these products her entire life, she has never seen a medical-grade sanitary pad. Today marks the first official production day for the workshop, and the employees hired by the Human Resources Department are all seasoned professionals on the assembly line. Each is diligently occupied at their respective stations. While they appear busy, there is little hands-on work, as most of the time is spent analyzing data on computers. This state-of-the-art production and packaging equipment can largely operate autonomously, requiring minimal human intervention apart from the material input and stacking stages. The factory runs smoothly, yet Sun Jing, as the person in charge, stands at the entrance. Today, she has deliberately donned a professional outfit, her hair neatly styled, exuding the poise of a strong woman. Opposite her stands the dedicated photography team of her boss, Su Bai. After some preparations, the photographer signals an OK gesture to Sun Jing. "Miss Sun, we are counting down 5 seconds. The live broadcast is about to commence." Indeed, today also marks the first day that Dami broadcasts the production of sanitary pads live. Half a month has passed since the initial fervor surrounding the Dami Technology sanitary pad incident, which has since faded. Nevertheless, a group of individuals continues to monitor this matter with keen interest. In the comments section of Su Bai, there existed a group of female netizens who rallied support to prompt Su Bai into producing sanitary pads. As direct victims of the toxic sanitary pad incident, they were understandably invested in the matter, with some even visiting Su Bai's comment section daily to urge progress, effectively becoming online overseers. In fact, this endeavor led to the establishment of several large groups comprising thousands of members. Curiously, they seem to possess an uncanny ability to glean insider information from within the ranks of Dami Technology. Upon hearing that Dami's sanitary pads commenced production today, the various groups erupted into a lively discussion. "Dear sisters, have you heard that Dami's sanitary pads have begun production? Is the news credible? Beloved, you are out of the loop. Not only have they started production, but they are also utilizing the finest materials. Indeed, I have also heard that the top layer is crafted from the best Xinjiang cotton, without a trace of bamboo fiber. It is said that the fluff pulp is derived from coniferous wood. Can you believe they are using such premium raw materials?" Yet, amidst the enthusiasm, skepticism lingered. When someone sings praises, there are always those who voice dissent. Do you truly believe everything they say? The use of the best materials seems implausible. Exactly. We never expected Su to produce exceptionally high-quality sanitary pads. After being deceived by toxic products, I would be content as long as the pads are hygienic and safe. I concur. Capitalists prioritize profit above all, yet Su appears to possess a conscience, earning what is rightfully due. As discussions flourished, a sudden message appeared in the group, a link to a Douyin live stream. "Sisters, cease your chatter and witness what I have uncovered." Dami Technology is live streaming the production of sanitary pads. The female netizens, upon receiving this information, were taken aback. What? Live streaming the production of sanitary pads? How can that even be done? The specifics of the streaming process eluded even Sun Jing, who was bewildered, as she had never live streamed before. Facing the camera for the first time, her smile appeared somewhat forced. Fortunately, a makeup artist nearby noticed her discomfort and quickly gestured for her to speak. "Sun, don't just smile, speak your lines." Upon regaining her composure, Sun Jing began to introduce herself to the audience. "Hello, everyone in the live stream. I am Sun Jing, the head of the Daily Chemical Products Division at Dami Technology. Today marks the first day of Dami sanitary pads officially entering production. We understand that you are all deeply concerned about the production of Dami sanitary pads, the materials used, and the safety and hygiene of the products. To alleviate your concerns, after careful consideration from President Su, We have decided to publicly share the production process of Dami sanitary pads through this live stream. Simultaneously, 2 staff members beside the camera monitored real-time data on a tablet. At that moment, the live stream hosted only a few hundred viewers. A modest turnout likely due to the Dami technology branding, as otherwise, the audience might have dwindled to a mere handful. Regarding such matters, the 2 staff members were clearly unperturbed, having anticipated this scenario long ago. After all, there is a plethora of engaging live broadcasts available. Who would be so idly curious as to watch the production of sanitary napkins? That would be a frivolous endeavor indeed. It was estimated that the audience would not exceed 500 viewers. I truly wonder what Mr. Su is thinking. Broadcasting the production of sanitary napkins. Who would tune in for that? Just as the 2 staff members were yawning from boredom, an unexpected event occurred. The live stream's back-end data refreshed once more, and as the new figures emerged, their eyes widened in astonishment. The initial count of 307 viewers surged precipitously to 1298. But that was merely the beginning. Another refresh revealed 2956, then 4156, and finally 6,127. Staring at the skyrocketing statistics, their minds momentarily overloaded, they clutched their tablets, nearly dropping their jaws to the floor. What on earth was happening? Had the entire nation lost internet connection? Was there nothing else to watch? Over 6,000 viewers for the production of sanitary napkins? Chapter 008. Very good, very good. All the best. Su Bai was a man who listened to advice. Hence the venture by Dami Technology into the production of sanitary napkins, though seemingly fantastical, was anticipated by some. Su Bai was meticulous, ensuring that Dami's sanitary napkins were entirely safe and hygienic, deserving of consumer trust. Although this approach may not align with the typical capitalist mindset, there were still those who believed in Mr. Su. Nevertheless, no amount of speculation from the vast online community could have predicted Su Bai's audacious move. Live streaming the production of sanitary napkins? Who would have conceived such an idea? Initially, it was the first wave of female viewers who caught wind of the news and flocked to the live stream. As the viewership skyrocketed, the Douyin live streaming platform began to take action. Leveraging its big data mechanisms, Douyin started to promote the stream enthusiastically. Viewers who stumbled upon the broadcast instinctively considered leaving. But upon seeing the name Dami Technology, they hesitated for a moment. When they glimpsed the word sanitary napkins, memories of the Dami sanitary napkin incident from 2 weeks prior resurfaced, igniting their curiosity to an irrepressible degree, compelling them to stay. In a matter of minutes, the audience surged to 20,000. Countless viewers expressed their curiosity in the comments section. Wait, Dami Technology is really producing sanitary napkins? No way. A live stream of sanitary napkin production? What a sight to behold. Just one word, wow. Mr. Su's live stream is becoming increasingly unfathomable. At that moment, Sun Jing was still engrossed in the live broadcast, her demeanor improving with each passing second. Had she known that 50,000 eyes were fixated on her in real time, she might have been too nervous to utter a word. She stood before the workshop door, facing the camera. Instead of immediately stepping inside, she turned to the side. Dear viewers, as our production workshop has achieved a dust-free environment, entering the workshop requires changing into cleanroom attire. Please follow the camera with me. As the photographer accompanied Sun Jing into various dressing rooms to don cleanroom attire, the already bustling comment section erupted with fervor. Indeed, it was a veritable explosion, with comments cascading like snowflakes. Wait, did I hear correctly? A cleanroom? You produce sanitary napkins in a cleanroom? Are you joking? Do you think merely hanging up 2 plastic sheets constitutes a cleanroom? Is a cleanroom really that impressive? Someone enlighten us. A cleanroom, also referred to as a controlled environment, is a production space where various purification devices maintain stringent standards for air quality, bacterial levels, and environmental conditions such as temperature and humidity. Typically, cleanrooms are employed in the manufacture of medical supplies, precision instruments, and in the semiconductor industry. In contrast, the production of sanitary napkins does not necessitate such elevated standards. To put it bluntly, it's akin to using a nuclear weapon to swat a mosquito. Following some insightful comments from netizens, the audience in the live stream became increasingly animated, with the most fervent reactions emerging from the female viewers. After all, they were acutely aware of which demographic would benefit most from the use of a cleanroom. I thought the facilities at Dami Technology were merely a tad cleaner. I clearly underestimated their scope. Oh, how touching. I never imagined that capitalists could evoke such warmth in me. Mr. Su, I'm a fan now. From this moment on, I'll be the first to like your videos, and I'll be the first to purchase Dami Technology's products. However, it soon became evident that the audience was celebrating prematurely, for the most exciting revelations were yet to come. Once Sun Jing donned her cleanroom attire and entered the production area with the photographer, another wave of comments surged forth. Goodness! The original imported assembly line equipment from the battle vehicle country costs over $8 million, and it's brand new, not secondhand. No way, it truly is a standard cleanroom. The quality is nearly on par with our biological laboratories. What a waste. With such an investment, why produce sanitary napkins? What extravagance! Under Sun Jing's deliberate direction, the photographer aimed the camera directly at the assembly line, capturing every detail from the raw material input stage. Almost every minute, viewers expressed their disbelief. I can't believe you're using such premium cotton for sanitary napkins. This is unbearable. My heart can't take it. Is this our northern coniferous timber? The price has soared to $1 per cubic meter, and you're using it for fluff pulp? I'm astounded. Seriously, super absorbent polymer resin? You're using it like this? That's pure extravagance. Wait a moment. You mean to tell me that this entire line is for disinfection equipment? So you have a separate production line just for that? As the discussions among the onlookers intensified, the vast audience of women watching the live stream was left in a state of bewilderment. Those who were aware recognized that Dami Technology was producing sanitary napkins, while others might have assumed they were crafting dowries for their daughters. After all, isn't it just the production of sanitary napkins? What a grand spectacle this has become. Many of our female compatriots are unfamiliar with the terminology. They do not comprehend what the new governor's cotton concept entails, nor do they grasp the superiority of coniferous timber or the appropriate quantity of polymer superabsorbent resin to incorporate. Yet, they are far from foolish. Through the comments of onlookers, they can easily deduce the situation. All is proclaimed to be of the highest quality. The sanitary pads crafted by Su Bai utilize nothing but the finest materials. Just how exceptional are they? So extraordinary that our female compatriots have begun to feel apprehensive. Is it just me, or do I feel unworthy of using such sanitary pads? Am I not alone in this sentiment? I too perceive that the rice sanitary pads resemble a luxury item. At this rate, won't each pad cost several yuan? Several yuan? I suspect each could cost upwards of 10. Oh dear, my period may truly become unaffordable. Regardless, even if they cost 10 yuan, I shall purchase them. I dare buy clothes worth thousands, so why not sanitary pads? Indeed, if it means cutting back on a few cups of milk tea, so be it. After all, the rice sanitary pads are safe and hygienic. For that reason alone, I must buy them. A live broadcast concluded amidst the anxious heart of Sun Jing. After removing the audio equipment, she approached the broadcasting team with curiosity, inquiring about the reception of the live stream. Two staff members, who had been attentively monitoring the broadcast, exchanged glances before turning to Sun Jing. One of them replied, "The good news is that the response to the broadcast has been favorable. Concerns regarding the safety and hygiene of the rice sanitary pads have dissipated. The bad news is that everyone is now worried about the price of the rice sanitary pads." Chapter 009. Who is producing and letting the entire internet supervise? In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, at the Asia-Pacific headquarters of Wanjia, Jiang Lily, impeccably dressed, sat behind her desk, engaged in a phone call in English, maintaining a cheerful demeanor throughout. No, there is no need for concern. This matter will not impact our operations in the Asia-Pacific region. You are overly worried. That is merely a mobile phone manufacturer with no experience in the daily chemical products sector. This is entirely an accident, at best just a publicity stunt. Yes. Rest assured, within a week, I shall resolve this issue. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lily ended the call with a smile, only for the sound of her slamming the phone to reverberate within her office. Over a week had passed since the live broadcast of the Rice Technology sanitary pad production, and during this time, the fervor surrounding the event had not waned. Rather, it intensified online. Initially, everyone believed that the Rice Technology's live demonstration of sanitary pad production was merely for show, as it is often the case that appearances deceive. However, what surprised everyone was that the Rice Technology's live broadcasts not only continued, but became a regular occurrence. You read that correctly. The live broadcasts have become a norm. The Rice Technology sanitary pad factory has astonishingly begun a year-round, 24-hour live stream, opening the surveillance camera network interfaces throughout the factory, allowing netizens to monitor the production at any time. As netizens have expressed, in a remarkable turn of events, The rice factory found itself under the watchful eyes of netizens, who took it upon themselves to oversee the operations. Who needs a supervisor when the entire internet can play that role? Even more amusing was the revelation of a young employee who frequently dozed off at work, much to the amusement of vigilant online observers. Astonishingly, this young man gained unexpected fame, with thousands tuning in daily to witness his antics. It's hard to believe that anyone would actually watch such a spectacle. As this situation escalated, another significant piece of news caught the attention of Zhang Lili. Rice Technology had announced that in 3 days, just half a month after the launch of their sanitary pads, Su Bai would host a live stream to sell these products. The announcement quickly ascended the trending charts, as Su Bai had always been associated with Rice Mobile, the founder of a tech enterprise, an image that seemed incongruous with sanitary pads. However, the juxtaposition of these two disparate elements sparked a remarkable reaction online, akin to Su Bai donning women's attire and performing in a live stream. The audience, ever eager for entertainment, could hardly contain their excitement. No way, is President Su really going to sell sanitary pads live? I'm a man. But if he dares to sell, I'll dare to buy. A tech mobile selling sanitary pads live, don't miss out. In the realm of the internet, I bow to no one but President Su. It is said that the live streaming audience for Rice Technology surpassed 800,000, with countless netizens eager to witness this extraordinary event. Yet, amidst the excitement, Zhang Lili discerned a critical point that others overlooked. Indeed, Su Bai had masterfully navigated the intricacies of the internet, evolving from network advising and talent acquisition to personally selling sanitary pads as a billionaire. He had astutely tapped into the psyche of netizens, consistently striking a chord with their interests. However, he seemed to have neglected a fundamental concern: profitability. Any enterprise, devoid of profit, becomes a mere jest, no matter how flamboyant its endeavors. While Su Bai had garnered immense attention online, had he ever paused to consider his profitability? Could he genuinely assure himself of a lucrative venture? The focus of netizens lay squarely on Su Bai, overshadowing the core product, the sanitary pads themselves. They flocked to the live stream not to purchase, but to observe the spectacle, akin to watching monkeys perform in a zoo. In the end, when the excitement wanes and the crowd disperses, what remains may be mere chaos. How many among them were truly intent on purchasing sanitary pads? With such a grand display, does Su Bai not fear dismal sales during the live stream? Does he not worry about expenditures exceeding earnings, venturing into a losing enterprise? In his adeptness with the internet, does he not heed the old adage, the higher one soars, the harder one falls? Originally, Wanjia and Dami Technology maintained a peaceful coexistence, but now, with Su Bai attempting to encroach upon Wanjia's territory, the responsible party, Zhang Lili, is more than willing to let Su Bai experience a harsh fall. She swiftly picks up the desk phone and dials an internal number. In the name of the Asia-Pacific headquarters, she drafts a document stating that, starting tomorrow, all sanitary pad brands within the Dragon Country region will undergo a price reduction promotion for a duration of 2 weeks. Indeed, Wanjia has taken action. When they do, it is nothing short of a bombshell. Furthermore, Zhang Lili's timing is quite astute. In 3 days, Su Bai will be live streaming to sell sanitary pads, while Wanjia will initiate their price cuts 2 days prior, leaving no room for misinterpretation. They aim to exhaust the potential consumers in the market, so that when Su Bai begins his broadcast, all those in need of sanitary pads will have already made their purchases. With no consumers left, it begs the question of who Su Bai will sell to. The cautious Zhang Lili has also extended the promotional activity over a fortnight, intending to create a vacuum in the entire sanitary pad market within that time frame. By then, not only will Dami Technology struggle to secure a share, but they may not even manage a taste of the profits. If Su Bai wishes to oppose Wanjia, let him witness the consequences of such defiance. If today does not secure Su Bai's downfall, will it be presumed that Wanjia's reputation as a giant in daily chemicals is merely for show? Who dares to provoke the tiger? The capitalists may engage in their covert battles, unnoticed by ordinary consumers, yet the repercussions manifest in various aspects of daily life. The following day, in major supermarkets across the nation, shelves of numerous sanitary pad brands proudly displayed conspicuous promotional labels. Upon noticing this, 2 girls pushing shopping carts immediately converged upon the scene. Wow, everything's on sale. This promotion is substantial. It's the perfect opportunity to stock up. Have you forgotten about the toxic sanitary pads from last time? Wanjia has already apologized, and the implicated manufacturers have been shut down. It should be fine now, right? You go ahead and buy. I'm just not comfortable. Wang Jiayi apologizes every time, but before long, another scandal surfaces. I can't gamble my health on the integrity of capitalists. What else can be done? Wang Jiayi practically monopolizes the sanitary pad market. Can you really avoid them forever? Who says they monopolize? Dami sanitary pads still exist. Dami sanitary pads? How extravagant. It's been circulating that Dami sanitary pads cost at least 7 or 8 yuan each. And a pack will set you back 70 to 80. If you calculate it, buying sanitary pads for a year would cost nearly 1,000. Indeed. Rumors abound online that Dami sanitary pads utilize top-quality raw materials and boast superior production techniques, justifying their selling price of 7 or 8 yuan each. This already classifies them as premium sanitary pads. Using them occasionally is manageable, but for the average person, consistent consumption is simply not feasible. This explains the silence of many women on the internet in recent days. Su Bai has undoubtedly heeded the advice, allowing Dami Technology to produce sanitary pads for everyone. His character has once again been validated, with Dami sanitary pads crafted from the finest materials. However, Su Bai has overlooked one critical issue: the price. He has failed to recognize that high-end sanitary pads are not within everyone's financial reach. For numerous students and newly employed professionals, monthly living expenses and salaries are hardly sufficient, necessitating meticulous budgeting for every penny. For many young women who find themselves borrowing just to afford a streaming subscription for a movie, who would dare spend 70 to 100 yuan each month on sanitary pads? Chapter 010. What is this? This is the sentiment of the people. Mr. Su. The production cost for the rice sanitary pads has been calculated. Early in the morning, Sun Jing entered Su Bai's office with a document in hand. Indeed, it had taken half a month for the cost of the rice sanitary pads to be determined. This is also why there has been rampant speculation online that rice sanitary pads are a high-end luxury item, unaffordable for the average person. Yet, Dami Technology has refrained from making any public statements regarding this matter. Calculating the cost of industrial products is far from a simple arithmetic exercise. It encompasses various factors such as raw materials, rent, equipment depreciation, personnel salaries, facility leasing, utilities, and other hard costs. Furthermore, production scale, manufacturing cycles, operational efficiency, and local policies all contribute to the overall expenses. To illustrate, consider the simplest example: the economies of scale. Tesla, through its Gigafactory, leverages economies of scale to reduce manufacturing costs by double-digit percentages. Just a moment, I need 2 more minutes. At this moment, Su Bai was engrossed in composing an email on his computer. As the founder of Dami Technology, his daily responsibilities were demanding and fulfilling, leaving little room for him to focus solely on the rice sanitary pads. While typing, he remarked without lifting his gaze, "I've seen online discussions stating that the unit price of rice sanitary pads is at least 7 or 8 yuan. Some have even complained that rice sanitary pads are the Hermes of the sanitary pad industry. Surely that cannot be accurate." Engrossed in his email correspondence, Su Bai was oblivious to Sun Jing's uneasy expression across the desk. To be frank, despite her experience in managing a personal care products factory, she had never had a precise understanding of the costs associated with rice sanitary pads. After all, both the production processes and materials were novel to her. It was only upon receiving the financial department's report that she gained insight into the specific costs involved. Truth be told, upon first seeing the detailed costs, Sun Jing was incredulous and sought verification from the financial department. The response she received was, "We were also skeptical when this data was first presented." After completing his email, Su Bai pushed the keyboard aside, stood up from his office chair, and finally noticed Sun Jing's peculiar demeanor. "What's wrong? Is the cost too high?" Sun Jing shook her head, uncertain how to articulate her thoughts, and handed the confidential document to Su Bai. "Mr. Su, perhaps you should see for yourself." Curiosity piqued, Su Bai perched on the edge of the desk, opened the document, and began to peruse its contents, while contemplating the implications. Could it be true that the rice sanitary pads had indeed become a luxury item as suggested by online commentators? He skimmed past the initial cost breakdown, eager to reach the final pages detailing the unit cost of the rice sanitary pads. As Su Bai scrutinized the string of numbers at the bottom of the page, he initially thought his eyes were deceiving him. He lifted the document and leaned in closer for a better look. "Are you certain there is no mistake?" Sun Jing seemed to have anticipated Su Bai's reaction and promptly shook her head. I have verified it with the finance department 3 times. There is no error. In an instant, the vast office was enveloped in a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, Su Bai quietly placed the document on his desk and touched his forehead thoughtfully. Sun Jing, well-versed in the matter of sanitary napkins, swiftly shared her assessment. Once they leave the manufacturer, bearing the Wanjiayi brand, they are set to profit substantially. Then come the first, second, and even third-tier distributors, each marking up the price. By the time it reaches the final distributor, there are additional costs for shelf fees, display fees, and promotional expenses. Even when sold online, the service fees, deposits, and marketing costs on major e-commerce platforms are hardly less than those of physical stores. Thus, Su Bai, who had been listening intently, interjected, "So, the sanitary napkins that consumers previously purchased, their production cost is less than 20%? Sun Jing nodded affirmatively. It might even be under 10%. Many small workshops can produce them for less than 10 cents each. If inferior materials are used, the cost can drop to 5 or 6 cents per piece." A smile crept across Su Bai's face. Indeed, it's true that different fields can feel like different worlds. Initially, even he believed that the cost of rice sanitary napkins would be at least 2 or 3 yuan per piece. However, upon seeing the actual cost, he could scarcely believe his own eyes. The cost per piece, 43 yuan. You read that correctly, 43 cents each. This was a staggering 20-fold difference from the widely circulated price of 7 or 8 yuan each. Why do so many people accept this figure? Because the prevailing market price for sanitary napkins is typically around 50 to 60 cents to over a yuan each. Logically, the production cost should hover around 30 to 40 cents. Yet, considering that rice sanitary napkins utilize the finest materials, how could their cost possibly be so low? In truth, everyone had been caught off guard, including Su Bai himself. It was not that they had overestimated the cost of rice sanitary napkins. Rather, they had underestimated the ruthlessness of capitalists. As the old adage goes, for the sake of 100% profit, they are willing to trample upon the law. For the sake of efficiency and profit, what is it to add a bit of recycled cotton pulled from secondhand clothing to the sanitary napkins? And what of incorporating fibers from recycled paper? Disinfection? The bleached sanitary napkins appear pristine, so why would disinfection be necessary? It's all a matter of technology and ruthless practices. You simply purchase and use them, certain that you will remain silent upon doing so. This is also why both Sun Jing and Su Bai fell into silence upon discovering the cost of rice sanitary napkins. Noticing Su Bai's prolonged silence, Sun Jing gently reminded him, "Mr. Su, the pricing for rice sanitary napkins still requires your decision. Subsequently, it is necessary to report to the relevant departments." Indeed, the cost of rice sanitary pads has been determined at an astonishingly low price of 0.43 yuan per piece, which exceeds everyone's expectations. The question then arises, what should the selling price be? Logically speaking, given that rice sanitary pads surpass the cost and reputation of all existing brands. Even if Su Bai were to price them at 5 or 6 yuan each, or 50 to 60 yuan for a pack of 10, they would undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. After all, in the vast market of Longhua, there is no shortage of affluent individuals. This dilemma was posed by Su Bai to the expert, Sun Jing. What do you consider to be an appropriate price? After a moment of hesitation, Sun Jing offered her perspective. My suggestion is 2 yuan per piece. This price has been thoroughly contemplated by Sun Jing. It is neither excessively high, making it attainable for the average person, nor too low, ensuring that Rice Technology can achieve substantial profitability. After all, Rice Technology is a company, not a charitable organization. Upon hearing Sun Jing's response, a smile graced Su Bai's face. Do you know the profit margin of our Rice smartphones, Mr. Sun? Such confidential information was beyond Sun Jing's knowledge, and she could only shake her head. Su Bai then held up a finger. 12%. This means that for every smartphone sold, after taxes, I earn a clean profit of 200 yuan. Last year, I sold a total of 200 million units. Do the math and see how much I've made. The figure is quite simple to calculate. 400 billion. Su Bai continued. Let me ask you another question. Within that 400 billion, which is more significant, the 200 yuan or the 200 million units? A sudden realization dawned. The principle of low profit margins and high sales is universally understood. The balance between profit margin and market share is crucial. Su Bai's unwavering choice has always been the market, reflecting the mission of Rice Technology, to produce smartphones affordable for everyone. The same philosophy applies to sanitary pads. to manufacture products accessible to all. A business devoid of public support is akin to a castle in the air. It may rise high and host banquets, but it will ultimately collapse, scattering its guests. Conversely, a company that enjoys the backing of the populace can rely on their support, even in dire straits, as the community will rally together to keep it afloat. This is what one might call the will of the people. Su Bai then returned to his desk, seated in his executive chair, and resumed his work at the keyboard, without lifting his gaze. With the same profit margin as Rice smartphones, determine the selling price yourselves. Chapter 011. You will know after the live broadcast concludes. On November 2nd, according to meteorological reports, a new wave of cold air is approaching, and the nation is bracing for another drop in temperature. On the lively streets of the city at night, hurried delivery riders race along the sidewalks on their electric bikes, while a boy with flowers waits at the subway entrance for his girlfriend to finish work. The enticing aroma of fried potato wedges wafts from a food truck, and a drooling corgi chases after its owner, who holds a grilled sausage, running amok in the streets. This paints the picture of an ordinary Saturday. If one were to highlight something intriguing, it would be that a billionaire CEO is set to sell sanitary pads in a live broadcast tonight. Indeed, this evening marks the day of Rice Technology's live streaming event. However, today, Rice Technology has unexpectedly shifted its focus from selling mobile phones to selling sanitary napkins. This unusual turn of events can be traced back to the toxic sanitary napkin incident that caused widespread panic a month ago, coupled with the influence of a particular entrepreneur's online persuasion. Yet, under the adept public relations efforts of Wang Jiayi, the once alarming incident has faded from public memory. Instead, Su Bai's foray into the sanitary napkin market has become the most sensational topic on the internet this evening. Much like spectators flocking to a circus to witness clowns, internet users are never inclined to miss such free entertainment. Even many renowned entrepreneurs and influential figures in the digital realm have taken to the internet to share their opinions on the matter. Is a billionaire CEO selling sanitary napkins merely a farcical spectacle? In pursuit of attention and traffic, modern capitalists exhibit the most unappealing behavior. The Rice sanitary napkin incident starkly illustrates the dominance of traffic in this era, a lamentable reality. Indeed, the event of Su Bai selling sanitary napkins does not align with prevailing societal values. For the majority, selling sanitary napkins is a facade, while the quest for attention and traffic is the undeniable truth. Consequently, many netizens, unaware of the backstory, express their outrage. I truly cannot comprehend this world. It is too abstract. I had always held a positive impression of Su Bai from Rice Technology, yet I never anticipated such a blatant disregard for standards in pursuit of traffic. Capitalists will do anything for profit. I can understand that. Ironically, the more people criticize, the more the incident garners attention, attracting even more onlookers eager to witness the unfolding drama. This led to an influx of over 1 million viewers into Rice Technology's live broadcast room within just 5 minutes of its commencement at 8 o'clock, clamoring for Su Bai's appearance. Where is Mr. Su? Isn't he supposed to be selling sanitary napkins? I came specifically to see him. Host, stop rambling and bring Mr. Su out. I want to see Mr. Su. Hurry up, billionaire CEO selling sanitary napkins is an annual spectacle. Under the intense scrutiny of 1 million viewers, even the two hosts struggled to maintain control. Meanwhile, in the backstage makeup room, a stylist was working on Su Bai's hair while he utilized the interlude to attend to work on his phone. Suddenly, the makeup room door swung open, and Huang Lin, the head of the public relations department at Rice Technology, entered with an anxious expression. Upon spotting Su Bai, she candidly stated, "Mr. Su, we strongly suggest you let someone else handle the live broadcast. This is the consensus of our PR department and the entire company." Upon hearing this, Su Bai gestured for the stylist to continue, maintaining a calm demeanor as he glanced at Huang Lin in the mirror. And the reason? Since Huang Lin had come personally to speak with Su Bai, she must have had adequate justification. For your sake, and the image of the company. Before Su Bai could respond, Huang Lin articulated the current sentiment circulating on the internet about him. The entire web is abuzz with claims that you are merely seeking attention and sensationalism. Su Bai himself had not anticipated the situation escalating to such proportions. However, instead of directly addressing Huang Lin's concerns, he posed a question back to her. "And what do you think? Am I indeed seeking attention?" At this moment, Huang Lin fell silent. Based on their understanding of Su Bai, he was not the type of person to engage in such antics. Given the current situation, What could Su Bai be attempting if not to attract attention? A billionaire CEO personally entering a live stream to sell sanitary napkins. Huang Lin could not fathom any purpose other than to seek sensationalism. Manager Huang, you have yet to answer my question. Faced with yet another inquiry from Su Bai, Huang Lin became flustered, her voice losing its former confidence. I believe Mr. Su is not that kind of person. Upon hearing this response, a smile broke across Su Bai's face. Manager Huang, as the head of the PR department at Dami Technology, and a seasoned public relations professional, would you prefer to trust your own judgment or the opinions expressed online? Of course, one should trust their own judgment. Then, will you still insist on changing the live stream host? When Secretary Liu informed Su Bai that it was almost his turn to take the stage, Huang Lin continued to trail behind him. Mr. Su Bai turned slightly, allowing Secretary Liu to adjust his collar while casting a glance at Huang Lin, who followed closely. You wish to ask me why, as a boss, I would set aside my pride and dignity to appear in a live stream selling sanitary napkins like a clown, correct? Huang Lin remained silent, but nodded, indeed wishing to pose that very question, though she felt hesitant to voice it. After adjusting his collar, Su Bai stretched his neck, wearing a contented expression. If you wish to know my motive, you shall find out after the live stream concludes. With that, he responded to the host's call from within the live stream. The billionaire CEO, Su Bai, was officially on stage. In Yanjing, within a modest 20-square-meter studio apartment, two young professional women were nestled on the sofa, enjoying their weekend evening. One sported a ponytail, engrossed in a drama on her tablet, while the other, donned in pajamas, watched the live stream on her phone. On the live stream, Su Bai appeared in casual attire, greeting the audience in the Dami Technology broadcast. Hearing his voice, the ponytailed girl turned to her pajama-clad friend. Hey, Su Bai is out. Haven't you been waiting for Dami's sanitary napkins for half a month? Aren't you going to comment or double tap to show some love? The girl in pajamas yawned languidly and shook her head. What love? Each napkin costs 7 or 8 yuan, ridiculously overpriced. If it weren't for the safety and hygiene, I wouldn't even be watching this live stream. If Dami could sell them for 5 yuan each, I'd send them hearts until I got tendinitis. If they could sell for 3 yuan, I'd even buy them a sports car. Listening to her friend's petulant remarks, the girl with the ponytail chuckled. What if they were 1 yuan each? 1 yuan? The pajama-clad girl's voice suddenly rose several decibels as she pointed at the small window ledge of their apartment. If Dami's sanitary napkins could be sold for 1 yuan each, I'd jump out of here. I swear. Chapter 012, not 5 yuan, but 50 cents. The pajama-clad girl's remarks resonated with the sentiments of many female consumers. It is noteworthy that when examining the data from the live broadcast room of Dami Technology on the Douyin official backend, among the more than 1 million online viewers, male spectators account for only 40%, while the female audience exceeds 800,000. However, these 800,000 women remain silently engaged in the live stream, rarely interacting or commenting. Ironically, it is the male viewers who create the most commotion. Mr. Su, could you demonstrate how to use the Dami sanitary napkin for us? Mr. Su, if the absorbency is this good, could it be used as a shoe insole? Would it leak? Haha. I feel like Mr. Su is exuding femininity today, huh? Indeed. At this moment, the billionaire executive Su Bai sits behind a table laden with Dami sanitary napkins in the live stream. To the online spectators, he appears as a clown, a figure to be mocked and ridiculed. Even many employees of Dami Technology watching the live stream could no longer bear it and voiced their support for Su Bai in the comments. Yet, the more people defended him, the greater the backlash became, with even more ridicule ensuing. Surprisingly, upon glancing at the various jesting comments, Su Bai did not exhibit anger. Rather, he maintained his customary smile. All right, dear viewers, I have just concluded the product introduction for the Dami sanitary napkin. Now, let us address the question you are most concerned about. What is the specific price of the Dami sanitary napkin? Though Su Bai feigned suspense regarding the price, it was evident that the viewers were not buying it. Is there really a need for suspense? The internet has already exposed it. 7 or 8 yuan per piece. Why guess? Is this the Hermes of sanitary napkins? I've heard about it for a while now. Mr. Su is quite something, turning sanitary napkins into luxury items. My girlfriend mentioned that at this price, she could easily purchase medical sanitary napkins, albeit they are not easy to find and can only be procured at pharmacies. From the comments of the viewers, it is apparent that the selling price of the Dami sanitary napkin has been established at 7 to 8 yuan per piece. Even if there is a slight discrepancy, it will likely be close. Su Bai, however, paid little attention to the viewer's remarks. Instead, he took the prepared pricing document from the host. Indeed, he himself was unaware of the exact price. He merely instructed Sun Jing to set the price at a 12% profit margin. To know the specific figure, he had to look at the document. As he opened the file on the live stream, Su Bai focused intently for a few seconds. And then a look of realization crossed his face before he uttered a number, 5 yuan. When this figure emerged from Su Bai's lips, the viewers were momentarily stunned, followed by an explosion of comments in the chat. What? Only 5 yuan? How generous? No way. I've seen the Dami sanitary napkin production line, and they use only the best materials. How can it be just 5 yuan per piece? Let us be honest, while Mr. Su's livestream selling sanitary napkins seems a bit like a gimmick for views, this product truly lives up to consumer expectations. Meanwhile, in a modest one-bedroom apartment in the capital, the revelation of 5 yuan echoed. As Su Bai's voice resonated within the modest confines of the room, the girl in pajamas, languidly slumped on the sofa, abruptly sat upright, exclaiming an unexpected expletive. What the hell? In the next moment, she swiftly navigated to the comments section, where a flurry of hearts followed her declaration of affection for Su Bai. Even the girl beside her, engrossed in an American drama, leaned in with curiosity. What's happening? No way, it's only 5 yuan. Wait, I must rush to the live stream. I want to grab some too. The girl, momentarily abandoning her show, was anxious that she might miss out on the sanitary napkins. Although the price of 5 yuan per piece seemed a tad steep, it was significantly lower than the anticipated 7 or 8 yuan, and it was believed that many women consumers would be enticed. Their reactions indeed mirrored the sentiments of the majority of female consumers. In the previously male-dominated livestream chat, the moment Su Bai announced the 5 yuan price, the number of comments surged exponentially, all unanimously praising him. Su Bai, you're amazing. 5 yuan per piece, I'm buying. This time, I'm stocking up for a year. I've been lurking in the live stream for ages, and I must admit, Su Bai's pricing has captivated me. Though still a bit pricey, it's manageable. Isn't it just foregoing a couple of milk teas? I'm all in. Su Bai, you're a gem. Dami sanitary napkins, truly a conscientious choice. At this juncture, Su Bai finally began to engage with the livestream comments. After all, he was eager to gauge consumer reactions to the pricing. However, after perusing the comments for some time, he sensed something amiss. It appeared that when Sun Jing and he had discussed the pricing, it was in terms of per piece, and likewise, the online discussions were centered around that metric. Yet, it finally dawned on Su Bai where the discrepancy lay. He hastily revisited the documents. To his astonishment, the price listed was indeed per pack, not per piece, with each pack containing 10 sanitary napkins. Realizing the mix-up, Su Bai immediately turned to the camera, a hint of apology in his tone. I apologize, dear viewers. I may not have been entirely clear earlier. The price of Dami sanitary napkins is not 5 yuan per piece. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in disbelief, especially the numerous female viewers who had just emerged from lurking. The realization that the price was miscommunicated left many feeling disheartened. After all, with such high-quality materials and production techniques, how could the sanitary napkins possibly cost only 5 yuan each? It had all been a misunderstanding. Just as the crowd prepared to voice their grievances or edit their comments to chastise Su Bai, he flipped the pricing document to face the camera. Come, photographer. Zoom in a bit for everyone to see. The price of Dami sanitary napkins is not 5 yuan per piece. Rather, it is 5 yuan per pack, containing 10 pieces. As the camera zoomed in, this text illuminated the live stream screen. It seems as though a malfunction has occurred during the live broadcast. The once lively comment section, filled with a flurry of remarks, has vanished. To be precise, the entire world has descended into silence. No one speaks, no one comments. Not even a single heart of approval is visible. Only Su Bai silently retrieves the documents, tilting her head and gazing at the barren big screen. I can sincerely assure you that our daily chemical products division, along with our finance and procurement departments, and the hundreds of colleagues at Dami Technology, have meticulously allocated every penny in a judicious manner. To illustrate, in the office of General Manager Sun Jing, all A4 paper is printed double-sided, leaving no sheet wasted in our efforts to control costs. Should there still be dissatisfaction with the pricing, we can consider further compressing expenses, always ensuring the quality of raw materials and processes remains intact, for I understand that earning a living is no easy feat for anyone. Chapter 013. The annual highlight in a modest apartment in the capital, Two young women from the north huddle together on the sofa, engrossed in the live stream. Years of striving in this city have yet to draw a tear from them. The pressures from their boss, the exclusion from colleagues, and the challenges of their work have not compelled them to surrender. Whenever they video call their families, they wear smiles, sharing good news while concealing their struggles. In this cold metropolis, they find solace in one another, offering encouragement and warmth. They are but a trivial fraction among countless others. Yet tonight, this ordinary Saturday evening marks a rare moment of relaxation for them. Leaning against each other on the sofa, they watch the live broadcast on their phone screens, tears silently cascading down their cheeks. When Su Bai uttered the words, "I know it's not easy for everyone to earn a living," the girl in pajamas quietly turned her head, wiping away her tears. Meanwhile, the girl who adores American dramas was already sobbing uncontrollably, her mouth agape as she cried to the heavens. Why must kindness from strangers pierce so deeply? Indeed, the Dami sanitary napkin is not priced at 7 or 8 yuan, nor 3 or 4 yuan per piece. It doesn't even reach 1 yuan. The price is astonishingly low, a mere 50 cents per piece. 5 yuan for a pack of 10. Correct. The Dami sanitary napkin offers a quality that far surpasses all others on the market, yet is priced below that of most brands available. This pricing transcends mere surprise or excitement. It is profoundly moving. On this night, the billionaire Su Bai, with a sanitary napkin costing just 50 cents and a single statement, has elicited tears from hundreds of thousands of women online. After the girl in pajamas wiped her tears, she turned back to the broadcast. How can it possibly be just 50 cents per piece? That's unimaginable. It's cheaper than many ordinary brands on the market. The girl crying for her beloved American drama pointed at the live stream. Didn't you hear what General Manager Su said? Every penny is used where it counts. Even Manager Sun refuses to waste a single sheet of A4 paper and explores every possible means to cut costs, reflecting on what Su Bai had just mentioned about further cost reductions. The two girls were belatedly aware of the situation. With prices already so reasonable, how could there be further cuts? If they persisted, they risked diminishing the quality of the rice sanitary pads. Such excellent products offered at such a shockingly low price were a rarity. If they were to disappear, where would they find solace in their tears? The girl inspired by American dramas hastily handed her phone to the girl in pajamas, urging her to act swiftly. Quick, post a comment urging Mr. Su not to cut prices. No, not just to refrain from reductions, but to increase the price. Let Dami sanitary pads earn a bit more so they can continue producing them in the future. The pajama-clad girl, now fully aware, was about to type a comment when they were astonished to discover that they were not the only ones reacting swiftly. That night in the live stream of Dami Technology, 800,000 female viewers finally demonstrated the collective power of their numbers. As Su Bai concluded his statement about continuing to explore ways to lower prices, the comments section, initially stunned into silence, erupted explosively. This was no ordinary surge. When hundreds of thousands, even millions of comments flooded in, the comment feed scrolled at a pace that seemed ready to take flight. Even the department at Douyin headquarters responsible for monitoring the live streaming platform was taken aback. Something was amiss. The data was suddenly spiking, prompting an urgent investigation into the cause. While it was not uncommon for hundreds of thousands to watch a live stream, it was indeed rare for that many to comment simultaneously. Surely, the live stream must have employed bots to artificially inflate the comments. Super admin, find out the culprit immediately. However, there was no need to search far. A female super admin was already in tears. Report. There's no need to look. It's the Dami live stream. And these are all real comments, not bots. How could there be hundreds of thousands of comments within seconds? When a group of employees opened the back end of the Dami live stream to examine the data, they were left speechless by the sheer volume. What on earth is happening? Is Su Bai openly insulting women in the live stream? 800,000 women united in outrage. This is nearing 1 million. Surprisingly, upon examining the comments section, there were no insults to be found. Rather, the comments were remarkably uniform. Please, Mr. Su, do not lower the prices. Raise them a little. Please. Tonight was indeed a scene for the ages, not merely because a billionaire was selling sanitary pads, but because 1 million female netizens were online, imploring Su Bai to increase prices. Over the past few years, the rise of live streaming commerce had witnessed all sorts of bizarre occurrences, but never had viewers collectively called for a price increase. This was unprecedented. After the peak of the price increase, demand subsided. The comments section finally began to reflect a different sentiment. Mr. Su, The price of 50 cents per pad is truly commendable. There is no need for further reductions. Rather than focusing on price slashing, we earnestly hope that the Dami sanitary pads remain available. We appreciate Mr. Su's understanding of our challenges, and we acknowledge the difficulties faced by Dami Technology. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Sun. Thank you, Dami Technology. In contrast to the vocal expressions of the female demographic, another group has retreated into silence. Previously, the over 400,000 male viewers, who once filled the live stream with raucous laughter, treated the sale of sanitary pads by Su Bai as mere entertainment. Yet, as events have unfolded, those who once reveled in the commotion now wish to vanish into the earth. They mocked Su Bai as if he were a circus monkey, deriding him like a jester. However, Mr. Su did not stoop to their level. Instead, this evening, Su Bai demonstrated the essence of integrity with a single sanitary pad, showcasing what it means to have a genuine connection with the people. Let us now observe Su Bai, seated amidst a plethora of Dami sanitary pads. Is he still a mere clown? Is he still striving for attention and popularity? He has undoubtedly ascended to a divine status, revered by millions of female netizens who have elevated him to a pedestal. The very individuals who mocked him so fiercely are now reeling from the impact of their own derision. Many ashamed netizens have taken to the comments section to humbly admit their faults. Mr. Su, I acknowledge my narrow perspective, and I apologize for the jest I made regarding your products. Mr. Su, please do not hold our ignorance against us. We merely enjoy the spectacle and meant no harm. Mr. Su, since gifts cannot be sent in the Dami Technology live stream, I would gladly offer you a luxury car as an apology and bow in contrition. Fortuitously, this group of netizens swiftly recognized their missteps and promptly issued apologies in the comments. Otherwise, given Su Bai's esteemed status among women, those who initially mocked him would likely find themselves facing the wrath of countless female netizens the following day. This is no jest. One must consider who holds grudges and bears resentment. Chapter 014. Where are my sanitary pads? With a net worth in the billions, Su Bai is certainly not so petty as to engage in arguments with netizens in the livestream. What concerns him most is whether the price of Dami sanitary pads is acceptable to consumers. Upon witnessing the chorus of 1 million female netizens calling for a price increase, this time, the attentive Su Bai chose to feign ignorance. After all, if the increase were too modest, it would be better to forego it altogether. Yet, if it were too steep, it would contradict Su Bai's original intentions, which is entirely unnecessary. Well, since everyone is satisfied with the current price, it signifies that our efforts have not been in vain. Now, the main event is about to unfold. As he spoke, Su Bai scanned the room and noticed Sun Jing wiping away her tears in the corner. He immediately smiled and asked, Mr. Sun, how many packages of Dami sanitary pads do we have prepared today? Sensing Sun Jing's excitement, Su Bai gestured for her to come forward. Come here, Mr. Sun, so that our vast audience can see the great contributor to our Dami sanitary pads. At this moment, Sun Jing stood quietly in the corner, deeply moved by Su Bai's selfless act just moments ago. His sudden summons caught her completely off guard. From the backstage data, she could see that the audience in the live broadcast room was on the verge of surpassing 2 million, following an earlier surge of nearly 1 million comments. Among them, over 1 million were female viewers. With such a vast audience, her nerves were understandably heightened. Observing her apprehension, several employees immediately urged her forward. President Sun, Su Bai is calling for you. Hurry along. Yes, President Sun, the success of Dami sanitary napkins owes much to you. Go on, President Sun, you can do it. Meanwhile, the female viewers in the comment section began to rally for her. President Sun, come out. Sun Jing. I hear she is the head of Dami Technology's Hygiene Products Division, the one responsible for our sanitary napkins. Is she the one who saves us money with her A4 paper design? Well done, President Sun. As Sun Jing was pushed to the forefront, she noticed the comments flooding in and cast a grateful glance at Su Bai. This is what it means to feel a sense of accomplishment as an employee. Working for a boss like Su Bai, whether the business is profitable or not, seems inconsequential. The respect and acknowledgement she receives are invaluable. She believed that from this moment onward, even if Su Bai asked her to brave perilous challenges, she would likely meet them with unwavering resolve. Hello, everyone in the live broadcast room. Today, Dami Technology has prepared 1,500,000 packs of sanitary napkins for you. This figure represents the factory's production for half a month. As she announced this number, a flutter of anxiety stirred within her. She was acutely aware that just 2 days prior, Wan Jai had launched an unprecedented promotional campaign, both online and offline. Under these circumstances, selling over 1 million packs during a single live session would be an extraordinary challenge. After all, being a new product, Dami sanitary napkins were bound to face numerous sales challenges. She had mentally prepared herself for a prolonged battle, believing that selling even a third of the inventory today would be a triumph. Meanwhile, the assistant in the live broadcast room removed her headset and signaled an OK gesture to Su Bai. President Su, the first batch of 300,000 packs is ready for the link. Upon hearing this, Su Bai turned to the camera, and even he began to feel a tinge of nervousness. In business, no amount of praise or eloquent rhetoric can rival tangible sales figures. It was time for results to speak for themselves. I'm sure you've all heard. The first batch of 300,000 packs is about to go live. The countdown begins now. As Su Bai initiated the countdown, a strange phenomenon occurred. The comments section experienced a sudden and significant reduction in activity. In a modest apartment in the capital, as the countdown progressed, chaos ensued. A girl in pajamas clutched her phone, her fingers hovering above the screen, poised and ready to seize the opportunity. In the midst of the bustling scene, the young women, engrossed in their mobile devices, were inundated with a flurry of group messages. My mother wants 20 packs, my second sister and niece want 30 packs, and my aunt requests 60 packs. My childhood friend, who is on duty and unable to watch the live stream, said she also wants some. The pajama-clad girl, overwhelmed by the incessant chatter, remained motionless and shouted, "Stop the incessant nagging. You have a phone too, you can join the fray." As the countdown concluded, 2 girls with remarkable speed clicked the link to make their purchases. However, just as they finalized their selections and were about to complete the transaction, an alarming notification appeared on their screens, rendering them speechless. "Sold out," they exclaimed in disbelief. "What about my rice sanitary napkins? My 30,000 packs of rice sanitary napkins?" They lamented, "Come on, mobile network and Douyin backend. You all must have experienced menstruation as well. Have you hoarded our sanitary napkins?" But they were not alone in their misfortune. At that very moment, millions of women across the nation were furiously tapping their screens, attempting to make payments, refreshing the page, and trying again. Yet the glaring words "sold out" delivered a harsh reality. Those with slower reflexes were left empty-handed. 30,000 packs of sanitary napkins had vanished without a trace. Instantly, the live stream of rice technology erupted in chaos. Did it really sell out in seconds? Is there some guy out there snatching our sanitary napkins? "Step forward and face me," cried one viewer. "Is there no justice left? Are sanitary napkins now up for grabs? Whoever wanted to use them as shoe insoles, return my sanitary napkins." Another pleaded, "Please, save the children. There are no sanitary napkins left, and my period is just around the corner." Meanwhile, the male viewers, merely spectators of the live stream, were bewildered. "We were just watching. We didn't do anything. Who on earth would be so foolish as to grab sanitary napkins?" They protested, "Is it our fault you couldn't secure any?" Not only the male viewers were bewildered, even the hosts, Su Bai and Sun Jing, were taken aback. "Sold out in seconds. What does that even mean?" It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sun Jing pondered, craning her neck to scrutinize the nearby display screen. 30,000 packs of sanitary napkins, produced day and night for 3 days straight. How could it be gone in an instant? It was only after Sun Jing reviewed the back-end order data brought forth by her assistant that she grasped the true meaning of speed and the allure of an irresistible low price. The moment the link was released, thousands of women, with astonishingly swift fingers, completed the intricate series of actions, clicking the link, selecting quantities, making purchases, entering passwords, and finalizing their orders. "With such lightning-fast reflexes, you all should be competing in a race," Sun Jing remarked, her expression shifting to one of concern as she turned to Su Bai. "It's all gone, snatched away completely." She worried not about whether rice sanitary napkins would sell out, but rather that there would not be enough to meet demand. With only a few thousand packs claimed, the rice live stream still had over 1 million women anxiously awaiting their turn. Today's situation requires that a satisfactory resolution be provided to the ladies. Otherwise, it seems that President Su will truly find himself in an untenable position. Chapter 015. Is there a limit on purchasing this item? Despite Su Bai being a billionaire, despite his casual demeanor when selling phones during live broadcasts, and despite his unflinching composure even in the face of calamity, he was visibly sweating in the live stream of rice technology tonight. Indeed, Su Bai was beginning to feel apprehensive. If this continued, the hundreds of thousands of female viewers in the stream might not be able to procure the rice sanitary napkins. Can you fathom the horror of a woman facing her monthly cycle without the necessary supplies? Just observe the innocent male viewers in the stream. They appeared nearly paralyzed with anxiety. I swear, sisters, I was just joking. I did not snatch your sanitary napkins. President Su, stop enjoying the spectacle and come speak to us. President Su, help us. At this moment, Su Bai was hardly able to attend to them. He was overwhelmed by his own concerns. He even instructed the staff to mute the microphones, gathering with Sun Jing and a few employees to urgently discuss strategies. It was evident that if this continued, the remaining 1.2 million packs of rice sanitary napkins would not be sufficient to meet the needs of the million viewers. What to do? The situation had exceeded expectations, and everyone was brainstorming solutions. In response to Su Bai's inquiry, everyone chimed in, yet no one offered any constructive suggestions. While it was anticipated that the high-quality, affordable rice sanitary napkins would be in high demand, no one had foreseen this chaotic outcome. In this critical moment, the marketing department, responsible for live sales, proposed a solution that was less than ideal. President Su, we are truly at our wits' end. If you wish to exit the stage unscathed and avoid being pursued by the female viewers for sanitary napkins, we must implement a purchase limit. Upon hearing about the purchase limit, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. He had heard of limits on purchasing cars, phones, and houses, but a limit on sanitary napkins was unprecedented. Even Sun Jing nodded in agreement. Yes, a purchase limit, only 1 pack per person. When the monthly cycle arrives, 1 pack should suffice for now, while we expedite production and increase output. Su Bai felt overwhelmed. He had heard of enduring a cold or fever. But could one truly endure a monthly cycle? What other choice did they have? They had to make do. Otherwise, Su Bai would have to bear the brunt of it himself. Could anyone withstand the fury of a million female viewers? No one could. Very well then, let us limit each person to 1 pack, allowing everyone to manage for the time being. After hastily formulating a strategy, Su Bai returned to the screen, and as he turned on the microphone, his expression reflected a departure from his previous calm. Ahem, esteemed viewers, due to the limited quantity available. In order to allow more people to purchase our rice sanitary napkins, we will be implementing a purchase limit. Each person is permitted to buy only 1 pack. I understand that this quantity may be insufficient, so I ask for your patience as we all manage for now. After our live broadcast, we will promptly expand our production line and increase output to ensure a steady supply of quantities thereafter. With the emergence of Su Bai, the attention of numerous female netizens has shifted, allowing the previously overlooked male netizens to once again indulge in the excitement. What? Is there a limit on sanitary napkins? Is this really subject to restrictions? Can one even support such a thing? Can a menstrual cycle be supported? Su, you are quite the talent. However, it is fortunate that Su Bai's limited supply, while not entirely satisfying the vast number of female netizens, has managed to distribute resources fairly. After all, with so many eager buyers, having at least 1 pack is certainly better than having none. Alright, with the final 1.2 million packs prepared, there is no need for a countdown this time. Each person can simply purchase 1. With Su Bai's voice, this round of purchasing proceeded much more smoothly, and within mere seconds, the 1.2 million packs of rice sanitary napkins were sold out once again. Nevertheless, many female netizens expressed their disappointment at not securing a pack. Not even 1 per person was obtained. Oh no, Su, I didn't get any. What should I do? My period is coming in a week. How am I supposed to manage? I don't care. Su, you owe me 2 packs of menstrual napkins, 1 for day use and 1 for night. When will you repay me? Su, please save the children. Even among those who did manage to acquire sanitary napkins, dissatisfaction lingered. Just 1 pack? Su, I suspect you look down on my menstrual cycle. 1 pack is hardly sufficient. It'll be gone in 2 days. Su, my roommate snagged 80 packs in the first round, and now the entire floor is seeking to buy from her at a price that has soared to 31 per pack. Well then, it appears scalpers have emerged. Faced with the outcry of numerous female netizens, a perspiring Su Bai was compelled to repeatedly promise within the broadcast that an emergency meeting would be convened post-broadcast to immediately expand production lines and elevate output, among other measures, before finally concluding the session. True to his word, Su Bai swiftly initiated a high-level emergency video conference right after the broadcast. He inquired about the number of production lines currently in operation and the daily output. Sun Jing expertly relayed a series of figures, There are 8 production lines with a daily output of 96,000 packs. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Bai turned to the head of the marketing department. What do the projections from tonight's broadcast indicate? The marketing department head recited a series of figures from the computer. Based on tonight's broadcast performance, our department estimates a direct audience of 13 million. This means that 13 million women in the Dragon Nation are willing to purchase rice sanitary napkins. The million female netizens present in tonight's live stream represent merely a fraction of this total. There are many who did not watch the broadcast, remain unaware of the rice sanitary napkins, or are entirely oblivious to the situation. After all, there were prior rumors online stating that rice sanitary napkins cost 7 to 8 yuan each, leading many to deem it too expensive and thus not tune in tonight. I believe that following this evening's broadcast, tomorrow during the day, it will trend on social media as awareness of rice sanitary napkins grows, further broadening the audience. After all, at a price of 50 cents per piece, rice sanitary napkins are unparalleled in the Dragon Nation market. For most women in the Dragon Nation, the decision of whether to purchase is not a matter of choice, but merely a question of time. 13 million? Upon hearing such an exaggerated figure, Su Bai was momentarily taken aback. Assuming an average woman utilizes 30 sanitary pads per month, amounting to 3 packs, for a population of 13 million, that translates to 39 million packs. However, the monthly production capacity of Dami sanitary pads stands at merely 3 million packs, revealing a staggering tenfold discrepancy. In other words, every month, Su Bai owes over 10 million women in Longwo a total of 36 million sanitary pads. Can one imagine the terror of being pursued by over 10 million young ladies demanding sanitary pads? The very thought was too daunting for Su Bai to entertain. Expansion, full-scale expansion, was imperative. By the end of the month, the supply to meet the needs of 13 million individuals must be fulfilled. Fortunately, Dami Technology's financial health remained robust. Remarkably, even if the current factory for Dami sanitary pads were to be enlarged tenfold, Su Bai could easily bear the cost. Yet, just as Su Bai believed this matter would pass smoothly, the responsible individual from the marketing department timidly interjected during the video conference. Mr. Su, you may have misunderstood. The 13 million I mentioned refers to the direct audience. What does direct audience mean? It signifies consumers who can purchase Dami sanitary pads directly through live broadcasts, excluding relatives who, like the protagonist in a popular American drama, do not engage in online shopping and require assistance. It also omits those who are still unaware of the product. Was that not the end of it? Realizing something was amiss, Su Bai's heart sank once more. How many were predicted to be in the indirect audience? The marketing head, peering at his computer, provided another set of data. Based on our preliminary online surveys and assessments of tonight's live broadcast, we unanimously believe that within a month, the direct and indirect audience for Dami sanitary pads will increase too. It seemed that even the marketing head began to waver at the forthcoming figure. Chapter 016. After a live broadcast, is market domination on the horizon? 75 million. How much? Upon hearing this number, Su Bai felt utterly numb. Within a month, 75 million individuals wished to purchase Dami sanitary pads. 75 million. Rounded up, that was nearing 100 million. In response to Su Bai's astonishment, the marketing head nodded gravely. Mr. Su, this is merely the data for 1 month. If, hypothetically, no formidable competitors emerge in the market swiftly, within 3 months, the audience for Dami sanitary pads will surpass 200 million. Within 6 months, this figure will peak at 350 million. It must be said that Dami sanitary pads were extraordinarily formidable, virtually unmatched. Their quality, safety, and pricing were beyond reproach. Coupled with last month's scandal involving toxic sanitary pads, Wang Jiai's long-standing disregard for the people of Longhua, and a CEO like Su Bai, who masterfully navigated the internet landscape, a confluence of factors had birthed tonight's remarkable phenomenon. 350 million, a figure perilously close to the upper limit of the sanitary pad market audience in Longhua. At this moment, Su Bai's mind was in a whirl. After years of manufacturing mobile phones, I have finally amassed a loyal user base of several hundred million. However, on a whim, I decided to heed some advice from the internet and ventured into the sanitary napkin industry with a mindset of merely testing the waters. I initially thought that achieving a mere 10% market share would be commendable. Yet, following a single live broadcast, you tell me that we are poised to monopolize the Dragon Country market? To become the leading enterprise in sanitary napkins? That accounts for a staggering 350 million people. Even with the scale of our company, Dami Technology, it is an unrealistic dream to supply such a vast population in a short period. This transcends mere financial constraints. After the video conference concluded, Sun Jing observed Su Bai sitting across from her. In truth, producing sanitary napkins could easily be accomplished with standard production lines. A dust-free workshop is not a necessity, provided that the sterilization process is rigorously controlled. However, Su Bai raised a hand, interrupting Sun Jing as he perused his phone contacts, continuing to speak without lifting his gaze. Sun, if we compromise production standards today to ensure output, then tomorrow we may start to cut corners to guarantee profitability. The success of Dami sanitary napkins is attributable not solely to quality, but also to our ethos, our commitment to treating consumers as part of our family. Sun Jing fell silent, watching the industrious Su Bai, and she finally grasped the disparity between them. How could Su Bai, still under 30, possess a fortune in the billions, while she, despite 2 generations of heritage, could scarcely maintain a small factory? The difference lies in the understanding of what sustains a business, the people's trust. Yet, if we do not lower production standards, how can Dami Technology swiftly expand its production lines to meet the immense demand of 350 million consumers within 6 months? Su Bai paused in his tasks, seemingly having found the contact he sought in his phone. As he dialed, he looked up at Sun Jing. Remember, when you stand with the people's trust, you are never truly fighting alone. With that, Su Bai rose, turning to gaze out at the neon lights of Rong City. Leader, it's me, Su Bai. What do you mean by that? Am I not allowed to call you without a reason? The truth is, Dami Technology has encountered a rather challenging issue, and we seek assistance from the Rong City authorities. Su Xiaochong, the nearly 50-year-old premier of Rong City, is a pragmatic individual. He met Su Bai during his early tenure at the development zone. Their relationship, one of politics and commerce, has blossomed into a profound friendship. When Su Bai was just starting out, Su Xiaochong recognized his potential and provided considerable support within his means. As Dami Technology flourished, major cities like Magic City and the capital extended olive branches, hoping Dami would establish itself there. Yet, Su Bai ultimately chose to remain in Rong City. In contemporary times, Rice Technology has undeniably emerged as a leading name among the civilian enterprises in Chengdu, not only as a significant taxpayer, but also as a provider of tens of thousands of job opportunities. Su Xiaochong, the individual who personally nurtured Rice Technology, has seamlessly ascended to the status of Chengdu's foremost public servant. In his private conversations with Su Bai, he expresses that the burdens upon his shoulders have grown heavier, resulting in even less time for sleep. It is past 10 o'clock in the evening, yet Su Xiaochong remains in the conference room, engaged in a meeting. The current economic climate nationwide is unfavorable, with the most pressing issue manifesting in the employment rate. For the populace to enjoy stability and prosperity, it is imperative that they possess good employment opportunities. Thus, addressing the employment gap has become Su Xiaochong's most pressing concern of late. As the meeting progresses, Su Xiaochong's phone begins to vibrate. Initially intending to silence it, he glances at the caller ID and, upon seeing Su Bai's name, promptly exits the conference room to answer the call. Mr. Su, calling me at this hour? You are notorious for only reaching out when there are pressing matters at hand. Su Xiaochong initially assumes that Su Bai is contacting him regarding some issue at Rice Technology requiring official intervention. Indeed, a problem has arisen, albeit one that catches Su Xiaochong off guard. Wait, how much? He exclaims, his voice rising sharply, drawing the attention of the officials in the conference room. It seems there is an issue with Rice Technology. What could it possibly be? No one had heard of any troubles. The company has been thriving in recent years. As whispers circulate, Su Xiaochong, once pale and fatigued, visibly flushes, his breathing quickening. 350 million. Rice Technology is facing a staggering shortfall in sanitary napkin supplies for 350 million individuals. The associated concerns, factory expansions, line modifications, logistics, and personnel shortages are formidable challenges. Naturally, these challenges, articulated by Su Bai, resonate as mere problems. However, to Su Xiaochong's ears, they transform into stark figures, employment rates. This is the very issue that has gripped Chengdu in distress. Every aspect of personnel demand directly correlates to the employment rate. In his fervor, Su Xiaochong momentarily overlooks a crucial point: how Rice Technology, which aimed to transform Chengdu into a mobile manufacturing hub, has now pivoted to establish the city as a base for sanitary napkin production. 350 million. Does this imply that Chengdu intends to monopolize the nation's sanitary napkin supply? As he absorbs Su Bai's barrage of inquiries, Su Xiaochang cannot suppress his smile. Mr. Su, let me assure you of one thing. Every issue that Chengdu can resolve for you will be addressed with utmost urgency. For those that we cannot resolve, we will employ every conceivable means to find a solution. In summary, this national sanitary napkin manufacturing hub will undoubtedly be established in Chengdu. Indeed, that is what I assert. Joking aside, such a vast factory involves employment demands exceeding tens of thousands. Resolving the job vacancies in Rongqing all at once is an extraordinary fortune. If I cannot handle this immense wealth, how can I justify the overtime I have endured these past few days? Chapter 017. President Su. You owe me 2 packs of sanitary napkins on November 3rd, Sunday. As anticipated, the Dami sanitary napkin brand surged in popularity alongside Su Bai. Su Bai's remark, "Earning money is not easy for anyone," stood out on trending topics, evoking tears from countless individuals who understood the context and stirring deep emotions. Undoubtedly, this will become a renowned catchphrase of the year. Early that morning, the Dami sanitary napkin topped the trending charts with the announcement, Dami sanitary napkin price revealed. Single piece priced at 0.5 yuan. Following closely were several related trends. Dami sanitary napkins are exceptionally conscientious. Millions of netizens urge Su Bai to raise prices. Dami sanitary napkins are in short supply. Scalper prices soar to 200 yuan per pack. Market department calls for rational consumption, and President Su. You owe me 2 packs of sanitary napkins. Those internet influencers who had previously criticized Su Bai for lacking boundaries, seeking attention and traffic, received warm greetings from millions of women across the country early that morning. Perhaps in recent days, everyone had silently observed, with no one daring to speak in defense of Su Bai. Consequently, when the price of Dami sanitary napkins was announced, a wave of guilt swept over many. President Su had diligently created affordable sanitary napkins while enduring pressure and unwarranted criticism. If the price of Dami sanitary napkins had been exorbitant, it could be excused as catering to the wealthy, irrelevant to us ordinary folk. However, the fact that Dami sanitary napkins are priced so reasonably at merely 0.5 yuan per piece is undeniably commendable. Ladies, let us roll up our sleeves and support President Su. As the saying goes, those who gather firewood for the masses should not be left to freeze in the storm. President Su treats us ordinary people with respect, acknowledging our struggles to earn a living, and even hesitates to raise prices. Our only means of assistance is to teach those short-sighted individuals a lesson. On that Sunday morning, all the internet personalities who had previously denigrated Su Bai, one by one, faced the relentless onslaught of women netizens in their comment sections. The criticisms directed at them were brutal and merciless. Those quick to act hastily deleted their videos and apologized, their sincerity almost invoking tears. Meanwhile, the slower ones were still lounging at home, only to find their names besmirched in their community groups. In an instant, the entire internet buzzed with excitement, captivating countless onlookers. Simultaneously, the comment sections of Dami Technology, Su Bai, and even Sun Jing's Douyin accounts were inundated with female netizens. However, the tone was entirely different. Countless women, upon learning of the Dami sanitary napkin prices, flocked to the comment sections, not for any other reason but to urge for increased production. Dear Mr. Su, my monthly visitor will arrive in a week. Please take appropriate measures. Mr. Su, with Double 11 approaching, my shopping cart is still missing a few essentials, you understand. Mr. Su, since you are so receptive to advice, let me suggest a strategy. Offering mobile phones with complimentary rice and sanitary pads will undoubtedly be a hit. As for our protagonist, Mr. Su, he is quite astute. Today, he did not even glance at the comments section, not because he forgot, but because he dared not. After all, when one owes sanitary products to hundreds of millions, would one venture online? The pressure is greater than that of owing a bank loan. Early Sunday morning, Mr. Su Bai, compelled to work overtime due to the demand for rice and sanitary pads, arrived at the Rice Technology Park only to witness a perplexing scene. Outside the gates of the park, there were no fewer than 100 delivery electric bikes, with numerous delivery personnel hurrying about. As the barrier lifted, Mr. Su Bai rolled down his window to inquire with the security guard. Old Zhao, what is going on? The head of security, upon hearing Mr. Su's voice, rushed over. panting. "Oh, don't mention it, Mr. Su. It's all because of that live stream of yours last night. Even before 6 this morning. Delivery workers started arriving with all sorts of items: milk tea, flowers, bread, coffee, everything imaginable." As he spoke, Old Zhao handed Mr. Su a bag of takeout, revealing a note prominently displayed on the receipt. "Thank you, Rise Technology, for creating a better world for women. This is but a small token of our appreciation." This cup of coffee symbolizes just a fraction of the countless women it represents. The controversial sanitary pads have been exposed multiple times, yet remain prevalent. As Wang Jiayi blatantly exploits the consumers of Longhua, with no one standing up for the women of Longhua. As the saying goes, no one remembers the flowers that adorn the tapestry, but the warmth of timely aid is truly cherished. Mr. Su's boldness and the emergence of rice sanitary pads have alleviated the concerns of innumerable women in Longhua with a product valued at merely 50 cents. This gesture has not gone unnoticed. The takeout orders from netizens across the nation serve as the highest form of recognition for Mr. Su and Rice Technology, in stark contrast to the harmonious atmosphere within the Rice Technology Park. Meanwhile, at Wang Jiayi's Asia-Pacific headquarters in the bustling metropolis, a loud crash echoed through the office as a coffee cup shattered on the floor, followed by the furious reprimand from Jiang Lily directed at her assistant. "Are you brainless? How can you drink something so hot? A graduate from a prestigious university, and yet you can't even brew a proper cup of coffee. What are you even doing?" Typically, Jiang Lily would not be seen in the office on weekends, but the presence of rice sanitary pads has changed that. Do not underestimate the sanitary pad market in Longhua, a seemingly trivial item, under Jiang Lily's meticulous cost control, generates hundreds of billions in profits for Wang Jiayi each year. You read that correctly. Pure profit, in the hundreds of billions. Logically, such revenue would allow Wang Jiayi to rank among the top 30 enterprises in Longhua solely based on their sanitary pad line. Yet, as a giant in the daily chemical industry, Wang Jiayi is acutely aware of the adage that fame can be a double-edged sword. Each year, Wang Jiayi deliberately disperses its revenue across hundreds, if not thousands, of subsidiaries to obscure the truth, employing various methods to conceal actual data. Through this method, over the years, Wang Jiayi has amassed a staggering fortune from the Dragon Country. However, the emergence of rice sanitary napkins has posed a significant threat to Wang Jiayi. They cannot possibly relinquish their annual profits, amounting to hundreds of billions, so easily. Early this morning, Jiang Lily received an inquiry call from headquarters. Wasn't it said that there was a threat? Wasn't it promised that the issue would be resolved within a week? Wasn't there any need for concern? Please explain the current situation to me. Jiang Lily, overwhelmed by the scolding from headquarters, had never felt such humiliation. A giant in the daily chemical industry had actually been bested by a mobile phone manufacturer. Currently, Jiang Lily must redeem herself by regaining control of the market before rice sanitary napkins fully establish their presence in the Dragon Country. In the conference room, the senior executives offered Jiang Lily various strategies. Director Jiang, the toxic sanitary napkin incident has erupted multiple times. Ordinary public relations efforts are no longer effective with the populace of the Dragon Country. To reclaim our market share, we must address the issue at its roots. Renegotiate contracts with suppliers, and raise their purchasing prices to increase costs and utilize better raw materials. That's impossible. Our department has calculated that the profit margin for rice sanitary napkins is alarmingly low, only between 15 to 20%. On average, each sanitary napkin yields merely a few cents in profit. Competing with rice sanitary napkins on cost performance is utterly futile. At that moment, Jiang Lily's expression darkened as she sat at the head of the conference room, gazing at the trending topics on her phone. The phrase rice sanitary napkins at 50 cents each was particularly striking. Ultimately, the reason for the popularity of rice sanitary napkins lies in their price. Would they have garnered such attention if priced at $3 or $4 each? Thus, price is the crux of the issue. And what Jiang Lily fears least is competition on pricing. The reason Wang Jiayi's sanitary napkin brands enjoy such high profit margins is precisely because of their low costs. Many sanitary napkin brands can achieve costs as low as 10 cents, or even less. This is a cost that rice sanitary napkins simply cannot replicate. While Su Bai wishes to uphold a sense of integrity, integrity entails higher costs. However, Wang Jiayi has no such qualms, as integrity is something they have never possessed and likely will not in the future. Jiang Lily's gaze shifted from her phone screen back to the gathered senior executives. Since Su's company dares to operate on such thin margins, Wanjia is more than willing to engage in this competition. Draft a document. Starting today, all sanitary napkin brands under our company will have their profit margins capped at 15%. No, let it be 10%. With Wanjia's formidable cost control, coupled with a 10% profit margin, the vast majority of our sanitary napkin brands can easily be priced at 2 or 3 yuan, or even over 1 yuan per pack. This is in consideration of various expenses such as offline distributors and online promotional costs, underscoring just how low Wanjia's costs truly are. By controlling profits to 10%, it is clear that Jiang Lily is fully committed to this strategy. It is no longer merely a matter of profitability. Rather, it is imperative to maintain market share and to carve a niche for Dami sanitary pads within the competitive landscape. Otherwise, Wanjia stands to completely forfeit this lucrative segment. If you, the esteemed proprietor of Su Bai, wish to engage in a price war, then let us indeed compete. Let us see whose prices can dip lower. I refuse to believe that the citizens of Longhua are so naive as to overlook pads priced at merely a few yuan in favor of your 5 yuan offerings. Chapter 018. Alas, have you mistaken me for a wishing well? The expansion of the Dami sanitary pad factory is currently progressing vigorously, bolstered by the robust support of the Rongqing authorities. Su Xiaochang has even visited the factory floor twice for inspections, indicating that the local government is keen to leverage this momentum to establish Rongqing as a manufacturing hub for sanitary products. In contrast, the price-cutting frenzy initiated by Wanjia has had a negligible impact on Dami sanitary pads. The populace of Longhua is indeed discerning. They would not purchase an overpriced product when a more affordable option is available. However, this hinges on certain conditions. If a pack of sanitary pads was sold for 9 yuan last month, then discounted to 9 yuan mid-month, only to be drastically reduced to 9 yuan by month's end, one must question the quality. Does it imply that the production cost is less than 3 yuan? Such a product would be of exceptionally poor quality. It is utterly infuriating that you once sold us pads for 10 yuan that now cost merely 3 yuan. We are not foolish. Yet Wanjia has consistently treated us as such. Even Jiang Lily did not anticipate that her strategy of underpricing Dami would backfire, ultimately harming her own interests. The citizens of Longhua today are not the same as they were 30 years ago. In an era of scant information, Wanjia could easily deceive the unsuspecting populace with mere tricks, causing local enterprises to falter. In contemporary Longhua, the public is acutely aware of who genuinely serves their interests and who employs deceitful tactics. Previously, consumers had no alternatives but to buy from Wanjia. Now, with Dami sanitary pads available, Wanjia is rendered irrelevant. When you were high and mighty, dismissing concerns over hazardous sanitary pads, did you anticipate that Dami would emerge to challenge your position? Where was your urgency then? Su Bai is somewhat aware of Wanjia's predicament, though not in great detail. After all, the production of Dami sanitary pads was a spur-of-the-moment decision. To put it simply, Su Bai was merely responding to the requests of netizens for a safe and hygienic product. In his eyes, it was a trivial undertaking, something he addressed in passing. Yet, to his astonishment, a simple sanitary pad has propelled his Douyin followers to over 18 million, securing his place among the platform's top influencers. Additionally, market department forecasts predict that once Dami sanitary pads are fully launched, they will yield an annual profit of 6 billion yuan for Su Bai. This figure approaches 1/7 of the profits from mobile phones. Upon receiving this news, Su Bai himself was taken aback. One could only attribute the success of Dami sanitary pads to the shortcomings of competitors. Had Wanjia exhibited even a modicum of integrity, Su Bai would not have seized such an extraordinary opportunity. Alas, it is utterly perplexing that every year, an additional 6 billion is generated. Where can one seek reason in this? On a Sunday evening, having completed his evening rituals, Su Bai nestled on the sofa to watch a football match, one of his few cherished pastimes. After an exasperating game, witnessing the national team's lackluster performance, he turned off the television, intending to retire to his bedroom for the night. However, as his gaze fell upon the mobile phone resting on the coffee table, he hesitated momentarily. It had been over a week. Surely no one would still be hounding him about those sanitary napkins. For the past week, Su Bai's Douyin account had been inundated with relentless messages from female netizens, urging him to expedite the production and delivery of the sanitary napkins. This bombardment left him feeling quite overwhelmed, to the point that he had refrained from opening the app. Surely, now that time had passed, the fervor would have subsided. Approaching the coffee table, He gingerly picked up his phone, and upon opening Douyin, he was greeted by a familiar notification. Messages, 99. Well, Su Bai had grown accustomed to this by now and chose to disregard it. Skillfully, he navigated to the latest video's comment section, as was his routine, to peruse the feedback from netizens regarding the Dami smartphone. After all, the Dami smartphone constituted his primary business, whereas the sanitary napkins were merely a side venture. Naturally, should any high-praise suggestions regarding the sanitary napkins arise, he would not hesitate to convey them to Sun Jing for her management. Curious, he pondered what recent feedback might have surfaced regarding the Dami smartphone. Following the sensational sanitary napkin incident, the comment section had swelled to an astonishing 500,000 entries. Just as Su Bai anticipated that the top comments would predominantly concern the sanitary napkins, an unforeseen scene unfolded. Mr. Su, thousands of voices beseech you to enter the cosmetics industry. We simply cannot afford the eyebrow pencil priced at 79 yuan. Mr. Su, we implore you to address the formaldehyde contamination in baby diapers. We urgently need safe, formaldehyde-free diapers for our infants. Mr. Su, please take note of the many foundations on the market that are misleading, containing allergens such as hydroxybenzoate. Nail polish containing carcinogenic substances exceeding safety limits by over 1,400 times. Blush containing hazardous materials like talc and silica. Countless suggestions poured forth, all pertaining to daily chemical products. It became evident that, following the scandal of the toxic sanitary napkins, Su Bai's righteous intervention had resonated positively among the vast online community. In a flurry, individuals began sharing their myriad concerns with him. The entire comment section had devolved into a veritable wishing well, with Su Bai becoming the proverbial turtle in the wishing well. Seated on the sofa, Su Bai scrolled through the screen, absorbing the heartfelt lamentations from netizens, sending shivers down his spine. It was clear that under Wang Jiayi's management, the toxic sanitary napkins were not an isolated incident. Rather, the entire daily chemical industry had become a battleground of distress. Take, for instance, the eyebrow pencil that garnered the highest number of likes. Priced at 79 yuan with a pencil core weight of merely 0.07 grams. Its price per gram soared to an astonishing 1,128 yuan, more expensive than gold. Can you believe it? The irony was that the raw materials for the pencil core cost only a few dozen yuan per kilogram, with the factory price barely exceeding a yuan. A product that costs merely over 1 yuan is being sold for 79. The influencer promoting it even admonishes the audience, questioning if their inability to purchase it stems from a lack of effort. Initially, it seemed that the infamous sanitary napkin brand had reached the pinnacle of exploitation. Little did I know that an even more egregious scenario awaited. It appears that Wang Jiayi is utterly devoid of any accountability. With such a plethora of daily necessities on the market, if Su Bai were to operate as he did with the Dami sanitary napkin, it is likely that he could swiftly usurp Wang Jiayi, establishing himself as a titan of domestic daily goods in the Dragon Kingdom. The net profits garnered by Su Bai would likely surpass those of Dami mobile phones, amounting to astronomical figures. Yet, observing the heartfelt suggestions from netizens, Su Bai has not acted as he did in the case of the infamous sanitary napkin incident. It is not that Su Bai is unwilling to seize this golden opportunity. Rather, he finds himself short of funds. Although Dami Technology boasts a substantial scale and an annual profit of several hundred billion, the majority of these profits have been reinvested into subsequent research and development. In the mobile phone industry, akin to rowing against the current, one must innovate every 6 months. Without investment in research, the risk of obsolescence looms large. As for liquid assets, Su Bai has indeed made provisions, but they are entirely allocated to the production of sanitary napkins. Given the need to supply 350 million people, the production lines have expanded by several hundred times, with the workforce increasing by tens of thousands. Were it not for the immediate sales and returns from the newly produced Dami sanitary napkins, Su Bai might well be in a position to seek a loan from the bank. Thus, despite the public perceiving Su Bai as a veritable wishing well, this well is currently devoid of any coins. In this instance, Su Bai truly finds himself with aspirations that far exceed his capacity. Chapter 19. Su Bai, made of iron. How many nails can he still drive? On Monday morning, another high-level meeting at Dami Technology commenced. The atmosphere in the conference room was exceptionally vibrant. Ever since Su Bai heeded the advice of the internet, leading to the explosive success of the Dami sanitary napkin, it has now thoroughly dominated first and second-tier cities. rapidly expanding into third and fourth-tier cities. A single suggestion from netizens has directly augmented Dami Technology's annual net profit by tens of billions. Initially, everyone believed this matter would conclude there. However, it was merely the beginning. Have you seen the comments section under President Su's posts? I scrolled through it all night. It's not just a comments section. It's practically a treasure trove. Each suggestion ranges from several hundred million to billions. My goodness, given President Su's disposition. If he were to heed all this advice, what might happen? Are you not concerned that other entrepreneurs will come to President Su's comments section to listen and make off with the profits? You misunderstand. Listening to advice is merely President Su's public persona. The core competitive edge of Dami Technology is its integrity. To put it plainly, the public currently trusts President Su above all else. Even if other entrepreneurs aspire to replicate his success, they must possess that same integrity. Looking at the current landscape of capitalists, it cannot be said that none possess integrity. One can only respond with a knowing smile. As Su Bai entered the conference room, the previously animated executives fell silent, all eyes expectantly fixed upon him. Indeed, the various suggestions from netizens have undoubtedly placed money right before Su Bai. With a mere command from him, everyone would eagerly roll up their sleeves to exert their efforts. Engaging in this business was akin to effortlessly collecting money from the ground. However, just when everyone presumed that Su Bai would heed the advice and delve further into other personal care product sectors, he astonishingly refrained from mentioning the matter throughout the entire meeting. It wasn't until the conclusion of the meeting, as Su Bai was about to declare its adjournment, that the head of the marketing department could no longer contain himself. Mr. Su, have you seen your comment section? Su Bai capped his pen, organizing his notebook and meeting documents. Yes, I have. The senior executives were left puzzled. Then, Mr. Su, aren't you planning to continue listening to their advice? They vigorously nodded, questioning why he would not seize the opportunity to profit. Su Bai shrugged his shoulders. There's no money. A mere sanitary napkin made from rice has drained all of Rice Technology's liquid assets, let alone the hundreds of personal care varieties. It would probably take selling the entire Rice Technology to cover the costs. The personal care industry today, under the monopoly of Wanjiai, has decayed to its core. Relying solely on Su Bai and Rice Technology to turn the tide is utterly impossible. In truth, there exists another approach, the public listing of Rice Technology. Indeed, despite its current growth, Rice Technology remains an unlisted entity. Logically, it has long qualified for an IPO, yet Su Bai has consistently opposed it. Going public would mean that a significant portion of the company's equity would be subject to public trading. Whoever purchases shares would become a shareholder, one of the owners of the company. Many decisions would then require board approval, signifying that Su Bai would lose absolute control. Given the nature of capital, it is challenging to eliminate the risk of someone covertly manipulating the equity, potentially sidelining Su Bai in the process. At that point, not only would Rice Technology be at risk, but he would have nothing left. Such occurrences have transpired more than once or twice. Thus, in the Dragon Country, Su Bai is also known by the moniker of an invisible billionaire. The capital market is acutely aware that once Rice Technology applies for an IPO, given its standing among the populace, Su Bai's wealth would likely surge tenfold or even 100-fold, catapulting him to the status of the world's richest individual. If the list of global billionaires were akin to the combat power ranking in the anime Bleach, among the affluent, only Su Bai remains, yet to unleash his full potential. It is indeed a rarity. Even now, with countless opportunities for profit laid before him, he harbors no inclination towards going public. Retaining absolute control over Rice Technology assures him of its integrity, ensuring that each product remains affordable and accessible to the average consumer. The prospect of losing that control and witnessing the transformation of Rice Technology is unimaginable. Therefore, let this matter rest. We shall strive to excel in our own capacities. Even if I possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, could I manage every injustice in the world? Su Bai's words resonated profoundly, leaving the assembled executives in a profound silence. Indeed, in this world, the pursuit of wealth reigns supreme. For the sake of money, one may resort to any means, not to mention abandoning one's conscience. Su Bai has ventured into the realm of toxic sanitary napkins, and behind that lies an entire industry of daily necessities. Even if he were to oversee the personal care sector, there are countless similar industries yet to be addressed. No matter how resilient Su Bai may be, how many nails can he possibly drive in? On a wintry night, the city of Shenzhou lies blanketed in snow. within an ordinary residential complex. A mother clad in pajamas has just lulled her baby to sleep and is now leaning against the headboard, scrolling through her phone. What is she engrossed in? She has been fixated on her screen all night. As her husband enters the bedroom with a yawn, she replies without looking up. I'm reading the comments on Su Bai's post. I left a suggestion for him to delve into the baby diaper industry, and it has garnered over 20,000 likes. She is eagerly awaiting Su Bai's response. Their baby, now over 6 months old, is at a stage where diapers are in constant demand. Yet, last month, the baby's bottom became red and swollen. After much deliberation, they discovered that the issue stemmed from the diapers. To their astonishment, a mere diaper was found to contain adhesives and softeners of inferior quality, leading to formaldehyde levels exceeding safety standards by over 30 times. Consequently, the young couple is currently embroiled in a lawsuit with the brand, which adamantly refuses to acknowledge the issue, claiming that the couple's testing methods are unscientific. As the situation escalates, they have inadvertently become the defendants, accused by the brand of fabricating facts and tarnishing its reputation. Faced with the brand's oppressive tactics, the couple feels disheartened. After all, who are they, ordinary individuals, to contend with a corporation backed by an army of lawyers? Thus, they have been harboring their grievances until the recent uproar over the rice sanitary napkin incident. To this mother, sanitary napkins and diapers are not vastly different. If Su Bai is willing to produce sanitary napkins, it stands to reason he would also venture into diaper production. With Su Bai's integrity as a guarantee, the diapers he manufactures would undoubtedly be a commercial success. However, just as the mother anticipates Su Bai's reply, her husband douses her hopes with cold reality. Don't hold your breath, he won't respond. Why not? The husband, an ordinary civil servant, is well informed compared to the average person, prompting the mother to set up an alarm. If Dami Company is capable of producing diapers, they would surely be as popular as the sanitary napkins. Why wouldn't they capitalize on that opportunity? The husband removes his glasses and sets them on the bedside table, pinching the bridge of his nose. If it were merely a single type of diaper, perhaps Su Bai could indeed manufacture it. But look at his comment section. It's not just one type of diaper, but a plethora of complaints about countless products, making it a focal point for grievances in the personal care industry. Given the current capabilities of Dami technology, producing sanitary napkins is already quite an achievement. Do you truly believe Su Bai's company operates like a bank, able to create whatever it desires? Just drop it. Let us wash up and go to bed. I've come to realize that these capitalists are hardly benevolent. Their consciences have been devoured by greed. With Su Bai willing to step up and produce sanitary napkins, consider yourselves fortunate. As for other matters, no matter how capable Su Bai may be, he cannot manage everything. Chapter 20. Is Zhang Lily finally going to speak with a conscience? Indeed, Su Bai's comment section has devolved into a blacklist of daily chemical products. Due to the phenomenon of information silos, many netizens have vocally exclaimed their shock upon discovering the prevalence of substandard and exploitative products in their everyday lives. What? Their products actually contain carcinogenic substances? Goodness, I had no idea and continued using them for 6 months. Is it true that there's triclosan in the shampoo? No wonder I've been experiencing hair loss lately. I thought it was just due to stress. A brow pencil costs only a few yuan. Yet they sell it to us for 79 yuan and accuse us of not trying hard enough. Not trying hard enough to prevent them from exploiting us. In an instant, the uproar surrounding this issue grew, prompting even official entities to take notice and urgently initiate investigations into various brands and companies. Unsurprisingly, most of these brands were under the umbrella of Wanjia. Yet, as a behemoth in the daily chemical industry that has dominated the market in Longhua for years, Wanjia remained unperturbed by the inquiries. In their words, they are merely the brand owners, not the manufacturers. While they acknowledge some responsibility, they argue it amounts to little more than inadequate oversight. In the worst-case scenario, they would only face a fine. With the authorities' vigorous intervention, Wanjia not only paid substantial fines, but also severed ties with several implicated manufacturers. By this point, public outrage had finally begun to subside. However, the official response was limited. After all, Wanjia, as a titan in the daily chemical sector, had become entrenched within Longhua's market, and any heavy-handed action against them could provide the Western nations, led by the Eagle country, with justification for imposing trade sanctions against Longhua. It is evident that the Longhua authorities are aware of the unsavory practices Wanjia has engaged in over the decades. Yet the company has become a stubborn parasite within the daily chemical industry. Nonetheless, this blacklist incident has served as a wake-up call for Wang Jiayi in the bustling metropolis. At the Asia-Pacific headquarters of Wang Jiayi, Jiang Lili, who usually exuded confidence and arrogance, now appeared sullen. The previous incident concerning sanitary napkins had already resulted in Wang Jiayi losing its foothold in Longwa's sanitary napkin market, and Jiang Lili had contemplated resistance. However, unlike Dami, which produced the finest sanitary napkins using premium materials and craftsmanship with a profit margin of 12%, Wang Jiayi could not replicate this success. Su Bai's innovative approach of leveraging online live streaming to sell products has maximized cost reductions. In contrast, Wang Jiayi requires substantial initial investments in advertising, production, and various levels of distribution and online platforms for each product launched into the market. Even if they attempted to replicate Dami's sanitary napkins, their costs would inevitably exceed those of Dami. The emergence of Dami's sanitary napkins has irrevocably stripped Wang Jiayi of its voice in the sanitary napkin market, resulting in the loss of annual profits amounting to hundreds of billions. Already in a precarious position, Jiang Lili now finds herself besieged by yet another calamity with this blacklist incident. Had it not been for the substantial profits that she had garnered for Wang Jiayi from her endeavors in Longwa over the past few years, it is likely that the headquarters would have replaced her by now. Presently, Jiang Lili no longer yearns for a promotion to the Wang Jiayi headquarters. She considers it a stroke of good fortune merely to retain her position as the head of the Asia-Pacific region. In truth, Jiang Lili is not lacking in intelligence. Otherwise, she would not have attained her current status. The reason she has been led around by Su Bai, remaining in a state of constant passivity, is that Su Bai operates outside the conventional norms of business. To put it plainly, Su Bai is guided by a sense of integrity. Yet, what capitalist would forsake profit to uphold integrity? Indeed, Jiang Lili's downfall can be attributed to this very integrity. The recent scandal, which seemingly cast Wang Jiayi into the public eye, subjecting it to widespread criticism, could conversely serve as an opportunity for Wang Jiayi to stage a comeback. At this moment, Jiang Lili sits alone in her office, gazing out at the skyline of the bustling metropolis, her mind concocting an audacious plan. After a prolonged video conference with Wang Jiayi headquarters, a smile gradually forms on her lips. Integrity. One must commend you, Mr. Su, for inadvertently aiding Wang Jiayi in a significant manner. An hour later, after concluding the meeting, she summoned her secretary into the office. From this day forward, terminate all partnerships with suppliers in the Chinese mainland and draft a new cooperation agreement that increases our purchase price by 20%. The secretary paused in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. Jiang Lili, of all people, was raising the purchase price for suppliers, rather than decreasing it. This was hardly in line with her usual approach of ruthlessly driving prices down. Had she undergone some transformation under Su Bai's influence, now aspiring to uphold integrity? Jiang Lili paid no heed to her secretary's astonishment. She felt no obligation to explain. With a deliberate gesture, she instructed, have the public relations department immediately contact previously associated internet influencers and prominent figures on Douyin, as well as the celebrities who have endorsed us. We need them to broadcast our increased purchase price. Rising from her chair, her tone turned resolute. In summary, I want the entire internet to recognize that Wang Jiayi is genuinely changing. We, too, are beginning to embrace integrity like Mr. Su. Is it not merely about crafting an image and winning the public's favor? Who cannot master that? If we cannot emulate your branding, how can we not learn to shape our own narrative? As for whether the 20% increase in purchase price would genuinely render Wang Jiayi's products more ethical, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is the attitude, the visible shift that the public perceives in Wang Jiayi. The goal is to regain acceptance and recognition from the masses. And as for the increased purchase price, should it be feasible to raise it, it can undoubtedly be lowered as well. The power to dictate the terms resides with Wang Jiayi, and any alterations to the purchase price are merely a matter of Jiang Lili's word. However, raising the purchase price is merely a performance for show, one that is bound to capture the attention of the entire internet. The reduction of acquisition prices, naturally, must be executed in a gradual and discreet manner. Indeed, the following day, the internet was inundated with news about Wang Jiayi's decision to raise acquisition prices, as if it were a prearranged event. In an instant, many unsuspecting individuals were led to believe the narrative. One does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Without a little pressure, do you truly think we, the people of Longwa, are easy to deceive? Phew, now we can finally breathe easy. We owe our gratitude to President Su. Without him, Wanjia would not have changed its course. After all, as a giant in the daily chemical industry, they are quite clear-headed. The prerequisite for profit is safeguarding their own market. The uninformed populace was thoroughly ensnared in Wanjia's scheme, believing wholeheartedly that the company had begun to transform, and that they could confidently continue using its products. However, a select few were quite familiar with Wanjia's tactics. They understood better than anyone what truly lay behind Wanjia's facade. Chapter 021. I have another method. Yangtze, due to its role as a pioneer in reform and opening up, was the first city to achieve internationalization. The numerous trade ports near Yangtze have also become the largest import-export hubs in the southeastern region. For these reasons, the Yangtze metropolitan area has emerged as the largest base for daily chemical products in Longhua. According to incomplete statistics, 80% of the thousands of daily chemical enterprises nationwide are concentrated here. In the southern suburbs of Yangtze, outside an unremarkable daily chemical factory, the weathered sign faintly reveals the words Friendship Daily Chemicals. This inconspicuous factory was founded in the 1930s, with its founder advocating for industrial revitalization of the nation. During wartime, he made multiple donations of money and goods. The early product, Friendship Snowflake Cream, became a household name among Longhua citizens and remains a cherished childhood memory for many. As time passed, Friendship Snowflake Cream faded into the annals of history, and the once famous Friendship Daily Chemical Factory became an obscure entity, forgotten by all. Early in the morning, the factory's owner, He Tsung-jo, nearing 50, hurriedly drove to the factory. After searching, he finally found his son, He Xiaokai, repairing machinery in the workshop. Almost a century has passed, yet the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory remains in the hands of the He family. From the founder to He Tsung-jo, and now to his son He Xiaokai, it has endured through 5 generations. However, under the guardianship of these 5 generations, the factory has transformed from a once renowned establishment into an unremarkable secondary factory on the outskirts of Yangtze. The story begins in the early millennium when He Tsung-jo, shortly after taking over the factory from his father, faced the formidable entry of the daily chemical giant Wanjia into Longhua. At that time, Wanjia not only possessed the most advanced brand philosophy, marketing strategies, and a comprehensive product line, but also capitalized on the burgeoning curiosity of the Longhua populace towards imported goods, which sparked a significant import boom. In merely a few years, the fortunes of the Yi Daily Chemical Factory plummeted drastically, teetering on the brink of closure. Unable to bear witness to the destruction of his ancestral legacy, He Tsung-jo forged a cooperative agreement with Wanjia. Consequently, the once mighty daily chemical manufacturer of the Dragon Kingdom was relegated to a mere supplier for Wanjia, enduring a life of barely scraping by under the relentless pressure of price reductions imposed by Jiang Lily. In He Tsung-jo's words, if they must continue to exist in such a diminished state, so be it. As long as the factory remained operational, he could honor his ancestors. This morning, He Tsung-jo arrived with exhilarating news. Observing his son, who was covered in machinery oil from repairs, He Tsung-jo approached him excitedly, assisting with tools as he proclaimed, Xiaokai, I have incredible news. I just received a call from Wanjia. They have annulled the previous agreement and are prepared to sign a new one with us. This time, they are finally raising the prices. With a beaming smile, He Tsung-jo tilted his head, eager to tease his son. Guess how much Wanjia intends to increase the prices? He Xiaokai, bent over and focused on tightening screws, paid little heed to his father's enthusiasm. Noticing his son's indifference, He Tsung-jo raised 2 fingers. 20. A 20% increase. My son. The mere thought of such an increase sent He Tsung-jo spinning with excitement. With this 20%, we can finally give our skilled workers a raise. To be honest, it has weighed heavily on my conscience not to have increased their wages all these years. And about that old machine, it's even older than you, Xiaokai. If I sell my car and add a bit more, I should be able to afford a new one. 20%. I could hardly believe it when I hung up the phone and rushed over to find you. Just as He Tsung-jo was caught up in his exhilaration, He Xiaokai, now finished with the repairs and silently putting tools back in their box, wiped his hands with a rag and leaned against the machine. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, Dad, I don't want to do this anymore. Noticing his father still lost in excitement, He Xiaokai raised his voice. Dad, I said I don't want to continue. Upon hearing this, He Tsung-jo's smile froze on his face, and the familiar admonitions poured forth. You don't want to? If you don't, then who will? This factory represents generations of hard work from our family. Over 100 years. You can't just walk away. What about your grandfather and great-grandfather? How will they feel? Hearing his father resurrect the past, Xiaokai's temper flared, and he tossed the rag to the ground. His eyes reddening. You keep saying we must honor our ancestors, but let your great-grandfather see what the factory has become today. All our products are branded with Wang Jiayi's name, while we earn a meager profit, allowing Wang Jiayi to profit handsomely without conscience. They frequently pressure us to lower prices, to the point where it affects our ability to sell houses and pay salaries. Do you truly believe that Wang Jiayi has the benevolence to raise prices for us? The truth is, it is due to the pressure exerted by Mr. Su of Dami Technology, who intentionally raises prices to create an illusion for the public. Believe it or not, today's price hike will inevitably be followed by a descent in prices within a couple of months, perhaps even more drastically than before. As he spoke, Xiaokai approached his father, his voice filled with desperation. Dad, please wake up. At that moment, He Tsungzhou remained silent, fully aware of the truths his son articulated. Yet, the only wish of his deceased father was for him to continue managing the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, to honor their ancestors and the community that supported the factory. In a desperate situation, He Tsungzhou had no choice but to bend his will and sign a supply agreement with Wang Jiayi. He was willing to sell his house to ensure salaries were paid. Living with his family at the factory, everything was for the factory to ensure its survival. He Tsungzhou longed to restore the factory's former glory, but the prerequisite was that it remained in the hands of the He family. Observing his son's long-suppressed frustration, He Tsungzhou placed a hand on his shoulder. Xiaokai, I know you are right, but what other options do we have? To secure orders and maintain operations, we must collaborate with Wang Jiayi. Seeing his father's exhaustion, Xiaokai placed his hand on his father's, his gaze resolute. No, Dad, I have another solution. A solution that could not only ensure the survival of Friendship Daily Chemical, but also restore it to its pinnacle. At the sight of his father's inquisitive expression, Xiaokai's lips curled into a slow smile. Dami Technology. Chapter 22. Upon landing, all our brilliant minds on a Boeing 737 medium-sized aircraft flying from Yanqing to Rongqing. He Tsungzhou, feeling utterly bored, set aside the magazine in his hand and glanced at his son, Xiaokai, who was engrossed in his phone beside him. Xiaokai, I am quite anxious. I feel lost. Please tell me, what is this solution you mentioned? Xiaokai calmly tucked his phone away, glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, and quietly replied, It's quite simple. Since we can supply Wang Jiayi, we can certainly supply Dami Technology as well. Supply Dami Technology? He Tsungzhou paused momentarily, then immediately considered a critical issue. I have heard you mention the matter of Dami sanitary napkins, but Mr. Su only produces those. We manufacture skincare products. They are entirely unrelated. Moreover, Dami Technology lacks the brand recognition that Wang Jiayi possesses. The essence of sales in daily chemical products lies in brand recognition. Why has Wang Jiayi remained resilient despite numerous challenges? It is because they bear the title of an international giant in daily chemicals and are willing to invest significantly in brand development. Even if a brand collapses due to poor quality, Wang Jiayi can hire celebrities for endorsements the very next day, continuing to invest in creating a new brand. With established brand recognition, Wang Jiayi's products have no trouble finding a market. In reflection upon Rice Technology, whose primary business revolves around mobile phones and rice sanitary napkins, one can only regard it as an unexpected venture by Su Bai. Within the realm of daily consumer goods, Rice Technology offers a singular product line, and thus its brand recognition remains negligible. Upon hearing his father's doubts, Xiaokai maintained a calm demeanor. Dad, since you are aware of rice sanitary napkins, you must understand that in this era, brand recognition holds significant weight. However, there exists something even more paramount: the people's trust. Although Rice Technology's product range is limited, when it comes to garnering public support in the domestic private market, it ranks second to none, especially following the incident with rice sanitary napkins. It is evident to astute observers that any product released by Rice Technology is bound to sell phenomenally. The sole constraint on Rice Technology's expansion is its financial resources. Su Bai aspires to maintain complete control over Rice Technology, harboring no intentions of going public. This has resulted in a lack of ample funds, necessitating a cautious and gradual growth trajectory. This also elucidates why Su Bai has refrained from making any statements in the wake of the blacklist incident. He lacks the financial means to alter the current state of the domestic daily chemical industry, a situation where influence outweighs individual effort. However, viewing the same issue from a different perspective renders it no longer problematic. Is Su Bai not financially constrained? Then I shall rally the entire Friendship Daily Chemical Factory to abandon the shadows and align with him. There would be no need for him to invest in factory construction, pay employee wages, or spend a single penny. All that is required is to affix the Rice Technology brand upon the products once they are produced. On the contrary, not only would Su Bai incur no costs, but he could also, akin to Wan Jiai, collect a substantial brand fee. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement truly exemplifies a harmonious collaboration. Upon hearing his son's explanation, He Tsongzhou's expression transformed into one of enlightened understanding. Are you suggesting that while being a subordinate to someone, being Su's subordinate is far more promising than being Wan Jiai's? Because this Su has the people's trust and possesses integrity? The more He Tsongzhou pondered, the more plausible it appeared, prompting him to pat his son on the shoulder. You rascal, with such a brilliant idea, why didn't you share it sooner? He Shaokai revealed a shrewd smile. This endeavor owes much to Wan Jiai. Had they not sought to save face by announcing an increased acquisition price and subsequently nullifying our cooperation agreement, I would have hesitated to bring this up. After all, given Wan Jiai's usual conduct, if the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory were to defect to Rice Technology while still under contract, the penalty alone could reach tens of millions, which would be beyond the means of the He family. Indeed, this fortuitous assistance came courtesy of Jiang Lily, and one could assert that the foremost contributor to the ascendance of Rice Technology is none other than her. An hour later, at Rongqing Airport, the He father and son, having just disembarked from their flight, hurriedly traversed the airport corridor. Their partnership with Rice Technology had become inevitable, as if a splendid future beckoned to this century-old factory. As the father and son eagerly prepared to take a taxi to the Rice Technology Industrial Park, He Tsongzhou's keen eyes suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure amidst the throng of passengers exiting the airport. Oh, it's old Zhou from Jiangnan Daily Chemicals. What is he doing here? Given that nearly all daily chemical factories in the country are concentrated in Yangqing, and the local association of daily chemical enterprises has always maintained communication, He Tsongzhou naturally recognized many of the factory owners. Old Zhou, whom he mentioned, is the proprietor of a long-established domestic daily chemical factory. The two factories are merely 10 kilometers apart, and they are old friends who frequently engage with each other on social media. It was unexpected to encounter him in the distant city of Rongqing. As He Tsongzhou's words fell, his son, He Shaokai, who had just hailed a taxi, followed his father's gaze and immediately turned pale, sensing something was amiss. Oh no, Dad. We need to leave quickly. Without waiting for an explanation, He Tsongzhou hurriedly followed his son into the taxi. What is going on? He Shaokai had no time to elaborate, quickly instructing the taxi driver on their destination. Driver, please take us to the Rice Technology Industrial Park, and hurry. The driver, who had been sipping water during the lull between passengers, paused upon hearing the name of the industrial park. Another trip to the Rice Technology Park? What is going on today? Why is everyone heading there? As the taxi began to move, He Shaokai, who had previously been excited, suddenly smacked his thigh in frustration. It felt akin to a holiday highway, where one believed they were clever for departing early, only to find the entire road filled with others who had the same notion. He Shaokai had hoped to discreetly maneuver into Rongqing to ally with Rice Technology, taking advantage of a contractual loophole. However, it became apparent that he was not the only clever one. Upon landing, he discovered that many others had the same idea. Judging from the taxi driver's remarks, they had arrived too late. Others had already seized the opportunity. It's over, Dad. Looks like we're late. Yet, contrary to his son's distress, He Tsongzhou remained remarkably composed. No, Shaokai, this may not be a bad thing. From the looks of it, I surmise that a significant number of daily chemical factory owners from across the nation have gathered in Rongqing. Didn't you mention on the plane that Boss Su is at a disadvantage, facing the monopoly of Wan Jiai in the daily chemical industry, and has been hesitant to act? Since the odds are against him, today, we, the owners of these daily chemical factories, shall create a momentum for Boss Su. We are here to forge a tide that will irrevocably alter the landscape of the daily chemical industry in Longhua. We are here to make heroes out of circumstances. Chapter 023, President Su, let us join forces. The Rice Technology Industrial Park is situated in the southern outskirts of Rongqing. sprawling over hundreds of acres and hosting thousands of employees. During lunchtime, employees wearing identification badges poured out from the various office buildings, heading towards the cafeteria. Unlike other companies where the boss may seldom be seen throughout the year, at Rice Technology Park, Su Bai can almost always be spotted every day. Due to the immense wealth of this billionaire tycoon, he, like all employees, appears in the cafeteria daily, queuing, serving himself, and dining alongside his staff. If this spectacle were merely a fleeting act of showmanship, it could have been dismissed after a day or two. However, Su Bai has maintained this practice for several years. Now, whenever employees encounter Su Bai in the cafeteria, they engage him in a playful game of Guess Who I Am. As it is widely rumored among the veteran staff that President Su possesses a remarkable memory, capable of recalling every employee's name. Many newcomers, skeptical of this claim, often seize the opportunity during lunch to challenge Su Bai to guess their identities. Some even engage in harmless wagers regarding the outcome. Today, in the bustling cafeteria, a few seasoned employees placed bets with the new hires, wagering a cup of milk tea. Undeterred, the new employee, upon spotting Su Bai in line, pondered for a moment before summoning the courage to approach. "Hello, President Su." As Su Bai, holding his tray, conversed with the veteran employees ahead of him, he turned at the sound of his name, recognizing the anxious newcomer and the amused expressions of the onlookers, instantly grasping the situation. "What are you betting on?" The new hire, caught off guard, blushed and sheepishly replied, "Milk tea." The surrounding employees chuckled knowingly, clearly having experienced similar encounters. Upon learning that the wager was milk tea, Su Bai smiled and nodded. "Well then, you may pull out your phone now and order them some milk tea." The new employee blinked in surprise. But, President Su, you haven't guessed my name yet." However, the next moment, Su Bai's words left him speechless. "Zhang Jiaming, a new member of the RD department, who just joined this Monday. I recall you listed fishing as one of your hobbies. Let me advise you to steer clear of the fishing club formed by some of our veteran employees. It's predominantly occupied by Air Force veterans." At that moment, one of the employees in line ahead interjected, visibly displeased. "President Su, you shouldn't speak ill of us behind our backs. We're no longer Air Force veterans. There's video evidence." Just as Su Bai engaged in light banter with the group, Secretary Liu, holding a phone, rushed into the cafeteria, scanning the crowd until he spotted Su Bai. "President Su, there are people looking for you." After finally reaching the front of the line, Su Bai glanced at his watch. "At this hour? Please have them wait in the reception room for 10 minutes. I'll join them after my meal." Yet, Secretary Liu did not depart. Instead, he stood breathless, pointing toward the entrance of the tech park, his expression one of bewilderment. "President Su, I strongly advise you to go see for yourself." 5 minutes later, led by Secretary Liu, Su Bai approached the entrance of the tech park. Just as they rounded a corner adorned with greenery, Su Bai was taken aback to see an overwhelming crowd gathered outside the gates of the tech park. Secretary Liu hastily elaborated, "Since this morning, the gatekeeper has been notifying me that someone is looking for you." After the initial waves of registration, everyone was ushered into the reception room, where you were engaged in a meeting, leaving no opportunity for me to speak with you. As the number of visitors increased, the reception room became overcrowded. By the time I received word and reached the entrance, the area outside was already teeming with people. Su Bai, moving swiftly, immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Who were these individuals? They were the owners of various daily chemical companies, predominantly from the bustling city of Yanqing. What could they possibly want from him? As Su Bai approached the entrance, he noticed He Shaokai standing on the steps of the landscaped area. Who was the first to spot Su Bai and called out, "Mr. Su has arrived." The moment the words left his lips, the previously chaotic crowd at the entrance erupted in excitement. These individuals, without exception, were the proprietors of daily chemical companies from across the nation, now gathered at the threshold of Dami Technology, sharing the same intent as the He family, to seek refuge with Dami Technology. Upon hearing of Su Bai's presence, their enthusiasm surged. "Mr. Su, I am from Jiangnan Daily Chemical Factory. Please grant me 10 minutes to discuss a collaboration," shouted one voice, only to be met with a rebuke. "Get lost, Lao Zhou. We agreed to stand together. No one should act selfishly." There was no mistake. The crowd needed to maintain their composure and unity. Amidst the clamor, Su Bai reached the entrance and was taken aback by the sheer number of faces before him. Unable to comprehend the situation, he raised his hand to quell the excitement and said loudly, "All right, everyone, please settle down. I cannot hear anything amidst this noise." "How about this?" Select a representative to explain what is going on. As Su Bai's hand pressed down, the once raucous crowd fell silent. After some pushing and shoving, a bespectacled Heetsung Zhou was brought forth by the throng. It was evident that although the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory was no longer what it once was, its century-long legacy still commanded respect, and the He family's esteemed reputation remained intact. At that moment, facing Su Bai, Heetsung Zhou had lost his earlier composure. After all, what he was about to undertake, leading the national daily chemical factories, could very well mark a pivotal moment in the history of the daily chemical industry in Longhua. He extended his trembling right hand towards Su Bai, his voice thick with emotion. "Mr. Su, we have just tallied the numbers, including those present and those en route. There are a total of 1,457 individuals here. We represent 1,123 daily chemical factories nationwide. We have gathered here today not for any other reason, but because Wanjiai has disregarded us, taking advantage of their dominant position in the industry. Over 20 years ago, our lack of unity led to our downfall, with Wanjiai dismantling us one by one, transforming us from significant private enterprises into mere suppliers for them. Now we, these seemingly ineffectual old-timers, have come together, no longer bickering or clamoring, to seize one last opportunity for the daily chemical industry in Longhua. An opportunity to rise again, to honor our ancestors, and to serve the people." His heartfelt words resonated deeply with everyone present, striking a chord within their souls. A middle-aged boss behind nodded and said, "Mr. Su, back in the day, we, the sons of Guangdong, fought alongside our brothers from Sichuan against the Japanese invaders. Today, we invite you to join us in confronting that wretched international personal care giant." Another lean boss could not restrain himself, adding, "Indeed, Mr. Su, we have come to seek your leadership. We have endured enough of this humiliating existence. Let us unite and engage in a genuine battle against Wanjiai." Among the crowd, there were also young individuals, seemingly newly inheriting their factories from their parents, who fervently exclaimed, "Exactly. Life is too short to live in fear. Mr. Su, lead us into action." At this point, if Su Bai still failed to comprehend the situation, he would no longer deserve the title of boss. Overwhelmed with excitement, Su Bai refrained from making an immediate declaration. Instead, he surveyed the throng of personal care factory owners before turning to his secretary, Xiao Lu, and quietly issuing a few instructions. "Let us do this. It's lunchtime now, and I invite everyone to join me for a simple meal in the cafeteria. We can discuss matters further after we finish eating." Chapter 024, Understood, Arrangements Made. It was indeed lunchtime, and Su Xiaochang was dining with several leaders from Chengdu in the cafeteria, engaging in casual conversation about the current economic climate. As their discussion progressed, they inevitably touched upon the recent blacklist incident. No one anticipated that Su Bai's comment section would become a blacklist for domestic personal care products, illustrating the various negative impacts foreign enterprises have had on the domestic industry. In my opinion, Wanjiai's strategy to raise acquisition prices is quite astute, indicating their awareness that our populace is not easily deceived, one remarked. "Ah, you only see one side of the story. Wanjiai has long enjoyed its dominance in Longhua. Such extensive publicity regarding price increases is merely a facade to placate the public. In the end, they will revert to their old ways," another countered. "On the one hand, we hope to drive this personal care behemoth out of Longhua. On the other, we find ourselves at a disadvantage due to trade sanctions from Western nations. It's akin to children fighting. As adults, we cannot intercede on either side. Ultimately, it is our domestic brands that must rise to the occasion," one asserted. Rise to the occasion? When we joined the WTO, if our domestic brands had managed to unite against external pressures, we would not have been suppressed to this extent, relying on them to assert themselves? "I think not," another replied. "Let us not speak so dismissively. Times change. What is most crucial is the need for a leader to unite this scattered multitude," someone suggested. Su Xiaochang remained mostly silent throughout the meal, seldom voicing his opinions. However, upon hearing the term leader, he seemed to have a fleeting thought, but ultimately continued to eat in silence, considering his earlier notion perhaps too far-fetched. While they were eating, Su Xiaochang's secretary appeared in the cafeteria, her face fraught with urgency. Upon spotting Su Xiaochang, she hurried over and said breathlessly, "Boss, there's been an incident at Dami Technology. I just received word that over 1,000 personal care factory owners from across the nation have suddenly descended upon Chengdu, all heading to the Dami Technology Park to find Mr. Su. We are unclear about the specifics of what has transpired. Upon hearing this news, the diners were momentarily taken aback. Over 1,000 owners of daily chemical companies had gathered in Rongqing to seek out Su Bai. Just days prior, Wang Jiayi had announced an increase in their acquisition price, a piece of information that had spread like wildfire across the internet. Now, one could not help but wonder what prompted so many business owners to seek Su Bai instead of celebrating their newfound contracts. The situation was becoming increasingly perplexing. However, Su Xiaochang suddenly recalled something, and his expression shifted dramatically. With his keen intuition, he swiftly grasped the unfolding situation. Boss, should I call the Dami Group to inquire about this? The collective movement of so many daily chemical company owners could either be a significant development or a minor annoyance for Rongqing. Clarifying the circumstances was undeniably prudent. Yet, Su Xiaochang raised his hand to signal his secretary to refrain. No need. I understand their purpose in seeking out Su Bai. After a brief contemplation, Su Xiaochang immediately issued his orders. Contact our public relations team, reach out to television stations, online platforms, and all media accounts operating in Rongqing. Ensure that they all converge at the Dami Technology Park. Without finishing his meal, he set down his chopsticks, donned his suit jacket, and prepared to leave. Hey Su, what's going on? Another diner inquired. At least provide us with some clarity. As Su Xiaochang fastened his jacket, he maintained a composed demeanor. If I am not mistaken, the domestic daily chemical industry is on the verge of a significant transformation. Meanwhile, within the Dami Technology Industrial Park, the tiered conference room, typically reserved for large gatherings, was packed to capacity with owners of daily chemical companies. Many who had not secured seats opted to sit on the steps, while latecomers continued to filter in through the back door. Dressed in a white shirt and jeans, Su Bai stood at the front of the podium, having chosen not to take a seat. Instead, he had instructed his staff to clear the tables and chairs, reminiscent of a Dami smartphone launch event, standing alone at the forefront. As the technical team adjusted the sound system, Su Bai surveyed the crowded room, contemplating how to commence the meeting. To be honest, he had not anticipated such a turnout today. Just a few days earlier, he had remarked during an executive meeting that, despite his capabilities, he could not rectify every injustice in the world. Yet, did Su Bai truly wish to remain uninvolved? Merely 2 days prior, officials from the Douyin platform had discreetly approached him, insinuating a desire for him to disable his comment section. The repercussions of the blacklist incident had been monumental, affecting the entire daily chemical industry. Su Bai's comment section not only tarnished Wang Jiayi's reputation, but also cast a shadow over the industry as a whole. A scandal that had even reached international audiences. Faced with Douyin's suggestion to close his comments, Su Bai had chosen to disregard their counsel. In his own words, he acknowledged his limitations, stating that he could not provide substantial assistance to the people of Longhua, having already exhausted all his liquid assets in creating a Dami sanitary pad. While many flocked to the comment section, urging him to produce more conscientious products, Su Bai understood that he simply could not fulfill such expectations. However, a comment section was retained, allowing individuals to remind one another to avoid pitfalls, serving as a modest explanation from Su Bai to the public. This event transpired in Su Bai's life. If it were to happen to an ordinary internet influencer, one would wonder whether they could withstand the pressure. Only Su Bai seems bold enough to confront it and endure. Now, owners of daily chemical factories from across the nation have converged in Rongqing to rally behind Su Bai. In their words, they hope Su Bai will grant an opportunity for the domestic brands of Longhua's daily chemicals to rise anew. Conversely, this is also an opportunity for Su Bai, a chance to lead numerous daily chemical factories in toppling the industry giant, Wang Jiayi, thereby restoring a clear sky for Longhua's daily chemical sector. As Zhou said, circumstances create heroes. Su Bai never aspired to be a hero. He merely wished to live up to the expectations of those netizens who held a glimmer of hope for him in the comment section. Until today, Su Bai had refrained from responding in the comments, not wanting to convey to his followers that he was incapable. Now, standing on a platform over a meter high, gazing down at the throngs of daily chemical factory owners, the excitement within him is indescribable. He believes that after today, Su Bai can finally boldly open the comment section and confidently inscribe those words. Received. Will arrange. Chapter 025. What is this? This is a heart-wrenching slaughter. The collective movement of the daily chemical factory owners, initially intended to discreetly approach Su Bai individually, unexpectedly resulted in a gathering of astute minds. Fortunately, this matter has yet to spread widely. Simultaneously, in the magical city, at Wang Jiayi's Asia-Pacific headquarters, Jiang Lily finally wore a smile on her face again, indicating her good spirits. The strategy she proposed to raise the acquisition price garnered a favorable response among the populace of Longhua, even causing the stock of Wang Jiayi, previously plummeting due to the toxic sanitary napkin and blacklist incidents, to steadily rebound. One must admit that Jiang Lily has successfully tapped into the public sentiment, and her conscientious approach has proven effective. Moving forward, as long as she maintains stability in the Longhua market and continues to reap profits, all will be well. Just as she settled back at her desk, her secretary knocked and entered. General Manager Jiang, all new price increase collaboration invitations have been sent out. However, there is something curious. It has been 2 days, and fewer than 10 suppliers have approached us to renegotiate the partnership agreement. Jiang Lily was momentarily taken aback. There are over 2,000 suppliers collaborating with Wang Jiayi in Longhua. Logically, once the invitation to raise the acquisition price was issued, these suppliers should have been overjoyed and eager to finalize contracts. How could it be that fewer than 10 have responded? As she opened her computer, she pondered. The secretary, standing across the desk, offered a reminder. General Manager, should I arrange for further follow-up? Observing the activated display, an idea seemed to dawn on Jiang Lily, and she smiled while shaking her head. No need. These fellows think I have genuinely compromised with the Longhua market. They are clearly attempting to use this opportunity to collectively pressure us for further price increases. Jiang Lily's unwavering smile revealed her surprise. The once fragmented manufacturers of the Dragon Country had surprisingly learned to unite, attempting to coerce her collectively. Did they truly believe that anyone could impose their will upon Wang Jiayi, a renowned giant in the daily chemical industry? Was she so easily intimidated? In response to the Dragon Country's tactic of uniting for mutual gain, Jiang Lily could effortlessly devise 10 strategies to counteract their efforts. First, she would inform them that Wang Jiayi was scaling back operations, and this time, only 80% of the manufacturers would be signed. Implicitly, those in the remaining 20% would not be contracted if they arrived late. Let us see how steadfast they remain. But that was merely the beginning. Second, the initial 100 manufacturers to sign would see their acquisition price increased by 25%. Those who arrived late would find themselves without sustenance, while the early birds would be rewarded. A dual-pronged approach, indeed. This tactic could be described as a psychological maneuver. They desired solidarity, and now she would see how they could maintain it. Surely, among thousands of manufacturers, there would be some who could be swayed by the allure of profit. Once a leader emerged, the so-called alliance of offense and defense would inevitably crumble. Playing tricks with Wang Jiayi was a game they were ill-prepared for. In the tiered conference room of the Dami Technology Park, more and more manufacturing bosses entered through the back door. On the podium, Su Bai had already grasped the demands of the gathered manufacturers. They merely sought to collaborate with Wang Jiayi, allowing each daily chemical producer to create their products, affix the Dami Technology brand, and hand them over for sale. From the perspective of a certain Japanese daily chemical manufacturer, Dami Technology enjoyed public favor and influence, ensuring successful sales. The manufacturers would merely be responsible for production. Upon hearing such a cooperative model, Su Bai paused for a moment, then shook his head before all the bosses. The moment he did so, the assembled bosses became restless, their hearts racing. In the front row, He Tsongzhou, representing the manufacturers, presumed Su Bai was worried about product quality. After all, many of the manufacturers present had previously compromised quality to maintain profits under Wang Jiayi's pressure to lower prices. Observing this, He Tsongzhou immediately stood to reassure, Mr. Su, rest assured, as long as the acquisition price is reasonable, we guarantee not to compromise on quality. We stand united with Dami Technology. Anyone who dares to tarnish its reputation jeopardizes our livelihoods. This principle was not lost on them. Seeing He Tsongzhou speak up, several veteran manufacturers echoed his sentiments. Mr. Su, we're all born of parents. Unless we are severely pressured by Wang Jiayi, there is no need to engage in unethical practices. Indeed, as long as we can sustain our factories and pay our workers, I wouldn't mind not making a profit. I could even work as a laborer myself. As the bosses grew increasingly animated in their declarations, Su Bai quickly raised his hand to calm them. It's not that I doubt you all, but with the number of manufacturing bosses growing, Su Bai pondered for a few seconds and gazed at the assembly. I would like to pose a question to all present. Have you ever contemplated the creation of products that truly belong to you? I mean, not merely rebranding. neither adopting the label of Wanjiayi nor that of our Dami technology, but rather establishing your own brand. Upon hearing this, the manufacturers were momentarily taken aback. Yet within seconds, many found themselves chuckling sheepishly. Even He Tsungzhou, seated in the front row, could not help but blush. Mr. Su, it's a long story. We simply lack a brand. If we were to affix our own label, no one would purchase our products. Ultimately, we do not possess the substantial advertising budget like Wanjiayi. Without advertising, there is no recognition. Without recognition, our products would remain unsold. Hearing this, Su Bai pondered for a moment. Mr. He, I recently reviewed the materials regarding your Friendship Daily Chemical Factory. My mother used to mention that your Friendship Snowflake Cream was quite effective. And I even used it myself during my childhood winters. You indeed have your own brand. At the mention of Friendship Snowflake Cream, He Tsungzhou's face flushed even deeper as he lowered his head and waved his hands dismissively. A hero does not boast of past glories. Let us not speak of it. Nowadays, very few are aware of Friendship Snowflake Cream. It was not only He Tsungzhou who felt embarrassed. Many of the older manufacturers present wished for nothing more than to disappear into the ground. Many of them had legacies spanning half a century or were century-old establishments like Friendship Daily Chemical. Their ancestral businesses have now lost their brands and recognition, surviving solely through rebranding. Their ancestral pride has been tarnished. In essence, it all boils down to a lack of recognition and brand effect. In Su Bai's view, the most challenging aspect of resolving an issue is identifying the crux of the problem. Once the key issue is pinpointed, the solution becomes manageable. Su Bai stood before the audience, surveying them. I would like to ask everyone a question. If brand recognition is so vital, why have the numerous sanitary pad brands of Wanjiayi been outperformed by our Dami sanitary pads? Upon hearing this inquiry, many began to contemplate. Su Bai, however, answered his own question. It is because we utilize superior raw materials and craftsmanship to produce quality products. It is due to our modest profits and our refusal to exploit consumers. In simple terms, it is a matter of integrity. In response to Su Bai's profound reasoning, a young entrepreneur cut to the heart of the matter. Mr. Su, we all acknowledge that Dami technology embodies integrity and that you, Mr. Su, are a person of conscience. However, we are different. Integrity is not something that can be displayed on our faces or affixed to our products. Even if our products are exceptional, if consumers remain unaware of them, would it not amount to a futile endeavor? The young entrepreneur's words resonated with the sentiments of the majority. Yet, Su Bai appeared to have anticipated this response. What if I had a method that could enable consumers to instantly recognize that your products are made with integrity? Chapter 26. Am I still to be compensated? As Su Bai's words echoed through the room, the more than 1,000 manufacturers present could no longer remain seated. Many, filled with excitement, rose from their seats, causing those behind them to stand as well, unable to see over the crowd. No, what I heard was that despite lacking brand recognition, consumers can instinctively discern our product's integrity. Is there truly such a method? I can't shake the feeling that Mr. Su is attempting to mislead. Hush, let us listen attentively. Even the prominent industry leaders seated in the front rows are now visibly unsettled by this revelation. Old Zhou, the more I hear, the more dubious it seems. If you ask me, who shall I inquire? Just listen, Mr. Su, with his wealth in the billions, has no need to deceive you over trifles. Indeed, I have come to the right place in seeking Mr. Su. Observing the crowd's excitement, Su Bai raised his head to calm everyone, signaling for them to take their seats, and adjusted the microphone nestled against his chest. My approach is rather straightforward. Today, we shall collaboratively establish a standard of integrity for our industry. All products meeting this standard will be entitled to bear an integrity label. Once consumers see this label, they will inherently recognize it as a product of conscience. Su Bai's proposal is fundamentally a quality standard, an idea that has long been in existence. For instance, the well-known International Organization for Standardization, ISO, has been adopted in our nation, and many products bear its mark. Additionally, there are industry standards, such as the green and pollution-free vegetable standards introduced a couple of years ago, along with enterprise standards prevalent in the liquor industry. Upon hearing Su Bai's proposition, many business owners shook their heads in disagreement. Mr. Su, this approach is unfeasible. Are there not sufficient national quality standards already? The public does not recognize such labels. The crux of the matter lies in regulation. Standards are merely logos. Any small workshop could print them, affix them, and no one would oversee the process. Indeed, the public has become wary as many products flaunt logos. Yet each one seems more deceptive than the last. Observing the wave of dissent and the lack of faith in standards, Su Bai waited patiently for everyone to voice their opinions before calmly stating, "What if this standard were to be overseen by our company, Dami Technology?" As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting room fell into a profound silence, with everyone stunned in place. The notion of Dami Technology being responsible for this standard? Given the company's reputation and national appeal, it seemed plausible. If the public does not trust the standards, can they truly distrust Dami Technology? With Dami Technology as a guarantor, there is little more reliable. However, it soon dawned on some that this matter might not be as straightforward as it appears. Indeed, Su Bai subsequently outlined 3 fundamental requirements for the standards. To comply with Dami Technology's criteria, first, all factories must implement transparent production. What does transparent production entail? One could refer to my Dami sanitary napkin factory. Upon hearing the first requirement, the attending business owners began to murmur among themselves. Like the Dami sanitary napkin factory, fully equipped with cameras and live streaming? Not only that, transparent production mandates that even the raw materials used must be entirely disclosed. What? The raw materials must be revealed? Are you out of your mind? Isn't your product's ingredient list already public? It's merely a different approach. The issue is minor. We only need to install a few cameras, which won't cost much. How remarkable. Transparent production. This is truly a commendable endeavor. The standards proposed by Rise Technology. Do you think this is a joke? Standing on the stage, Su Bai observed that after the executives had finished their discussions, he did not hasten to announce the second standard. Now, those who disagree with the first standard may take their leave. Yet, scanning the crowd of over 1,000 company owners present, no one stood up or departed. After all, those in leadership are not naive. It is evident to any discerning individual that given Rise Technology's current influence, if they were to adopt Rise Technology's conscientious standards, it would be exceedingly difficult not to profit. Who would wish to miss such a rare opportunity? Is it not just transparent production? If the Rice sanitary napkin factory can manage it, why can't they? They can. Seeing that no one left, Su Bai finally spoke again. The second standard, all products' profit margins must be kept below 20%. To be frank, this standard is somewhat unreasonable, while the demand for quality is unquestionable. Imposing restrictions on how much others can earn is indeed excessive. Even Su Bai believed that this time, many would rise to leave. However, to his surprise, not a single owner among the more than 1,000 present stood up. This left Su Bai momentarily stunned. You do not oppose the second standard? Observing the silence, someone promptly spoke up. Oppose it? Who would object to such a fortunate circumstance? Even in dreams, one would wake up smiling. A fortunate circumstance? Noticing Su Bai's perplexity, He Tsongzhou, seated in the front row, took the initiative to explain. Mr. Su, forgive me for saying this, but when we supply to Wanjiayi, our profit margin is only 7%. Another owner chimed in. What? 7%? How is that even possible? Ours is merely 6%. Could it be that ours is only 4%? When they began to disclose their respective profit margins, the truth became apparent. It turned out that under Wanjiayi's pressure, the profit margins of various manufacturers had been driven to an unimaginable extent. Most margins were below 10%, and many smaller factories were surviving solely by volume. Their individual profit margins squeezed to a staggering 3%. This explains why many manufacturers resort to risky practices, substituting inferior products, as the margins are so thin that without resorting to desperate measures, survival becomes impossible. Even if you choose not to engage, there are plenty who will. Upon hearing the complaints from the manufacturers, Su Bai was left speechless. It truly corroborated the saying, my success is entirely supported by my peers. With competitors like Wanjiayi around, it is impossible to act unethically. After all, who could possibly match Wanjiayi in terms of ethical standards? Thus, a profit margin of 20% appears to be a most fortunate circumstance for the multitude of manufacturers present, one that would bring smiles even in slumber. The third standard requires all manufacturers to allocate a portion of their profits annually. The funds will be utilized to establish and sustain the operations of the industry association, which is responsible for conducting irregular inspections of manufacturers adhering to the standards each year. Should any violations occur, the consequences may range from a mere warning to expulsion from the association. Given that the first two requirements pose no issues, the third should be equally unproblematic. Essentially, this represents a collective investment to safeguard everyone's livelihood, There is no principle in this world that allows one to reap benefits without contributing effort. However, once Su Bai articulated the three standards, the assemblage of manufacturers appeared even more perplexed. Is that it? Just these three stipulations? A bold entrepreneur rose to voice his concern directly. Mr. Su, is that all? Su Bai shrugged. What else is there? What about your company, Dami Technology? How much are you charging? A chorus of nods ensued among the other business leaders, who had labored for a considerable duration. Mr. Su, you have strategized and enlisted Dami Technology to endorse the standards. Do enlighten us as to how much you are charging. Upon hearing this inquiry, Su Bai was taken aback. Am I supposed to charge? Chapter 027. If you wish to create momentum, then do so boldly and on a grand scale. In the realm of capital, there is an old adage: first-rate companies establish standards, second-rate companies build brands, and third-rate companies produce products. Until now, Dami Technology had been in the second-tier phase. Although Dami Technology's products are widely recognized as commendable, they have yet to reach the stage of standard formation. The underlying reason remains the scale of the company. No matter how exceptional a company's products may be, it is challenging to fundamentally impact an entire industry. For Su Bai, formulating a universally recognized standard within the mobile phone sector seemed an insurmountable challenge. Yet now, this aspiration, unfulfilled within his primary domain, has been realized first in the daily chemical industry. Who could have anticipated that Dami Technology, a manufacturer of mobile phones, could emerge as a standard setter in the daily chemical sector? The benefits derived from this are immeasurable for Dami Technology, transcending mere financial evaluation. The sheer value added is an astronomical figure beyond quantification. To Su Bai, this is entirely a mutually beneficial endeavor, requiring no monetary compensation. In fact, he perceives this initiative as a significant boon to Dami Technology's brand equity. However, to his astonishment, when Su Bai declared that he would not charge any fees, the assembly of over 1,000 manufacturing bosses immediately objected. What? Dami Technology will not charge? That's simply one do. You must collect something, even if it is a small amount. Indeed, throughout my years in business, I have adhered to the principle that there is no such thing as a free lunch. If Mr. Su charges a fee, I would find this undertaking credible, but if he claims it is free, then I am skeptical. Exactly. Those who are compensated tend to work diligently, while free services, well, they sound dubious. Thus, the throng of entrepreneurs clamored, insisting that Dami Technology must impose a fee. They had resolved to tether Dami Technology to their collective, seeking security in mutual commitment. Observing this, Su Bai found himself at an impasse. Having encountered those reluctant to accept payment, it is truly a novelty to witness someone who stirs discontent without even a monetary exchange. Upon realizing that both parties could not reach a consensus, it was the representative from the manufacturer, He Tsung-jo, who stepped forward with a compromise. Mr. Su, you have summoned Dami Technology for endorsement while also formulating standards. It seems rather inappropriate to proceed without any financial compensation. Before you hastily oppose my suggestion, let us consider that this industry association need not be established independently. Instead, let Dami Technology assume responsibility. Allow Dami Technology to oversee our entire personal care sector. In return, we manufacturers shall remit 5% of our profits to Dami Technology annually. This standard has been deliberated upon by He Tsung-jo and several other entrepreneurs, and 5% of profits is quite advantageous for the manufacturers. By paying this 5%, products can bear the standards set forth by Dami Technology, ensuring they sell effortlessly. With increased sales, the profits will multiply. This calculation is one that the business owners present can surely comprehend. For Dami Technology, 5% profit from a single company may not seem substantial, yet akin to the principle of selling in volume, it will accumulate significantly given the multitude of manufacturers involved. Consider the trillion-dollar personal care market, with thousands of manufacturers. If each contributes 5% annually to Dami Technology, what a profound concept that is. A rough calculation reveals a net profit in the hundreds of billions each year. Of course, this hinges on the stipulation that once the standards are set, all products must achieve popularity akin to Dami's sanitary napkins. Initially, Su Bai intended to refuse this requirement, but the collective insistence of the other business leaders left him with no choice but to acquiesce. Thus concluded a standard conference that would significantly impact the entirety of the personal care industry in Longhua, amidst resounding applause. Following this, Only trivial details remained. After reporting to the official authorities, the legal department would formally intervene to collaboratively draft and sign the industry standard agreement to enhance its influence. This standard was officially designated as the Dami standard. The logo for this standard was derived from that of Dami's smartphones, easily recognizable. Regarding these details, for Su Bai, who was poised to increase revenue by hundreds of billions annually, they posed no issues whatsoever. In fact, they would inadvertently bolster Dami Technology's prominence. Just as Su Bai prepared to contact the authorities for reporting after the meeting, his secretary, Xiao Lu, hurriedly approached him. The officials from Rongqing have arrived, along with numerous reporters from various media outlets. Before Su Bai could fully absorb this information, his personal phone rang. Surprisingly, it was Su Xiaochang. Mr. Su, how did your discussions unfold? Su Bai swiftly retreated to a secluded corner. You are remarkably well informed, indeed. As it happens, I need to report to the authorities, so I will relay the situation to you in detail. Upon hearing about the Dami standard, even Su Xiaochang, accustomed to the tumult of high-stakes negotiations, was taken aback. I underestimated the situation. I initially thought Dami Technology would merely sign a cooperation agreement like Wanjiai. To my astonishment, you have instead established a Dami standard, truly unexpected. Su Bai switched hands to hold the phone closer to his ear, responding quietly. A single pear blossom fragrance pales in comparison to the vibrant multitude of colors that herald the arrival of spring. Su Bai could easily follow the example of Wanjiai, branding all products under the Rice Technology banner, achieving remarkable sales and accruing even greater profits. However, one must ponder, if Su Bai were to adopt such a strategy, the market for daily chemical products would be dominated solely by Rice Technology. When an industry becomes homogenized, devoid of competition, its decline is imminent. As Su Bai aptly noted, a solitary pear blossom cannot rival the kaleidoscope of spring's myriad blooms. The daily chemical products of the Dragon Nation ought to embody a diverse array, flourishing in a cacophony of voices. If the allegiance of numerous manufacturers serves to elevate Su Bai's stature, it is indeed a case of circumstance birthing a hero. Conversely, Su Bai's Rice standard is poised to invigorate the daily chemical industry, crafting an environment ripe for heroes to emerge. It is a movement, a conscientious way for the daily chemical products of the Dragon Nation, propelling them toward success. In response to Su Bai's words, Su Xiaochang on the other end of the line remained silent for an extended moment. Mr. Su, I must say, your actions are a tremendous boon for the nation and its people. You need not worry about official reporting. The government will undoubtedly support your endeavors to guide the industry in a positive direction. With Su Xiaochang's reassurance, Su Bai felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Very well. I will have the legal department intervene and begin drafting the agreement. Considering the involvement of over 1,000 daily chemical manufacturers, the process of signing alone will be quite a task. However, to Su Bai's surprise, upon hearing about the agreement, Su Xiaochang immediately interrupted his plans. Such a monumental shift in the industry cannot be handled solely through your agreements. Instead, allow the Rongqing officials to take the lead and organize a conference for the daily chemical industry in Rongqing. We will hold the event at the Rongqing International Conference Center, and I will ensure that leaders from various departments come to support you. Media coverage will be essential. I will strive to bring in the national television news channel to feature it on the evening news. Goodness, the Rongqing officials are taking the lead, and it will be featured on the evening news? This is escalating. Su Bai exclaimed. Leader, this may not be appropriate. What do you understand? If we are to create momentum, we must do so boldly and on a grand scale. Additionally, I must inform you that I have already submitted your name for the title of one of the nation's top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs for next year. I believe you have a very strong chance of receiving this honor. Prepare yourself. Invest in a fine suit. A prominent figure should not be seen in casual attire. The mention of the title of outstanding entrepreneur left Su Bai feeling somewhat dizzy. To be among the top 10 entrepreneurs? That was tantamount to official recognition. Such a label signifies state backing, enabling one to walk with pride within the country. It is said that the criteria for receiving this honor are exceedingly stringent. Even though Rice Technology is a leader in the mobile phone industry, it was merely considered for evaluation. Little did Su Bai anticipate that through the establishment of the Rice standard, he would find himself on the cusp of greatness. Chapter 028, A Moment's Promise. A family's funeral pyre in recent days. As the blacklist incident has garnered increasing attention, Su Bai's comment section has become remarkably lively. despite the efforts of professionals who have long educated the public on the matter, asserting that the personal care industry in Longhua has decayed to its very roots under the monopoly of Wanjie. The consensus remains that even Su Bai, no matter his capabilities, cannot intervene in such trifles. The very creation of a rice-based sanitary napkin has already reached the pinnacle of rice technology. Yet, despite this, countless netizens vigilantly monitor Su Bai's comment section, consistently refreshing their feeds to see, if you will, akin to the sanitary napkin scandal, eventually voice his stance. In their eyes, as long as Su Bai has not explicitly stated otherwise, there remains hope for the situation. During the lunch break, a young woman continued to peruse Su Bai's comment section. Observing this, a colleague shook her head and remarked, "Still checking? Do you genuinely believe that Mr. Su is omnipotent, capable of producing whatever you desire? Haven't you seen the discussions online? Such matters are beyond the state's control, let alone the grasp of a private enterprise owner. You should take a nap. We still have to toil away this afternoon." The girl, engrossed in her phone, wore a dejected expression. She was the same individual who had once questioned the exorbitant price of a 79 yuan eyebrow pencil during a live stream, only to be harshly rebuked by the host, who admonished her for not being diligent enough and urged her to reflect on her own shortcomings. Taking this criticism to heart, she indeed began to examine her circumstances. Since graduating from university, she had been working from 9 to 6, with overtime becoming a commonplace occurrence. The penalty for tardiness, a deduction of 50 yuan, had made her punctuality nearly impeccable. She acknowledged her dedication, often working late into the night, and her phone remained on standby around the clock, even during weekends, as she tended to her professional responsibilities. However, after several years in the workforce, her salary remained a mere 4,000 yuan. As her boss often remarked, young professionals fresh to the workforce should not fixate solely on high wages, but rather focus on self-improvement. There will be bread, and there will be milk, he would say. After a thorough analysis, the young woman came to a poignant realization. It was not her lack of effort that was the issue, nor was the problem rooted within herself. Instead, it lay within the environment she inhabited. A pencil that cost mere pennies was being sold for 79 yuan while expecting gratitude from consumers for the hostess' provision of such benefits to their families. Among the myriad of highly upvoted comments, it was the girl's plea for Su Bai to create eyebrow pencils that stood out. And due to the explosive popularity of the 79 yuan incident, her comment had amassed over 100,000 likes. Her insistence was not born from an inability to part with 79 yuan. Rather, it stemmed from a desire to assert a fundamental truth. In her childhood, her kindergarten teacher had taught them a song with lyrics that went, "Our motherland is a garden, where the flowers bloom vibrantly and the gentle sunshine shines upon us, bringing smiles to every face." The melody of her youth still reverberated in her mind. Yet, upon growing older, she discovered the stark reality. Company owners relentlessly exploited their employees. Exorbitant housing prices instilled fear in the populace, and life was riddled with traps of consumerism, rendering her monthly salary woefully inadequate in the face of substantial living expenses. What pastoral idyls, what poetry and distant dreams. These are but elusive aspirations showcased in fleeting videos. It seems that, apart from one's own family, warmth is a rarity in this frigid society. Yet, the reality ought not to be so disheartening. The young woman, engrossed in her phone, has perused all the highly praised comments, and unsurprisingly, there is no response from Su Bai. The eyebrow pencil remains steadfastly priced at 79 yuan. Purchase it or not, it is of little consequence. To be born as chives is to be perpetually prepared for the harvest. Sunshine and warmth are destined to exist solely within the nursery rhymes of childhood. Suddenly, the girl recalls a classic line from Hao Jian, "I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed." Just as she intends to set her phone aside for a midday respite, a notification pops up on her Douyin account. Curiosity piqued. She instinctively clicks on it, and a familiar name graces her screen. Su Bai from Dami Technology has replied to your comment. Received. We'll arrange it. Upon reading those mere 2 lines, it is as if a ray of sunlight pierces through the clouds of her dreary existence. The girl jumps from her workstation, covering her mouth in disbelief. The commotion draws the attention of nearby colleagues. "What's the matter with you? You're making such a fuss. Are we even allowed to nap?" Overwhelmed with excitement, she promptly turns her phone screen towards her coworkers, her voice trembling as she exclaims, "Look, President Su replied to me. He has agreed to produce the eyebrow pencil." As soon as those words escape her lips, her colleagues, who had been napping moments ago, lift their heads in astonishment. What? No way. Su Bai really replied to you? That's incredible. You're going to be famous. Let me see what is going on. Instantly, the drowsiness dissipates as everyone retrieves their phones, opening the comment section from Su Bai. To their astonishment, not only did he respond about the eyebrow pencil, but also about baby diapers. Oh my goodness, he replied to foundation, shampoo, and lipstick too. What is happening? Didn't they say to me technology was financially strained? How can he produce so many products? Whether Su Bai can indeed deliver remains uncertain, but one thing is clear. Su Bai has genuinely responded. Over 100 highly praised comments related to daily consumer products received a uniform reply from Su Bai. Received, will arrange. At this very moment, across the nation, be it mothers, white-collar workers, or students, all are filled with exhilaration upon receiving notifications from Douyin. For them, Su Bai's integrity is unquestionable. If he has stated he will arrange it, then indeed, it shall be arranged. All they need to do is wait. Wait for Su Bai to go live and be ready to click the shopping link. Due to the tremendous impact of this event and the multitude of followers, it wasn't long before a trending topic burst onto the scene. Mr. Su's appearance on the blacklist of Douyin. A unified response received and arranged, leaving many netizens overjoyed when the news first broke. Numerous economic experts and influential figures in the capital sector dismissed it as mere rumor. After all, just days prior, they had confidently analyzed that the blacklist incident involved too many categories of daily chemical products, essentially encompassing all everyday items. Given the scale of Dami technology, it seemed impossible for them to disrupt such a colossal industry. Furthermore, with Wanjia's promotion of an increased acquisition price, it appeared that the matter would be laid to rest. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Su Bai emerged, casually stating received, arranged, leaving a multitude of economic analysts utterly astounded. Dare you truly proceed with such arrangements? With over 100 varieties of daily chemical products, not to mention the numerous subcategories, this market amounts to trillions. Can you truly manage this? I have seen individuals inflate their importance, but your audacity is unprecedented. You effortlessly type a few characters, yet manage to incite great joy among the netizens. But when Dami technology finds itself lacking in funds, unable to produce this or that, do you not fear that the higher the expectations rise, the harsher the backlash will be? A moment of promise can easily lead to a familial funeral pyre of disappointment. Chapter 29. At last, it is my turn to erupt when Zhang Lily received the news. She had just landed in Seoul. South Korea's thriving entertainment industry has sparked a phenomenal Korean wave across the Asia-Pacific region, subsequently propelling the rapid development of its mid to high-end cosmetics sector. Although a missile deployment incident a few years prior led to restrictions on Korean wave content in the Dragon country, causing a downturn in South Korean cosmetic sales there. As the old adage goes, the internet has no memory. With the passage of time, the initial missile incident has long been forgotten by the citizens of the Dragon country. Consequently, South Korean cosmetics have steadily gained traction in the Dragon market year by year. Zhang Lily's visit to South Korea aims to lead the South Korean cosmetics industry in further expanding its market share in the Dragon country. The sanitary napkin incident and the blacklist event have made Zhang Lily acutely aware that the populace of the Dragon country is no longer easily deceived. To stabilize the Dragon market and elevate the status of South Korean cosmetics, a strategic maneuver is essential. At that point, Wanjia will launch a large-scale promotion of South Korean cosmetics under the concepts of high-end, imported, and fashion-forward. The citizens of the Dragon country, who distrust locally manufactured products and enjoy nitpicking, will have no grounds to criticize when Wanjia emphasizes high-end imported cosmetics. With identical formulas and scents, simply adorned with a South Korean label, they will find themselves spending several times more. This is what they call the higher the road, the deeper the magic. Do you truly believe that Wanjia's status as a giant in daily chemicals is unearned? Yet, just as Zhang Lily fantasized about leading the South Korean reinforcements back into the Dragon market, a message from her secretary left this businesswoman in a state of shock at the Seoul airport. Su Bai publicly responded to the blacklist, stating all matters were received and arranged. Realizing something was amiss, Zhang Lily promptly retrieved her phone and connected to the airport's network. Upon entering Su Bai's comment section on Douyin, she was confronted with a barrage of messages saying received, arranged, which furrowed her brow in concern. That damn Su Bai, why was he always at odds with her? What was his intention this time? Was he planning a large-scale incursion into the daily chemical industry, like rice sanitary napkins? That was utterly implausible. Zhang Lili had already investigated rice technology, and their cash flow was completely depleted. Where would they find the funds for such an endeavor, let alone on such a grand scale? This was not merely about undercutting Wang Jiayi. It was an outright challenge to Wang Jiayi's dominance in the daily chemical market, aiming to expel them from the Dragon Kingdom. But where did he derive such confidence to openly confront Wang Jiayi? Suddenly, a realization struck Zhang Lili. Her demeanor became visibly anxious as she scrolled through her contacts and hastily dialed a number. "Hello, it's me. Please check if Rice Technology has any plans for an IPO." Indeed, unless Rice Technology were to go public, Su Bai could potentially see his wealth multiply by 10 or 20-fold overnight, ascending to the status of the world's richest individual. If that were the case, he could very well dominate the entire daily chemical market in the Dragon Kingdom. Was Su Bai truly willing to disrupt the established practices of Rice Technology and apply for an IPO merely to engage in a direct confrontation with Wang Jiayi? All for the sake of a comment section? In less than a minute, a voice came through the phone. "No, Rice Technology has not filed for an IPO. There are no rumors whatsoever. I suspect this could be the work of other local capital in the Dragon Kingdom. After all, with the precedent set by Rice sanitary napkins, investing in Su Bai would undoubtedly yield substantial returns." The person on the line seemed to be well-versed in the investment realm, articulating their insights with clarity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lili's already furrowed brow deepened. "Are you suggesting that those capital tycoons in the Dragon Kingdom see Wang Jiayi being publicly criticized and wish to support Su Bai, pushing him forward against us?" After a brief silence, the voice replied, "Other than that, I can think of no other explanation. Wang Jiayi has been siphoning too much money from the Dragon Kingdom for years. It's no wonder people have grown discontented. I even suspect that the Dragon Kingdom's authorities are involved." Fanning the flames, Zhang Lili's expression darkened further, and when she heard the term Dragon Kingdom authorities, she erupted into a laugh born of frustration. If the authorities had not intervened, she might have been concerned, but if they had, she felt emboldened. It was agreed that children should not be interfered with in their quarrels. Now, if the Dragon Kingdom's authorities were the first to break this unwritten rule, they must be prepared for the repercussions. Immediately investigate which Dragon Kingdom capital is involved in this matter. It would be best to obtain any information regarding the official intervention. Since they wish to escalate the situation, I have no qualms about amplifying it further. Do they truly believe Wang Jiayi is merely a simple daily chemical giant? The underlying capital involves multiple countries and consortiums. To put it bluntly, Wang Jiayi serves merely as a profit-making tool for Western nations. As the saying goes, severing someone's financial lifeline is akin to murdering their parents. Now that the Dragon Kingdom's officials have entered the fray, intent on disrupting the livelihoods of Western countries, it is only natural that these nations will not stand idly by. Just wait. With the recent conclusion of the elections in the Eagle Nation, the newly elected President Puchuan is desperately seeking an excuse to raise tariffs against the Dragon Kingdom. Who would have thought that at this moment the Dragon Kingdom's officials would unexpectedly provide such a boon? A pillow for those who are drowsy? They even wish to drive away our Wang Jiayi? Do they not fear the consequences of their actions, regretting it when it is too late? The mere thought of Su Bai's comment section ignited a fire of indignation in Zhang Lili. Our daily chemical giant has been relentlessly suppressed by a mere mobile phone manufacturer. From start to finish, it has been an uphill battle. Enough is enough. Unable to contain her frustration after hanging up the phone, Zhang Lili promptly contacted the European headquarters. There was no other intention, just 2 words: report. Today, I, Zhang Lili, intend to clarify the situation. It is not that I lack capability. Rather, my opponent resorts to underhanded tactics. Look, the Dragon Kingdom's officials have been stealthily maneuvering, and given my limited strength, it is only reasonable that I face defeat. If you continue to neglect this, the dragon market will be doomed. Upon receiving the news, Wang Jiayi's European headquarters was initially skeptical, until they perused Su Bai's comment section and saw the multitude of arrangements, which sent them into a panic. The phone call was nearly ablaze, with information cascading upwards. European consortiums, national funds, and noble families all received the news, realizing their cash cow was about to be slaughtered, causing them to jump in alarm. In the Eagle Nation, New York, on Fifth Avenue, stands a towering building nearly 300 meters tall, recognized as a landmark of New York since the 1990s, the Puchuan Tower. On November 7th, Puchuan, The 47th president of the Eagle Nation officially won the election, though he has yet to formally assume office in the White House. He has adopted this place as his temporary office and has begun the transitional handover of presidential powers, exercising certain authorities. Among these, the proposal to raise tariffs against the Dragon Kingdom was a campaign promise made to the elite class of the Eagle Nation. Unfortunately, throughout this time, the Dragon Kingdom's restrained and defensive diplomatic stance has left Puchuan unable to find a suitable excuse to increase tariffs. In simple terms, the Dragon Kingdom is too astute, consistently denying Puchuan a legitimate reason. Just as Puchuan was struggling to find a solution, his advisor entered the office with a look of astonishment, presenting him with a document. "Sir, I believe this will bring you good news." Taking the document, Puchuan opened it with a puzzled expression. Upon seeing the news of the Dragon Kingdom's intervention in the private market, attempting to oust the daily chemical giant Wang Jiayi, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Dragon Kingdom. Even a sage can falter under pressure. At last, it is my turn to unleash my fury. Chapter 030. A fragrance of pear blossoms. How can it compare to the splendor of a garden in full bloom? Puchuan was furious. Due to the fact that he has not yet officially assumed the presidency, Puchuan has opted for his notoriously criticized method of governance, conducting affairs via Twitter. Indeed, that very evening, Puchuan unexpectedly posted a tweet. Accompanying the tweet were two translated screenshots from the comments section of Su Bai. The caption read, "We have ample reason to suspect that the Dragon Kingdom's authorities have intervened in the domestic daily chemical market, attempting to drive out legitimate enterprises in an exceedingly domineering and aggressive manner, which constitutes unfair competition in violation of international trade norms. I declare that the Dragon Kingdom has committed a foul." Upon its release, this tweet garnered significant attention and was widely circulated by various Western media outlets. The Daily Mail remarked, "Without a doubt, the unfair competition instigated by the Dragon Kingdom must be met with stringent sanctions." The Wall Street Journal stated, "We cannot remain indifferent to the treatment of Wang Jiayi. We must unite and resist together." NHK, Nihon Hoso Kyokai declared, "The actions of the Dragon Kingdom have crossed the threshold of international trade. Increasing tariffs on China is imperative." In an instant, the Dragon Kingdom found itself at the center of international scrutiny. It was evident to astute observers that Puchuan was orchestrating a campaign to galvanize global sentiment in favor of persuading the parliament to pass legislation aimed at raising tariffs on the Dragon Kingdom. This rationale, one must admit, is both legitimate and reasonable, provided it is indeed true. This news swiftly reached the domestic populace of the Dragon Kingdom, inciting widespread uproar. Following Su Bai's public response in the comments section, which suggested a collective advance into the daily chemical industry, the public erupted in cheers. Shortly thereafter, Puchuan emerged, vociferously denouncing the Dragon Kingdom's unfair competition and fervently advocating for increased tariffs. Curiosity abounded regarding how Dami Technology could possibly finance a large-scale foray into the daily chemical sector. It was unexpected that the state would intervene. Upon receiving the news, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, in stark contrast to the international outcry, remained remarkably united, directing their collective ire outward. Unfair competition? How ludicrous! What kind of bird is Wang Jiayi? Has it not committed countless and scrupulous acts in the Dragon Kingdom over the years? Indeed, such a morally bankrupt giant in the daily chemical industry ought to be expelled from the Dragon Kingdom. Bravo to the authorities. I support this wholeheartedly. Increased tariffs? How frightening. Even if they don't increase them today, they will surely do so tomorrow for other reasons. What is there to fear? I support the nation. I support Dami Technology. Suzong, I stand with you. While discord reigned externally, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom remained resolute in their shared animosity. However, the news left the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom bewildered. What have I done? I haven't done anything at all. Given the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom, they were not particularly apprehensive about trade wars instigated by the Eagle Nation. After all, it was merely an increase in tariffs, a matter they had long grown accustomed to. Yet, the situation seemed rather muddled. Dami Technology, Su Bai Wang Jiayi, it appeared that the entire region of Jinsei Northwest had become a chaotic mess, while I, situated in the headquarters, remained oblivious to what transpired. After a thorough investigation, involving the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Commerce, and the Market Management Department, someone finally thought to inquire about the situation in Rongqing. Upon receiving the news, Su Xiaochang was poised to utilize a secure line to report the situation to the capital when the phone unexpectedly rang. Hearing the leader inquiring if he was aware of the developments, Su Xiaochang, with a look of embarrassment, replied, "Leader, would you believe me if I said I was just about to call you to report?" It was not entirely Su Xiaochang's fault for the delayed report. The matter at hand, concerning Su Bai's initiative to collaborate with over 1,000 domestic personal care manufacturers in Longhua to establish rice standards, was not a straightforward endeavor. After all, this involved an industry worth trillions, and its implementation could significantly impact the entire economy of Longhua. Such a monumental issue could not be hurriedly reported on mere speculation. He had to proceed with utmost caution. Even the local media in Rongqing that had caught wind of the matter were deliberately suppressed by Su Xiaochang, as he wished to wait until the initiative was firmly established before making any reports. In reality, Su Xiaochang did not delay for long. With Su Bai's decisive and vigorous approach, by the very next day, today, Rice Technology had successfully negotiated multiple details regarding the rice standards with the numerous personal care manufacturers. All that remained was the signing of contracts and the official announcement to the public. However, Su Xiaochang never anticipated that the matter he had suppressed for a day would escalate to such proportions, even drawing the attention of President Puchuan of the Eagle Nation. Under Su Xiaochang's explanation, the leader on the other end of the line expressed shock, asking, "Are you certain that we have not intervened officially? Did those manufacturers approach Su Bai on their own? And Su Bai is now challenging Wang Jiayi with this rice standard?" Su Xiaochang nodded vigorously. "Yes, to put it simply. This is akin to children fighting. Yet, our child has learned well this time, gathering together under the leadership of Su Bai, all rolling up their sleeves to join in." Su Xiaochang's use of child king was quite apparent. Nevertheless, the leader saw through the essence of the situation. "From what you say, this Su Bai could easily treat those manufacturers as suppliers like Wang Jiayi, profiting for himself. Yet he has chosen not to, instead proposing a rice standard that allows the manufacturers to develop independently." Su Xiaochang nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I have asked Su Bai this very question." His exact words were, "A single pear blossom's fragrance cannot compare to a garden full of vibrant spring blooms." The leader repeated this phrase, his voice growing increasingly enthusiastic. "Excellent, excellent. What a splendid spring. This Su Bai possesses vision and capability. I shall remember him. I recall he was included in the list of the top 10 entrepreneurs you submitted. You may inform him that as long as he establishes the rice standard, he will be the foremost among next year's top 10 entrepreneurs." Upon hearing this news, Su Xiaochang stood up in excitement. Historically, Rongqing, due to its smaller economic scale compared to coastal metropolises, has often been overshadowed. In previous years, the top 10 entrepreneurs were always claimed by other major cities, leaving Rongqing with none. Now, the success of Su Bai signifies the progress and development of the city of Rongqing. He has secured the top position among the 10 outstanding entrepreneurs, which undoubtedly brings honor to Rongqing. However, amidst the joy, the leaders did not forget to remind him over the phone. "Well, since this is a positive development, let us finalize it and make an announcement. This situation has made the entire nation bear the brunt of scrutiny. Nevertheless, it is also beneficial. With the current international discourse stirring up quite a commotion, accusations of our officials engaging in unfair competition have arisen. I am quite eager to witness the expression on Puchuan's face when he realizes the magnitude of the blunder he has committed." Chapter 031. Who fears who? Early in the morning, a fleet of buses departed from various hotels in Rongqing, heading towards the International Conference Center located in the southern suburbs. Without exception, the buses were filled with owners of daily chemical manufacturers from across the nation. Since the official intervention from Rongqing, coupled with President Puchuan's active engagement on Twitter, the entire scenario has escalated to significant heights. As the buses, laden with business owners, arrived at the International Conference Center, a multitude of media reporters who had been waiting there promptly activated their equipment to commence their work. "Ladies and gentlemen, you can now see behind me the International Conference Center of Rongqing. Here today, an important meeting is about to take place. Over 2,000 daily chemical manufacturers from across the nation will convene with Dami Technology to jointly sign an industry agreement titled the Dami Standard. According to the information we have received, this agreement not only mandates manufacturers to ensure transparent production, but also emphasizes the adherence to low-profit marketing strategies. This implies that all manufacturers participating in the Dami standard will be subject to supervision and assurance regarding all raw materials and production processes. akin to the stringent oversight of Dami's sanitary napkins. Consequently, incidents such as exorbitantly priced eyebrow pencils will be eradicated from our lives. The Dami standard, which has been under the pressure of Su Xiaochang for a full 2 days, is finally being officially announced by a reporter from the national television of Longhua. With the substantial involvement of the national television network, all major domestic media and online platforms swiftly followed suit. At this point, there was no need for netizens to push for trending topics. Various platforms proactively elevated this news to the forefront of trending discussions. The Dami standard emerges. Domestic daily chemicals finally welcome a new dawn, following the blacklist incident. Affordable and quality daily chemical products are no longer just a wish. Let us remember this name, Su Bai, the man who is transforming an industry with the covert intervention of the state. This matter quickly became common knowledge. Just yesterday, the entire internet was abuzz with curiosity about the source of Su Bai's audacity to launch a full-scale offensive in the daily chemical sector. Many were led to believe, as Pu Chuan suggested, that the government was taking decisive action to rectify the deeply flawed daily chemical industry. What was unexpected, however, was the astonishing twist that greeted everyone upon awakening. The Dragon Kingdom capital refrained from taking action, and the Dragon Kingdom's officials did not engage in this matter at all. From beginning to end, the sole instigator of this incident was one person, Su Bai, the conscientious entrepreneur who heeded advice from the internet. His rice sanitary napkins received unanimous acclaim online, winning the favor of over 100 million women in the Dragon Kingdom. With unwavering determination, he aimed to challenge Wang Jiayi alongside local personal care manufacturers. This time, he was not alone. No longer merely producing a singular item like the rice sanitary napkin, he sought to transform the entire personal care industry. My goodness, he truly accomplished it. Unbelievable, he really did. I am in awe, utterly in awe. The rice standard is nothing short of genius, and Su Bai is a remarkable talent. I declare that from this day forth. Local personal care products in the Dragon Kingdom are finally trustworthy, and one can purchase them with confidence. Sisters, let us celebrate, rejoice, and prepare to stock up. The first to receive the news was coincidentally Jiang Lily, who was hurrying back to the magical metropolis. At that moment, Jiang Lily was awaiting the Dragon Kingdom officials to concede defeat. However, the news of the rice standard left her utterly astonished. The Dragon Kingdom officials did not intervene? Su Bai was indeed orchestrating this alongside a group of local manufacturers? Were these manufacturers not supposed to be busy negotiating an increased acquisition price with Wang Jiayi? Why were they in Rongqing, and why were they with Su Bai? How did the rice standard emerge? The transparency in production and low-profit strategy. Once this combination was unleashed, what chance did Wang Jiayi have left? More importantly, the situation had escalated beyond just Wang Jiayi. Under Jiang Lily's deliberate provocation, this matter had blown up, capturing international attention, even prompting President Pu Chuan of the Eagle Nation to take a stand. She had initially thought that she successfully provided Pu Chuan with ammunition to strike the Dragon Kingdom, believing this incident would earn her significant credit. But now, with the announcement of the rice standard, not only was Jiang Lily humiliated, but Wang Jiayi's headquarters and numerous Western consortiums were also discredited, including Pu Chuan himself. As Jiang Lily stated, the higher one soars, the harder one falls. However, it was not Su Bai who was falling now, but herself. Due to her misinformation, countless individuals faced humiliation. What favorable outcome could Jiang Lily possibly expect? Indeed, less than an hour later, after attending a press conference, Pu Chuan received news from his assistant, revealing that this incident was a complete blunder. Pu Chuan felt as if he had grown 2 large ears atop his head, resembling a foolish donkey, one that had been played for a fool. Sir, what should we do now? This situation has escalated beyond control, his assistant inquired, noticing the stormy expression on Pu Chuan's face. What else can we do? I haven't officially assumed office. I am merely a businessman at this point. As a businessman, is it wrong for me to tweet? Am I at fault for tweeting? He retorted, right, delete that damn tweet immediately, take it down. Indeed, Pu Chuan has begun to play tricks. After all, he has yet to officially assume the presidency of the White House. Strictly speaking, he does not yet qualify as the president of the Eagle Nation. This is the only avenue he can find for himself. Soon, the tweet released by Pu Chuan yesterday was entirely deleted. Moreover, international public opinion is not solely aligned with Western nations. Even among these countries, there is no absolute consensus. Particularly those who do not support Pu Chuan's rise to power are reveling in his humiliation. Haha, I declare. The most amusing incident of the year has occurred. Puchuan's blunder is simply hilarious. The industry standards proposed by his own sector were deemed unfair competition by Puchuan. Has his brain been devoured by zombies? Let us meet the man who compelled Puchuan to delete his tweet, the mobile manufacturer from the Dragon Nation, Su Bai. Indeed. Starting today, Su Bai has acquired yet another title, the man who forced Puchuan to delete his tweet. Upon receiving the news, Su Bai had just arrived at the International Conference Center. After hearing Secretary Lu's gossip, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Why are you involving yourself in my conflict with Wang Jia in the Dragon Nation, Puchuan? Now look, you've been slapped in the face for no reason. And you are now the man who forced Puchuan to delete his tweet. This situation feels as though I shall incur his resentment. But then again, I am a businessman from the Dragon Nation. What do I have to fear? My worth is in the billions, and I dare to confront the giant in daily chemicals. Wang Jia, when I become the richest person in the world, I certainly will not be intimidated by a contest of strength with your Eagle Nation. Who fears who? Chapter 032. The outcome rests on this moment. Time flies, and before one realizes, it is December 31st, New Year's Day, in Yang City. Over a month has passed since the signing of the Rice Standard Agreement. The Friendship Daily Chemical Plant, located on the outskirts of Yang City, has undergone a remarkable transformation. The production equipment within the factory has been entirely updated, and the employees are clad in clean, tidy uniforms, busily engaged in their work. One employee, feeling stifled by the mask he wore, instinctively reached to remove it, but upon glancing at the surveillance camera above, he decided to keep it on and continue working. Since the signing of the Rice Standard Agreement, the owner, Hitsong Zhou, swiftly installed cameras in the workshop, pioneering transparent production. Initially, the live stream from the Friendship Daily Chemical Plant garnered little attention. However, at some point, Su Bai and the official Douyin account aligned their efforts, adding the Rice Standard logo to all manufacturers who signed the agreement. This initiative drew a significant number of viewers to the live streams, showcasing the Rice Standard logo. After all, while the Rice Standard has been widely recognized by the public, the actual implementation and adherence to the standards remain uncertain. Consequently, countless netizens took on the role of virtual supervisors, casually browsing this factory and that, occasionally leaving comments that were exasperating to read. Today, the Friendship Daily Chemical Company has performed admirably, as the employees at Post 7 have finally ceased their drowsiness and distractions. Truly commendable. However, the Jiangnan Daily Chemical Factory has not fared as well. The supervisor's incessant ramblings prolonged the morning meeting to half an hour, prompting suggestions for a change in leadership. Let us encourage our skilled workers to excel, urging them to generously apply my lipstick until it is utterly exhausted. Some may ponder whether such transparent production methods, which involve constant oversight of employees, might induce discomfort. Indeed, there are valid concerns for who wishes to labor under the watchful gaze of an online audience. Yet, an incident has illuminated the advantages of transparent production for all employees subjected to such scrutiny. Just a fortnight ago, an employee at a certain chemical factory faced a fine of 50 yuan for exceeding 5 minutes in the restroom, a situation all too common in many factories. Unexpectedly, this event was witnessed by hundreds of online viewers through live monitoring, who rallied to support the employee. Some even edited and shared the live footage, condemning the factory as a sweatshop. The uproar online led to the factory owner facing severe backlash, prompting an immediate apology and the dismissal of the supervising individual involved, along with a commitment to no longer impose restrictions on restroom breaks. This incident served as a wake-up call for all factories. Transparent production encompasses more than mere clarity in materials and processes. Under the scrutiny of online monitoring, the labor of all workers is subject to lawful oversight. The adequacy of the work environment, adherence to working hours, and the provision of overtime pay are all laid bare for public observation. The judgments rendered by netizens ultimately determine whether the products produced by these factories will sell and generate profit. It is a simple truth that owners cannot possibly overlook. They not only comprehend this reality, but also draw broader conclusions. Consequently, in recent times, various manufacturers have endeavored to win the favor of online audiences, often going to great lengths to please their employees. Have you resorted to offering afternoon tea in the live stream to entice viewers? Very well, if you choose to abandon decorum. Do not be surprised when I raise salaries for the staff. Not only will wages increase, But employees will also enjoy paid leave on weekends, an almost unheard of practice in many factories. If the rules are to be disregarded, let us engage in this competitive spirit. Come forth, employees, and behold, this year, not only will we increase salaries, but we will also provide a month's worth of year-end bonuses. Remarkably, this series of strategic maneuvers has indeed propelled many factories into the limelight. While the success of their products remains to be seen, the unexpected popularity of their live streams has surged. Take the Friendship Daily Chemical Company, for instance. Due to He Xiaokai's implementation of a double overtime pay policy and the subsequent revelation of employee salary statements, which averaged over 12,000 yuan, the entire company has suddenly gained immense popularity. The average wage of 12,000 is astonishing. Step aside, let me take charge. I intend to work overtime until Friendship Daily Chemical faces bankruptcy. Is it truly the case that the factory's salary surpasses that of a white-collar worker with a bachelor's degree? Envy. Just observe how many hours the workers toil each day. Can your office job, merely tapping away at a keyboard, compare? Indeed, every penny earned is through hard labor. When employers offer higher wages, employees are more than willing to exert themselves. Following a brief period of discontent, the fanbase of Friendship Daily Chemical on Douyin successfully surpassed 500,000. Consequently, employee interests were safeguarded, work efficiency was enhanced, and factory output was elevated. Much to the delight of netizens who witnessed the spectacle, the implementation of transparent production yielded a truly advantageous situation for all parties involved. While the results appeared promising, over the past few days, the visible dark circles under the eyes of the boss, He Tsongzhou, have undeniably deepened. He is troubled. According to the stipulations established at the signing of the rice standard, all daily chemical factories must accelerate production and stockpiling following the adoption of transparent manufacturing. They must complete their first online sale by December 31st, coinciding with New Year's Day. Due to Friendship Daily Chemical's pioneering transparency in production, their manufacturing progress is the swiftest. Encouraged by his son, He Xiaokai, He Tsongzhou resolutely decided to mortgage the factory to the bank, securing a staggering loan of nearly 60 million. This substantial sum was solely allocated for the procurement of raw materials for stockpiling. To date, Friendship Daily Chemical has filled several warehouses with products valued at over 50 million. Today marks New Year's Day, the day Friendship Daily Chemical is set to conduct its online sale. If they fail, the factory will remain mortgaged to the bank, and Friendship Daily Chemical will become a relic of the past. If they succeed, they will soar to new heights, reclaiming their former glory. The outcome rests entirely on whether netizens will respond favorably to this rice standard. At 7 in the evening, with only an hour remaining until the broadcast, He Tsongzhou arrived early at the transformed office live streaming room, observing his son, He Xiaokai, as he fiddled with the streaming equipment. Xiaokai, I regret listening to you and taking out that bank loan. Look at the predicament we find ourselves in, with no retreat possible. What will we do if our products fail to sell? He Xiaokai, busy adjusting the computer, replied without looking up, Dad, put your mind at ease. Do you not trust me, or do you doubt General Su? He Tsongzhou indeed had faith in Su Bai, yet the sight of tens of millions worth of products stacked in the warehouse left him feeling uncertain. However, He Tsongzhou is not alone in his apprehension. The proprietors of over 2,000 manufacturers who joined the rice standard share his anxiety, their hearts racing as if preparing for an examination. This evening's events not only determine whether the daily chemical industry in Longhua can turn the tide, but also whether the industry giant Wanjia can continue to wield influence in Longhua, as well as if the rice standard proposed by Su Bai will gain public acceptance. Even those in other sectors are silently monitoring this situation. The advent of the rice standard is not merely a transformation of the daily chemical industry. If it proves successful, it would signify that Su Bai has opened a new avenue for all industries. On a smaller scale, this will impact the daily lives of the populace in terms of essential commodities such as rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. To speak broadly, this concerns the future of private enterprises in the Dragon Nation. Chapter 033. If all else fails, just link yourself. The time has now reached 7:50 in the evening. In a cozy household of 6 in the mountainous city, the family did not gather in the living room to watch television as usual. Instead, at the behest of the matriarch, they all seated themselves at the dining table for a family meeting. The matriarch, a woman in her 30s and a high school teacher, initiated the meeting with her characteristic rigor, establishing the tone for the proceedings. Dear family, she began, Today's meeting will determine our living expenses for the upcoming months. As the saying goes, one does not truly appreciate the value of resources until one manages a household. Our family has always adhered to the principle of spending wisely. We should spend when necessary, but save wherever possible. Today presents us with a remarkable opportunity for savings. At this moment, the grandfather, grandmother, the children's father, and the two children sat upright, each armed with a mobile phone, ready for action. The matriarch began distributing pre-printed A4 sheets while assigning tasks. Mom and Dad, you two are responsible for going to these designated live streaming rooms of several daily necessities manufacturers, purchasing according to my list, which includes soap, laundry detergent, dishwashing liquid, hand sanitizer, and disinfectant. As for you, dear husband, your responsibilities are the most extensive: toilet paper, shampoo, shower gel, lip balm, floor wax, shoe polish, and mouthwash are all entrusted to you. And my two little treasures, your tasks involve mosquito repellent, floral water, masks, and toothpaste. Once all the tasks were assigned, the matriarch's role was curiously left unmentioned, prompting the husband to inquire, "And what about you?" In response, the matriarch shook the thick stack of A4 paper in her hands. Me? Naturally, I am responsible for the most crucial items, cosmetics. As a middle-class family, the matriarch typically spent several thousand, if not tens of thousands, on cosmetics annually. If executed successfully tonight, she could save a 4-digit sum solely on cosmetics, provided she was quick enough to secure her purchases. As a veteran who previously failed to procure rice and sanitary napkins during a live stream, she was now well prepared. Deploying the entire family for a coordinated attack, each member assigned to tackle different segments. Their family motto was simple: what we capture is what we gain. Simultaneously, countless households across the nation were engaged in similar preparations. The populace adept at managing their finances was vast. Long before the rice standard was announced, many had been eagerly anticipating this day. The transparency in production had already confirmed that these products met the rice standard, ensuring quality and safety. Now, only one suspense remained. Would these manufacturers adhere to the low-profit strategy as promised? How much would an eyebrow pencil, which cost only a few yuan yet was sold for 79 yuan by influencers, actually sell for this time? Would the daily necessities be able to achieve a model of thin profit margin with high sales? The answer, as the hour approached, was about to be revealed. At 8 o'clock sharp, over 300 daily necessities manufacturers commenced their live broadcasts. Due to the singular focus of many small-scale manufacturers and their lack of effective live streaming, numerous smaller enterprises have chosen to band together for joint sales. Among them, a particularly noteworthy factory, Jiangnan Daily Chemicals, witnessed an influx of over 100,000 viewers as soon as the live stream commenced, with numbers continuing to surge. The reason for this overwhelming attention stems from the previous eyebrow pencil incident priced at 79 yuan, which involved the very manufacturer, Jiangnan Daily Chemicals. Subsequent media revelations disclosed that the host had procured the products from Jiangnan Daily Chemicals for less than 2 yuan, only to rebrand them under the Wanjiayi label and present them in the live stream at the inflated price of 79 yuan. Although this incident occurred over a month ago, many netizens have not forgotten, flocking to Jiangnan Daily Chemicals live stream out of curiosity. They were keen to discover the price of the eyebrow pencil after adopting the new rice standard. Would it continue to exploit consumers? Or would it genuinely reflect fair pricing as claimed? Thus, as the live stream began, the comments section erupted with excitement. Stop rambling. Just show us the eyebrow pencil and tell us the price per unit. I bet it will be between 10 and 15 yuan. If you can manage that price, I'll consider you honest. Let us get this started. Place your bets, and once you buy, you're committed. Jiangnan Daily Chemicals did not employ a professional host for the live stream, but rather, it featured the granddaughter of Mr. Zhou, the owner, who is still a university student. The young lady, likely making her debut in live selling, appeared quite nervous. When viewers inquired about the price of the eyebrow pencil, she awkwardly searched through the product catalog, ultimately revealing, "The price of our eyebrow pencil is 2 yuan and 70 cents each." She repeated this figure, perhaps out of fear of misreading or concern that the audience hadn't heard her clearly. When the audience learned that the price of the eyebrow pencil was astonishingly less than 3 yuan, the chat exploded. What? 2 yuan and 70 cents? You're selling the same pencil that was 79 yuan for just 2 yuan and 70 cents? Are you serious? Even the price exudes honesty. Enough talk, I'm buying. Hurry and share the link. With the viewers' enthusiastic encouragement and the young lady's somewhat clumsy presentation, Jiangnan Daily Chemicals live stream achieved a remarkable start. Almost every product was snatched up the moment the links were shared, leaving many who missed out in frustration. This scenario unfolded across various live streams. You're selling tissues that originally cost over 2 yuan for just 80 cents? Step aside, I'm stocking up today. You dare sell laundry detergent that was originally 79 yuan for 20? Hurry, share the link. I'm buying a year's supply. You sell mosquito repellent liquid that usually costs 16 yuan for 4? Even in winter, I'll buy. If the prices of ordinary household items left the public astounded. The pricing of renowned cosmetic products has driven numerous women in the Dragon Kingdom into a frenzy. Last month, this lipstick was still priced over 300. And now you've reduced it by an entire zero? Am I not allowed to buy it? And a perfume that costs over 1,000. You dare to sell it for just 90? The packaging may be unsightly, but so what? It merely indicates that the cost lies entirely in the raw materials. I expected you to offer discounts of 20 or 30%, yet you've taken a drastic approach? This is compelling me to spend my money. As a company specializing in skincare products, the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory has been the first to witness the fervor of female consumers. The host, Su Bai, was thrust into the spotlight. Each time he announced a product's price, it was snatched up instantaneously, amid the impatience and urging of countless female netizens. The live streaming schedule he had prepared was completely thrown into disarray. He could only transform into a robotic figure, repeatedly announcing prices and links, only to have them vanish in an instant, time and again cycling through the next round of products. What? It's gone again? Seriously, with how much you've bought? Will you even use it all? Seeing yet another product sell out in an instant, Su Bai was left dumbfounded. Do you care whether we can use it all? Hurry up, what is the next product? Just put up the link. I didn't manage to snag that moisturizer. Hurry and bring out another batch. And your essence? There are only over 20,000 bottles in total. It's impossible to get. Faced with the relentless demands from female netizens and his rhythm utterly disrupted, Su Bai hastily checked what the next product would be. However, upon glancing at the night's product list, he gulped in disbelief. It's over. Every single product is sold out. Not a single item remains. The key issue is that this group of ravenous female netizens, many of whom were unable to secure their purchases, were all urging him to put up more links, creating an atmosphere that suggested they would erupt if they couldn't get their hands on something tonight. Yet, the merchandise worth millions has all been snatched away. Put up the link? I might as well do it myself. In desperation, Su Bai turned to the camera, casting a glance at Zhou, who stood behind it, silently pleading with his eyes. Dad, is there any stock left? Unable to bear the sight of his son's plea, Zhou averted his gaze. Son, if all else fails, perhaps you should put yourself up on the link. Chapter 034. The explosive sensation across the internet. January 1st, national calendar. The festive atmosphere of the holiday season enveloped major cities in the Dragon Country. With the approach of the Spring Festival, many citizens flocked to supermarkets to purchase New Year's goods. Amidst the familiar tune of congratulations and prosperity, the supermarkets were teeming with people scrambling for products. Yet, the daily chemical goods section was desolate, with scant customers. Wanjia, having spent 2 to 3 decades establishing a vast offline supermarket network in the Dragon Country, found its foundations crumbling overnight. Despite repeated price reductions, discounts, and various promotions, the products remained neglected. This trend was not confined to offline stores. Wanjia's numerous online platforms mirrored this disinterest, with a significant surge in return orders today. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes it down. In the bustling metropolis of Magic City, at the Wanjia Asia-Pacific headquarters, early in the morning, the Human Resources Department's office was crowded with people. Without exception, all are required to submit their resignation letters. Last night's festival hosted by the Douyin Daily Chemical Manufacturers achieved an astounding transaction volume of 1,200 billion within a mere 2 hours. It was evident to discerning observers that Wanjia had faltered. The immense market cultivated over decades was utterly defeated in less than 2 hours under the onslaught of Su Bai and a host of local enterprises, leaving nothing but chaos in its wake. Withdrawal from the Dragon Country market was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, at the international airport in the Magic City, a large passenger aircraft took off, bound for Europe. Wearing sunglasses, Zhang Lily gazed through the airplane window at the familiar skyline of the Magic City below. As the Asia-Pacific regional head, she was urgently summoned back to headquarters to report on recent events. This woman, a citizen of the Dragon Country who exploits her compatriots, still clung to her ambitions at this moment. She fantasized about restructuring the cosmetics business with Japan and South Korea, circumventing the mid to low-end product lines in the Dragon Country, and re-entering the market. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that her summons back to headquarters was not merely a routine report. Just over 10 hours later, when Zhang Lily arrived in Europe and prepared to unwind at a bar after checking into her hotel, she was assaulted and robbed by two thugs wielding knives in a secluded street, suffering multiple stab wounds. By the time the ambulance arrived, she was pronounced dead on the scene. Tragically, even in her untimely demise in a foreign land, no one took notice. Not even local news outlets reported her passing. As the writer Mai Jia stated, in life is a sea of suffering. A speck of dust from an era can feel like a mountain upon each individual. Zhang Lily's unexpected death did not provide a neat conclusion to the rice standard incident. Upon learning of the staggering transaction volume exceeding 100 billion from the manufacturers who joined the rice standard, other industries in the Dragon Country grew restless. They began to emulate Su Bai, forming various standards at the industry level in an attempt to replicate the rice standard and revive the revelry of New Year's Eve. However, it became evident that what they lacked was not only the standards, but also a robust leader like Su Bai. Initially confronting the transparent factory model, they faced considerable united resistance from manufacturers across other industries. Establishing transparent factories would eliminate opportunities for deceit in product quality and exploitation of labor, which was unacceptable to many manufacturers. Compounding their resistance was the low-profit marketing strategy, which, with profit margins falling below 20%, undeniably diminished the interests of many large enterprises. In the face of dissent from numerous major players, the implementation of various standards became unfeasible. This matter lingered for several months, ultimately fading without resolution. It can only be said that the collective resurgence of the daily chemical industry was inextricably linked to Su Bai, as well as the multiple assists provided by Wang Jiayi and Zhang Lily. In the absence of formidable external threats, the manufacturers of the Dragon Country remained a disjointed assemblage, each fighting their own battles. Let us once again turn the clock back to the days following the New Year. The New Year's Eve gala crafted by Su Bai, with the approach of the Spring Festival, saw the fervor of the event gradually dissipating. The internet operates in such a manner that it cannot always allow a single individual to take center stage. In a vast nation like Longhua, with countless remarkable talents, fresh events abound. As the saying goes, news is ever present, particularly abundant towards the year's end. It seems that as the year draws to a close, the internet resembles a competition, continually unveiling a plethora of sensational stories. Initially, a local fireworks merchant, due to mismanagement, ignited a significant fire, sparking nationwide debate regarding the prohibition of fireworks during the Spring Festival. Subsequently, a certain internet celebrity was exposed for accumulating substantial gambling debts abroad, leading to a collapse of their public persona. Then, on the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, with less than 10 days remaining until the Spring Festival, a major scandal erupted online. The incident originated from a renowned live-streaming company, Jimu Media, where hundreds of employees collectively demanded their year-end salaries surrounding the company's headquarters, causing quite a stir. An anonymous source later disclosed a series of lifestyle photographs of Zhao Fengquan, the 37-year-old billionaire CEO of Jimu Media. The images revealed that Zhao not only possesses 2 private jets and a yacht, but also owns numerous luxury vehicles and has had affairs with several famous actresses. Due to the involvement of well-known female stars, the incident quickly garnered attention, alongside revelations of Zhao's extravagant behavior. According to the anonymous informant, Zhao exclusively consumes imported fruits, shunning domestic varieties. He drinks only Penfolds Grange for 107 wine, favors Fatiantaizi liquor, and insists on consuming water exclusively from Hungtai Ice Spring. When dining, he requires 3 bodyguards nearby, and his convoy must consist of no fewer than 5 vehicles, accompanied by at least 15 bodyguards. Screenshots of conversations further disclosed that one of Zhao's dinners cost an astonishing 230,000 yuan, with any uneaten gourmet ingredients disposed of. This sum surpasses the annual salary of most citizens, yet for Zhao, it is merely the cost of a meal. As the scandal's intensity escalated, it sparked widespread discussion online. Comments echoed sentiments of frustration. I toil from 9 to 6, exhausted like a grandson, and yet my dinner costs 23 yuan, while the big boss spends enough on one meal to sustain me for a lifetime. Others remarked, indeed, The affluent exist to be exploited and drained, and clearly, poverty has limited our imagination. The joys of the wealthy are beyond our comprehension. It is essential to clarify that the common folk do not harbor animosity towards wealth itself. If you possess the skill to earn and spend money, that is your competence. What the populace genuinely detests is the lack of benevolence among the wealthy. How can one dine on a meal costing 230,000 yuan while withholding salaries from employees for months, leaving them unable to return home for the new year? The people of Longhua have only recently begun to enjoy sufficient sustenance, yet you can afford to discard a lavish dinner? Social resources are finite. Your excess means others must go without. Consequently, as a billionaire, rather than shouldering social responsibility, you indulge in such extravagant wastefulness? With the rising tide of public outrage, the social repercussions of this incident grew increasingly severe, leading to further revelations of the opulent lifestyles of various entrepreneurs and magnates. In no time, the internet was filled with discontent and relentless condemnation. As the situation progressed, even the authorities began to pay attention to the matter, realizing that the deteriorating reputation of domestic entrepreneurs could lead to unimaginable consequences. It is akin to a classroom where an increasing number of underperforming students necessitates the establishment of an exemplary student to set a positive precedent and guide the transformation of the class's atmosphere. The same principle applies here. The authorities now require a prominent entrepreneur with a positive influence to step forward as a role model. However, after an extensive search, they were unable to find a suitable candidate. Just as the officials were grappling with this issue, a name from the list of top 10 entrepreneurs submitted by various regions caught their attention. Chapter 35. What are you, as CEO, doing here hauling goods? On January 20th, the 21st day of the 12th lunar month, as the year-end approached, the Rice Technology Park in Rongqing was abuzz with activity. In his office, Su Bai was reviewing this year's business reports on his computer. The flagship product, the Rice mobile phone, continued to dominate the domestic market, generating hundreds of billions in profits for Rice Technology annually. The expansion of the Rice sanitary napkin factory had been completed and was expected to operate at full capacity by spring next year, meeting the needs of women across the nation and generating over 60 billion in profits for Rice Technology. Moreover, the Rice Standards Alliance was established after the signing of the Rice Standards Agreement, with over 2,400 participating manufacturers. This alliance also contributed hundreds of billions in profits to Rice Technology each year. As of now, Su Bai's total assets have reached 215.7 billion. Since Rice Technology is not a publicly listed company and is not obligated to disclose financial statements, estimates of Su Bai's wealth on various billionaire lists have proven inaccurate, with many assuming his fortune remains around 170 billion. This implies that Su Bai's actual net worth has entered the top 10 of the Dragon Country's billionaire list, ranking 9th. Of course, this is contingent upon Rice Technology remaining private. Should it go public, Su Bai would undoubtedly become the wealthiest individual globally. Beyond monetary wealth, what Su Bai values most is his following on Douyin. After all, his ascent into the ranks of the top 10 in the country within a few short years is largely attributed to the support of his Douyin followers. Their feedback and suggestions have significantly contributed to the current scale of Rice Technology. Perhaps by coincidence, as Su Bai's total assets reached 215.7 billion, his Douyin follower count also surged to 22.87 million, a remarkably close figure. However, in comparison to his net worth, the follower count seems trivial. With over 20 million followers, Su Bai ranks only 67th on the Douyin follower leaderboard. If he were to seek solace in this situation, he could note that among billionaires, he boasts the largest following, and among Douyin influencers in the 100 million range, he possesses the highest net worth. In summary, Su Bai, male, 28 years old, with assets of 215.7 billion, ranks 9th on the Dragon Country billionaire list. With 22.87 million followers, Douyin ranks Su Bai 67th on the platform. Currently single. This serves as Su Bai's report card for the past year. For the upcoming year, he has set a modest goal to strive towards becoming the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Nation, aiming for Douyin followers to surpass 50 million. Just as Su Bai closed his computer screen, his secretary, Xiao Lu, entered with an expression of uncontainable excitement. Mr. Su, the security guard reports that 5 more large trucks have arrived, asking if we would like to accept them. Hearing this, Su Bai sighed in exasperation, gently rubbing his forehead. Have we identified the manufacturers for the previous batches of trucks? Yes, we have traced them back to dozens of companies, including Yuyi Daily Chemicals and Jiangnan Daily Chemicals. Xiao Lu confirmed. Su Bai acknowledged this, since a few days ago, large trucks had been arriving at the Dami Technology Park for deliveries. It appeared that the truck drivers had been tipped off and were solely responsible for delivering the goods, leaving everything else unmentioned. It was easy to guess that these daily chemical companies, anticipating the upcoming Spring Festival, were sending holiday gifts to Dami Technology. Indeed, Xiao Lu, upon checking the packaging, confirmed this. The trucks were laden not only with household products from various daily chemical manufacturers, but also with a variety of festive goods. So numerous that the administrative department had taken a full 2 days to tally them. To his surprise, another batch had arrived today. Let them in to unload. They've made the effort to deliver. Can we really refuse? As usual, let's draft a letter of gratitude in the name of the group, and next year, we shall send equivalent products back. Noticing that Xiao Lu lingered, Su Bai raised his head. Is there anything else? Holding a tablet, Xiao Lu grinned widely. Mr. Su, do you have any tasks at hand? You've just finished. Is there nothing pressing? Xiao Lu's smile broadened. All departments need to wrap up their tasks before the holidays. We've scoured the groups, and with great difficulty, managed to gather over 10 people from the administrative department to assist with unloading. If you're not busy, it would be wonderful if you could lend a hand. Goodness. First I was made to live stream selling sanitary pads, and now I must help unload goods? However, since Xiao Lu had the audacity to bring it up, it was evident that Su Bai had engaged in such tasks before. All right, Xiao Lu, you've progressed to recruiting from the boss's office. Quite an achievement. As he spoke, Su Bai shut down his computer and stood up, feeling increasingly aggrieved. Why should he, as the boss, be made to do manual labor? Draft a notice in my name. All department heads and above are to come assist with unloading. This was only fair. If he had to brave the rain, then no one else would be allowed to shelter under an umbrella. Soon, nearly 100 individuals gathered at the entrance of the Dami Technology Industrial Park's warehouse. Whether it was the head of the marketing department, Huang Lin from the public relations team in high-heeled business attire, or Sun Jing, who hurried over from the sanitary pad manufacturing area, no one among the esteemed mid to senior management was absent. As they rolled up their sleeves and unloaded from the towering 17-meter trucks, they shared their grievances. When I applied to Dami Technology, no one mentioned we'd be doing manual labor at year-end. You might not know, but every year when the company distributes holiday goods, it's Mr. Su who has us managers do the unloading. It's a yearly tradition, no one escapes. Alas, do not mention it. These cosmetic manufacturers have sent an overwhelming number of shipments. My hands have grown weary from the labor over the past few days. However, I find solace in the fact that our boss is hands-on, unlike others who seldom engage with their employees, often remaining unseen for the entire year. When the mid-level management unloads, several truck drivers stand idly by, exchanging pleasantries and puffing on cigarettes. Dami Technology resonates throughout the Dragon Kingdom. And upon their inaugural visit to the Dami Technology Industrial Park, the conversation naturally revolves around this prominent company. I must say, the boss from Suda is quite a character. Still in his 20s, he has ventured into such a vast enterprise. Oh, do not get me started. Ever since the rice standard was established, my mother has incessantly praised Mr. Su, often comparing me unfavorably to him, leaving me feeling quite inadequate. I wonder if I might encounter Mr. Su. It would be splendid to obtain an autograph or take a photo, making the journey worthwhile as the year draws to a close. Keep dreaming. What level is he at? A billionaire CEO. Have you not seen online discussions? Such prominent figures are always accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards and travel in private jets or luxury cars. Do you genuinely think you could meet him? Obtain an autograph or take a photo? How ridiculous. While we were engrossed in conversation, a sharp-eyed, bearded driver suddenly spotted a familiar, bustling figure within his truck. After peering intently for a few moments, he swiftly tapped his companion on the shoulder. Hey, look over there. Who is that? Is it Mr. Su? At this, everyone turned in unison. Upon recognizing Su Bai, who was rolling up his sleeves and unloading goods, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Where were the private jets and luxury cars? Where was the entourage of bodyguards? Here was a billionaire CEO, not indulging in lavish comforts, but engaging in manual labor? Chapter 036. Boss, can I refuse now? As the truck driver stood in shock at Su Bai's actions, thousands of kilometers away in the capital, at the National Television Studio 6, the program concluded. All right, dear viewers. This brings us to the end of today's show. We look forward to our next gathering. Goodbye. Xiao Wu, a well-known host at the national television, renowned for his humorous and engaging style, is beloved by many viewers across the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, having completed the program, Xiao Wu stood on stage, collaborating with the crew to remove his microphone, sharing laughter and banter. It was evident that he was well-liked within the television station, fostering camaraderie across all levels. In addition to his talent, Xiao Wu's character is widely esteemed. For instance, during this year's Spring Festival Gala, after hosting several editions, he voluntarily relinquished his spot to allow newcomers to gain experience. This opportunity to shine on a national stage is not something everyone would willingly forfeit, as Xiao Wu did. This is precisely why Xiao Wu has thrived within the television network. While chatting with the crew, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the studio, prompting Xiao Wu to greet him with a warm smile and a wave. "Greetings, Teacher Li. You are indeed a rare guest." Li Qingyuan, a renowned producer at the national television network, is celebrated for his acclaimed documentaries such as The Century of the Dragon Nation and The Beautiful Mountains and Rivers. Notably, his work A Bite of the Dragon Nation became an instant phenomenon upon its release, captivating audiences across the nation. He is often referred to as the golden producer of the national television station. Upon seeing Li Qingyuan's presence in the studio, the staff members were filled with curiosity. It is unusual for him to appear at the station, yet his arrival signifies significant undertakings. Is a new program in the works? And is it true that the golden producer himself is at the helm? Could this be yet another grand production? Moreover, he is seeking out Xiao Wu. Is he considering Xiao Wu as the host? Xiao Wu, upon noticing Li Qingyuan, felt his heart race. Who wouldn't he aspire to participate in a program produced by Teacher Li? It felt like a stroke of good fortune had landed right on his head. Perhaps this was the leadership's way of compensating for his voluntary withdrawal from hosting the Spring Festival Gala, ensuring he felt valued. Dressed in casual attire, Li Qingyuan, in his 40s, displayed a strikingly bald head that hinted at his formidable experience. In reality, he is a person of few smiles, a pragmatic individual who speaks plainly and eschews unnecessary embellishments. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Xiao Wu, Li Qingyuan pulled him aside, his expression as serious as ever. "The station has issued an important directive. A documentary featuring exclusive interviews is to be produced, and I intend for you to serve as the host." Upon hearing that he was indeed to be the host, Xiao Wu felt a surge of excitement, but he remained focused on the task at hand. An exclusive interview. Who would be interviewed? Li Qingyuan glanced around to ensure their conversation was private before leaning in to whisper to Xiao Wu, "Dami Technology, Su Bai." Su Bai? It was rumored that he had achieved immense popularity online in the latter half of this year. Even Xiao Wu himself was using a Dami phone. What could possibly justify an exclusive interview with Su Bai? With Li Qingyuan's explanations, Xiao Wu finally grasped the situation. The rationale behind interviewing Su Bai was intricately linked to the recent controversies surrounding Zhao Feng, the CEO of Jimu Media. Zhao's portrayal as a morally bankrupt entrepreneur had left a detrimental impression on the public, leading to a prevailing sentiment that wealthy individuals are inherently unscrupulous. As an official entity, while it was crucial to investigate and apprehend those who had transgressed, it was equally important to counteract the negative perceptions surrounding affluent business owners. Thus, at this critical juncture, establishing a positive role model was of utmost importance. The individual chosen for this honor was none other than Su Bai. This initiative would simultaneously bolster Su Bai's prospects for recognition as one of next year's top entrepreneurs, achieving a dual purpose. Upon hearing Li Qingyuan's elucidation, Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Goodness, this was far more than just a program. It felt like a political mission. No wonder the station had summoned Li Qingyuan. Failure to complete this task would surely necessitate a formal apology. Even the emotionally intelligent Xiao Wu could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. "Teacher Li, you have handed me a hot potato." The authorities intended to present Su Bai as a positive exemplar, which, to put it plainly, meant that only favorable portrayals were permissible, and unfavorable depictions were out of the question. They aimed to package Su Bai and cultivate an image of him as a people's entrepreneur. Yet therein lay the contradiction. As a billionaire, he was already distanced from the common populace. His daily commutes were facilitated by private jets, and even a single vehicle could cost several million. A meal or a bottle of wine could equate to the annual salary of others. Did one think that Boss Zhao epitomized the pinnacle of opulence among the affluent? No. If a 100 billionaire could indulge so extravagantly, How much more extravagant would Su Bai, with a net worth in the hundreds of billions, prove to be? Though Su Bai produced conscientious products and enjoyed a commendable reputation among the public, that was merely his online persona. In reality, one could only speculate on the extent of his lavish lifestyle. If such aspects were to be captured in the documentary, would the common people accept it? Hence, Xiao Wu remarked that he had taken on a hot potato. Documenting the daily life of a billionaire would likely result in a day's worth of footage yielding scarcely a minute of usable material. Wasn't he this setting him up for failure? The pressure weighed heavily not only on Xiao Wu but also on Li Qingyuan, the producer of the entire program, who sighed deeply upon receiving the assignment. He sensed that if handled poorly, it could tarnish his own reputation. Exaggerating slightly, one could say that the entire national television station felt immense pressure. Such tasks mandated by the authorities could not be scripted or performed artificially. They had to be grounded in reality. Nothing could be fabricated. Presently, Li Qingyuan could only brace himself. Noticing Xiao Wu's despondence, he offered a piece of news that was not entirely favorable. Fortunately, I have perused the background of this boss Su. At least on paper, he is the only billionaire in the country without a private jet. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's smile resembled a grimace more than a grin. So, in this day and age, lacking a private jet could be considered a virtue among the wealthy? With time pressing and the task weighty, the program had to air before the Spring Festival. That afternoon, Li Qingyuan and host Xiao Wu, accompanied by a sizable crew, boarded a flight to Rongqing. Notably, it was only before boarding that the program's name was finalized, succinctly titled People's Entrepreneur. On the very day the program sped toward Rongqing. It was also the last working day before the Spring Festival for Dami Technology. The entire campus was enveloped in the joyous atmosphere preceding the holiday, and even Su Bai was preparing for his return home. It is said that wealth does not return home, akin to a richly adorned figure traversing the night. Regardless of the magnitude of Su Bai's enterprises or the height of his wealth, he would return home to celebrate the new year like any ordinary worker. Just as Su Bai busied himself with concluding work matters, his personal phone suddenly buzzed. Upon checking the contact, he saw it was Su Xiaochang. "Hello, leader. I truly dislike social engagements. Please, show mercy and allow me to go home for the new year." Initially, Su Bai assumed it was an official invitation from Rongqing to partake in social functions. After all, given the esteemed position that Rice Technology holds in the city of Rome, as a local entrepreneur, Su Bai is invariably invited by the city's officials to various business gatherings and year-end banquets each year. Without exception, he has declined all invitations. It is likely that among all the business owners in Longhua, Su Bai is the one who participates the least in social engagements. Upon hearing Su Bai's complaints, Su Xiaochang on the other end of the line chuckled. "Come on, am I not familiar with your temperament? Over the years, how many times have I persuaded you to join social events? On a serious note, I just received word that the national television station intends to film a special documentary featuring you. They've taken the initiative without prior notice, and the crew is already en route. Let me give you a heads up. This is a task assigned by the capital, aimed at establishing you as a model entrepreneur and generating momentum for next year's Top 10 Entrepreneurs Award." Upon learning that it was a program interview, Su Bai felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Those who know him are well aware that Su Bai has never participated in any television programs, not even local ones in Rome. "Boss, can I refuse now?" he asked. "Guess what? Don't worry, I've checked it out. It's just a documentary-style interview, and the production team won't impose any demands on you. You can go home for the new year as planned. They will merely send a few photographers to follow you around and capture footage. They will handle the editing afterward." After hanging up, Su Bai sat in his office, utterly speechless. His parents were eager for him to bring home a girlfriend, yet instead of a partner, he was bringing a film crew for the New Year celebrations. Chapter 037. Do you see that ordinary person ahead? Doesn't he resemble General Su? In all of Rome's real estate agencies, when encountering clients who are not short on cash, one cannot avoid mentioning a community named Lushan International. Since its completion in 2006, it has become a benchmark for villas in the Midwest, recognized by mainstream media as the most influential international community in Longhua. The prices of the properties in this community are not exorbitant, with the highest priced at just under 300 million for a single unit, which hardly ranks on a national scale. Its fame stems from the sheer scale of the Lushan International community, sprawling over an astonishing 5,000 acres. Meticulously designed in the style of a classical European town, Such grandiose replication of a town on this scale is unattainable in the land-scarce metropolises of Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. This uniqueness has made Lushan International an unparalleled entity in a city with a population exceeding 10 million. Thus, even renowned hosts like Xiao Wu from the capital, who has encountered countless luxurious mansions due to his work, found themselves in awe upon entering Lushan International with the production team, marveling at the vast expanse of this European-style town. Teacher Li, are you sure we can successfully establish this individual's image as a people's entrepreneur? Xiao Wu's tone was filled with uncertainty, as they had discussed this on the flight. The essence of a people's entrepreneur lies in the first two characters, people, in essence. It means emerging from the masses and returning to them, shouldering the social responsibilities that come with being an entrepreneur. To put it differently, the prerequisite for being a people's entrepreneur is to first be a person of the people, and then an entrepreneur. Yet, whose people reside in such a lavish villa community? At this moment, the producer Li Qingyuan found himself in a quandary. He was acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Yet he had not anticipated the magnitude of these difficulties. Nonetheless, despite his concerns, as a producer, he could not allow his apprehension to manifest on his face. Although the task was daunting, the work must continue unabated. In the absence of favorable conditions, one must create them. There is no need for fear. Solutions will inevitably present themselves when the time comes. Meanwhile, deep within the Lushan International community, in a European-style villa known as Sequoia Valley No. 7, Su Bai was busy packing his bags when he received a message from the villa's butler. Mr. Su, your guests have arrived and have just entered Gate 1. Expected to reach you in approximately 10 minutes. The community was so expansive that it took over 10 minutes just to drive to the entrance, and one could easily lose their way even while taking a stroll. Received. Thank you, Su Bai replied, securing his phone before stepping onto the lawn to await the arrival of the program crew. Neighbors walking their dogs or driving by would frequently stop to greet him. The entire Lushan International was comprised of several uniquely styled sub-villa districts. It was said that in recent years, due to Su Bai's skyrocketing wealth and renown, property prices in the Sequoia Valley district had surged significantly. Many affluent individuals from the Midwest aspired to move in next to him, believing that a casual conversation with Su Bai during a walk might offer them insights into economic trends and industry directions that could lead to substantial gains. This was precisely why Su Bai had chosen to reside in Lushan International. In his everyday life, he was constantly approached by individuals seeking his expertise, particularly numerous startups urgently needing investment. They would inundate him with business plans, making it quite burdensome. Within Lushan International, from Sequoia Valley to Gate 1, there were 3 security checkpoints. Unless granted permission by the homeowners, outsiders could not gain entry, thus effectively alleviating Su Bai of this persistent hassle. Otherwise, given his temperament, he might still be residing in his previous spacious apartment. 10 minutes later, a vehicle dubbed the Highway Lightning, a Buick GL8 adorned with the emblem of the national television network, appeared at the end of the road, presumably carrying the guests he awaited. Observing this, Su Bai, clad in a white down jacket, immediately raised his hand to signal his location. Simultaneously, on the GL8, the crew of the program People's Entrepreneurs had streamlined their team to minimize disruption to Su Bai's private life. The entourage consisted of merely 4 individuals: producer Li Qingyuan, host Xiao Wu, along with a photographer and a driver. At that moment, Li Qingyuan was advising the photographer to keep the imagery grounded, avoiding excessive displays of opulence such as bodyguards, assistants, or luxury vehicles. The aim was to portray Mr. Su in a more understated manner, akin to an ordinary individual. Yet, Li Qingyuan himself harbored doubts about this approach, as capturing a billionaire CEO as an everyman posed a considerable challenge for the photographer. Just as he contemplated offering further encouragement to the photographer to alleviate his pressure, suddenly, sitting nearby, Xiao Wu caught a glimpse of a figure by the roadside through the windshield, stretching his neck for a better look. He confirmed that the person was waving at their group, prompting him to nudge Li Qingyuan with his elbow. Teacher Li, doesn't that ordinary-looking person ahead resemble President Su? The pleasantries of their meeting were swiftly bypassed. However, it is worth mentioning that when Li Qingyuan shook hands with Su Bai, he expressed his gratitude with palpable excitement. Thank you for your cooperation, President Su. Upon hearing this, Su Bai appeared somewhat puzzled. Cooperation? Li Qingyuan, taken aback, glanced around before responding. Didn't you dismiss your bodyguards and assistants to facilitate our filming? Even Xiao Wu, who had only encountered a handful of entrepreneurs, nodded slightly. He had never seen a billionaire without at least an assistant by their side. It was virtually unheard of for a tycoon to stand alone by the roadside to greet someone. Su Bai chuckled as he released Li Qingyuan's hand. You may have misunderstood. I typically go about my life alone, without bodyguards or assistants. I do have a secretary, but she is currently on holiday, returning home for the new year. I suppose she will only reappear when I send out red envelopes in our group chat. Upon hearing this, both Li Qingyuan and Xiao Wu were momentarily stunned. Even the photographer, who was busy organizing his equipment, couldn't help but turn to look at Su Bai. A billionaire like you lives alone? Who would believe that? Xiao Wu, exuberantly gesturing, added, with your wealth, aren't you afraid of encountering a villain with a sack, like in the movies? It must be said that Xiao Wu truly resembled a character from a variety show. Once out of his suit, he took on a rather comical demeanor. Su Bai had a favorable impression of Xiao Wu, which made him less averse to this interview. You've mentioned it yourself, that's just cinema. In real life, as long as I don't travel abroad, I generally don't have safety concerns. This was indeed a truthful statement. One might criticize various aspects of the Dragon Kingdom, but if one were to claim that its security environment was poor, they would struggle to find a genuinely safe place globally. As the stand-up comedians say, the primary role of bodyguards in the Dragon Kingdom isn't to ensure safety, but to shield celebrities from their fans. And what about assistants? Surely you must have one. What would I need an assistant for? To fetch coffee or to run errands? I can manage all that myself and save on a salary. This single remark left the renowned program host, Xiao Wu, utterly flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Li Qingyuan approached the photographer, observing the exchange between Xiao Wu and Su Bai while inquiring. Did you capture that? Huh, didn't you say to wait for your command before shooting? At this, Li Qingyuan felt an overwhelming urge to smack the photographer on the head. A billionaire without bodyguards, without assistants, coupled with Su Bai's earlier remarks, constituted material that could be seamlessly edited into a segment. Such splendid content. And you mean to tell me you didn't record it? Chapter 038. The billionaire executive is quite peculiar as a guest from afar. It was only fitting for the program team to pay a visit to his home. However, this time the photographer had become wise, diligently following behind Xiao Wu and Su Bai with the camera rolling. Initially, Xiao Wu assumed that Su Bai would boast about his villa, much like many celebrities and entrepreneurs he had interviewed, who often feigned modesty while inevitably showcasing their wealth, whether it was a collection of priceless antiques or an exquisite, limited edition carpet from abroad. They could weave elaborate tales even about their dining utensils. Yet, with Su Bai, the narrative took a starkly different turn. This house is inadequate, he remarked. If one truly seeks comfort, a spacious flat is the way to go. Villas come with 3 pests, mice, termites, and mosquitoes, which become exceedingly bothersome during summer. And with a 2-story villa, should you forget something, you find yourself running up and down countless times in a day, which can be quite a hassle. Moreover, an overly verdant community poses its own risks. One is bound to encounter snakes while strolling in the summer. At first, Xiao Wu believed Su Bai was merely putting on a facade, given his own expertise in the art of pretense. However, as he listened further, he began to discern that Su Bai was genuinely disinclined to reside in a villa. Upon inquiry, he learned that Su Bai's preference for this location stemmed from a desire to avoid unwanted disturbances. Li Qingyuan, positioned beside the photographer, nodded solemnly in agreement. This segment could indeed be included in the documentary. Despite Su Bai residing in a villa valued in the tens of millions, he had his reasons. This could hardly be deemed extravagant. After a brief introduction of his villa, Su Bai prepared to return to his hometown. Originally, he intended to leave the previous evening, but had delayed his departure to accommodate the program team. At this hour, he still needed to rush back for lunch. With the Lunar New Year approaching, when family and friends would return home, he felt the urgency to arrive early. The program team, aware of his plans to celebrate the holiday, would follow him throughout the journey. In a light-hearted twist, Xiao Wu, upon realizing Su Bai's lack of pretense, humorously volunteered to act as his assistant. Since you have no assistant, I shall take on that role from now on, whether it's running errands or fetching coffee. Just let me know. No salary required, he quipped. Su Bai was left speechless. It seemed rather grand for a national television host to serve as his assistant. Just as he prepared to carry his packed luggage to the vehicle, Xiao Wu swiftly took hold of the suitcase and began walking towards the door while inquiring, Su Bai, leave it to me. By the way, where's your driver? With that question, Everyone realized that Su Bai had no bodyguards or assistants. But surely there must be a driver. Yet, upon observation, it became apparent that Su Bai was entirely alone. Surely, a distinguished billionaire like Su Bai could not possibly lack a driver. Seeing Su Bai remain silent, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Mr. Su, please don't tell me you drive yourself around without a chauffeur. It's hard to imagine that a billionaire, let alone someone worth hundreds of billions, would venture out without a driver. When executives attend meetings, their assistants typically open the back door for them, and they step out in polished shoes. Yet here you are, attending meetings and having to find a parking space and reverse into a spot? Is this a joke? Observing Xiao Wu's exaggerated reaction, Su Bai shrugged and replied, I was about to tell you that I indeed have no chauffeur. So you take ride-hailing services for business trips and meetings? Companies can reimburse that. Seemingly to match the photographer's framing, Xiao Wu reiterated Su Bai's words. You take ride-hailing services for your business trips? Yes, Su Bai confirmed. This time, not only was Xiao Wu stunned, but even the cameraman holding the camera felt a shiver run down his spine. Glancing over at Li Qingyuan with a look full of meaning. Mr. Li, this billionaire seems a bit peculiar, he remarked. Initially, they were concerned that Su Bai's demeanor was too high-end, lacking relatability. However, upon capturing this moment, it became evident that he was far from out of touch. Rather, it felt almost surreal for a billionaire to be taking ride-hailing services for business trips. Who would believe that? If this footage were included in the documentary, it would surely attract criticism for being scripted. At that moment, Li Qingyuan felt overwhelmed. Had he not seen a photo of Su Bai, he might have thought he had the wrong person. The station had repeatedly insisted that their team avoid scripting and focus on authenticity. Yet, they hadn't scripted anything. Still, Li found himself questioning whether Su Bai was perhaps performing for them. This was absurd. The ride-hailing service was already a stretch. Su Bai indeed dared to be unconventional. A few minutes later, Su Bai led Xiao Wu and the crew to his garage. As the garage door slowly ascended, Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment at the vehicle belonging to this billionaire. Is this your car? Inside the garage sat a black Audi A6. While the A6, classified as a mid-sized car, is not inherently inferior and is often regarded as the pinnacle for salaried individuals, it was undeniable that this particular model was 12 years old and wouldn't fetch more than $80,000 in the used car market. For a billionaire to drive a vehicle worth less than $80,000 was hard to believe. Indeed, as a prominent figure, even without a chauffeur, one would expect him to possess a more luxurious vehicle. This choice certainly raised questions of authenticity. However, Su Bai had his own reasons. As a man, who wouldn't desire to drive an extravagant car? A few years prior, when Dami Technology had just reached $100 billion in valuation, Su Bai had splurged on a Panamera. Yet, as the saying goes, fame brings scrutiny. In the small city of Rongqing, even the smallest actions could echo far and wide. At that time, in his 20s, with a net worth in the billions, handsome looks, and still single, Su Bai was acutely aware of the attention he attracted. This rare gem of a suitor, how could the millions of single women in Rongqing possibly let such an opportunity slip away? If there is no chance, then one must create an opportunity. Consequently, during that period, whenever Su Bai drove his Porsche Panamera out, he was almost invariably tailgate. Without exception, those who pursued him were affluent socialites and heiresses, and some mothers even accompanied their daughters in this relentless pursuit. After tailing him, they would promptly exit their vehicles and readily admit full responsibility, displaying an exceedingly amiable demeanor, all in an effort to obtain Su Bai's contact information. Eventually, Su Bai discovered that each day, numerous individuals gathered along the main road outside of Luxian International, eagerly awaiting the chance to tail him. Many even purchased residences in Luxian International specifically to facilitate this pursuit. Within less than 2 months of driving his Panamera, Su Bai had 9 insurance claims due to accidents, leaving his vehicle in such disarray that it was impossible to identify any original parts. Exasperated, Su Bai resorted to a rather simplistic solution. He decided to drive his old Audi A6 instead. Additionally, he registered it under his company's name and had his assistant, Xiao Lu, periodically visit to change the license plates. This clever ruse successfully alleviated the persistent issue of being tailgate. He held a certain fondness for the A6, as it was purchased with his first earnings during university, serving as a steadfast companion through thick and thin. Su Bai resolved that even if it failed the annual inspection, he would not dispose of it. Instead, he would keep it in a garage at home, allowing it to retire gracefully. After hearing Su Bai's narrative, Xiao was finally convinced that Su Bai was not merely putting on a show. He also found himself curious about what it felt like to be tailgated by beautiful women on a daily basis. Chapter 39. Hey. The old A6 is still an A6 on the highway ramp exiting Rongqing. A black Audi A6 emerged from the turn, swiftly aligning its body and accelerating rapidly. Hey. The old A6 is still an A6, remarked Xiao Wu, who was playing the role of Su Bai's driver, grinning as he gripped the steering wheel. Seizing the opportunity, the photographer in the GL8 behind them finally had a chance to converse with Li Qingyuan about the purpose of this program. As the producer, Li Qingyuan had little to conceal and laid it all bare. He explained that the detrimental impact caused by Zhao, the owner of Jimu Media, had necessitated that he be set up as a typical case to rectify public perception. Li Qingyuan nodded, acknowledging that this was also a means to generate momentum for the upcoming selection of the top 10 entrepreneurs at the beginning of next year. The top 10 entrepreneurs in Longhua are evaluated every 3 years, and once endorsed by the government, the accolade carries significant weight. Promoting it through a program is certainly a justifiable strategy. Moreover, the title of the program, People's Entrepreneurs, is quite intriguing. Mr. Su, I trust you understand its implications, he said. Su Bai nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The term People's Entrepreneurs distinctly contrasts with the notion of capitalists in Western countries. This was clearly an intentional signal from the authorities, advising wealthy magnates to maintain a low profile and modest demeanor. Just as water can both support and capsize a boat, the support of the populace is essential for them to prosper and enjoy the luxuries of wealth and luxury automobiles. Without the support of the masses, one could easily end up like Boss Zhao, facing bankruptcy and imprisonment. It is surprising to discover the profound implications embedded within a seemingly simple interview documentary. At least, it appears that the higher-ups have not misjudged character, as Mr. Su, in all honesty, truly embodies the essence of a people's entrepreneur. Hearing Li Qingyuan's compliments, Su Bai smiled subtly. Is it merely because I lack bodyguards, assistants, and drive an older Model A6? Just a single word, just, rendered Li Qingyuan speechless with a smile. Little did he know, such a seemingly trivial word encapsulates what many prominent figures fail to achieve. It is often said that transitioning from frugality to luxury is easy, while the reverse is difficult. When one can afford a luxury car worth millions, how many would choose to drive an unremarkable old A6? Even Li Qingyuan himself could not manage that. At the very least, we unanimously agree that Mr. Su is remarkably down-to-earth. The core theme of the documentary, People's Entrepreneur, primarily revolves around this grounded nature, aiming to portray Su Bai as an entrepreneur emerging from the masses. From our perspective, Su Bai, without bodyguards, assistants, and driving an old A6, is indeed quite relatable. In fact, for the production team, this surpasses expectations. Upon hearing the term down-to-earth, Su Bai beamed with a radiant smile. Down-to-earth? If you wish to capture something else, I might have difficulty cooperating, but if you aim to portray authenticity, then you have come to the right place. Su Bai's hometown, Yicheng, lies 200 kilometers from Rongqing and is famously known as the first city along the Yangtze River. Over the years, Yicheng has been in fierce competition with its neighboring city, Luzhou, for the title of Wine City, until 2012, when the National City Council unanimously agreed to bestow this title upon Luzhou. Thus, the protracted rivalry for the title of Wine City came to a conclusion. However, despite losing this prestigious title, Yicheng has taken the opportunity to reflect and focus on development, and indeed, in recent years, Yicheng has achieved notable progress. The current leadership of Yicheng, whom Su Bai knows well, is a former official from Rongqing responsible for investment promotion, and after assuming office in Yicheng, he has demonstrated remarkable prowess in attracting investments. Just 2 months into his tenure, he approached Su Bai, stating that as a native entrepreneur of Yicheng, he considered Su Bai's roots significant, likening Su Bai to a daughter who, even after marrying into Rongqing, remains cherished by her hometown. After persistently visiting Su Bai's office for over a week, engaging in casual tea and newspaper discussions, the official managed to persuade Su Bai to establish a supporting factory for Dami technology in Yicheng. This matter nearly led to a confrontation between Su Xiaochang and the Yicheng administrator in Su Bai's office. Initially, Su Bai's intention was simply to support the development of his hometown, understanding that Yicheng lacked resources, making the cost of investment significantly higher than in Rongqing. However, in less than a few years, This I Ching leader transformed the ancient city dramatically, leveraging Dami Technology's reputation to propose a strategic vision for a science and technology innovation city, significantly attracting high-tech enterprises. Moreover, a university town has been established, attracting as many as 18 universities to set up branches in I Ching, resulting in the student population surpassing 100,000. Consequently, I Ching's GDP has consistently risen, leaping from nearly 200th place nationally a decade ago to its current position as the 82nd. It has advanced from a fourth-tier city to a third-tier city. On the highway outskirts of I Ching, Su Bai, while driving, introduced his hometown to Xiao Wu and Li Qingyuan. Unlike others who typically highlight the attractions and culinary delights of their hometowns, Su Bai's narrative took an entirely different turn. He had invested substantial resources in supporting the development of his hometown, a rarity as few experienced local leaders visiting their offices for tea and discussions on investment. Even without the photographer present, the astute Li Qingyuan managed to record this segment of conversation with his equipment. Supporting local development, indeed, exemplifies a true people's entrepreneur. In contrast to the task-oriented Li Qingyuan, Xiao Wu was completely carefree at that moment. He was busy with his phone, activating the selfie video feature. Hello, family and friends. This is Xiao Wu. I am currently en route to I Ching. Why am I going to I Ching, you ask? As you can see, I am seated in the passenger seat. So the question arises, who is my driver? After a moment of suspense, Xiao Wu turned the camera to reveal Su Bai behind the wheel. Tada! This is my driver. Su Bai from Dami Technology, Mr. Su. Once Su Bai greeted the camera with a smile, Xiao Wu shifted the focus back to himself. Yes, you heard that right. The billionaire boss, Su, is driving me. Ha ha ha, you can't imagine this treatment. He then added, ahem, Mr. Su, could you please drive a little more steadily? I'm feeling a bit car sick. Su Bai responded playfully, all right, Mr. Wu. Meanwhile, Li Qingyuan sat alone in the back seat, his expression darkening as he observed Xiao Wu's increasingly absurd antics. With so many hosts at the television station, why did he have to choose such an unreliable companion? Xiao Wu, still amused, turned to Li Qingyuan and flashed a bright smile. Teacher Li, can I post this video in my family group? My dad is a loyal fan of Dami. Originally, Xiao Wu intended to mention that his wife was also a fan, having seen several Dami sanitary napkins at home, but refrained from doing so. At that moment, Li Qingyuan forced a smile. Chapter 040. That is not my dark history, but the road I traveled here. I Ching is situated at the confluence of the Yangtze and Min rivers, nestled in a hilly region. Due to its topography, it cannot adopt the expansive radial layout of a plain city like Rongqing. Instead, it is fragmented into several smaller urban areas by the two rivers, resembling a mountain city that utilizes multiple cross-river bridges to stitch the entire city into a cohesive whole. As Su Bai continued his introduction, he navigated the old A6 across the I Ching Bridge, steering clear of the city center and heading southeast. Until that moment, the co-pilot, Xiao Wu, had only just realized that the navigation destination was not in the urban area of I Ching, but rather a rather peculiar village by the name of Dog Village. Is this your hometown, Su? Asked Su Bai, the driver, with an unreserved smile. Indeed, it is my ancestral home. Upon hearing this personal information, Li Qingyuan, who was seated in the back, immediately turned off the camera. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, sitting in the front, pondered for a couple of seconds before revealing his high emotional intelligence. What a unique name. I doubt I will ever forget it. As Su Bai activated the turn signal and deftly overtook a sluggish vehicle, he remarked in a neutral tone. When I was in junior high in the countryside, around 13 or 14 years old, I was at a rather sensitive age. Whenever classmates mentioned their homes, I always kept silent. I thought the name Dog Village was too rustic and felt embarrassed to speak of it. When I attended high school in the county, I envied those classmates from well-off families who lived in various neighborhoods and streets. I often dreamed that one day, I would be wealthy enough to buy a house in a big city and change my household registration to become a respectable urbanite. Just then, they encountered a vehicle behind them signaling for a right turn to overtake, prompting Su Bai to swiftly change lanes to let it pass. Xiao Wu, having heard half the story, was left intrigued. And what happened next? He inquired. What happened next? Su Bai chuckled softly, opening the glove compartment with one hand and retrieving his driver's license to hand it to Xiao Wu. Upon seeing this, even Li Qingyuan in the back leaned forward, curious to join Xiao Wu in examining it. The address on Su Bai's driver's license read, Dog Village, I Ching, Shuqing Province. Xiao Wu and Li Qingyuan were instantly rendered speechless. Who would have imagined that the billionaire executive Su Bai had his household registration in his hometown? Their expressions were not exaggerated. Many affluent individuals and celebrities in Longhua have not only changed their household registrations, but, in some cases, their nationalities as well. When the two learned that Su Bai intended to return to Yicheng for the new year, they assumed that his family must reside in the urban area, as, given Su Bai's wealth, he could afford to buy an entire building in even the most expensive neighborhood in Yicheng. However, the reality was worlds apart from their assumptions. Not only had Su Bai not purchased a home in Yicheng, but his registered domicile remained the very dog village he had long wished to escape from during his high school years. The same village he had found so difficult to mention during his youth. Once they grasped the situation, Xiao Wu, as the show's host, was determined to avoid any awkward silence. After placing Su Bai's driver's license back in the glove compartment, he asked earnestly, "I am quite curious. What has led to such a significant transformation in your attitude from the embarrassment of your school days to the ease with which you now speak of your hometown?" Li Qingyuan in the back was several times tempted to switch the camera back on to capture this conversation. A story about a billionaire executive and dog village, rich with authenticity and drama. Such a topical narrative could not be omitted from the documentary. For a producer of Li Qingyuan's caliber, it would be more unbearable than any calamity. As Su Bai drove, he remained oblivious to Li Qingyuan in the back seat, who was overwhelmed with despair. While casually glancing at the vehicles behind through the rearview mirror, he responded to Xiao Wu's inquiry with ease. "It was only later that I realized that what I perceived as my dark past was, in fact, the path I had traversed." This statement rendered Xiao Wu speechless. Indeed, water flows downward, and people aspire to ascend. In this society, everyone is preoccupied with looking up towards wealth. Who, then, would reflect upon their journey? I have learned much. Su Zong. Xiao Wu was genuinely impressed. He truly was. When Su Bai articulated that it was not his black history, but rather the road he had taken, the program People's Entrepreneurs reached an entirely new height. They had come to understand that being a people's entrepreneur is not a cold, detached label, nor a politically tinged obligation. It represents a flesh-and-blood individual. He is not an untouchable figure, distant and intimidating. He shares the joys and sorrows of ordinary people. With his emotions calmed, Xiao Wu's gaze towards Su Bai transformed from that of a host to that of a friend, infused with warmth. "Su Zong, if possible, I would like to keep your contact information. I hope we can stay in touch after the recording." Su Bai turned with a smile. "Of course, having a friend like you is something I desire." Instantly, the atmosphere in the car brightened. Meanwhile, Li Qingyuan, seated in the back, observed the lively exchange between the two in front and felt a profound sense of reflection. He knew Xiao Wu well. This renowned host, though humorous and engaging on screen, was actually rather reclusive and seldom made friends. Even Li Qingyuan himself did not possess Xiao Wu's personal contact information. Yet now, within just a few hours, Xiao Wu had taken the initiative to request Su Bai's contact details. Was it due to Su Bai's status? One might underestimate Xiao Wu's profession. Li Qingyuan's gaze fell upon Su Bai's profile. It was due to Su Bai's charismatic persona. No wonder this young man, not yet 30, had amassed a fortune in the hundreds of billions before even going public. Given the influence of his captivating character, Su Bai's future would undoubtedly extend far beyond the present. It was clear why there was a directive from above to conduct an exclusive interview with Su Bai. If the program continued in this vein, it was not merely promoting Su Bai, it was elevating him to a near-divine status. Just consider, even Xiao Wu, from the depths of his heart, was impressed by him. Once the episode aired, how could the nation not be enamored? Chapter 041. Dogger Village. Traveling 30 miles south from Yicheng along the national highway, I turned onto a winding country road. Eventually, I arrived at a fork in the road, where a blue sign indicated Dogger Village. This was Su Bai's hometown. Dogger Village is modest in size, comprising only a few dozen households. Due to the hilly terrain, the villagers had long maintained a scattered settlement pattern. Subsequently, in 2003, the village was connected by a road, followed by the introduction of running water in 2011 and natural gas in 2015. That same year, the previously uneven gravel road was transformed into a smooth asphalt thoroughfare. The new rural construction in 2018 prompted the relocation of the villagers from the modest dog village, which previously consisted of several households, to the newly developed area where fiber optic broadband was also installed. From that point onward, every household enjoyed the comfort of two-story villas. Upon returning from the fields, the first task for villagers was to wash away the mud from their legs in the courtyard, to avoid soiling the tiled floors of their homes. In recent years, influenced by urbanization, most of the youth have sought employment in cities, leaving Dog Village predominantly inhabited by the elderly and children. Education trends began to shift as well. City-dwelling parents, eager not to see their children disadvantaged, started bringing them to urban schools. Thus, Dog Village often became a quiet haven, populated mostly by elderly guardians tending to their modest plots of land, growing an abundance of vegetables and raising chickens, ducks, and geese, which were favored by their children. Each day, they would rise early, tear off a page from the calendar, and count the days until the Lunar New Year and the eve of the new year. For come year-end, their children working away from home would return to the land that had nurtured them for generations. As the end of the year approached, the once quiet Dog Village, where even a dog's bark could be heard for miles, would be enveloped in a festive atmosphere of bustling activity. Anticipation built as the long-awaited year-end finally arrived. Today marks the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month. With many young people rushing home, Dog Village erupted into a lively commotion early in the morning. Mothers busied themselves with vegetable picking and meat preparation, while fathers caught chickens and slaughtered ducks. The bright red stoves were filled with large logs of wood, which were usually reserved, and every chimney billowed white smoke. The sounds of firecrackers echoed through the village, as clusters of children set off firecrackers in the latrines and tree hollows, sending all the dogs scurrying home in fright. A group of elders sat beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, dressed in clean clothes, chatting joyfully, occasionally glancing toward the end of the road. Soon, the distant honking of car horns could be heard, as vehicles bearing various provincial license plates made their way toward Dog Village. The little ones who had drifted away were returning home. Undoubtedly, Dog Village was bustling today, yet the most vivacious household was that of the Su family, whose courtyard was graced with a fragrant osmanthus tree. The saying goes, poverty goes unnoticed in the bustling market. Wealth finds distant relatives in the deep mountains. This sentiment aptly describes the Su family. For 4 generations, the Su lineage had been rooted in poverty. It was not until the era of Su Bai's father, Su Guoyang, that they began to ascend. With 2 measures of rice borrowed, he apprenticed with a carpenter from a neighboring village, and through crafting furniture for the surrounding area, he constructed the first red brick house in Dog Village. Later, through introductions, Su Guoyang married Su Jinfeng, the daughter of the neighboring production team's accountant, thus establishing a family. In their first year of marriage, they welcomed their eldest son, Su Jun, followed by their second daughter, Su Yun, and then their youngest son, Su Bai. With a harmonious family structure, they appeared to have it all. At this juncture, the Su family could only be deemed ordinary. After the surge of labor migration to the coastal regions in the 1990s, many audacious young individuals from the village ventured forth to seek their fortunes by the sea, with numerous among them achieving remarkable success. Consequently, the number of red brick houses in Dogger Village increased, growing larger and more splendid with each renovation. Only Su Guoyang remained steadfast in his carpentry craft, with the earliest red brick house he built becoming the oldest in the village. The Su family, in contrast, became the most unremarkable household in Dogger Village. If one were to inquire what the Su family could proudly present, it would likely be the wall adorned with numerous certificates of merit. The elders of Dogger Village often remarked that Su Bai was a gift from the Dragon King. For on the day of his birth, a torrential downpour flooded the rivers of Yicheng. Su Bai lived up to the expectations, consistently ranking first in his studies. And whenever he brought home accolades, there were always children from the village who ended up in tears from being chastised. It was not until a summer 10 years ago that the village learned, with much fanfare, that the usually shy youngest son of the Su family, Su Bai, had become the top scorer in the college entrance examination of Yicheng. At that moment, the Su family finally had their moment of pride. But what came next? The Su family soon realized they had celebrated too soon. The title of top scorer was merely the beginning for Su Bai, not his pinnacle. Starting from his first million earned through part-time entrepreneurial endeavors in college, to dropping out in his second year to establish rice technology, Su Bai surged up the ranks of the wealthiest, propelling the Su family of Dogger Village to unprecedented heights. It is often said that the impoverished stand at the crossroads, wielding hooks that cannot grasp their kin, while the wealthy, in the depths of forests, wield swords and staffs, unable to shake off insincere friends. Throughout these years, the doors of the Su family were never devoid of visitors. Even distant relatives, bound by 5 degrees of separation, would arrive bearing gifts during festivals. Logically, wealth brings its own burdens, such as relatives incessantly seeking loans. Refusing could lead to social discomfort, while lending might result in prolonged repayment delays. However, within the Su household, such vexations were conspicuously absent. Firstly, with Su Bai's current assets, any relative with a modicum of sense understood that soliciting loans from the Su family was the height of folly. Having a relative like Su Bai as a connection proved far more advantageous than any monetary loan. For instance, Su Bai contributed to the establishment of a high school in the county, and his elder brother, Su Jun, a teacher there, was promoted to principal within 2 years, subsequently resolving the employment issues of several relatives. Similarly, after Su Bai invested in a factory in Yicheng, his second sister, a physician, soon ascended to the management level of the city hospital. Thus, the relatives of the Su family understood that fostering a good relationship with Su Bai, characterized by mutual respect and exchanges of gifts, was the true path to harmonious coexistence. As for the second reason, it inevitably leads us to mention Su Bai's mother, Su Jinfeng. In her youth, Su Jinfeng had consulted a fortune teller, who, after much deliberation over her birth chart, declared that she bore a son of great fortune, destined to bring her blessings in her later years. At that time, Su Jinfeng pondered what heights this fortunate son might ultimately reach. A couple of years ago, she sought out the fortune teller again, locating the nearly blind man from her village and generously gifting him 2 goats. Not for any other reason, but because Su Jinfeng's youngest son is indeed extraordinarily affluent, with a net worth exceeding 100 billion. In the surrounding villages, it is widely acknowledged that Su Jinfeng has a remarkable talent for bearing children. However, even at just over 50 years of age, Su Jinfeng has not opted to relocate to the city to reside in a grand house and enjoy the comforts afforded by her wealthy son. A few years ago, she spent a week in her youngest son Su Bai's villa in Sequoia Valley, finding herself utterly bored. After a spirited exchange of insults with a foreign professor next door, who spoke English, she secretly purchased a ticket and returned to Dog Village the very next day. Upon her return to Dog Village, Su Jinfeng was revitalized. She could till 2 plots of land in a single morning and swiftly carry 100 pounds of sweet potatoes along the field path. From half a mile away, she could berate a few rascally aunties from the neighboring village, leaving them too intimidated to venture outdoors for days. The village elders often remarked that Su Jinfeng was a hard worker. Even if her year-round toil yielded less than what her son could earn in an hour, she still could not bask in her son's luxuries. Yet, Su Jinfeng maintained a pragmatic outlook. Despite the substantial sum in her bank account, sufficient to purchase several apartments in the city, she was unyielding when it came to bargaining at the market. It was precisely due to her formidable presence that, despite Su Bai's wealth exceeding 100 billion over the years, no one in Su family village dared to look down upon others, just like Su Guoyang, who still labored in the fields, and during the off-season, continued to craft and sell furniture. Similarly, Su Bai's elder brother, Su Jun, even after becoming a high school principal, still drove his old Passat that constantly burned oil. Likewise, Su Bai's second sister, Su Yun, facilitated relatives within her authority but categorically refused requests beyond her limits. Even Su Bai's scholarly nephews and nieces collectively struggled to accumulate a mere 100 yuan in pocket money. This is Dog Village. This is Su Bai's home. Chapter 042. What of 100 billion? 100 billion is merely a reason not to wash dishes. Su Bai intentionally halted at the village entrance. He retrieved a box of pre-prepared Ziyun cigarettes from the glove compartment and approached several elderly gentlemen seated beneath an old locust tree, offering each a cigarette. The elderly men chuckled as they accepted Su Bai's cigarettes, teasing him about being frugal, questioning why such a prosperous boss would smoke 11 yuan cigarettes. Yet, beneath their banter, they were far happier than they let on. They typically smoked Ziyun, and the fact that a young man with 100 billion in assets shared their preference added to their pride. The amiable Wu, adapting to local customs, played the role of Su Bai's assistant, following him to light the cigarettes for the elders, and once recognized by one of the elderly gentlemen, engaged in lively conversation with them. Meanwhile, Li Qingyuan, having exited his vehicle, directed the photographers with GL8 to promptly capture the harmonious scene beneath the locust tree. It became apparent that the return of a billionaire CEO to his hometown was not as depicted on television, filled with a host of antagonistic characters waiting to confront the protagonist. Soon, as news spread that an old A6 was parked at the village entrance. Dog Village erupted into even greater excitement. A group of young individuals, roughly the same age as Su Bai, gathered in clusters at the village entrance. Upon spotting Su Bai returning home, they eagerly approached him to exchange greetings, addressing him with a variety of names, from Su Bai to Brother Bai, and everything in between. Many also clamored for signatures and photographs with Xiao Wu. This was contrary to the expectations of the production team, who had anticipated that, given Su Bai's current status, he would be regarded as a figure of lofty repute in the small Dogger village. After all, his wealth had effectively distanced him from the ordinary populace, leading them to believe that his contemporaries would maintain a respectful distance for various reasons. To their surprise, Su Bai effortlessly mingled with his peers from the village, while Xiao Wu became the center of attention, a fact that took the production team aback. A group of elderly men seated beneath a locust tree seemed to discern the confusion of the crew, yet they merely smiled in silence. The production team was evidently unaware that, although Su Bai was a billionaire outside, in Dogger Village, he would always be the same white dog from years past, one who always carried a pack of Ziyun cigarettes in his pocket. It seemed they had received prior notice of the crew accompanying Su Bai home. As Su Bai's old A6 slowly rolled into the spacious courtyard, his father, Su Guoyang, mother, Su Jinfeng, elder brother, Su Zhen, and younger sister, Su Yun, all stood waiting for the procession. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Wu and Li Qingyuan hurriedly presented the gifts they had prepared, greeting everyone as introduced by Su Bai. Meanwhile, other relatives and a throng of children stood at a distance, observing the unfolding scene, quietly impressed by Su Bai's growing prowess, especially with a national television crew at his home. After receiving formal permission from the Su family, Li Qingyuan promptly instructed the cameraman to set up equipment. Eager to capture how a billionaire celebrated the Spring Festival, they first filmed the exterior, revealing that the Su family's villa was no different from the other homes in the new rural community. The decor was merely clean and tidy, lacking any million-dollar furniture or grand antique paintings. It appeared to be an ordinary household, seemingly at odds with the notion of a billionaire. After this round of filming, Li Qingyuan began to doubt himself. If this documentary were aired, would anyone believe it was Su Bai's hometown? The portrayal seemed more aligned with that of a people's entrepreneur than a village contractor. Perhaps, during the editing phase, they should focus primarily on the protagonist, Su Bai. Showcasing the modest decor of his home in the documentary would likely invite accusations of being scripted. However, just as Li Qingyuan was instructing the cameraman to follow Su Bai, an unexpected scene unfolded. While Su Bai was introducing his relatives to Xiao Wu, a voice emerged from the kitchen, announcing, "All right, we're nearly ready, gentlemen. It's your turn to take the stage." Just as Li Qingyuan and Xiao Wu were processing what had transpired, they noticed several men gathered around a table playing cards, all of whom abruptly set down their cards and began retrieving aprons from their pockets. Su Bai's father, Su Guoyang, donned an apron and casually handed a red and white checkered waist apron to Su Bai. "As per tradition, you will be the chef this year." Su Bai swiftly tied the apron around his waist. "Dad, didn't we agree on a rotation system? Why is it always me after work?" Little Wu, who witnessed this scene, was utterly bewildered. "Chef, wait a moment, Mr. Su, you intend to cook?" Before Su Bai could respond, Su Jinfeng, who was behind him helping tie the apron, chuckled. "How delightful. In the Sichuan-Chongqing region, men are culinary wizards, donning the brightest aprons to prepare the spiciest dishes." This remark left little Wu questioning his existence. It is indeed true that in the Sichuan-Chongqing area, men need not cook daily. However, during festivals and gatherings, the household men must step up to host. If northern men are born with an innate talent for drinking, possessing an unusual capacity for alcohol, Sichuan-Chongqing men are equally gifted in culinary arts, deserving the title of average chefs. But Mr. Su is different, Su Jinfeng remarked with quick wit and agile movements, securing the apron and giving Su Bai a pat on the back. "So what if he is worth billions? That only means he doesn't wash the dishes." The absurdity of it all made little Wu nearly choke on his thoughts. No wonder Mr. Su is so down to earth. It turns out this is a family tradition. No matter how grand your status, wealth, or power, once you return home, you must don an apron and take to the kitchen. Moreover, to avoid washing dishes, one must indeed be a billionaire. Su Jinfeng's words nearly caused little Wu internal distress. As a nationally renowned host, should he have been born in Sichuan-Chongqing, not only would he have to wash dishes, but he would also have to sweep the floor. If little Wu was already stunned, Li Qingyuan, following the photographer, was now utterly overwhelmed. You, a distinguished president of a conglomerate and next year's top 10 entrepreneurs in the nation, should at least embody some semblance of an entrepreneur's demeanor. Yet here you are at home, first putting on an apron. While being relatable is one thing, being this relatable is another. Even the photographer found the scene unbearable, glancing back at Li Qingyuan with a questioning expression. After painfully rubbing his forehead, Li Qingyuan helplessly nodded. It's the new year. We're here already. What else can we do but continue filming? Capturing Su by wielding a spatula is certainly preferable to filming him sipping red wine on a private jet. Coincidentally, the station's leadership called to express concern about the crew's challenges. After all, capturing a billionaire in a relatable light is theoretically quite challenging. They hoped the crew would not be daunted by difficulties and would endeavor to accomplish the task. However, upon receiving the call and observing Su Bai fervently cooking in the kitchen, Li Qingyuan felt tears welling up. Leader, the situation is far more complex than we imagined. When the leader on the other end learned that Su Bai was stirring a large pot in his family's rural kitchen, even someone seasoned in the tumult of life fell silent for quite some time. The concerns of both individuals mirrored each other. Fearing that the audience would criticize the script and the production team for crafting a persona for Su Bai. After all, this world resembles a vast, makeshift theater. Even the manned lunar landing by the Eagle Nation was met with skepticism. So how could one not question Su Bai? The stark contrast between Su Bai's image and identity inevitably raised doubts. After a lengthy discussion, Li Chung observed Su Bai in the kitchen from a distance. And an idea suddenly struck him. Leader, I have an immature proposal. Chapter 043, Billionaire CEO live streams as a pig. Have you seen it? Why would a perfectly good documentary need to be transformed into a live stream? The following morning, after having breakfast, Su Bai was preparing to stroll through the village with the production team when he received news from Li Chung. Of course, this suggestion was merely a proposal from the production team, ultimately requiring Su Bai's consent. After Li Chung's extensive explanation, Su Bai realized that the issue lay with him. After all, it was still somewhat acceptable for him to drive an old A6. Growing up in the countryside was manageable. Yet the decor of his home hardly resembled that of a billionaire, particularly that old immortal's table. Clean, yes, but certainly older than Su Bai himself. Coupled with Su Bai's skillful prowess in donning an apron and wielding a ladle, it was hard to perceive him as an invisible tycoon. He appeared to be an ordinary person. In all honesty, this version of Su Bai indeed aligned well with the production team's original intention, being sufficiently down-to-earth. However, it was precisely this groundedness that led the production team to worry about potential viewer skepticism regarding authenticity. They feared that rather than establishing the image of a people's entrepreneur, they might inadvertently undermine Su Bai's persona. That would be quite the predicament. Thus, in a moment of inspiration, Li Chung conceived the idea of a live stream. If the edited documentary was met with disbelief, surely a live stream would escape such suspicions of fabrication. Once the broadcast commenced, Su Bai could engage in whatever he pleased. Whether stirring a pot, or even using a muck rake to water the fields, it was all permissible. While the live streaming concept had its merits, there remained one significant hurdle. It required Su Bai's personal approval. Li Chung approached this notion with a sense of trial and error, recognizing that, given Su Bai's stature, he was not a social media influencer reliant on live streaming for sustenance. Moreover, this was Su Bai's hometown, inevitably entwining elements of his privacy, which made it likely that he would decline. However, to Li Cheng's surprise, when he proposed the switch to a live stream format, Su Bai did not refuse. For Su Bai, while he was certainly not a live streaming influencer, his current status was inextricably linked to every supporter of him and Dami technology. As for privacy, having been relentlessly pursued, Su Bai had long grasped a crucial truth. With his current standing, many aspects of his private life would soon become open secrets. What was the fuss about live streaming? His life held nothing to hide. Most importantly, as the production team aimed to cultivate Su Bai into a people's entrepreneur, Su Bai too yearned to harness the influence of the program to significantly boost his following. In this era, where attention reigned supreme, such an opportunity was invaluable. Su Bai is confident in converting as many fans as possible into effective clients for Dami technology. Naturally, the more fans, the better. All right, I agree to switch to live streaming. When shall we commence? Upon hearing Su Bai's consent, Li Qingyuan's face lit up with joy, and he was about to suggest they could start at any moment. However, In the next instant, they heard Su Jinfeng, standing at the entrance of their home, bellowing in her characteristic loud voice, "Sanner, your second uncle's family has slaughtered the New Year pig today. Come over to help with the butchering." Standing nearby, Xiao Wu, having overindulged at breakfast, was in the midst of a burp when Su Jinfeng's booming voice startled him, causing the burp to vanish. "What? Butcher a pig? No, Su Zong. You are going to butcher a pig? What kind of pig is that? Has it turned into a spirit? Does a billionaire from the Forbes list really need to butcher a pig?" Li Qingyuan, upon hearing that Su Bai was going to butcher a pig, felt an overwhelming urge to whip the technician adjusting the equipment. "Hurry up. Have you ever seen a president butcher a pig? No? Then today is your chance to broaden your horizons." Initially concerned that the audience might accuse the production team of fabricating content, he now felt relieved. As long as the footage of Su Bai butchering a pig was released, all the mundane activities of stirring pots and frying dishes would pale in comparison. It was the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, and many students and office workers had returned home for the holidays. In the late morning, numerous individuals were still nestled in their warm blankets, relishing the rare leisure time. What to do when one wakes up but doesn't wish to leave the cozy confines of their bed? They would pull out their phones and scroll through Douyin. Many internet celebrities recognized that holidays were peak traffic periods and pulled out all the stops in their respective live streaming rooms to attract viewers. Especially the top-tier influencers with millions of fans, even though they had returned home for the new year, did not forget to seize this rare opportunity and began streaming live. The influencers were not foolish. They knew that relying on their fans for sustenance required them to act swiftly, and they started their broadcasts earlier than ever. As for the content of the streams, they were largely similar, highlighting the festive customs of the Spring Festival from various regions across the country. With the participation of various groups, the Douyin live streaming section became a whirlwind of excitement and fervor. At the same time, while a staggering number of netizens eagerly engaged with the streams, the Douyin headquarters located in the capital, Yanjing, was bustling due to the delayed holiday schedule and the surge in viewership during the Spring Festival. With the audience numbers multiplying several times and celebrities flocking to broadcast, it was no surprise that the staff was overwhelmed. Suddenly, the person in charge of the live streaming received a phone call, and his expression changed drastically. After hanging up, he immediately rallied the company in the group chat. "Urgent task. Highest priority. The state television station's special program, People's Entrepreneurs, is set to synchronize with our platform for live broadcasting, and it is about to commence. Operations Department, maximize the traffic push. Whatever resources we have, allocate them all. Promotion Department, given the tight timeline, we want to have time for preliminary traffic guidance. Create a splash screen advertisement immediately, using a universal template. Just change the copy. Public Relations Department, contact major platforms to push trending topics. No need for that. They are already quicker than us." It must be said that as a video platform boasting over 700 million daily active users, Douyin has grown so formidable that even the national television station now relies on it to disseminate content. With the robust support from Douyin's official channels, the news of Su Bai's upcoming live broadcasts spread across the internet with remarkable speed. Many users, upon opening Douyin, found themselves captivated by its somewhat rudimentary splash page. The titles of the segments, Special Spring Festival Edition of People's Entrepreneurs, Let Us Get Closer to Su Bai, founder of Rice Technology. A close look at entrepreneurs during the Spring Festival and the boss's holiday awaits your viewing, are undeniably compelling. Each line is crafted to entice the viewer. Even without mentioning Su Bai, the mere notion of a boss's holiday is tantalizing enough. Adding Su Bai's illustrious name propels the excitement to dizzying heights. The timing is particularly sensitive. Just days ago, the extravagant lifestyle of Boss Zhao from Jimu Media was still the talk of the town, while the public expressed their disdain for the wealthy elite. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the authorities chose to elevate Su Bai into the spotlight with a special Spring Festival feature. It is not difficult for anyone with a modicum of sense to discern that this is a strategic move by the authorities to present a positive role model, aiming to influence public perception. However, upon seeing Su Bai's name, many harbor quiet concerns. With the opulent excesses of those like Boss Zhao in mind, who indulges in lavish banquets that go to waste, one cannot help but wonder about Su Bai's own luxury. Although Rice Technology is known for its conscientious products and reasonable pricing, Su Bai's wealth cannot be overlooked. The thought of a billionaire CEO's Spring Festival holiday is beyond the imagination of the average person. What could such extravagance entail? Perhaps the only distinction between Su Bai and Boss Zhao is that while Zhao might discard an unfinished meal worth 230,000 yuan, Su Bai would likely store it in the refrigerator for later. Yet, this does not negate the fact that a meal costing 230,000 yuan is still within the realm of possibility for someone of his financial stature. It seems unlikely that he would dine on the humble fare of common folk. If that were indeed the case, Su Bai would merely be regarded as a successful entrepreneur, which is starkly at odds with the program's title, People's Entrepreneurs. Why then? Is the official narrative so eager to showcase Su Bai? Is it to allow the public a glimpse into the opulent holiday of a billionaire, thereby stretching the limits of their imagination? Are they to witness whether Su Bai distributes red envelopes filled with checks or bank cards during the New Year festivities? Chapter 044, The Boss's Spring Festival? Are they intent on striking a chord of discontent? The reality is that when the Dragon Kingdom's officials and Douyin join forces to promote something, even an obscure individual can be transformed into a star overnight. Such a full-throttle promotional push would undoubtedly make any celebrity envious. However, they can only look on with admiration, devoid of any jealousy. As the spotlight shines on Su Bai, the head of Rice Technology, the man providing sanitary products for all women in the Dragon Kingdom, the man who prompted the American president to delete his Twitter account. As the devoted fans of Su Bai learned of his upcoming live broadcast, they eagerly flocked to the streaming room. Goodness, am I seeing this correctly? Su Bai is actually going live. Has the official media finally recognized the integrity of Mr. Su? Such entrepreneurs deserve substantial promotion. Wow, the collaboration between the official media and Douyin for this live stream is quite impressive. At that moment, the live stream had not yet transitioned to Su Bai's hometown. The visuals remained focused on the temporary studio of the national television network, where the host passionately introduced Su Bai's background to warm up the audience for the forthcoming broadcast. As the number of viewers entering the live stream surged, the initially unanimous praise for Su Bai began to take on a more nuanced tone. In true fashion of looking at situations from multiple perspectives, while some lauded him, others expressed their dissent. Hee, they haven't even resolved the issues surrounding Zhao Fengquan, and now they're promoting Su Bai? Aren't they afraid they might be cut from the same cloth? I've always said, there are no good people among the wealthy. As for the boss's holiday, with Su Bai's wealth, I can only imagine the extravagance of his spring festival. Hee, is this a way to show us how the affluent celebrate the spring festival? Given our own poverty, is this a cruel jest? Moreover, some commenters, referencing Zhao Fengquan's extravagant dinner costing 230,000, began speculating the price of Su Bai's New Year's Eve feast. Estimates range from tens of thousands to even over 1 million. The palpable influence of the Zhao Fengquan incident had cast a shadow over public sentiment towards Su Bai, leaving the majority of netizens with a distinct lack of admiration for such a businessman. Simultaneously, the headquarters of Douyin took note of these negative comments. Boss, should we intervene? Several staff members inquired, aware that they could suppress these adverse remarks by implementing filters for sensitive words. Yet the responsible individual shook his head. He had just been in contact with the national television network, which had responded unequivocally, no intervention would be made. Curiosity piqued even among the leadership. The repercussions of Zhao Fengquan's actions had yet to dissipate, making the promotion of Su Bai at this juncture seem rather ill-timed. Yet, the official stance exuded an air of confidence. But from where did this confidence stem? Were they truly convinced that the carefully crafted image of Su Bai as a people's entrepreneur would be readily embraced by the public? All questions awaited resolution in the imminent live broadcast. From an observer's perspective, this represented a grand gamble initiated by the government of Longhua. Should they succeed, they could establish Su Bai's image as a people's entrepreneur, effectively mitigating the adverse effects of Zhao Fengquan's scandal and providing a commendable example for entrepreneurs nationwide. However, should they fail, it was likely that the repercussions of Zhao Fengquan's incident would replay through Su Bai, who had been revered by women across the nation as a paragon of domestic integrity, ultimately leading to his fall from grace. And as everyone remained curious about the nature of Su Bai's spring festival, Dog Village stood ready, with the documentary unexpectedly transformed into a live broadcast. The workload involved had suddenly increased dramatically. Thus, Li Qingyuan, commanding a troop of reinforcements borrowed from Yiqing television station, was meticulously and efficiently preparing for the live broadcast. The warm-up host in the capital was nearly at a loss for words, and the director had urged several times. Ultimately, Li Qingyuan set the countdown for the live broadcast to 1 minute. Meanwhile, the protagonist Su Bai was engaged in his own activities. He had donned the traditional attire of a man from Sichuan and Chongqing, complete with a red and white checkered apron, and had arrived at his uncle's home. He stood by the fire pit chatting with several cousins, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the butcher while pointing at the large white pig confined in a cage nearby. Since they all resided in the new rural area, every household had eliminated their pigsties. So the notion of slaughtering a New Year pig essentially referred to purchasing a live pig. These pigs were sourced from familiar pig owners who collected grain-fed pigs from nearby villages, and in all strictness, there was little difference from those raised at home. It is noteworthy that in Western countries, there exists a coming-of-age ceremony. In Dogger village, however, the equivalent of such a ceremony is the act of handling a pig. If a boy can manage a New Year pig, it signifies his maturity. Just like Su Bai, who at the age of 16 proudly joined the village's pig handling team. As Su Bai chatted with a cousin, he suddenly noticed Xiao Wu standing a few meters away in front of the camera, signaling him with an OK gesture. This indicated that there were 30 seconds remaining in the countdown for the live broadcast. Knowing the time was sufficient, Su Bai required no further concerns. He could focus on his own role while leaving the dialogue to Xiao Wu. He nodded back at Xiao Wu and then glanced at his cousins. The live broadcast was about to commence. Were they not nervous? His cousins laughed heartily. Nervous? Impossible. I made sure to tell your sister-in-law to record this. It's my first time on television. Hey, Bai Gu, thanks to you, I'm also making my television debut at this age. Quick, check if my hairstyle is messy. Watch it. We're just playing around. Don't mess up my hair. Amidst their banter, the butcher, invited by their uncle, rode into the courtyard on a 125 cubic centimeters motorcycle. A cigarette dangling from his mouth. He untied the implements strapped to the rear of his bike and shouted, "Let us get to work." As Su Bai opened the cage to release the pig, its cries reverberated throughout Dogger village. Concurrently, in the capital studio, the hosts, who had been exchanging a few platitudes, were nearly moved to tears upon receiving the director's signal. All right, dear viewers, the live broadcast is now ready. Let us connect with our on-site host, Xiao Wu. Hello, Xiao Wu, can you hear me? As the live broadcast transitioned to the footage from the scene, the online audience erupted once again. Wow, Xiao Wu, are you co-hosting with Su Zong? They exclaimed. Goodness, what a broadcast. Xiao Wu was the host. What a remarkable lineup. Here it comes. Let us see just how much the New Year's feast of a billionaire is worth. As discussions swirled among the viewers, the scene transitioned seamlessly. There stood the familiar Xiao Wu before the camera, clad in a black down jacket with a microphone pinned to his collar. Hello, everyone, I am Xiao Wu, and the signal is excellent. With a clap of his hands before his chest, he continued, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the special Spring Festival program People's Entrepreneurs on national television. As the Lunar New Year approaches, I am curious to know, have you all begun your holidays? Xiao Wu's playful inquiry struck a chord, eliciting groans from viewers who had yet to start their vacations. It must be said, Xiao Wu certainly knows how to create engaging content. However, many viewers noted that Xiao Wu appeared to be in a rural setting, with a glimpse of a farmhouse and villagers waving at the camera in the background. Curiosity piqued among the audience. Isn't this the Spring Festival broadcast of Su Bai? Why is he in the countryside? This looks distinctly like a rural area in the southwest. Reminiscent of my hometown. Could it be that Su Bai's roots lie in the countryside, and he is celebrating the new year there? Haha, how could that be? A wealthy tycoon like him living in a rural area? Agreed. He probably switched his nationality to abroad without a second thought. Just being able to spend the new year in the country is commendable enough. Rural life is a stretch. As the viewership grew, so did the fervor of the discussions. Yet, Xiao Wu, as the host, refrained from revealing the answers too hastily, opting instead to build suspense. I believe many of you are quite curious about my current location. Our program is titled People's Entrepreneurs, and where, you may wonder, is Su Bai? What is he up to? As the founder of Rice Technology, how does Mr. Su spend his spring festival? After teasing the audience's curiosity, Xiao Wu waved his hand in front of the camera, smiling. Now, don't rush. Please follow our perspective. In the next instant, the live broadcast shifted to a drone soaring above Dogger village. With sweeping aerial shots, the entire village came into view. Wow, it really is in the countryside. No way. A billionaire returning to his rural hometown for the new year? This must be scripted, without a doubt. If you think it's scripted, perhaps you should check your own logic. Does your live broadcast employ scripts? Amidst the viewers' chatter, Xiao Wu's voice began to narrate alongside the drone footage. As you can see, our current location is Dog Air Village in Yicheng City. The name Dog Air Village elicited chuckles from many viewers, surprised by such an unrefined name. Following the drone's aerial view, the scene returned to Xiao Wu. So why are we here? A smile graced Xiao Wu's face. I believe many astute viewers have already guessed the reason. Indeed, this is the hometown of our esteemed entrepreneur, Mr. Su Bai. According to our information, Mr. Su returns to his ancestral home each year to celebrate the Lunar New Year. This year, our production team has accompanied Mr. Su to his native village, Dogger Village. Through a live broadcast, we shall witness how Mr. Su, the founder of Rice Technology and a billionaire, spends his spring festival. As the host, Xiao Wu, introduces the segment, the comment section of the live stream erupts with excitement, inundated with a flurry of questions. What? Su Bai's hometown is really in the countryside? A billionaire actually returns to the village for the new year? Wait, I thought he had a private jet and luxurious villas. Why is he in the countryside? I'm already celebrating the new year in the city. Is Mr. Su still in the village? Initially, the netizens were skeptical. However, realizing that this was a live broadcast initiated by a national television station, with names and locations that could be verified, they recognized the authenticity of the situation. As the viewers grappled with this revelation, a group of local netizens began to appear in the comments. Haha, fellow villagers from Yicheng. Indeed, Mr. Su is one of us. Let me clarify, Xiao Wu is correct. Mr. Su returns home every year for the new year. My home is right next to Dogger Village, and I often see Mr. Su's old A6 during the festive season. At this moment, the evidence became irrefutable. Su Bai's hometown truly is in the countryside, and he returns each year for the celebrations. More significantly, due to a sharp-eyed netizen's revelation, Mr. Su's old A6 was also spotted. What? An old A6? Mr. Su drives an A6? Hold on, what level is Mr. Su at, and what level am I? I can't believe I drive the same car as him. I know about this. Mr. Su's car is a 12-year-old A6, without a driver, belonging to an anonymous employee from Rice Technology. When this news spread, the comments section was instantly silenced, with countless netizens rendered speechless by these revelations. Especially those who had just speculated that Mr. Su's New Year's feast might be worth millions were left in shock. No private jet, no luxury villas, just a decade-old A6 and a humble villager's name. If this were all, it would not be particularly remarkable, merely a reflection of Su Bai's understated lifestyle and simplicity. However, let us not forget that Su Bai embodies another identity. He has created affordable smartphones of exceptional quality, accessible to every citizen of our nation. His company, a leading giant in the daily chemical industry, has produced economical sanitary products that have garnered widespread acclaim from millions of women. His advocacy for the rice standard has revitalized the domestic daily chemical sector, with prices so reasonable they border on the incredible. From Su Bai's various endeavors, it is evident that he is not only a successful entrepreneur, but also a conscientious one. Today's broadcast, however, has unveiled yet another facet of his character, his humble and unassuming nature, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. He drove his old A6 back to his rural hometown for the new year, neither extravagant nor aloof, but rather as ordinary as one of our acquaintances. In essence, Su Bai of Dami Technology is a successful entrepreneur. However, during his visit home for the festivities, he embodies the essence of the common people. Perhaps this is the reason why the program is aptly titled People's Entrepreneur. Su Bai emerges from the masses and returns to them. In a moment, the group of netizens who had just criticized him were rendered speechless. Ahem, I admit my previous tone was a bit harsh, Mr. Su is impressive and worthy of the title People's Entrepreneur. I'm astonished. Who would have thought a billionaire could lead such a humble life? Mr. Su, despite his wealth, still drives an old A6. I glanced at my financed BMW and felt a sharp sting of reality. As the tide of comments shifted, Su Bai's supporters rallied to his side. Humph, this is what a people's entrepreneur truly is. Never forget your roots. Well done, Mr. Su. All entrepreneurs across the nation should learn from him. Exactly. If everyone were like Mr. Su, we wouldn't be criticizing the wealthy every day. As the renowned comedian Gui Digang once stated, performers on stage are prohibited from wearing watches, rings, or necklaces. This is to prevent discomfort among the audience, who might suspect that such adornments were acquired at their expense. The same principle applies to Su Bai. Driving an old A6 back to his rural hometown for the new year, it is not that he lacks wealth. Rather, he invests his resources wisely. crafting conscientious products for consumers. In an instant, the audience, particularly the female viewers who had already held a favorable view of Su Bai, were deeply moved. No wonder Dami Technologies products are so affordably priced. I finally understand the reason. I can't believe I'm being touched by a business owner. Is this the warmth of an entrepreneur? Incorrect. Please use the full term. People's entrepreneur. The antonym is a heartless capitalist. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the national television station in Yanjing, the executives were thrilled to see the rapidly shifting comments. They were astonished that even before Su Bai appeared on screen, the image of the people's entrepreneur had already taken shape. Unbeknownst to them, they were celebrating prematurely. Indeed, Su Bai's image as a people's entrepreneur had been established, but they overlooked one critical detail. The protagonist of this live broadcast, Su Bai, had yet to make his appearance. Soon, he would personally solidify his image as a people's entrepreneur, only to inadvertently steer his persona in a bewildering direction. Chapter 046, The People's Entrepreneur of Swine. Through the dedicated efforts of the national television station and the comprehensive support of the Douyin platform, coupled with the live format and the professional flair of the renowned host Xiao Wu, the stage was set. Amidst the diverse layers of enhancement, the specially crafted People's Entrepreneur debuted during the Spring Festival, yielding remarkably positive results. It is often said that a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Despite the formidable lineup behind the scenes, should Su Bai's genuine persona falter, establishing the image of a people's entrepreneur would prove exceedingly challenging. Ultimately, the essence lies with Su Bai himself. As a billionaire executive, his understated and unpretentious demeanor quickly endeared him to a vast audience upon the commencement of the broadcast. With his image firmly established, the purpose of the program was achieved. The flood of praise from netizens in the comments section indicated that the repercussions from the Zhao Fengquan incident were swiftly dissipating. This exemplifies the positive impact of fostering a favorable archetype. Witnessing such favorable outcomes, the leadership at the national television station was nearly jubilant, ready to pop champagne in celebration. Indeed, our mission appears accomplished. As one diligent staff member monitored the data on a large screen, the number of online viewers soared to 8 million and continued to rise. It must be acknowledged that when the official machinery intervenes, the results differ significantly. Previously, Su Bai's live commerce sessions had never attracted more than 2 million viewers. Yet, after this singular program, the audience surpassed 8 million, and it was not implausible to anticipate crossing the 10 million threshold. The leadership expressed their delight at this figure, recognizing that a larger audience signified greater success for the program. Excellent. Inform Li Qingyuan on-site to maintain composure and manage the live broadcast effectively. As long as Su Bai's image as the people's entrepreneur remains intact, once the live session concludes, the production team will return, and I shall personally commend him, asserted one leader with conviction. Collapse? Su Bai's image has already been established. It is far too resilient to falter easily. As long as he refrains from any drastic actions, it will undoubtedly hold firm. This is no jest. The national television station has intervened, and this is a serious endeavor. Simultaneously, within the live broadcast room, which gathered over 8 million viewers, the atmosphere began to harmonize as Su Bai's persona as the people's entrepreneur took shape. Given that it was the festive season, who wouldn't he wish to celebrate joyfully? Now, with Su Bai stepping into the limelight, his humble and simple style mitigated the negativity stemming from the Zhao Fengquan incident. Consequently, netizens shifted their focus away from past grievances, redirecting their attention to the live broadcast. Guided by host Xiao Wu's introduction, as Xiao Wu articulated, as the founder of Rice Technology and a billionaire executive, given Su Bai's modesty, how might he have celebrated the Spring Festival? As viewers eagerly awaited Su Bai's appearance on screen, anticipation grew among netizens. Alright, I admit Su Bai is indeed a deserving people's entrepreneur. Let us see how he spent his Spring Festival. Indeed, Xiao Wu seems particularly talkative today. Show us where Su Bai is. It is evident that, with his image firmly established, the audience is now filled with curiosity. Given that Su Bai leads such a low-profile personal life, what might his Spring Festival be like? At this moment, the live broadcast captures Xiao Wu standing before the camera, blissfully unaware of the discussions taking place among netizens. However, he discerns from Li Qingyuan's gestures that the live stream is progressing splendidly. With this reassurance, Xiao Wu proceeds to introduce the event methodically. Alright, dear viewers, he declares, having shared so much, I believe we are all eager to see more. Without further ado, let us follow our camera. With a wave of his hand, the cameraman, steadying his equipment, follows Xiao Wu's lead as they advance forward. As the scene shifts, over 8 million viewers lean in, their eyes wide with anticipation as they gaze at their screens. Where's Su Bai? What is he doing? Under the watchful gaze of 8 million viewers, the live stream gradually reveals a rustic courtyard of a farmhouse. If one were to ponder when rural life is most vibrant, the festive slaughtering of pigs during the new year would surely rank among the top 3 occasions. At this moment, the courtyard of Su Bai's second uncle is bustling with activity. Within the cement courtyard, which is the size of a basketball court, people are gathered in droves. In one corner, a brick stove simmers with a large pot of steaming water. A few jovial women sit on low stools, busily picking vegetables. A plump, pregnant orange cat lounges under the eaves, grooming its paws. At the sound of a firecracker, several children clad in cotton jackets dash across the courtyard, eliciting playful reprimands from the elders. Meanwhile, a large yellow dog, tethered in a corner, shivers in trepidation. The host, Su Bai's second uncle, beams with joy as he distributes cigarettes from a box. The butcher, having just sharpened his knife, accepts a cigarette, tucking it behind his ear. He exhales the smoldering end of his previous one and, with a hook in hand, approaches the large white pig in the iron cage. Observing this, the other members of the pig slaughtering team, including Su Bai, who were previously engaged in conversation, gather around. Thus, the annual spectacle of pig slaughter commences. While the scene is lively, the viewers in the live chat are preoccupied with locating Su Bai amidst the crowd. Isn't this the pig slaughtering for the new year? In our southern villages, it is a cherished tradition. Where's Su Bai? Is this Su's family home? Where is he? They also slaughter pigs for the new year. It feels just like an ordinary family. Cameraman, you've missed the chicken leg today? After filming for so long, where is Su Bai? To be fair, one cannot fault the cameraman. The crowd is simply too dense, and Su Bai, clad in an apron, is mingling with the pig slaughtering team, facing away from the camera, rendering him undetectable. Experienced Xiao Wu seems to sense this predicament, maneuvering through the throng while guiding the cameraman's lens towards Su Bai. Excuse me, please. Su Bai, Su Bai? As the host calls out, all the viewers widen their eyes in anticipation, eager to witness how the billionaire, Su Bai, spends his spring festival. Su Bai is currently engaged in an intriguing activity, drawing the attention of millions of online viewers. In the next moment, amidst the crowd, a piercing pig's squeal resonates. As the onlookers part, the livestream reveals 4 or 5 strong young men, firmly holding down a hefty pig weighing over 300 pounds under the direction of a butcher's call. Among these young men, Su Bai, clad in a red and white checkered apron, grips the pig's hoof in one hand and its tail in the other, his body half pressed against the animal. At the sound of Xiao Wu's call, he lifts his head, perfectly facing the camera. This scene captivates nearly 9 million viewers in the live chat, who witness Su Bai's antics atop the pig. Silence envelopes the audience as the focus of the camera zeroes in on Su Bai's face. The pig's cries echo through the speakers of 9 million devices, plunging the world into stillness. Even the most talkative and swift-handed viewers can only hold their phones, questioning their very existence. In Rongqing, Su Xiaochong, who is idly watching the live stream in his office, is caught off guard, spitting his tea across his entire desk upon seeing Su Bai on the pig. In the capital, an elderly leader of a national television station, already suffering from a heart condition, nearly gasps for air, trembling as he rummages through his pockets for heart medication. Meanwhile, in Yangcheng, He Xiaokai, walking while watching the stream, tumbles into a greenbelt, his body sprawling. The collective silence from 9 million viewers endures for a full 5 seconds before a comment from a viewer in northeast China refreshes the chat. Is this the special spring festival program from the national television station, featuring the pig-handling people's entrepreneur? Chapter 047. The growing significance of this live broadcast. The pig's cries reverberate through the expansive dog village and, thanks to advanced streaming technology, resonate throughout the Dragon Country, reaching every household. Throughout the annals of human civilization, it is unlikely there will ever be another pig witnessed by 9 million spectators in its final moments. Similarly, while the Forbes Billionaires list, originating from the era of World War I, has seen countless wealthy individuals over the past century, it is doubtful one can find another billionaire known for handling pigs. Thus, when a pig, born with honor and facing a dramatic demise, encounters an extraordinarily low-profile billionaire, a subtle chemical reaction occurs between the pig and the man. This reaction, witnessed collectively by 9 million viewers, evolves into an entirely new term, program effect. To speak candidly, since the inception of live streaming, the image of Su Bai handling the pig stands as a paragon of program effect, even among the most explosive content in the industry. Many internet celebrities and stars, frustrated by the loss of viewership due to official streaming promotions, find themselves humbled upon entering Su Bai's live stream, where they witness his remarkable pig handling skills. Without exception, they are left in awe. This is utterly absurd. I have stripped down and performed a full 720-degree inversion while washing my hair. Yet it pales in comparison to your lavish display as a billionaire during the New Year festivities. With the sheer quality of your program, does it truly require official promotion? It is a complete waste. Not to mention the 9 million viewers who were rendered speechless by Su Bai's outrageous antics. Even the host on site, Xiao Wu, was left stunned. Regardless of his extensive hosting experience and quick reflexes, upon witnessing Su Bai's pig-slaying endeavors, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, Xiao Wu assumed Su Bai's involvement in the pig slaughter was merely a formality, perhaps just lending a hand. Who could have anticipated that Su Bai was genuinely engaged in the task? Not only was he involved, but he was also a pivotal figure. Can you believe it? Observing the other members of the pig-slaying team, who predominantly hailed from the south with heights around 1.7 meters, it was remarkable to see Su Bai, slightly over 1.8 meters, standing out among them. The atmosphere suggested that without Su Bai, the pig could not be subdued. As another round of pig squeals erupted, the startled Xiao Wu finally recalled he was still hosting, with millions of viewers watching the live stream. He approached Su Bai, facing the camera, and cleared his throat. Dear viewers, I believe you can see what our esteemed Su is engaged in. Indeed, he is slaughtering a pig. As is well known, the slaughtering of pigs during the New Year is a tradition in many rural areas of our great nation. Today, in Dog Village, Su Bai's hometown, it happens to be the day for this ritual. Moreover, our Su Bai is personally participating. With Xiao Wu's explanation, the previously silent viewers began to re-engage. What on earth is happening? Su Bai, what are you doing to that pig? I finally grasped the essence of a wealthy lifestyle, something we can scarcely fathom. Who could have predicted this? Honestly, Su, while driving an Audi A6 is one thing, returning to your rural roots for the new year is one thing. But this pig slaughtering? That is indeed excessive. Screenshot taken. I declare this year's most iconic scene has officially emerged. Billionaire Su Bai slaughtering a pig. Wow, Su Bai looks so manly and handsome while doing that. I'm in love. While the viewers busily captured this rare and memorable moment, host Xiao Wu bent down beside Su Bai, not forgetting his duty. Su Bai, could you share with our audience your feelings at this moment? I heard from the villagers that you have been slaughtering pigs since the age of 16. Clearly, you possess considerable experience. Would you care to share some insights? It must be noted that Xiao Wu is equally adept at creating engaging program moments, while Su Bai is preoccupied with slaughtering the pig. Asking him to share his feelings, let alone his experiences, seems a tad unreasonable. At this moment, with half of his body on the pig and his hands and feet fully engaged, Su Bai had no time to share anything. Observing this, the viewers erupted in laughter. Su Bai's current sentiment is that the pig is large, there are many people, and host Xiao Wu is quite bothersome. Huh? The protagonist, Su Bai, was struggling alongside several of his cousins and a butcher, dragging a squealing pig towards the chopping block. Amidst the incessant chatter of Xiao Wu beside him, he found little opportunity to respond, feeling the increasing resistance beneath him. A sense of alarm gripped him. They could not contain the animal any longer. They needed 2 more helpers. It must be said that the pig bought from his second uncle's household for the new year was indeed rather large. Typically, pigs weigh no more than 200 pounds. But this one tipped the scales at a staggering 380 pounds, nearing 400. With the 4 members of the pig-holding team, plus the butcher, they were struggling to keep the creature subdued. Upon hearing Su Bai's call, his second uncle and a young lad rushed over to assist. Meanwhile, a crowd of onlookers, consisting of women and children, watched the spectacle of 6 or 7 individuals wrestling with a pig, captivated by the display of raw masculinity. Coincidentally, there were other families in the village also slaughtering pigs that day, resulting in the sizable pig-holding team being divided into 3 groups. With fewer people and a particularly large pig, they found it almost impossible to lift the animal onto the half-meter-high chopping block. Is there anyone still available? We need 2 more. Su Bai turned his head and shouted at Xiao Wu, who was still babbling at the camera behind him. Xiao Wu, come and lend a hand. Xiao Wu, startled by Su Bai's call, was momentarily confused. Is this my responsibility too? Oh, I'm coming. Before leaving, he humorously addressed the camera. Dear viewers, as you can see, Su Zhong's pig is proving to be quite a challenge. I must go assist. With that, Xiao Wu hurried into the increasingly chaotic scene. Su Zhong, I'm here. How do we proceed? Su Bai handed him a rope tied to the pig's hind leg, instructing him earnestly. Hold on tight and don't let go. If you can't manage, just let me know. Got it, don't worry. With Xiao Wu's arrival, the viewers of the live broadcast erupted into laughter. This live stream just keeps getting better and better, huh? Following the billionaire CEO wrestling with a pig, we now have Xiao Wu joining the fray. This pig is truly defying all laws of nature, huh? Pig, am I destined to meet my end today? Pig, come on. Xiao Wu, shove a microphone in my mouth. I have something to say. However, some astute viewers remarked, observing Xiao Wu struggling to hold the rope. It's clear that Xiao Wu has never wrangled a pig before. His stance is quite literally dragging behind. Indeed, Xiao Wu is lagging, but his efforts were directed towards restraining the pig. It was truly a misstep for Su Bai to entrust such a critical task to a complete novice from the national television station. In his later years, Su Bai would, upon reminiscing about that fateful day, lament his decision with a resounding slap to his thigh. Chapter 048. Our Lifetime of Renown, A Pig's Downfall. The echoes of pig squeals reverberated through Dog Village. Before the eyes of millions of netizens, the procession of pigs grew ever larger. Regrettably, as the crowd swelled, the nearly 400-pound white pig remained ensnared by the clutches of fate, successfully hoisted onto the chopping block by the gathered assembly. The butcher, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, wielded an iron hook in one hand to grip the pig's upper jaw, while the other brandished a gleaming slaughtering knife, meticulously adjusting the pig's posture in preparation for a swift strike. Observing this, the photographer adeptly maneuvered to avoid the impending scene of carnage, focusing instead on Xiao Wu, who was pulling on the pig's hooves, and Su Bai, who was pressing down on the pig's rear. It was only a matter of time before this rare spectacle would reach its conclusion. Many onlookers, reveling in the unfolding drama, expressed their dissatisfaction at the impending end. Alas, is this truly the finale? It feels utterly anticlimactic. To witness a billionaire and a renowned host collaborate in this endeavor, what an achievement for me. I wish to see more. Perhaps it could be featured in this year's Spring Festival Gala. Yet, just as the audience believed the climax had passed, none realized that this macabre performance was merely at its inception. Su Bai's second aunt set a large iron basin, filled with salt and cool boiled water, beneath the pig's neck, ready to collect the blood for making blood stew. The butcher had pinpointed the location to strike, knife in hand, ready to commence. The team holding the pig exerted every ounce of strength, bracing themselves for the imminent, vigorous resistance. The protagonist, the white pig, upon catching sight of the glimmering knife, seemed to sense the countdown to its demise and attempted a final act of defiance. However, this struggle proved fortuitous. As the astute pig discovered that its hind legs were somewhat free, it appeared that the one grasping its rear legs had neglected to secure them properly. It is well known that the act of holding a pig requires precise coordination. Any lapse could result in disaster. If the pig found even the slightest opportunity to wriggle free, it would be akin to a domino effect, total collapse. As the pig let out one last high-pitched squeal, it summoned all its strength, pulling back its right hind leg with a powerful thrust. In the next moment, Xiao Wu, standing behind, found himself bewildered, staring at his empty hands. Where was the rope? Su Zhong. Before Xiao Wu could alert Su Bai about the predicament, the once secured Su Bai was unceremoniously propelled over 2 meters by the massive pig's rear. Several members of the team were likewise flung apart by the escaping pig. The successful escape of the pig incited a flurry of startled gasps from the surrounding crowd, with several elders shouting commands in an attempt to regain control of the situation. 2 curious children were swiftly lifted by adults, while a large yellow dog, previously lounging in the corner of the yard, stood up to observe. The scene was utter chaos. The situation took a dramatic turn. The butcher, who had initially prepared to deliver the fatal blow, hastily released the iron hook that was lodged in the pig's jaw upon witnessing the creature's desperate struggle for freedom. While it was inconsequential for the pig to escape, the real concern lay in the potential harm caused by the iron hook. As the hook was loosened, the liberated pig tumbled from the cutting board, over half a meter high, landing on the ground. Its white body spun in the air before its limbs successfully touched the cement floor, marking the commencement of its grand escape. However, amidst this chaos, Su Bai's second uncle was still clinging tightly to the pig's neck. Initially, he intended to wait until he regained his balance to let go. But the pig had other plans, sprinting away with Su Bai's uncle riding atop it. As the pig accelerated, Su Bai's uncle, realizing the urgency of the situation, clung on for dear life and ingeniously decided to mount the pig's back. Consequently, the duo, a man and a pig, vanished from the courtyard, leaving only the echoes of his uncle's indignant curses behind. The live stream ultimately came to an end after 40 minutes of this chaotic escapade. Remarkably, the broadcast had achieved an exceptional viewership, peaking at over 14 million. While this figure paled in comparison to the viewership of major events like the Spring Festival Gala, it nonetheless shattered the previous record set by the renowned Liu Tianwang 2 years prior. This live stream became the most watched event in the history of Douyin, proudly establishing the platform as the leading private live streaming service in the world. Moreover, the state television station that orchestrated this event emerged as a significant victor as well. The show People's Entrepreneurs garnered immense positive feedback from the public, enhancing the collective understanding of what it truly means to be an entrepreneur. Additionally, the 14 million viewers were undeniably fortunate, having broadened their horizons through this live broadcast, witnessing numerous memorable moments and generating a plethora of internet memes such as Billionaire presses pig, Little Wu presses pig, Little Wu drags down, and despairing uncle. Upon reflection, this appeared to be a scenario of multiple victories, provided two individuals were excluded from the count. As evening fell, two dejected men sat in solitude beneath the grand locust tree at the entrance of Dog Village. Amidst the swirling smoke, Su Bai, who rarely smoked, held a cigarette between his lips, his gaze melancholic as he stared into the distance towards his home. Why couldn't he hold on? Beside him, Xiao Wu squatted by the flower bed, resting his chin in his right hand, his eyes vacant as he stared at the ground, a look of grievance etched on his face. Su, what should we do? I've heard that the internet is flooded with memes about us, and various emojis are flying everywhere. Su Bai exhaled another plume of smoke. What are they saying? Xiao Wu shifted his chin to rest on his hand again. There are countless opinions circulating. Some refer to you as an entrepreneur unable to rein in the pig, while they label me as a host incapable of controlling it. They liken us to the legendary figures of the Sleeping Dragon and the Phoenix Chick. At this point, Xiao Wu is nearly in tears, his voice filled with urgency. President Su, our illustrious reputations seem to have been compromised by this pig incident. Hearing this, Su Bai is deeply troubled. He had hoped to establish an image of a humble and unpretentious people's entrepreneur through a live broadcast, while also garnering some followers for himself. Indeed, he attracted a significant number of fans, with his follower count skyrocketing from just over 20 million to an astonishing 33 million, an increase of over 10 million. However, what Su Bai never anticipated was that just as he was beginning to solidify his image as a people's entrepreneur, he found himself entangled with a pig. Now, across the entire internet, any mention of pigs is inevitably associated with him and Xiao Wu. As Xiao Wu pointed out, here he is, a prominent businessman and Forbes millionaire, not defeated by a mighty corporate giant, but rather ensnared by a pig. Chapter 049. Wherever Ko can go, I too can follow. Xiao Wu departed, catching a flight back to Rong City that very night. This foolish host, unable to control the pig, saw his Douyin followers swell by over 5 million in just half a day. Of course, the price was steep. He acquired a multitude of nicknames, hundreds of memes, and countless humorous videos. In his own words, this once-renowned host has become a laughingstock of the national television network. Before leaving, Xiao Wu shamelessly approached Su Bai, requesting his WeChat ID and personal phone number, to which Su Bai readily obliged. As fellow members of the pig control duo, they had shared a tribulation, thus forming a bond akin to brothers in adversity. However, when the time comes to handle the sacrificial pig next year, Su Bai would certainly not entrust the rope to someone he does not trust. This is contingent upon the fact that his uncle, who has also become a village joke, agrees to let him manage the pig. The departure of the production crew did not diminish the lively atmosphere in Dog Village. On the contrary, as the spring festival drew near, the entire village was enveloped in a joyous and festive spirit. Su Bai remained unchanged. He was the same in reality as he was during the broadcast. He could be found playing chess with the village elders beneath the large locust tree at the village entrance, receiving playful scoldings for his poor moves. He would also stand in his yard with a bowl of food, simultaneously eating while observing the new bride welcomed into a neighbor's home. When boredom struck, he would craft a slingshot and teach the village children how to launch firecrackers into the sky. Yet, most often, Su Bai would simply fetch a stool, sit in his yard basking in the sun, with a thermos beside him filled with steaming tea, occasionally lifting it to sip. This rare leisure time allowed Su Bai to clear his mind and contemplate his grand aspirations. To the outside world, he is seen as a business prodigy, a billionaire CEO, and a beloved people's entrepreneur. Yet, only Su Bai understands that he is facing an insurmountable dilemma. Currently, the foundational base of Dami Technology, its mobile phone business, has ascended to the pinnacle within the Dragon Kingdom, having traversed through a phase of rapid growth and now entering a period of stability. This transition signifies that Su Bai's assets can no longer expand at the meteoric rate witnessed in previous years. Presently, Su Bai has set his sights on an ambitious goal to become the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Kingdom. As it stands, the fortune of the current richest person in the Dragon Kingdom is approximately 390 billion, which, when rounded, is nearly double that of Su Bai's wealth. Given Su Bai's current growth trajectory, barring unforeseen circumstances, he is poised to surpass this figure within 4 years. However, financial calculations are not so straightforward. For as Su Bai progresses, others are equally advancing, and crucially, the pace of their development may outstrip his own. The underlying issue is that the scale of Dami Technology is insufficient to support Su Bai's lofty aspirations. In other words, if Su Bai intends to ascend to the status of the Dragon Kingdom's wealthiest solely through his mobile phone business, the likelihood of achieving this is virtually nil, given his current profit margins. Therefore, to attain this esteemed position, Su Bai must seek a wholly new avenue. Now, dear readers, we arrive at the most insightful portion of this narrative. If you ever find yourself yearning for extraordinary success and aspire to become a billionaire, what should be your first step? Observe closely as we delve into a live lesson from a billionaire. Su Bai retrieves his mobile phone, opens the browser, and searches for world's top 100 companies. Why pursue this list? It is essential to grasp an immutable truth. Imitation is invariably more facile than innovation. The same principle applies to establishing a company, rather than exhausting oneself to invent a groundbreaking business. It is significantly easier to enter an existing industry and emulate your competitors until you surpass them. For instance, if you wish to open a hot pot restaurant, the most straightforward and effective strategy is to identify the most successful hot pot establishment nearby, replicate its location, sourcing channels, decor style, and management services. While this approach does not guarantee success, it is certainly more pragmatic than whimsically forging ahead without a plan. In the same vein, since Su Bai seeks to explore new avenues and ventures, the simplest method remains imitation. However, given Su Bai's current assets, he would not stoop to replicating a hot pot restaurant. Instead, if he is to imitate, he will emulate the best. By toppling the foremost entity on the world's top 100 companies list, he would inevitably ascend to global supremacy. Professional maneuvers, please do not replicate. Individuals should choose according to their capabilities. Let us see who currently holds the title of the world's foremost enterprise. As the browser page refreshes, a comprehensive list of the world's top companies appears on Su Bai's mobile screen. With Su Bai's stature, there is no need to scroll down. He focuses solely on the first position. Upon discerning the name of the leading global enterprise, his brow arches in surprise. Walmart. Who would have thought that a chain supermarket from the Eagle Nation could eclipse numerous internet giants and oil energy titans to claim the title of the world's best? Indeed, it is a supermarket that reigns supreme. Having ascended to the pinnacle of the Fortune Global 500, one must ponder the existence of justice and law. Observing the three characters of Wong, Su Bai's lips curl in a sardonic smile, more difficult to suppress than even the mightiest AK. This reflects the unrestrained and indulgent spirit passed down through generations within the genes of the Dragon Kingdom's people, as if every cell in his body were proclaiming, "If the enemy can advance, so can I. Are nobility and royalty truly exclusive? I, Su Bai, challenge Woma to its demise." If you were a high-tech enterprise or a resource monopoly, Su Bai would indeed weigh his options carefully, considering the industry barriers that exist. However, if you were merely a supermarket chain, the matter would be settled without negotiation. Some may express curiosity about how Woma, as a colossal chain supermarket dominating the globe and reigning as the top Fortune Global 500 company for 12 consecutive years, differs from the likes of Vendi, which can be easily maneuvered. Countless individuals, like Su Bai, have aspired to challenge or destabilize Ma's supremacy, yet all have met with failure. Thus, one might wonder from whence Su Bai derives his confidence to confront this behemoth, not only engaging it head-on, but also aiming to corner it at its base, denying it the opportunity to thrive. Perhaps it has slipped one's mind that, despite not resorting to any underhanded tactics, Su Bai is an authentic time traveler. Merely by emulating a certain company from his previous life, he has rapidly ascended to become the leader of the mobile phone industry in the Dragon Kingdom, amassing a fortune in the billions. Now, when Su Bai invokes the name of a certain supermarket from his past, which once ruled the Central Plains and dominated the internet landscape, one must ponder how Ma will respond. It is noteworthy that, for a myriad of reasons, this certain supermarket never ventured beyond the Central Plains in his previous life. Yet now, for Su Bai, what this enterprise could achieve, he can replicate. What it could not accomplish, he can certainly achieve. As Su Bai lounges in the courtyard, sipping tea and basking in the sun while contemplating how to adopt the model of the aforementioned supermarket to dethrone the world's #1. A group of young villagers passes by, evidently on their way to play cards at the local store. During the Spring Festival, card playing is a ubiquitous form of entertainment in rural areas. As they stroll past Su Bai's courtyard and notice him deep in thought, they greet him warmly. "Brother Bai, enjoying the sun? Come, let us play cards together." "Brother Bai, you've been sitting there pondering for quite some time. What occupies your thoughts? Perhaps we can lend a hand with some ideas?" Setting down his teacup, Su Bai smiles gently. "I was contemplating how to become the wealthiest person in the nation." Upon hearing this, the young men nearly burst into laughter. The scene mirrors their childhood inquiries into Su Bai's exam scores. Typically, when someone boasts of aspiring to be the richest in the country, it is often mere bravado. But this individual before them is capable of making it a reality. As the saying goes, goods are compared and people are measured. It is no wonder that he can achieve wealth while they remain mere laborers. Such is the disparity. With spirits dampened, they quickly disperse, opting to return home rather than play cards. As several individuals were momentarily disheartened by Su Bai's remark, he approached them, holding a thermos. "What are we playing?" "Mahjong. Let me make it clear, I won't play for more than $10. The mere fact that Su Bai was willing to join them for a game of cards filled their hearts with joy. It was no trivial matter to share a table with a billionaire. Such an opportunity was rare and worth boasting about. Amidst laughter and lively banter, the young men gathered around Su Bai and strolled toward the village's small shop. Their camaraderie mirrored the innocence of childhood. Chapter 050. Sounding the first shot for a fortuitous start. Having resolved what to pursue, the next step was determining how to proceed. Logically, if the aim was to compete with Walmart, the most effective strategy would be to initiate targeted attacks, akin to the approach taken with Wanjia. The goal was to secure initial breakthroughs rather than attempting a full-scale assault. Much like the case with rice sanitary napkins, it was essential to launch the first strike against Wanjia, striving for a successful opening. But how exactly should that first strike be executed? On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, Su Bai stood in the living room with a bowl of tang yuan, savoring the delicacy while observing the map of Longhua affixed to the wall by his father, Su Guoyang. In essence, commercial competition is akin to a game of conquering territories to seize market share. Surveying the landscape, it was evident that Walmart had established over 400 stores across Longhua, effectively covering first to fourth-tier cities. One could assert that the flag of Walmart had been planted firmly on the soil of Longhua. The might of the world's leading enterprise was undeniable. Thus, faced with such a formidable rival, how should the audacious Su Bai embark on his venture? Historical precedents reveal two fundamental strategies. One is to encircle rural areas from urban centers, while the other involves rural areas surrounding cities. The former entails Su Bai opening a large rice supermarket in first-tier metropolises like Modu or the capital, replicating the successful model of Donglai, and directly challenging Walmart in a face-to-face competition. After achieving initial victories, the aim would be to expand into second- and third-tier cities. This was precisely how Walmart had commenced its operations. This approach, characterized by tackling the difficult before the easy, would allow for a stronger foothold in first-tier cities, making subsequent expansions to lower-tier cities more manageable. Essentially, it was akin to confronting the formidable dragon right from the outset, rendering failure improbable. However, this strategy necessitated a solid foundation of strength. Walmart entered the Longhua market in 1996, yet its founder had already ascended to the status of the world's wealthiest individual by 1985. With ample resources and a formidable presence, Walmart was well equipped to establish its first store in the reform-oriented city of Pengcheng. In contrast, Su Bai was not even the richest individual in Longwei at present. With his current cash flow, attempting to launch a large-scale operation would be tantamount to self-sabotage. Therefore, the most prudent course of action remained to encircle urban centers from rural ones. By opening the first large rice supermarket in a third or fourth-tier city, Su Bai could establish a solid foundation before expanding into first- and second-tier cities. With the strategic direction firmly established, the path forward appeared much clearer. Su Bai finished the last bite of the glutinous rice ball and, after a thorough search on the expansive map of the Dragon Country, ultimately set his gaze upon his hometown, Yicheng. Yicheng, a third-tier city and his place of origin, possesses the advantages of both geographical and social factors. As for the element of time, Su Bai felt no apprehension. As he often asserts, his success is predominantly attributed to the contrast provided by his peers. As long as he remains steadfast in his original intentions and stands alongside the populace, there will always be well-meaning individuals like Zhang Lily to lend their support. After savoring the glutinous rice ball, Su Bai returned the empty bowl to the kitchen and nonchalantly slipped away. As a billionaire executive, he relished the absolute privilege of not having to wash dishes, a special allowance granted by Su Jinfeng. "Senor, remember to pay your respects to your uncles later," he reminded. Understood. The customs in the countryside are largely similar, where, in addition to paying respects to elders, many younger relatives also come to offer their greetings to Su Bai. However, the red envelopes are not as extravagant as those described online, which often suggest checks or bank cards. Instead, they uniformly consist of 200 yuan. If one were to draw a distinction, it would be that Su Bai typically prepares several hundred of these envelopes, amounting to nearly 100,000 yuan. For on the first day of the Lunar New Year, nearly all the children from Dogger village come to wish him well. In fact, in recent years, children from nearby villages have also begun to join in. Su Bai invariably welcomes them, ensuring that every child who comes to greet him receives one. Just as Su Bai was stepping out to pay his respects to the elders, a boy of 11 or 12, named Lu Daji, hurriedly set down his bowl and chopsticks. "Grandpa, I'm full," he exclaimed before rushing out the door toward Dogger village. Lu Daji had often been teased by his classmates because of his name, yet he never blushed or fought back, for he understood that their family could not afford such consequences. This 12-year-old boy had lost his parents at a young age and had been living with his grandfather ever since. They say that children from impoverished families mature quickly, and Lu Daji is a prime example. Not only does he assist his grandfather with household chores, but he also excels academically, consistently ranking first in his class. Coincidentally, Lu Daji's homeroom teacher is the same person who once taught Su Bai. Each time she hands Lu Daji a certificate of achievement, she affectionately ruffles his hair and remarks, "This child resembles Su Bai, with a spark of intelligence in his eyes." This year, in the latter half, Lu Daji is set to attend middle school in the county, which entails living on campus and returning home only once a week. Before he embarks on this new chapter, there is one significant task he must accomplish: purchasing a second-hand electric tricycle for his grandfather. Lu Daji's grandfather, apart from farming, supplements their income by selling vegetables. On market days, Lu Daji rises early to assist his grandfather, securing baskets filled with fresh produce to the back of their bicycle. Given the hilly terrain of the southern Sichuan region, Lu Daji often finds himself pushing the bicycle up steep inclines to help his grandfather. Once Lu Daji begins attending junior high school in the county, there will be no one available to assist his grandfather with the cart on market days. Thus, Lu Daji finds himself in need of an electric tricycle, one that does not have to be brand new. A second-hand model would suffice. Ideally, it should come with a canopy to shield his grandfather from the rain should inclement weather occur. Lu Daji has already inquired about the price, which for a second-hand vehicle stands at 200 yuan. Over the past 6 months, he has been frugal, managing to save 112.5 yuan. Yet he still requires an additional 1087.5 yuan. For a child hailing from a family reliant on government assistance, this is undoubtedly a considerable sum. If Lu Daji wishes to gather the necessary funds, he must resort to unconventional methods. After a strenuous run, Lu Daji arrives at the entrance of Dog Village. Gazing towards the direction of Su Bai's home, he knows where Su Bai lives because he visited last year. Blending in with the group of children to wish Su Bai a happy new year, from which he received a red envelope containing 200 yuan. Lu Daji later used that money to purchase a fleece-lined military coat for his grandfather. It was the first time he had ever seen his grandfather don new clothing. This year, Lu Daji returns, crouching beneath the large locust tree at the village entrance, waiting for the other children to arrive so he can merge with them and greet Su Bai once more. However, unlike last year, this time Lu Daji feels a sense of guilt, as if he were about to commit a transgression. His face flushes crimson, and his heart races within his chest. He meticulously plans to blend in with the children, taking advantage of Su Bai's distraction to repeat his New Year wishes and collect multiple red envelopes, specifically 5 in total. 5 envelopes would yield 1,000 yuan, allowing him to save the remaining 87.5 yuan over the next half year, thus securing his grandfather's electric tricycle. As a diligent student, Lu Daji feels conflicted about resorting to such underhanded tactics to obtain extra red envelopes. In an effort to alleviate his conscience, he repeatedly reassures himself that this is merely a loan, one he will repay in full, with interest, once he is older and able to earn money. Little does he realize that this 12-year-old boy, scheming to collect 5 envelopes for 1,000 yuan, has not considered the possibility of simply requesting 6 envelopes, which would leave him with 112.5 yuan. Chapter 051. On the new year, how could he refuse me? Young Lu Daji waits beneath the large locust tree at the village entrance, eager to wish Su Bai a happy new year. He is not the only one with this intention. Simultaneously, on the rural road leading to Dog Village, a black Hongqi sedan bearing an ordinary Yicheng license plate slowly approaches. Inside the vehicle are a driver and a passenger, both clad in unremarkable down jackets, yet their demeanor and conduct reveal that they are anything but ordinary. The driver, Xiao Zhang, in his 30s, is a distinguished graduate who, after passing the civil service exam, swiftly ascended the ranks to become the secretary of the district committee office, now serving as the esteemed chief secretary of Yicheng City. Since it is Xiao Zhang who is driving, it is rather obvious who occupies the back seat of the car. The impromptu driver, Xiao Zhang, cautiously navigates the narrow country road while keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings, and without looking back, inquires, "Boss, do you truly believe we can visit General Su without prior notice?" It seems that, over time, secretaries in local regions have taken to referring to their superiors as boss. In the back seat sits a slightly portly middle-aged man, engrossed in scrolling through videos on his phone, one of which features the infamous clip of Su Bai being launched into the air by a pig. The sight of Su Bai and Xiao Wu chasing the pig causes the middle-aged man to chuckle uncontrollably. This is Dong Xin, the chief steward of Yicheng. However, within the political circles of the Sichuan-Chongqing region, Dong Xin is far better known by his nickname, Dong Sanjin. Hailing from northeast China, Dong Xin has evidently leveraged his remarkable drinking capacity to great effect. During his tenure in Chengdu, he attracted 16 publicly listed companies, amassing over 50 billion in investments in just a few short years, all thanks to his extraordinary drinking prowess. It is said that a certain tycoon from a listed company once declared at a banquet that for every drink Dong Xin consumed, he would invest 100 million in Chengdu. That night, no one knew exactly how much Dong Xin drank, as he downed bottles of 52-degree liquor with ease. Subsequently, that listed company invested hundreds of millions in Chengdu over the next 3 years. Thus, Dong Xin rose to prominence. By the way, Dong Sanjin's nickname does not imply that he can drink only 3 jin. Rather, it signifies a baseline of 3 jin. Today, among the notable business magnates of the entire country, none are unfamiliar with Dong Sanjin, as he has invariably sought their investments. Otherwise, why do you think so many large companies have established factories and invested in Yicheng since Dong Sanjin took office? To elaborate further would only unveil the bitter tears of those big bosses who, defying the odds, found themselves incapacitated beneath the weight of liquor at the banquet table. Now, the esteemed steward of Yicheng has become a litmus test for numerous enterprises nationwide. In industry parlance, if a business owner has not been intoxicated by Dong Sanjin or secured investments from him, it implies their enterprise has yet to reach significant stature. Upon hearing Secretary Xiao Zhang's concerns and finishing the video on his phone, Dong Sanjin let out a yawn, his northeast accent distinctly resonant. "Are you foolish enough to greet him? That would be tantamount to signaling him. If he knew I was coming, would he sit idly and wait for me? He would flee at once. The reason I chose to come on the first day of the Lunar New Year is precisely to cut off his avenues for funds. On such a festive occasion, How could he possibly refuse me? If he dares to turn me down, I shall make a poster of him being launched by a pig and hang it at the Yicheng Expressway toll station. As the saying goes, one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without reason. And who more so than Dong Sanjin? Here I am, the Grand Steward of Yicheng, paying a New Year visit. Shouldn't you, Su Bai, offer a token of generosity? After all, when Lu Daji visits Su Bai during the New Year, it is merely to secure 4 additional red envelopes. And he feels a profound sense of guilt. Yet, when Dong Sanjin makes his New Year visit, Su Bai need not provide excessively. A mere 3 billion will suffice. Why? The figure has already been predetermined. Because Dong Sanjin had long inquired, the production of Su Bai's rice sanitary napkin factory has yet to reach half of its capacity. There remains an additional 30 billion in factory scale that requires further expansion and investment. Although this 30 billion has already become a coveted asset in Rongqing. As long as it remains uneaten, Dong Sanjin dares to seize it. You, with your vast resources in Rongqing, are not in need of this 30 billion. However, we in Yicheng are different. With this 30 billion rice sanitary napkin factory, not to mention the tax revenue, the creation of thousands of jobs alone would address a significant issue for Dong Sanjin. Therefore, for the sake of this 30 billion and these thousands of employment opportunities, this esteemed steward of Yicheng has decided to take a bold step today. He specifically chose the auspicious day of the New Year to pay his New Year respects to Su Bai. Happy New Year! In the courtyard of the Su family, a 4 or 5-year-old boy, clad in a new cotton coat, looked up at Su Bai with a broad grin. Happy New Year! Su Bai picked a red envelope from a large stack on the nearby bench and handed it to the little boy, smiling. Study hard and listen to your parents. Got it. Thank you, Uncle Su. The boy, elated with his red envelope, dashed off joyously, prompting Su Bai to wave and call out, "Next." At this moment, the Su family's courtyard was bustling with children, forming a long queue. The youngest were 2 or 3 years old, while the oldest were 15 or 16. All there to pay their New Year respects to Su Bai. The children chattered excitedly, while several adults nearby watched with smiles, clearly enjoying the festive spectacle. It was evident that paying New Year respects to Su Bai had become a cherished tradition in Dog Village during the New Year. Among the throng of children, Lu Daji was positioned near the front of the line. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he kept his head down throughout the process. Before long, as the children in front of him joyfully ran off with their red envelopes, it was finally Lu Daji's turn. Summoning his courage, he stepped up to Su Bai. "Uncle Su, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Study hard and listen to your teachers." Su Bai replied with a smile as he handed Lu Daji a red envelope before calling for the next child. This year, many children came to receive red envelopes, and Su Bai had to work swiftly to distribute them before lunch. After receiving his envelope, Lu Daji made a circuit around Dog Village before rejoining the queue for red envelopes. It wasn't long before he found himself standing before Su Bai again. "Uncle Su, Happy New Year." This time, Lu Daji was less composed. Even his voice trembled slightly. The 12-year-old boy, who had never told a lie in his life, was making an earnest attempt to appear calm. What if he were recognized? If that happened, he would just have to admit his mistake. But what if his grandfather found out? Surely, his grandfather would be heartbroken to learn that his pride and joy, who had consistently ranked first, would resort to deceiving for a red envelope. As Lu Daji's heart raced, feeling as though time was dragging, a red envelope emblazoned with the words "Lucky Money" appeared before him, accompanied by Su Bai's gentle smile. "Happy New Year. You've grown another year older. Remember to study diligently and help your family with chores." Upon receiving the red envelope, Lu Daji nodded several times, neglecting to express his gratitude, and hurriedly departed. Fortunately, he went unnoticed. However, in his haste, Lu Daji remained oblivious to the fact that Su Bai's gaze lingered on him for an additional second. This young boy from the countryside, still in elementary school, was evidently unaware that Su Bai's remarkable memory enabled him to recall all of the over 1,000 employees at the headquarters of Dami Technology, let alone the hundreds of children present. Chapter 052. You actually worry that I might default? Every child who came to pay their New Year's respects to Su Bai on the first day of the Lunar New Year had been thoroughly cautioned by their parents. It was acceptable to greet him and to accept a red envelope, given the festive spirit of the new year. Su Bai was not particularly concerned about a mere 200 yuan. However, it was imperative not to assume that the presence of many children allowed for repeated greetings and requests for red envelopes. This not only pertained to the character of their own children, but also carried significant implications regarding propriety. Considering Su Bai's standing in Dogger village, everyone was keen to cultivate a closer relationship with the Su family. Regardless of any matters concerning the Su family, the villagers would be the first to offer their assistance. On one hand, there was a sense of gratitude, as Su Bai's presence had facilitated Dogger village becoming the first village in the entire Iching to have paved roads. Many speculated that the early completion of the concrete roads in the village was due to Su Bai's discreet financial contributions. Yet, Su Bai himself never mentioned this. Numerous similar instances existed, and despite the economic downturn over the years, Dogger village continued to thrive. The villagers were well aware of the reasons behind this prosperity, although Su Bai consistently refrained from acknowledging it, and they tacitly agreed not to bring it up. In rural communities, personal connections are paramount. Reciprocity is fundamental. Having contributed so much behind the scenes for the village, the villagers were constantly contemplating how to repay the Su family's kindness. No one would be foolish enough to take advantage of Su Bai's generosity by attempting to claim extra red envelopes. Should such behavior be exposed, it would surely result in severe repercussions throughout the village. The children were generally well-behaved, and with their fondness for the uncle who could craft slingshots, no one sought to claim more than their share of red envelopes. They dutifully paid their respects and departed. Only Lu Daji, having blended into the crowd of children, had managed to collect a fourth red envelope. When he contemplated claiming a fifth, panic set in. Most of the other children had already dispersed, leaving only 7 or 8 remaining in line. If he were to join the queue now, would Su Bai notice him? Lu Daji was filled with trepidation. On one side was his elderly grandfather, over 70 and struggling with mobility, in dire need of an electric tricycle to sell vegetables. On the other side loomed the fear of being discovered, jeopardizing everything. At 12 years old, this rural boy faced what seemed to be the greatest challenge of his life over a 200 yuan red envelope. Ultimately, Lu Daji mustered the scant courage he possessed and positioned himself at the end of the line. As the children before him collected their red envelopes and departed, he found himself as the last in line. Thus, a boy who had saved only 87.5 yuan over 6 months now stood before a billionaire owner. Su Bai had long been aware of Lu Daji's presence. The latter, believing himself to be the epitome of flawless acting, appeared to Su Bai as someone riddled with shortcomings. However, Su Bai chose not to expose these flaws, pretending to be oblivious. For beyond Lu Daji's clumsy performance, Su Bai discerned something else within the boy's gaze, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. It was the sorrow of shedding all dignity and pride, a reluctant capitulation to the harsh realities of life. It was difficult to fathom that such a look could manifest in the eyes of a youth who ought to be relishing the joys of childhood. Su Bai was uncertain as to why Lu Daji had amassed so many red envelopes. He only knew that should he unveil the truth to the boy, it might take a lifetime for Lu Daji to heal from the aftermath. With this thought in mind, Su Bai picked up another red envelope, smiling benignly at Lu Daji as if nothing were amiss. All that was required was for Lu Daji to wish him a happy new year, and the 200 yuan would be his. Yet, just as Su Bai anticipated that Lu Daji would, like before, utter his greetings and depart with the envelope, the boy, head bowed throughout, unexpectedly produced 4 red envelopes from his pocket. With a quivering, tearful voice, he addressed Su Bai. I'm sorry. I was thinking of buying my grandfather an electric tricycle, but I don't have enough money, and I don't know what to do. I'm truly sorry. Lu Daji's frail shoulders trembled as he extended the 4 envelopes towards Su Bai. Observing this scene, Su Bai fell silent. Lu Daji had summoned all his courage and pride to acquire these 4 envelopes, only to now seek forgiveness as he was on the cusp of receiving a 5th. Taking the 4 envelopes from Lu Daji, Su Bai gently inquired, "Why choose to apologize now?" Lu Daji, still with his head low, sobbed. "My grandfather taught me not to do anything that would weigh on my conscience. Until now, I didn't understand what that meant." Indeed, it was only moments ago that Lu Daji grasped the reality. He could take these 5 red envelopes, totaling 1,000 yuan, and he could indeed buy his grandfather an electric tricycle. Yet the guilt and sense of wrongdoing stemming from this incident would likely haunt him for a lifetime. That was the essence of a guilty conscience. Su Bai listened quietly, refraining from casting blame or judgment. Here stood a grandfather who advised his grandson against wrongdoing, and a grandson who endeavored to purchase an electric tricycle for him. How poignant it was. After bowing deeply in apology, Lu Daji wiped his tears and prepared to turn away. But in the next instant, Su Bai called out, "Wait." Lu Daji paused and finally mustered the courage to meet Su Bai's gaze. The class teacher had been right. There was a spark of brilliance in his eyes. Su Bai remained seated, observing this boy who was unwilling to act against his conscience. You've returned the envelopes, but what about your grandfather's electric tricycle? At the mention of the tricycle, Lu Daji's expression fell. I heard that if anyone scores first in any subject in the county's junior high final exams, there's a 200 yuan prize. Su Bai nodded in understanding. In the county, there are numerous middle school students, making it quite challenging to secure the top position in the grade. Lu Daji clutched the hem of his shirt defiantly. I can do it. I have been first in my rural studies every year. It takes me at most a year, or at the quickest, a semester. I will definitely buy a car for my grandfather. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile blossomed on Su Bai's face. I have a plan that allows you to act without guilt and enables you to purchase an electric tricycle for your grandfather right after the new year. Are you in? What is the plan? Just tell me if you're in. As long as I don't feel guilty, I'm in. Su Bai turned and called out to the window of his second-floor home. Dodo, come down quickly. Half a minute later, a young boy of about 8 or 9 appeared before Su Bai, brandishing a toy electric gun and looking quite spirited. Third uncle, what's up? Su Bai ruffled Dodo's hair and turned to Lu Daji. This is my brother's child, currently in the 3rd grade, with rather average academic performance. My proposal is that from today until the end of winter break, you come to my house every day to tutor Dodo for 2 hours, earning 100 yuan each day. Ironically, Su Bai's brother, Su Jun, is a high school principal, with students flourishing under his guidance, yet his own household faces challenges. Upon hearing the words tutoring, Dodo attempted to flee, but Su Bai swiftly caught him by the collar. Lu Daji's eyes sparkled at Su Bai's words. School would only resume after the new year, meaning that by tutoring Dodo until then, he could earn nearly 2,000 yuan. But that wasn't all. Su Bai continued. This is the tutoring fee. Additionally, if Dodo improves his exam scores by even 1 rank in his class, I will reward you with an extra 200 yuan. Should he attain first in his class, I'll add 1,000 yuan, and if he becomes the top student in the grade, I will give you 5,000 yuan. Clearly, the performance evaluation system had been cleverly applied to Lu Daji. However, upon hearing the extravagant rewards, Lu Daji didn't let excitement cloud his judgment. Instead, he looked at the squirming Dodo, concern etched on his face. What if he doesn't listen to me? Su Bai chuckled and shrugged. If he listens, then what do I need you for? I don't care if you take him climbing trees to fetch bird nests or fishing in the fields. I only care about the results, not the process. So, have you made up your mind? After a brief hesitation, Lu Daji finally mustered the courage to reply. I've noted everything you said. You mustn't go back on your word. Su Bai, bemused, replied, You worry about me, a billionaire entrepreneur, trying to cheat you out of a few thousand? Clearly, you've made your decision. Rest assured, I will not go back on my word. With that, Su Bai extended his hand towards Lu Daji, who mimicked the gesture, gripping Su Bai's hand firmly. Chapter 053. This red envelope is truly unique. Having settled the daily tutoring schedule, Lu Daji departed, clutching a red envelope containing 200 yuan. This envelope bore no guilt. As he passed by the entrance of Dog Village, he inadvertently glanced towards the old locust tree, where a familiar face caught his attention. His grandfather often watched the news on their old television at home, keeping up with both national and local broadcasts. The man chatting among the elderly, Lu Daji, had previously seen him in the local news. Each time there was a meeting, this uncle would occupy the central position, seemingly a figure of considerable authority. Suddenly, with the resounding crack of firecrackers nearby, a dog bowl soared into the sky. Coming to his senses, Lu Daji hurriedly ran home. Matters concerning the esteemed official were of no relevance to him. He was eager to return and inform his grandfather that he had found employment and, following the new year, would be able to purchase an electric tricycle for him. Dong Sanjin had been there for a while, not in haste to seek out Su Bai of the Su family, but instead masquerading as a distant relative, blending in among the cluster of elderly individuals beneath the large locust tree. After accepting a packet of Ziyun cigarettes from an elder, Dong Sanjin gratefully lit one. It had been ages since he had smoked this brand, renowned for its potency. The elder appeared to have been waiting for the opportunity to boast, pride radiating from him. Do not underestimate this cigarette. Our village's young man, Su Bai, boasts a fortune in the billions and still indulges in this. Dong Sanjin smiled outwardly, while internally he scoffed. Since entering the village, he had heard this line 8 times already. No wonder the villagers were so keen to offer cigarettes to outsiders. When it came to understanding the people's sentiments, Su Bai was unparalleled. A mere pack of cigarettes worth a few dozen yuan elevated the entire village's stature to that of billionaires. The elders, engrossed in providing Dong Sanjin with accolades, failed to recognize that the man, casually dressed and wandering alone in the village while claiming to be visiting relatives, was, in fact, the esteemed steward of Yicheng. A couple of elders felt he looked familiar, but during the county officials' visits to the village, they were always accompanied by a throng of people. It was rare to see a dignitary wandering alone. Amidst the chatter, Dong Sanjin posed numerous questions about medical reimbursements, children's education, and job placements. When the elders praised him, he grinned widely. When they expressed grievances, he merely held his cigarette in silence, scratching his head. As the conversation flowed, the topic inevitably shifted to Dong Sanjin, the steward of Yicheng. It was evident that the recent transformative changes in Yicheng had not gone unnoticed by the populace, who unanimously recognized his contributions. However, there remained one point of skepticism among the elders: Dong Sanjin's drinking capacity. "I find it hard to believe," one remarked. 3 Jin is merely a base, and the son of the 4th family in Shaoan village is a distiller, yet he can barely manage 2 Jin. I'd wager he can only handle 1.5. Even that is generous. 3 Jin is undoubtedly an exaggeration. Another added, "I've heard they are from the northeast. While their warmth is undeniable, when it comes to boasting, they are unparalleled in the nation." At this juncture, Dong Sanjin could no longer remain seated. "You may critique my work, and I will humbly accept it. However, if you question my drinking prowess..." He surveyed the circle of elderly gentlemen, all averaging over 70 years of age, and found himself at a loss for words. What point is there in arguing with a group of elderly men? After glancing at his watch and noting the approaching mealtime, Dong Sanjin brushed the ash from his trousers, stood up, and said with a smile, "Well then, continue your conversation. I must head to my relatives for dinner." After bidding farewell to a group of elderly gentlemen, Dong Sanjin, clad in a cotton-padded jacket, mimicked his childhood days in his northeastern hometown by inserting his hands into the sleeves, hunching his back as he ambled toward the Su family residence. He exhaled puffs of mist along the way, remarking on how the southern winters were indeed chilling in every corner. Upon reaching the small courtyard of the Su family, Dong Sanjin leaned in to listen, discerning the clattering sounds emanating from the kitchen, which suggested that a meal was being prepared. He peeked cautiously into the courtyard, confirming that Su Bai was not present, before cheerfully stepping inside. "Happy New Year, esteemed hosts," he exclaimed upon hearing a voice, as Su Guoyang, Su Bai's father, emerged from the living room. Before Su Guoyang could respond, Dong Sanjin continued, "Brother, I've come to visit relatives in the countryside, but my phone has run out of battery, and I haven't yet found my destination. Given the festive season, could you assist me?" At that moment, Su Jinfeng, having heard the commotion from the kitchen, poked her head out. "Which village are you from? It's nearly mealtime. Come, eat first, and I'll lend you a charging cable for your phone. I'll guide you this afternoon." In rural areas, one might not receive money for holding a bowl, but requesting a meal would likely result in an invitation to dine, even if it meant traveling all the way back to the northeast, especially with someone like Su Jinfeng, who possessed a sharp tongue but a kind heart. "How could I impose?" Dong Sanjin replied, "There's no need to feel embarrassed. From your accent, you're from the northeast, aren't you? Northeasterners are known for their hospitality, and we southerners are no less so." She laughed heartily. "Well then, it seems I've encountered a kind family. I truly appreciate it," he said. Though as he spoke of feeling embarrassed, he was already stepping over the threshold, his heart bursting with joy. "Mr. Su, I assure you, it's not that I'm reluctant to leave. It's your mother who insisted I stay for a meal. How could you possibly send me away on such a festive occasion?" In the warm welcome from Su Guoyang, Dong Sanjin settled onto the sofa in the living room, taking in the decor of the Su family home without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Su Guoyang busied himself bringing Dong Sanjin tea and fruit, attending to him diligently. The elderly couple appeared blissfully unaware that Dong Sanjin's visit was not merely a friendly gesture. Rather, it was akin to a weasel extending New Year's greetings to a chicken, harboring ulterior motives. Today's lunch, unbeknownst to them, could potentially cost their son 30 billion. Logically, whether Su Bai spent that 30 billion in Rongqing or Yicheng, it would still be spent. Yet, if Su Bai were to invest that sum in Yicheng, how would he account to Su Xiaochang? It would be a matter of utmost importance. Meanwhile, Su Bai was occupied upstairs, engaged in phone calls that had not ceased throughout the morning. Despite Su Bai's relatively low profile, his connections were extensive, spanning from Rongqing to the capital, and reaching across various industries both domestically and internationally. Numerous individuals were eager to extend their New Year-esque greetings to this billionaire. It was only natural if one had Su Bai's contact information but felt hesitant to disturb him. The Lunar New Year provided the perfect opportunity for a brief exchange with such a prominent figure. While Su Bai was busy, his elder brother, Su Jun, soon descended the stairs, cradling a child in his arms. "Mother, where is Do's toy gun charger? I need to charge it for a while." Just as he spoke, Su Jun caught a glimpse of someone in the living room as he passed by. Instinctively, he turned his head and, upon recognizing Dong Sanjin, nearly dropped Do from his arms. Hey. Dong Sanjin was engrossed in examining a remote control. Hearing someone call out, he looked up abruptly and, upon realizing it was Su Jun, immediately raised his hand to interrupt. "It's New Year's Day. You should call me Uncle Dong." As the high school principal, Su Jun swallowed hard, taking several seconds to muster a smile. "Uncle Dong." Dong Sanjin nodded with a smile, glancing at the child in Su Jun's arms. "Is this your son? What is this? Do you have a custom of scolding children on the first day of the new year?" At that moment, Do, nestled in Su Jun's embrace, had red eyes, clearly having just cried. It was no wonder he was upset. His third uncle, Su Bai, had inexplicably arranged for him to attend a tutoring session, which felt like the sky was falling down. Come, Grandpa Dong has a red envelope for you." As he spoke, Dong Sanjin pulled out a red envelope he had prepared earlier. Seeing this, Su Jun promptly set Do down and urged him with a smile, "Quickly, go wish Grandpa Dong a Happy New Year." "I'm not going. I already have a red envelope. I don't care for it." Su Jun felt like grinding his teeth, gazing at his disobedient son, wishing he could smack his head against the wall. "Listen, son, this red envelope is truly special." As Su Bai descended the stairs with his phone in hand, he heard a joyful commotion coming from the dining room. Curious, he walked into the dining area only to spot a familiar figure sitting next to his father, Su Guoyang. As soon as he recognized the person's face, he instinctively halted and then turned to leave. "Mom, I'm going to my second uncle's house for dinner." Seeing Su Bai hastily retreat, Su Jun was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to stop him or let him go. On one side was a superior leader far above him, and on the other was his own brother with a fortune in the billions. Neither side was one to provoke. Meanwhile, Su Jinfeng and Su Guoyang remained oblivious to the underlying tension. Upon hearing Su Bai's intent to leave, Su Jinfeng immediately chimed in. "What do you mean you're going to eat elsewhere? Is there not enough food at home?" After saying this, she seemed to sense something was off and smiled at Dong Sanjin. "Brother Sanjin, please forgive my bluntness. I didn't mean to offend. My third child has been spoiled since he was little. Please don't take it to heart." Dong Xin, who introduced himself as Dong Sanjin, smiled as he accepted the chopsticks from Su Guoyang, looking at Su Bai, who was called back by Su Jinfeng, his face beaming with delight. "It's no trouble at all. Your third child seems like someone I have a connection with." At that moment, Su Jun, who was blissfully unaware of the outside affairs and merely wished to enjoy his leisure, nearly burst into laughter at Dong Sanjin's words about having a connection. Indeed, it was a connection, albeit of a different kind. It was said that during Dong Sanjin's last visit to his brother's office, he had pressured Su Bai for over a week, forcing him to invest over 10 billion in building a factory in Yicheng. This time, Dong Sanjin had come unannounced, blocking Su Bai on the very first day of the new year. It is estimated that without spending several billion, Su Bai cannot possibly rid himself of this formidable obstacle. Otherwise, would his current expression be so grim? Returning to his seat, Su Bai wore a troubled demeanor, gazing at Dong Sanjin, who sat across from him, clearly overwhelmed. Dong Sanjin's purpose was all too clear to him. He was here for the 30 billion investment associated with the rice sanitary napkin factory. In years past, during the investment drive in Rongqing, Dong Sanjin would never have dared to confront someone during the festive season for such an amount. However, times have changed. With over 20 million inhabitants and a GDP exceeding 20 trillion, Rongqing is undeniably affluent. In contrast, Yicheng boasts a mere few million residents and a GDP of only 2 trillion. The mere infusion of Su Bai's 30 billion could elevate the GDP by a full percentage point, not accounting for the multiplier effect. How could Dong Sanjin not be tempted? His demeanor today clearly indicated a determination to seize a piece of the pie from Rongqing. Reluctantly, after lunch, Su Bai invited Dong Sanjin into his study. The study was quite modestly furnished. The bookshelf was devoid of hefty tomes for serving tea, instead filled with extracurricular books favored by his nephews and nieces. Even Su Bai's desk bore the remnants of a chess set confiscated from the children after their play. After brewing a pot of tea, the two men sat down to a game of chess. Su Bai initiated the game by advancing a pawn, showing no intention of defense. If you seek the 30 billion for the rice sanitary napkin venture, I genuinely cannot assist you. To be candid, old Su had called me specifically to warn me about your intentions once I returned to Yicheng. In the realm of politics, maintaining composure is paramount. At Dong Sanjin's level, it is rare for him to be easily startled. Clearly, Su Bai's outright refusal was anticipated by Dong Sanjin. Had Su Bai acquiesced immediately, Dong Sanjin might have suspected ulterior motives. Old Su, how ungrateful. After all we shared in Rongqing, to undermine me from behind is indeed disheartening. Su Bai poured tea silently. Why should he be wary of you? Surely, you must understand the reasons. Dong Sanjin tapped his finger on the table, lifted his teacup, and focused intently on the chessboard. The economic climate has been dire these past 2 years. Last year, our official employment rate in Yicheng dropped by 5 percentage points. You understand the reality, of course. After taking a sip of tea, he continued, many of our young people working outside have faced layoffs or optimizations. They simply cannot survive in the big cities and are forced to return to their hometowns in Yicheng. If the major cities are struggling, how can we expect Yicheng to fare any better? As he spoke, Dong Sanjin's voice took on a tone of melancholy. Just a couple of days ago, I strolled through the city center, where I noticed an increase in young people setting up stalls to sell snacks. I approached a stand for phone screen protection, run by a young woman in her 20s. In conversation, I learned she had graduated from university over 6 months ago and was unable to find suitable employment. After 12 years of diligent study, she finally graduated, only to find herself working a sales job with a meager salary of 1,800, barely enough to cover her living expenses. Can you believe it? Driven to desperation, the young woman had no choice but to return to her hometown, where she set up a stall to sell phone screen protectors while simultaneously preparing for civil service examinations at home. As I prepared to leave after settling my payment, the young lady jested that I possessed the demeanor of a high-ranking official. I humbly disagreed, unable to voice the truth that no leader would permit their own child to struggle for employment, particularly in the biting cold of winter, resorting to peddling on the streets to make ends meet. After speaking, Dong Sanjin lifted his gaze towards Su Bai. I approached you not for the 30 billion, nor for the meager GDP accomplishments. Rather, my sole intention is to secure those several thousand job opportunities for the children of Yicheng. Ultimately, I have arrived, having circumvented much, only to find Dong Sanjin awaiting me here. This emotional appeal left Su Bai defenseless, akin to being roasted over an open flame. As a fellow Yicheng resident, how could Su Bai refuse? Indeed, he found himself unable to decline. Had it been prior to the establishment of the rice sanitary napkin factory project, Su Bai might have considered his options. However, having already committed to Su Xiaochong, he had no grounds for retraction. Should he acquiesce to Dong Sanjin now, he would set a precedent that could lead to an influx of individuals seeking his favor for future investments, potentially overwhelming his doorstep. This was a matter of principle. Thus, faced with the emotional and rational appeals from Yicheng's overseer, Su Bai remained resolute, shaking his head decisively. My apologies, old Dong, but I truly cannot allocate that 30 billion to Yicheng. Before Dong Sanjin could respond, Su Bai swiftly countered his proposal. However, I can assist you in securing those several thousand job opportunities. Upon hearing this, Dong Sanjin's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Indeed, just when one feels trapped with no options, a new path often emerges unexpectedly. Initially prepared for a protracted negotiation, hoping to extract at least a few billion from Rongqing, he was pleasantly surprised by the turn of events today. As Su Bai concluded his statement, he awaited Dong Sanjin's response. Knowing that his rice supermarket was slated to use Yicheng as a pilot location, which would necessitate local support. Yet, there is a significant difference between Su Bai approaching Dong Sanjin and the latter seeking him out. One is proactive, the other, reactive, a world apart in concept. Seizing the opportunity presented by Dong Sanjin's visit, Su Bai intended to subtly acquiesce to Dong Sanjin's request. However, to Su Bai's astonishment, Dong Sanjin appeared unfazed, calmly sipping his tea. Both were seasoned players in this game. The stakes were high. Upon hearing Su Bai's promise to create several thousand job opportunities, Dong Sanjin recognized the underlying intentions. It became evident that this billionaire was orchestrating something significant, and it seemed he had long since plotted to establish a foothold in Yicheng. Although Dong Sanjin felt a surge of curiosity, eager to inquire about Su Bai's true intentions, he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. You think you can manipulate me, young man? You still have much to learn. Chapter 055. My rival is never worthy. In the courtyard of the Su family, Su Jun, Su Bai's elder brother, positioned himself on a stool at the staircase leading to the second floor. As the principal of a high school, his phone was incessantly ringing even during the festive season. Yet, while he busily attended to calls, his gaze remained fixed on the unfortunate children in the house, ensuring they did not venture upstairs to cause a ruckus. With the new year just beginning, numerous guests flocked to the Su residence to pay their respects. Shortly after lunchtime, several vehicles were parked at the entrance of their courtyard. The living room and courtyard were bustling with relatives and friends, creating a lively atmosphere. As the hosts, Su Guoyang and Su Jinfeng busily served tea and refreshments. Their two sons did not lend a hand. What are you two doing? The phone is ringing off the hook with so many guests. Can't you at least greet them? Are they here for us? They've come for you too. Third brother, tell him to come down quickly. Upon hearing his mother's call, Su Jin promptly hung up the phone, a sheepish smile gracing his face. No, Mom, third brother is upstairs negotiating. With that Dong Sanjin, how did they come to meet? Realizing he could no longer keep it a secret, Su Jun leaned closer to his mother Su Jinfeng and whispered, Mom, his Jin is the character for gold. Gold. Dong Sanjin. At first, Su Jinfeng did not comprehend, but moments later, her mouth dropped open in astonishment. He is our Dong SH. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Jin swiftly covered her mouth. Mom, please lower your voice. If word gets out, it won't be long before the township leaders arrive. In less than half an hour, county officials will show up, and soon after, city representatives will come too. Before we know it, the courtyard will resemble a meeting of high-ranking officials. At that moment, Su Jinfeng was a mixture of shock and delight. Who would have thought that the distinguished leader they dined with at noon was a prominent figure from Yicheng? A simple rural woman, and yet she had engaged in casual conversation with him for quite some time. Is he here to discuss matters with our third brother? Su Jin nodded. Not to meet Su Bai, so is it to see me? I am not that significant. Oh my, our third brother is quite capable. Look, even the leaders come personally to seek him out. Seeing his mother's joyful expression, Su Jun managed a strained smile. You're elated because they are seeking Su Bai? If only you knew that Dong Sanjin spends his days in Su Bai's office, sipping tea and reading newspapers without leaving. All right then, if they are indeed discussing significant matters, it is best not to disturb them. You stay here and keep watch, don't wander off. With a bemused expression, Su Jin replied, What do you think I'm doing here? Meanwhile, Su Jinfeng returned to the throng of guests, eagerly explaining that Su Bai was meeting an important visitor. The guests all smiled in understanding, though their curiosity piqued about the situation during the festive season. The guests who can meet Su Bai alone are likely to possess extraordinary identities. However, there is nothing particularly remarkable about them. Like Su Bai, they are simply mediocre players in the game of chess. The crux lies in the fact that their skills are evenly matched, leading to intense and unresolved confrontations. What? After all this commotion, it turns out to be merely a supermarket? Despite Dong Sanjin's considerable composure, he could not maintain his demeanor upon hearing Su Bai's introduction. He had expected this billionaire to have grand ambitions, especially when he had spoken of creating thousands of jobs in Yicheng. Yet, after all the fuss, it was simply about opening a supermarket? Are you certain it is a supermarket and not a jest? What kind of supermarket accommodates thousands of people? Trading in human resources is utterly illegal. Dong Sanjin's skepticism seemed to have been anticipated by Su Bai. What's wrong? You look down on it? After a brief moment of hesitation, Dong Sanjin nodded without reservation. Indeed, I do look down on it. You must be unaware of the retail landscape in Yicheng. 5 years ago, Qianjiaoui Supermarket, which originated in our city, had to shut down all its stores due to poor performance. Subsequently, another store named Tianchannel opened in the central district, initially thriving with substantial foot traffic. However, 2 years ago, when Wolma entered Yicheng, the opening day saw an overwhelming crowd. Consequently, last year, Tianchannel also closed its doors, with Wolma around, who would still patronize Tianchannel. Thus, with a swift maneuver, Dong Sanjin captured Su Bai's night. To be honest, I truly disdain your supermarket venture. With Wolma in the fray, The retail business in Yicheng is untenable. Even if you possess unwavering determination, you cannot compete with Wolma. They are the world's foremost retailer, with arms thicker than your thighs. While speaking, Dong Sanjin scrutinized Su Bai's expression. Observing Su Bai's calm demeanor, Dong Sanjin could no longer maintain his composure and hastily set down his chess piece. Are you genuinely trying to challenge Wolma? Akin to a frog seeking to eat a swan? Admittedly, this analogy may be somewhat inappropriate, yet it conveys the essence of the situation. Su Bai, unperturbed, lifted his teacup, took a delicate sip, and set it down. What? Is Wolma untouchable, like a hedgehog? The chess piece clattered onto the tiled floor, and Dong Sanjin, ignoring it, stared at Su Bai as if witnessing madness. I cannot believe that after dismantling a Wanjia supermarket, you've grown so inflated with ambition. Now you dare to provoke Wolma? Young man, if it weren't for your ingenuity in establishing a rice standard and the backing of numerous daily chemical manufacturers, do you truly believe you could have driven Wanjia away by yourself? Su Bai remained lucid. Wanjia's exit from the Longhua market is not due to my influence. It is a choice made by consumers. Dong Sanjin was thoroughly disinclined to continue the game. Su Bai, accumulating this modest fortune has not been an easy endeavor. Now, even the state endorses you, positioning you as a people's entrepreneur. Instead of cherishing your reputation, you venture to contend with the world's leader. To speak candidly, Su Bai's existence is not only a source of pride for the Su family, but also for Yicheng as a whole. Among the countless prefecture-level cities in the nation, there are but a handful of billionaires. Even though the headquarters of Dami Technology is not located in Yicheng, Su Bai's casual investment in a factory there amounts to billions. Observing that Su Bai is yet to fully bask in his glory, who would wish to see him court disaster? I must inform you, Vorma is not a soft target like Wanjiai. I am somewhat aware of the internal matters concerning Wanjiai. The issue arose from their Asia-Pacific regional head, who has been causing chaos, thereby providing you with an opportunity. However, Vorma, Dong Sanjin, is unafraid of damaging Su Bai's reputation. Engaging in a morally questionable pricing strategy with Vorma, the common folk may not take kindly to your tactics. Dong Sanjin passionately expounded, yet Su Bai seized the moment while Dong Sanjin was distracted and advanced, delivering a decisive blow. Who told you I intend to oppose Vorma? One statement left Dong Sanjin bewildered. And you still plan to run a supermarket? In the ensuing moments, Su Bai found himself at a loss for words. In his previous life, he never regarded Vorma as a competitor. Or rather, the world's leading Vorma was not deemed worthy of being a rival to him. The same applies to Su Bai. In establishing Dami supermarkets, his true adversary is not Vorma, but rather the prevailing era. This era where business owners exploit their employees as mere tools. Chapter 056. I have a premonition that Mr. Su is up to something. Simply put, are we proceeding or not? Despite Dong Sanjin's lengthy discourse, only 3 words escaped Su Bai's lips. Are we in? Naturally. As the proprietor, Su Bai did not forget to paint a grand vision. I do not intend to replace Vorma as the global leader. However, I am confident in my ability to oust Vorma from the Dragon Kingdom market, establishing Dami supermarkets as the foremost in the nation. At that point, it is highly probable that I will ascend to the position of the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Kingdom. When you return to seek favors from me then, it will no longer be a matter of merely 30 billion. The performance must be thorough, and the vision must be grand. Su Bai continued to seize the moment. Furthermore, I assure you, I will keep the headquarters of Dami supermarkets in Yicheng. Upon hearing this, Dong Sanjin could no longer remain composed. Logic and reason were cast aside. For a city, there are numerous metrics for evaluation, and one particularly significant criterion is the number of Fortune Global 500 companies it possesses. As the capital of Sichuan Province, Chengdu boasts only 4 such companies. You read that correctly. Even with a GDP of 20 trillion, Chengdu has merely 4, one of which is Dami Technology. No other city in the province has even one. This is precisely why, in the past, Dong Sanjin was so eager to persuade Su Bai to relocate Dami Technology back to Yicheng. For once Yicheng boasts a Fortune Global 500 company. With Dong Sanjin's astuteness and ambition, he would dare to challenge second-tier cities. The difference between third-tier and second-tier cities is vast, despite the minor distinction in nomenclature. Can you grasp the significance of elevating one's managed city to a higher tier? Su Bai's persuasive rhetoric nearly left Dong Sanjin utterly captivated. Which official could withstand such temptation? If he doesn't take a gamble, will he still be Dong Sanjin? As Su Bai's advantage on the chessboard grew increasingly evident, Dong Sanjin seized the moment while Su Bai was pouring tea to discreetly abscond with one of Su Bai's cannons. Are you truly confident? Have you ever seen me undertake something without assurance? Upon hearing these words, Dong Sanjin could no longer remain composed. Even his breathing quickened, and he began to pace back and forth in the study with his hands clasped behind his back. He understood that Su Bai's visit was a clear indication of his need for absolute support from I Ching. Without such unwavering backing, Su Bai could still venture forth independently. Should he choose to establish a rice supermarket in another city, he would undoubtedly be welcomed with open arms. However, should he succeed and reap the rewards, I Ching would be left with no stake in the matter. Hence, today, Dong Sanjin needed to adopt a definitive stance regarding whether to board Su Bai's ship. If that vessel were to sink, it would likely tarnish Dong Sanjin's career, making future progress exceedingly difficult. This was indeed a high-stakes gamble. Contemplating this, Dong Sanjin regarded Su Bai with a grave expression, his tone laden with caution. What are the odds? 70%. In truth, Su Bai was 90% confident. After all, the Donglai model, once unleashed, would undoubtedly serve as a nuclear bomb for the entire Longwa market. In this scenario, Wormo would merely be the unfortunate casualty of this nuclear detonation. Su Bai had never considered it a rival. 70%. That is sufficient. Back in the day, Chen Xiaodao wagered 20 yuan to win 27 million. Old Li, when he was merely a commander, dared to challenge the Ping'an County. Now, with a 70% chance. Am I, Dong Sanjin, to shy away from risking it all? If you do not accompany me as the sun sets, who will be there when I rise again? There are not countless opportunities for the taking in this world. To grow stronger and more formidable, one must possess the courage to act decisively at critical moments. With a serious demeanor, Dong Sanjin approached Su Bai and solemnly extended his right hand. Young man, if you lose, I shall retire and come live at your home. Su Bai also stood, extending his right hand to firmly grasp Dong Sanjin's. If I win, do not even think of visiting me on the first day of the Lunar New Year. The holiday always passes swiftly. On the 10th day of the new year, the day the headquarters of Rice Technology commenced operations, the atmosphere was filled with joy as employees returned to the company, eagerly sharing their holiday experiences. The most discussed topic was undoubtedly the incident involving a certain billionaire CEO and the pig. Even after so long, the fervor surrounding the event had not fully dissipated, with some netizens commenting that this year's Spring Festival Gala had not been as entertaining as the sight of an entire village chasing a pig. Early in the morning, the first conference room was filled with senior executives of Rice Technology, the atmosphere amicable as they chatted while awaiting Su Bai's arrival. However, as time passed, a sense of unease began to settle in. It's already 9:30. Why hasn't General Su arrived yet? How peculiar, General Su is late. Perhaps he is still adjusting after the holiday. It's likely that our department's employees will take at least 3 to 5 days to regain their work rhythm. Just as everyone was curiously pondering Su Bai's tardiness, Secretary Liu of Su Bai pushed open the office door, her expression grave. Leaders, the meeting has been cancelled. The announcement left everyone astonished, for this was the inaugural meeting of the year for Dami Technology, encompassing numerous work deployments. Such a cancellation was unlike Su's usual demeanor. Secretary Liu, what is the situation? Liu shook her head at the doorway. I am not certain, but it appears that President Su hasn't returned to Rongqing at all. At that moment, as everyone stood bewildered, Huang Lin, the head of the Public Relations Department, felt her phone vibrate in her hand. Upon checking, she discovered it was an email notification from none other than President Su himself. Opening the email revealed a lengthy work deployment document. At the end of the document, a particular passage read, I will not be returning to Rongqing for the time being. Each department is to manage routine affairs independently. Special matters should be communicated to me via email, and significant issues must be addressed through telephone contact. As Huang Lin perused Su Bai's work email, other executives also retrieved their phones, evidently having received the same correspondence. In the current landscape of Dami Technology, every senior manager present was an elite nurtured by Su Bai, capable of standing alone in any enterprise. It was not merely a matter of remote work. Even if President Su were to face an aviation disaster and find himself stranded on a deserted island for a year and a half, Dami Technology would remain steadfast, perhaps even flourishing in his absence. After all, these executives had absorbed a wealth of wisdom from Su Bai, particularly when it came to the art of prudent counsel. which they embraced without hesitation. Not returning to Rongqing for the time being? What could President Su be planning? The news that Su Bai would remain in his hometown of Yicheng left the senior executives perplexed. Who could fathom the workings of our boss's mind? It was known to be quite unconventional. Oh, with President Su not at home, one might speak ill of him, someone jested. Huh. I would say the same to his face. On that day, all employees at Dami Technologies headquarters received a work email from the president's office. Beyond informing them that President Su would not be returning to Rongqing and urging everyone to focus on their work, it also explicitly stated a particular matter. Upon Su Bai's official return to Rongqing, all employees would receive a salary increase. The news brought joy and excitement among the staff, as unlike other employers who merely made empty promises, their own President Su delivered on his commitments. Notably, aside from the senior executives, another group received a separate email from Su Bai, Secretary Liu, several key figures from the finance, human resources, and marketing departments, most of whom were single and childless. Upon receiving their individual emails, they discreetly gathered their belongings and, under the guise of a business trip, departed directly from the Dami Technology headquarters. The few executives who were aware of this development chose to remain silent, treating it as if they were unaware. Only in private conversations would they broach the topic, sharing a sense of foreboding. I have a feeling President Su is up to something. I sense it too. It seems significant. Shoo, keep your voice down. Chapter 057. Mr. Su, this truly is unprecedented, Mr. Su. This way, please. Throughout the morning, a radiant smile adorned Xiao Zhang's face. As the secretary to Dong Sanjin, he was a prominent figure in Yicheng, typically receiving polite greetings from officials. However, it depended greatly on whom he was addressing. In front of him was someone remarkably young, barely 30 years old, but possessing a fortune of billions and a stature that even Dong Sanjin sought to pay homage to on the first day of the new year. Initially, Dong Sanjin intended to have someone from the investment department of Yicheng welcome Su Bai, given that he was planning to invest in the city. However, after some contemplation, he decided to dispatch his own secretary instead. This decision was merely a gesture, signifying the importance Dong Sanjin placed on this matter. Should anyone dare to disrupt or cause trouble, they would be welcome to try. Masked and wearing sunglasses, Su Bai followed Xiao Zhang to a square in the city center. As the host, Xiao Zhang pointed towards a grand building, introducing it to Su Bai. Here it is, the Fuxing building, completed in 2012. It is a commercial complex, with the first and second floors covering over 500 square meters. This is People's Road in the city center, the most bustling area in Yicheng. Logically, selecting a location for a supermarket here would be most suitable. Su Bai turned to glance at the massive advertisement for Waerma several hundred meters away before returning his gaze to the Fuxing building. What about the underground parking? How many spaces are available? 121 spaces, Xiao Zhang replied, revealing the extensive preparation he had undertaken. Upon hearing this number, Su Bai resolutely shook his head. No, this won't do. Xiao Zhang's expression turned sour upon hearing Su Bai's rejection. Throughout the morning, he had taken Mr. Su to several locations, showcasing nearly every suitable site for a large supermarket, including 2 places that surpassed Waerma in conditions. Yet, without exception, Su Bai had turned them all down. At this point, Xiao Zhang was at a loss. Mr. Su, how exactly do you envision your supermarket? Perhaps you could share your specific requirements with me? After a moment of contemplation, Su Bai turned to Xiao Zhang, who was now retrieving his notebook. First and foremost, the area must be expansive, preferably 3 to 4 stories, with a minimum single-floor area of 3,000 square meters. Xiao Zhang's head spun upon hearing this request. Are you sure you want to open a supermarket? That area could serve as an armory. Moreover, Su Bai continued, it is preferable for the site to be surrounded by roads on 3 sides. And the underground parking must have at least 3 bidirectional entrances and exits. Additionally, a 6-lane road is ideal to prevent traffic congestion due to an overwhelming number of customers. Xiao Zhang's mind raced with disbelief. Was this the stark contrast in mindset between an ordinary person and a billionaire? While a typical individual might focus on attracting more customers, Su Bai's concerns revolved around managing the potential influx and the fear of traffic jams. Xiao Zhang had encountered boastful individuals before, but never had he witnessed such extravagant claims. The irony was that while others might boast, he could at least challenge their assertions. Yet, the individual before him, Xiao Zhang, could neither refute nor contest. He could only dutifully take notes. As he scribbled, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. Mr. Su, your ambitions are grand indeed, but what shall you do if, in the end, there are but 2 or 3 customers? Furthermore, the number of underground parking spaces must exceed 300. Should that prove unfeasible, I require a minimum of 500 parking spots on the surface. Upon hearing this demand, Xiaozhang realized there was no need to take further notes. The matter was beyond comprehension. 500 surface parking spaces, what an immense concept. To accommodate such a number of vehicles would necessitate an expanse of no less than 10,000 square meters. One could consult satellite maps. If one could locate a vacant lot of that magnitude within the entirety of Yicheng, I would willingly part with my own eyes. At that moment, Xiaozhang wore a visage of despair. Mr. Su, such a provision simply does not exist. Upon hearing Xiaozhang's admission of impossibility, Su Bai was not particularly astonished. After all, he had spent the morning shadowing Xiaozhang and had garnered a general understanding of Yicheng. Nevertheless, these 3 points constituted Su Bai's non-negotiable terms: area, traffic, and parking spaces. While these factors did not determine the minimum standards for the rice supermarket, they were crucial to establishing its maximum potential. As the inaugural rice supermarket, Su Bai was determined to transform it into a model project, a benchmark endeavor. This first venture must resonate with impact. Very well, I shall rely on you. Return to Boss Dong and convey that these 3 stipulations are my baseline. With that, Su Bai departed, leaving Xiaozhang in a state of bewilderment. Convey this to Boss Dong? What good would it do to speak to the land deity? This is not merely a matter of whom to address. Less than an hour later, in his office, Dong Sanjin set down his pen after receiving Xiaozhang's report. Did he truly assert such demands? Absolutely. Hearing Su Bai's 3 stipulations, Dong Sanjin leaned back in his chair, furrowing his brow. A supermarket spanning over 10,000 square meters, with more than 500 parking spaces. Alongside a 6-lane two-way road, this young man was creating quite the stir for a mere supermarket. Was he truly concerned about traffic congestion? The supermarket had yet to open. And where did he derive such confidence in potential traffic issues? Yet, what could be done? He had promised Su Bai his utmost commitment. Reluctantly, he resolved to proceed. For the grand vision this individual had painted for him, even if Su Bai desired the stars, Dong Sanjin would have to climb a ladder to retrieve one. Lacking a solution, Dong Sanjin rose decisively. Let's convene. Half an hour later, a meeting involving multiple departments commenced under Dong Sanjin's guidance. The leaders of Yicheng, initially elated to hear about Su Bai's impending investment, fell silent upon learning that he intended to open a supermarket. One by one, they averted their gazes, scribbling in their notebooks, hesitant to meet Dong Sanjin's eyes. Why invest in a supermarket? Did they truly believe that Walmart was merely a facade? Did Su Bai, with his wealth, have no better outlet for his resources than to delve into retail? What were his thoughts? Having secured unanimous agreement from several high-ranking officials in Yicheng, Dong Sanjin saw no necessity to elaborate to the rest. After all, it is still in its infancy. Dong Sanjin cannot possibly indulge in fanciful dreams like Su Bai. As I have mentioned before, he merely needs to execute his coordination well. The rest can be entrusted to Su Bai. When Dong Sanjin articulated Su Bai's requirements, an expected silence enveloped the entire conference room. Such a vast area with accompanying facilities is simply unattainable in the entire Yicheng urban area. Just as the disappointed Dong Sanjin was about to announce the adjournment of the meeting, a cadre seated in the corner quietly raised his hand. If it merely needs to meet those 3 criteria, I do know of a place. Over an hour later, upon arriving home, Su Bai received a call from Dong Sanjin. Are you certain that meeting those 3 conditions is all that matters? The rest is inconsequential? Su Bai parked his car and turned off the ignition as he answered. Indeed. What is the situation? Have you found a suitable location? As long as the upper limit is resolved, the rest is not problematic for Su Bai. He had already contemplated that if a suitable location could not be found, he would have to purchase land and build one himself. Money was a trivial matter. The essential concern was the time it would consume, easily spanning 1 or 2 years. There were many aspirations he wished to pursue in his lifetime. He could not afford to squander his time on a rice supermarket. Unexpectedly, Dong Sanjin had swiftly found a suitable location. Dong Sanjin's voice re-emerged on the phone. I have located a place. It is a poultry farm. A poultry farm? Su Bai responded with a look akin to a subway commuter staring at his phone. In the next moment, Dong Sanjin's voice on the other end escalated in volume. Not a chicken-raising farm, but an airport. It is an airport with a 600-meter runway. At this revelation, Su Bai was utterly taken aback. I am opening a supermarket, and you are suggesting an airport for me? Chapter 058. Is the pressure starting to mount? Situated in the southern outskirts, Nanjiao Airport is a shared memory for generations of Yicheng residents. In the 1940s, due to the needs of the War of Resistance, a historically significant air route emerged, the Hump Route. During the site selection for this crucial supply line, four cities were ultimately selected: Spring City in Yunnan Province, Wine City in Sichuan Province, Mountain City, and Yicheng. In September 1942, the construction of Yicheng Nanjiao Airport commenced, employing over 80,000 laborers to complete an earthwork volume of 900,000 cubic meters, with 140,000 cubic meters of stone laid and a runway measuring 200 meters. To support the war effort, the people of Yicheng, regardless of age or gender, worked tirelessly day and night, and within just 3 months, Yicheng Airport was established. This airport not only carries a profound historical significance, but also serves as a monument to the contributions of millions of Yicheng residents. Following the reform and opening up, the economy soared, leading to multiple expansions of Yicheng Airport due to an increase in passenger traffic. The fourth expansion in 2009 saw the terminal area extended to 25,000 square meters. The runway was also expanded to 600 meters, complemented by relevant communication, navigation, meteorological, fuel supply, cargo, and firefighting facilities, transforming it into a standard 4C civil airport. Despite several expansions, the officials of Yicheng at that time underestimated the rapid ascent of Longhua. Towering skyscrapers rose swiftly within the urban landscape, and the city's area extended rapidly toward Nanjiao Airport. The presence of Nanjiao Airport imposed height restrictions on nearby constructions, and with its capacity already maximized, the Yicheng authorities initiated the current Julianjai New Airport project after 2 years of deliberation. A brand new modern airport was constructed in the northern suburbs of Yicheng, officially commencing operations 3 years ago. Meanwhile, Nanjiao Airport, which bore the memories of generations of Yicheng residents, ultimately succumbed to closure after enduring over half a century of tumultuous history. When the news of Nanjiao Airport's impending cessation was broadcasted across the city, thousands of Yicheng citizens spontaneously gathered outside the airport the following day. As the last passenger aircraft deployed its landing gear and touched down on the runway, countless elderly individuals were unable to conceal their tears of emotion. Nanjiao Airport was closed. Will future generations of Yicheng remember the thunderous chants of the 80,000 citizens who labored to construct Nanjiao Airport? Just as today's prosperity prompts recollections of the 300,000 brave souls who departed Sichuan to resist in wartime, the deep-rooted historical significance of Nanjiao Airport posed a dilemma for Yicheng officials for several years post-closure. What to do with it? Hand it over to the military? The Air Force had no strategic need for defense in Yicheng. Sell it to real estate developers? Given the tumultuous state of the real estate market in recent years, who would dare to acquire such a vast tract of land? Demolish it? That would require a substantial sum. Thus, the airport remained untouched for 3 full years. According to the latest findings, the most viable solution was to transform Nanjiao Airport into an urban park, akin to the Czech Lapkok International Airport and Germany's Hof Airport. However, such a large-scale urban park renovation project would involve significant financial investment. Just as the Yicheng officials were tightening their belts to amass funds, a fortuitous opportunity arose in the form of Su Bai. On one side stood the affluent investor in need of vast space for a supermarket, while on the other was the Yicheng administration, akin to a child desperately searching for its mother. It was a serendipitous encounter. On the runway of Nanjiao Airport, Su Bai removed his sunglasses and gazed down the seemingly endless stretch of runway, turning to look back at the massive terminal. Even someone accustomed to grand spectacles like Su Bai was taken aback by Yicheng's audacious maneuver. Is it really appropriate for me to be offered an airport just to open a supermarket? Dressed in a black administrative jacket, Dong Sanjin handed his disconnected phone to his secretary, Xiao Zhang. The terminal spans 25,000 square meters, and the 2,600-meter-long runway can serve as your parking lot. The old airport road leading to Nanjiao from the city center has 6 lanes in both directions. I don't care if it's appropriate or not. I will fulfill all 3 of your requests. As he spoke, Dong Sanjin approached Su Bai, and they stood side by side on the runway. Kid, the stage you desire is set for you here in Yicheng. Regardless of whether you intend to cause a commotion akin to a celestial rebellion or to inundate the Chuntang Pass, the ensuing scene rests entirely in your hands. Is the pressure beginning to mount? Before departing, Dong Sanjin halted in front of the car door, casting a glance at Su Bai. By the way, allow me to offer a word of caution. Should you create such a ruckus, only to end up with a damp squib, it will not merely be a matter of my retirement at your abode. I would advise you to consider investing in a retirement home for officials in advance. Goodness, is the pressure truly that immense? It is not that Dong Sanjin intentionally sought to burden Su Bai. Rather, it was Dong Sanjin himself who was overwhelmed by an extraordinary amount of stress. If Su Bai's actions were more subdued, it would have been manageable, after all. Family scandals can remain concealed. However, with Su Bai's considerable upheaval, the official authorities in Yicheng had no choice but to escalate their involvement, even resurrecting the halted Nanjiao airport. Essentially going all in alongside Su Bai. The stakes have been raised significantly. Should Su Bai ultimately falter, the repercussions will be considerable. Observing Dong Sanjin depart by vehicle, Su Bai, beset by mounting pressure, helplessly retrieved his phone. Where are you now? Mr. Su, the navigation indicates 3 minutes. 5 minutes later, 3 business vehicles adorned with Rongqing license plates slowly entered Nanjiao Airport, proceeding directly onto the runway, aligning alongside Su Bai. With a clatter, the car doors swung open, and over a dozen elite members of Dami Technology, including Secretary Liu, disembarked. Upon seeing the assembled group, Su Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. What is the meaning of this? The contingent, all clad in identical black suits, polished shoes, and impeccably styled hair, each carrying a black briefcase, exuded an air of cold professionalism reminiscent of corporate elites from a Hong Kong film. Mr. Su, did you not mention a significant project? We deliberately changed into this attire to support you. Listening to Secretary Liu's explanation, Su Bai's lips twitched in exasperation. Support? Do you think we are negotiating with underworld bosses? By the way, Mr. Su, can you now enlighten us about your intentions? Secretary Liu and the others remained in the dark, having speculated throughout their journey about Su Bai's grand plans. Only after receiving Su Bai's location, realizing their destination was an abandoned airport, did their curiosity reach a fever pitch. Not directly responding, Su Bai leaned against the hood of his A6, arms crossed, surveying the intrigued faces before him with a smile. I wish to inquire, does anyone among you, or perhaps someone in your family, own a supermarket? A supermarket? The collective response was one of confusion, yet Secretary Liu quietly raised a hand, timidly asking, Mr. Su, my father runs a small convenience store downstairs in our community. Does that count? Upon hearing this, Su Bai clapped his hands in excitement. Perfect. Call your father and ask what it takes to elevate a supermarket to the ranks of the Fortune 500. The group stood in bewilderment. Chapter 059. Have you confirmed with Mr. Warma? If one were to inquire who reigns supreme in the realm of commercial architectural design within the Dragon Kingdom, it is likely that each of 10 individuals would offer a distinct answer. However, should this inquiry be narrowed down to the post-80s generation, the consensus would become remarkably uniform. Zhao Xiaofeng, bursting onto the scene at the pinnacle of his career. He captured the prestigious Pritzker Prize, often dubbed the Nobel Prize of Architecture, with his striking design of the Yangqing Tower. To put it plainly, when it comes to commercial architectural design, Zhao Xiaofeng is your unequivocal choice. Though now past his 30s, Zhao Xiaofeng has amassed an impressive portfolio of masterpieces that could scarcely be counted on 2 hands, showcasing his extensive experience amidst the ebb and flow of the industry. Yet, as he stood upon the expansive runway of the South Bridge Airport, gazing at the Grand Terminal, he could not help but pose a final query. Mr. Su, I must confirm once more, you truly wish to transform an airport into a supermarket? Having encountered myriad unconventional projects, this peculiar request was a first for Zhao Xiaofeng. Converting an airport into a supermarket was an unprecedented endeavor. What would they even sell? Missiles? With such a vast expanse of land, why choose to open a supermarket? What was the rationale behind this decision? Well, Zhao, is it a challenging task? Zhao Xiaofeng shook his head. The challenge was not particularly daunting. Most of the design requirements outlined by Su Bai pertained to practical renovations, with artistic considerations taking a back seat. Zhao Xiaofeng had previously handled numerous large-scale commercial complexes. Perhaps the only significant challenge lay in the fire safety issues. Given that South Bridge Airport was an aging facility with deteriorating infrastructure, Transforming it into a large supermarket necessitated a keen focus on fire safety. In truth, bringing Zhao Xiaofeng on board for such a project felt akin to using a cannon to swat a fly, a case of overqualified assistance. Not an insurmountable task. I will send a team to conduct preliminary measurements and will require the blueprints from the airport's previous expansions. Once I wrap up my current projects in the capital, I will bring my team over. You can expect the first draft of the plans in 2 months at the earliest. Zhao Xiaofeng had been summoned by Su Bai through a flurry of phone calls. As a design master, he certainly had no shortage of projects at hand. Delivering plans within 2 months was already a generous concession, considering their long-standing acquaintance. Upon hearing the 2-month timeline, Su Bai immediately shook his head, prompting Zhao Xiaofeng to inquire further. What is the rush? Fine, I will allocate additional manpower and increase work hours. How about 1.5 months? That should suffice, right? After all, you can cover the overtime, and I know you can afford it. To Zhao Xiaofeng's surprise, Su Bai continued to shake his head. Mr. Su, let us clarify intentions here. Please don't pull any fast ones on me, or I'll have to unleash your pigs in a blanket emoji. Su Bai held up 3 fingers. 3 months. The supermarket must open before the May Day holiday. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhao Xiaofeng turned on his heel and departed without a moment's hesitation. Had he been in his 20s, he likely would have sprinted away. Are you jesting? Transforming a 30,000 square meter terminal into a supermarket within 3 months? Do you take me for a roadside convenience store? Why are you asking me to do this? Just hire a local renovation team. A small hammer costs 40, while a big hammer is 80, so why not just break down the walls? Hey, Zhao Laosher, I'm willing to offer more money. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaofeng about to leave, Su Bai hurriedly stopped him. Primarily, Su Bai truly did not wish to squander time on this matter. For a businessman, especially a successful one, it is imperative to avoid trading time for something that money can easily procure. Money can be earned again, but once time is lost, no amount of money can reclaim it. Upon hearing Su Bai's willingness to pay more, Zhao Xiaofeng decisively shook his head. Mr. Su, this is not merely a matter of money. As he spoke, Zhao Xiaofeng began counting on his fingers. Setting aside the design for which I am responsible, a project of this magnitude requires formal project approval and bidding, doesn't it? You need to select a general contractor, and the general contractor will subcontract various tasks: civil engineering, electrical work, fire safety, interior decoration, landscaping, all of which takes considerable time. Just finding the right people will take quite a while, and we haven't even officially started yet. With only 3 months until the opening, are you joking with me? Seeing that Zhao Xiaofeng was intent on leaving, Su Bai stated directly, what if I told you I have everything ready and am just waiting for your design proposal? Ready? What do you mean by ready? Just as Zhao Xiaofeng was puzzled, a local registered coaster drove onto the airport runway, and upon the door opening, Dong Sanjin's secretary, Xiao Zhang, was the first to step out. Gentlemen, we have arrived, please disembark. As a number of middle-aged men with prominent beer bellies emerged, Zhao Xiaofeng was taken aback, recognizing several of them. They were all figures from the industry, including 2 regional heads from state-owned engineering companies and a few subcontractors distributing business cards. This entire operation left Zhao Xiaofeng bewildered. So, the esteemed Su, the boss, has invited all these guests to the table and is simply waiting for me, the chef, to serve the dishes? Mr. Su, what is going on here? Su Bai shrugged. First, this is not a government project. The bidding is entirely at my discretion. Second, I do have a bit of a network here in the Sichuan-Chongqing region. Third, with the real estate market in a downturn, as long as you have money, there will be plenty of work available. In short, the power of the client far exceeds your imagination. All right, you have money, you're extravagant, you're lofty, you're remarkable. But I must first complete the project for Mr. Zhang from Chiefing Network. He is waiting. Mr. Zhang from Chiefing Network? I called him this morning, and he said he could wait a bit longer. You can call and verify. What? Even Mr. Zhang from Chiefing Network has been involved in your under-the-table dealings? So, you had no intention of letting me leave after I landed in Yiqing today? I have seen people rush others into action before, but this is the first time I have seen a designer being pressured onto a project. All right then, I will do my best. Is that sufficient? Your assurance is all I need. With that, Su Bai prepared to depart. Having settled the major issue as the boss, he could leave the remaining matters to his subordinates. However, as he reached the car and opened the door, Su Bai seemed to remember something and turned to Zhao Xiaofeng. Oh, by the way, Zhao Laosher. What? Is there something else? It is said that your most cherished project is the Tower of Yangqing, is it not? Indeed, what of it? Su Bai grinned broadly. Trust me, it will soon no longer be the Tower of Yanqing. As Su Bai closed the car door and drove away, Zhao Xiaofeng was left in a state of confusion, gazing up at the towering terminal before him. If it is not the Tower of Yanqing, could it possibly be your supermarket? What a jest! It was only when Su Bai's black Audi A6 vanished from view that Zhao Xiaofeng recalled a crucial question. A prominent domestic smartphone manufacturer, instead of focusing on selling phones, has turned its attention to opening a supermarket. With such a significant upheaval, has he even consulted with Walmart for their approval? Chapter 060. Are we taking everything away? Su Bai hastened his pace, even resorting to spending money to save time. Saving time was merely one aspect of his strategy. Thus far, the news of Su Bai's foray into the supermarket industry had only circulated within a limited circle, with few aware of it. This was not without Su Bai's deliberate concealment. The reason for this was simple. He aimed to execute a blitzkrieg, leaving Walmart little time to react. To quote our ancestors, 1 drumbeat, the soldiers are fed, 2 drumbeats. The battle robes are tightened, 3 drumbeats, the knives are drawn. With the 4th drumbeat, blood must be spilled. This is what we call momentum. This is the spirit of the army. Typically, supermarket openings can take a year or more. By then, the knives would have rusted away. Now, the renovation and transformation of Nanjiao Airport has boldly commenced. The first drum has already been sounded. As for the second drum, one cannot overlook an old adage in the retail industry. Success relies on traffic, survival depends on the supply chain. Traffic is something Su Bai lacks not. Even a pig could attract over 10 million viewers. The core of the rice supermarket lies within its supply chain. To put it plainly, one must have a sufficient number of suppliers whose products are displayed on the supermarket shelves for sale, and these products must also be favored by consumers. The myriad of complex issues involved can be addressed quite simply by Su Bai's approach. Leave professional matters to professionals. On Binhai Road, a mere 800 meters right from the exit of Yicheng Bridge, there exists a car wash that has consistently flourished. In fact, many customers travel across cities to have their cars washed here. It is not that this car wash is any cleaner than others, nor is the service quality exceptional. Its success stems from a unique group of car washers who, despite their lack of eloquence and somewhat clumsy movements, always wear an endearing and innocent smile. Most of them suffer from intellectual disabilities, cerebral palsy, autism, and Down syndrome. They share a collective name, the Happy Simpletons. As the sign reads, Happy Simpleton Car Wash. The owner of the car wash, Feng Jun, in his early 40s, opened the establishment 5 years ago with his wife. The motivation behind opening the car wash stemmed from their son, who has autism, struggling to find employment. Feng Jun is not one for many words. His fierce countenance often attracts the attention of police in the bustling city center, where he is frequently asked for identification. Only those familiar with the shop know that the owner possesses a heart of compassion. Regular patrons of the car wash often take a moment to engage in conversation with Feng Jun, enjoying a cigarette while their vehicles are being serviced. However, few are aware that this typically reticent car wash owner had a markedly different identity 5 years ago. He was the founder of Qianjia Hui Supermarket. Originating from Yicheng, Qianjia Hui Supermarket garnered significant acclaim due to its affordable and quality products, as well as excellent service, dominating not only Yicheng but also expanding into the provinces of Sichuan, Chongqing, and Yunnan, with over 87 branches and annual revenues exceeding 100 million. Unfortunately, this golden era was short-lived. After 2008, international retail giants, having established a foothold in first- and second-tier cities, embarked on an aggressive strategy to penetrate the market. Brands like Walmart, Metro, Auchan, and Ito Yokado represented a formidable challenge for domestic supermarkets, akin to a modern-day coalition of foreign powers. These international chains boasted advanced operational philosophies, sophisticated supply systems, substantial economies of scale, comprehensive logistics frameworks, and integrated information systems. In contrast, local supermarkets could only respond with discount promotions and posters. Thus, Feng Jun transitioned to running a car wash, transforming from President Feng to Boss Feng. To this day, whenever Feng Jun reflects on his past, he feels that his defeat was not unjust. He acknowledges that he is indeed better suited to be a car wash owner than a supermarket executive. At 3 in the afternoon, Feng Jun was seated behind the counter, tallying the day's earnings, completely unaware that a sleek black Audi A6 had quietly entered the car wash. Bang! After closing the door, Su Bai turned to the earnest attendant approaching him. The keys are inside the car. My apologies for the trouble. There was no need for thanks, only the attendant's bright smile. By the way, where's your boss? A somewhat awkward attendant pointed toward the counter. Thank you. Crossing through the entrance, Su Bai made his way directly to the counter, and upon noticing the water dispenser nearby, he grabbed a paper cup to fill with water. While waiting, Su Bai glanced toward Feng Jun, who was engrossed in his phone. My HR manager mentioned that he made 3 visits to persuade you to return? Hearing the commotion, Feng Jun looked up just in time to see Su Bai holding the paper cup. After a brief moment of contemplation, he recognized him. Su, is it? After taking a sip of water, Su Bai nodded. If you are referring to Su from Dami Technology, then that is indeed me. If you mean the one who can't handle pigs, I would turn around and leave. How fortuitous to meet a legendary figure in the southwestern supermarket industry, and to wash my car in the process. After a round of pleasantries, they settled into seats across from each other at the tea table. Feng Jun offered a cigarette to Su Bai, but upon seeing him decline, he returned it to its pack. It has been quite some time, Su. As you can see, I am now merely the owner of a car wash. Your HR manager did reach out to me. To be honest, the offer was quite generous, but I must apologize. My skills are rather average, and I am truly unable to meet the demands. Su Bai set down the disposable cup and smiled. I believe, rather, that boss Feng lacks confidence not in himself, but in Dami Supermarket. Feng Jun is a person who abhors deceit. He merely smiles and remains silent. Su Bai continues. You see, my foray into the supermarket business from the mobile phone sector is little more than a whimsical venture. For I possess wealth and indulge in this endeavor for amusement. You believe that the Dami Supermarket, even if it garners temporary acclaim through my influence, will merely be a fleeting phenomenon, incapable of sustaining itself long-term. Upon hearing Su Bai articulate these thoughts, Feng Jun felt there was little left to conceal. Mr. Su, allow me to express an opinion that you may find unpalatable. Your strength lies in your integrity and your receptiveness to counsel. However, in the case of Wolma, they are impervious to such tactics. Their products are not necessarily pricier than yours, nor is their quality inferior. While you may be open to suggestions, they have their own customer service, capable of addressing issues on-site. If you were a consumer, would you prefer to shop at the well-established Wolma, with its ingrained consumer habits, or at the relatively unknown Dami Supermarket? After all, Wolma has thrived for over half a century and has ascended to become the world's leader. And this success is not without reason. Feng Jun spoke at length, revealing that he had invested considerable effort into understanding Dami Supermarket. However, one point remained unspoken, his concern for the naive employees, whom he could not entrust to others. Despite their hard work throughout the day, these innocent souls would joyfully accept a mere 10 yuan as their daily wage without question. Not everyone possesses the capacity for a cold demeanor coupled with a kind heart, as Feng Jun does. Su Bai listened in silence, neither rebuffing Feng Jun nor displaying discontent at his frankness. Having traversed numerous business negotiations, Su Bai had learned the invaluable lesson of never succumbing to the rhythm set by others. Though he yearned to explain the concept of the Donglai model to Feng Jun, he ultimately opted for silence, realizing that the world does not comprehend that which has never been manifested. Ultimately, results alone speak volumes. After a protracted silence, Su Bai cast his gaze toward the few employees cleaning cars outside. Let us revisit the issue of remuneration. Upon hearing this, Feng Jun silently shook his head, for he believed this was not merely a matter of compensation. Regardless of any sum Su Bai might offer, he would not accept it. As a former tycoon who once possessed assets in the hundreds of millions and experienced substantial ups and downs, money had become little more than a series of digits for Feng Jun, ultimately amounting to nothing but a fleeting dream. You shall assume the role of CEO at Dami Supermarket, reporting directly to me. Furthermore, at this juncture, Su Bai inclined his chin, gesturing toward the car cleaning employees outside. I will establish a dedicated car cleaning department beneath the customer service division at Dami Supermarket, offering complimentary car washing services for customers who drive to shop. Therefore, on behalf of the Human Resources Department, I extend a heartfelt invitation to these individuals to join the car cleaning department. If Mr. Feng has no objections, let us discuss their remuneration. Upon hearing that Su Bai intended to employ these individuals with intellectual disabilities, Feng Jun was utterly bewildered. Initially, Feng Jun believed that Su Bai's mention of compensation pertained to his own remuneration. To his astonishment, it was, in fact, regarding these individuals. The notion that Dami Supermarket would hire them was indeed surprising. One must admit, Su Bai's audacious maneuver was akin to a sudden revelation, leaving Feng Jun utterly confounded. Was he truly contemplating the wholesale acquisition of the entire car wash establishment? Chapter 061. Congratulations, you have mastered the art of quick responses, Mr. Su. Are you suggesting that you wish to employ all of these children? Observing Feng Jun's astonished expression, Su Bai recognized that the initiative in this negotiation had returned to him. The old adage remains true: there are no insurmountable obstacles when one is determined. I have taken the initiative. Do you expect me to return empty-handed? Is it not customary for a proprietor to maintain some semblance of dignity? Indeed, it was evident that Feng Jun was beginning to waver. Not due to Su Bai's apparent benevolence in hiring these individuals, as such goodwill could easily be feigned, but rather because of Su Bai's astute business acumen. Consider this: two supermarkets, one with scarce parking and the other abundant in space, offering complimentary car washes. Which would you choose? Moreover, envision two car wash establishments, one staffed by typical employees and the other by those with intellectual disabilities. Which would you opt for? As the proprietor of the special needs car wash, Feng Jun possessed the most profound insight into this dilemma. Su Bai had now ingeniously melded both advantages into one proposition: free car washes provided by individuals with intellectual disabilities. This strategy was, without a doubt, a game-changer. Capable of drawing substantial foot traffic to a medium-sized supermarket, contingent upon the profitability of the supermarket being sufficient to sustain such an imaginative plan. Or perhaps Su Bai intended to employ these individuals at an exceedingly low wage. This was not an impossibility. The daily operational costs of the car wash, while not exorbitant, were certainly not negligible. If he were to offer complimentary car washes, Su Bai would inevitably have to suppress employee wages to maintain the supermarket's profitability. Thus, the crux of the matter remained the compensation for these individuals. Mr. Su, I believe you are mistaken. Although these children may have various challenges within my establishment, they are treated as equals and receive wages commensurate with those of typical employees. If you perceive them merely as individuals with disabilities, believing you can employ them at minimal wages. As this thought crossed his mind, Feng Jun regained his usual stoic demeanor. Having been a business owner himself, he understood the inherent profit-seeking nature of capital. Often, the larger the business, the less humanity it exhibited. Employees were merely instruments for generating profit. While Feng Jun admired Su Bai's business acumen, it did not equate to his endorsement of Su Bai as an individual. Su Bai appeared oblivious to the shift in Feng Jun's expression, continuing to observe the industrious individuals outside the shop, nodding in agreement with Feng Jun's remarks. Indeed, one cannot compensate them as one would a typical employee. Ah, it seems I was correct after all. Feng Jun's countenance darkened further, and he even raised his teacup to sip water, exuding a rather dismissive air. Their treatment ought to surpass that of the average individual. Feng Jun maintained the posture of serving tea, his expression one of bewilderment as he fixated on Su Bai. He had momentarily misheard. What was it you just said? Mr. Su, he interjected, you mentioned. I have watched documentaries about them. Su Bai continued, and many individuals with intellectual disabilities face significant challenges in daily life, particularly concerning their commutes. They often require an extended period to memorize which bus to take, where to disembark, and which direction to proceed. A mistake in boarding the wrong bus or alighting at the incorrect stop can lead to considerable complications. In light of this, I believe it is entirely reasonable to provide them with nearby accommodations and perhaps a dining facility as well. As for the base salary, let's tentatively set it between 8,000 to 10,000, though we should have the HR department calculate the specifics, considering it involves physical labor. While it may seem modest, our benefits are substantial. As Su Bai spoke, he suddenly caught sight of an exceedingly peculiar scene. Feng Jun, though his expression remained stern, had begun to tremble uncontrollably, the teacup in his hand shaking violently, causing tea to spill over as the tremors intensified. Mr. Feng, are you all right? Su Bai inquired, noticing the distress. At that moment, Feng Jun's mind was racing with 1,000 tumultuous thoughts. He had just offered these individuals a meager salary of 4,500 along with a meal. Managing their lodging and sustenance was one matter, but now Su Bai was suggesting a base salary of 8,000? How could he even question my well-being? I am fine. Not deceased yet. He managed to cough, just a bit numb in the hand. Despite the generous offer presented by Su Bai, Feng Jun remained composed. Mr. Su, I am curious. Do all employees at Dami supermarket receive such high wages? Su Bai nodded affirmatively. Is there a problem? A look of confusion crossed Feng Jun's face. Are you certain that Dami supermarket can sustain such elevated labor costs? Su Bai gently shook the disposable cup in his hand. Ultimately, it circles back to the supermarket's profitability. The question remains, how can we ensure Dami supermarket's financial viability? As you mentioned earlier, is it merely reliant on my conscience and good intentions? Mr. Su, regrettably, I still cannot discern the core competitive advantage of Dami supermarket. Seeing no way forward, Su Bai dipped his fingers in the water from the cup and inscribed a character on the glass coffee table, one stroke and another. Run human? Indeed. It is human, Su Bai stated candidly. Mr. Feng, let us suppose you are an ordinary college graduate, freshly minted. The average salary for recent graduates in the market is around 4,000. If you were to apply at my company and I offered you 4,000, what would your thoughts be? Upon hearing this, Feng Jun hesitated for a few seconds. Given the current employment landscape, securing a job as a university graduate is commendable. Maintaining an average salary is not considered bad at all. One would simply go to work honestly. No, Su Bai countered abruptly, cutting off Feng Jun's response. You arrive at work punctually, clocking in on time, and leave promptly at the end of the day. You do what you can when it comes to your tasks, and defer when possible. The company's profitability and operational efficiency are of no concern to you, as long as your salary is dispersed on schedule. For a mere 4,000, in this era, one can merely survive, not truly live. A single phone call left Feng Jun speechless, compelled to acknowledge the veracity of Su Bai's assertions. What if I were to elevate the salary to 6,000? Your disposition would shift entirely. For this surpasses the local average wage. Provided you lead a modest lifestyle, you would likely be able to save a portion each month, perhaps enjoy a film, or share a meal and tea with friends. By year's end, you could return home bearing gifts of new clothing for your parents, allowing your family to celebrate the new year joyfully, with hopes for a better year ahead. This would manifest in your work ethic. As you begin to care about the company's profitability, striving to contribute more, you would wish for the company to endure, to avoid bankruptcy or layoffs. Feng Jun nodded in agreement, compelled by the discourse. Now, if I were to further raise the salary to 8,000, double the regional average, you would have transcended mere survival. Your capacity to save would increase, leading you to consider accumulating funds for a home, a vehicle, marriage, and children. You would come to realize that all these aspirations rest upon your employment. Thus, each morning, when the alarm sounds, you would rise eagerly to reach the office, immersing yourself in your work with fervor. No longer would you merely hope for the company's survival. Rather, you would desire its prosperity and enhanced performance. For only then would your dreams begin to materialize. At this juncture, Su Bai turned to Feng Jun. What if I were to raise the salary of a fresh graduate to 10,000? Feng Jun responded decisively. He would be akin to an invigorated individual, eager to immerse himself in the company, undertaking every task with enthusiasm, learning diligently, and observing intently where he could not yet participate. He would exhibit more dedication than you, the employer, to the extent that even the slightest indiscretion in the elevator would prompt him to claim responsibility for it. Upon hearing this, Su Bai chuckled and extended his right hand to Feng Jun. Congratulations, you've mastered the art of eager responses. Chapter 62, Dare to Dream? Su Bai's old A6 was freshly washed and parked in the lot, attracting a group of eager hands, some polishing and others vacuuming. Inside the shop, Feng Jun remained deep in thought, struggling to regain composure after Su Bai's compelling rhetoric had nearly overwhelmed him. He needed to reflect on the matter at hand, for he had once been a proprietor of considerable assets, having encountered countless business owners and absorbed a plethora of commercial theories. By conventional logic, a company must consider labor costs. Since these are expenses, they should be minimized. Wages should be as low as possible and raises avoided. Only in this manner can greater profit margins be ensured. A simple example. Labor intermediaries profit from your wages. Do you truly believe they would seek to increase pay? What are you contemplating? This is how normal employment thinking should be. However, when it comes to Su Bai, the situation is quite the opposite. Feng Jun keenly sensed something amiss, yet he couldn't quite put his finger on it until he glanced at Su Bai emerging from the restroom. At which point the source of the issue became clear. It lay with Su Bai. If it were Feng Jun himself, would he be willing to part with such a substantial sum for his employees? He might casually claim so, but when faced with the financial statements reflecting hefty labor costs, it is likely that he would wince at the thought, for that money could rightfully belong to him. who would willingly relinquish their own wealth without cause. Yet, why does Su Bai seem inclined to do so? Mr. Su, I still cannot comprehend, he remarked, as Su Bai, having dried his hands with a tissue, took a seat and smiled. What is it that you cannot understand? You cannot grasp why I, as an entrepreneur, who should naturally pursue profit, would deliberately choose the opposite path and elevate my labor costs. Noticing Feng Jun's silence, Su Bai began to answer his own question. Have you considered that? As you just mentioned, even if I merely let out a sound, my employees would rush to me? What if I had 10 such employees? Or 100? What if all the several hundred employees at Dami supermarket were like this? What then? Upon hearing this, Feng Jun felt a chill run down his spine. Just envision that scenario. A frenzied group of employees, invigorated and shouting, all receiving high salaries, yet more concerned about the supermarket's survival than the owner himself. As he contemplated this, Feng Jun's mind suddenly wandered to Li Yunlong of the Independent Regiment. In that moment, he visualized Su Bai as Old Li, and himself as Zhao Gang. Old Li had said so much, merely hoping to align his interests with his own. With the conversation having reached such a juncture, did Feng Jun still have grounds to refuse? 5 minutes later, Su Bai drove away in his freshly polished black Audi A6 from the Zihiner car wash, leaving Feng Jun standing by the roadside, dialing his wife's number. Hello, dear, I have something to discuss with you. Not quite knowing how to start, Feng Jun gazed at the taillights of Su Bai's car and, after a few seconds of contemplation, blurted out, have you watched Bright Sword? Meanwhile, in Yangcheng, although the Lunar New Year had passed, the red lanterns remained hanging at the entrance of the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory. Compared to the past, the transformation at Friendship Daily Chemical was monumental. Even the rusty old iron gate had been replaced with a brand new electric retractable door by the end of last year. Yet, Heat Songzhou's old Tina, which had nearly been sold to pay salaries, remained unchanged. This was partly due to Heat Songzhou's sentimental attachment, but since learning that Mr. Su drove an old A6, he had come to terms with it. After all, a billionaire tycoon drives an A6. As a small daily chemical business owner, he certainly wouldn't feel ashamed to be seen in a Tina. Throughout the morning, Heat Songzhou was diligently calculating the company's performance with a calculator in his office when suddenly, the office door swung open. Without raising his head, Heat Songzhou remarked, "You rascal, how many times have I told you to knock before entering the office?" As he Shaokai pushed the door open and entered, he made a beeline for the water dispenser, seemingly parched, eagerly gulping down water. Observing this, Heat Songzhou set aside his calculator and removed his reading glasses from the bridge of his nose. So, how did the negotiations go? Since the beginning of the year, He Shaokai had been tirelessly pursuing business opportunities, specifically within the realm of supermarkets. It is undeniable that since the introduction of the rice standard, the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory has experienced a remarkable resurgence. However, from an objective perspective, it is evident that challenges persist. For instance, while live streaming sales can circumvent the profit margins of middlemen, one unavoidable issue remains: shipping costs. Although Friendship Daily Chemical has negotiated substantial client agreements with major courier companies, the inherently low prices of many products render the addition of shipping fees quite disadvantageous. Furthermore, the demographic of consumers engaging in live stream purchases is still not the majority. Many customers have expressed that they are purchasing on behalf of friends or family, indicating that the sales channels for Friendship Daily Chemical remain overly narrow, lacking sufficient outreach to diverse groups. In an effort to address this issue, He Shaokai has dedicated considerable time to visiting supermarkets, hoping to expand their products offline through direct factory supply. However, it is evident from his expression that the results of his endeavors have not been promising. Don't mention it, Dad. It's all gone down the drain, he lamented, visibly frustrated. It must be noted that when He Shaokai approached these supermarkets on behalf of Friendship Daily Chemical, the purchasing managers were quite courteous. After all, the popularity of Friendship Daily Chemical's products is a well-established fact, with items consistently selling out during live-streamed sales. Naturally, supermarkets are keen to treat such valuable clients with respect. Yet, once discussions commenced, He Shaokai's demeanor shifted dramatically. Take the largest supermarket, Walmart, for instance. They possess significant leverage and a robust background, employing a self-sourcing model characterized by substantial financial backing. To put it plainly, they would purchase Friendship Daily Chemical's products and then set their own prices for resale. This raises a critical issue regarding price discrepancies between online and offline sales. If Walmart sells products at a higher price than online, consumers will naturally refrain from purchasing from them. Consequently, Walmart's pricing must be lower than, or at least equal to, online prices. In this scenario, if Walmart aims to profit, they will inevitably pressure Friendship Daily Chemical to drastically reduce their procurement prices. This presents a dilemma, with already low profit margins due to the rice standard. Any further cuts from Walmart would render it as if Friendship Daily Chemical is merely working for them. Well, if the self-sourcing supermarket approach proves unviable, perhaps self-operated sales would be a feasible alternative. Self-operated sales essentially equates to consignment. For example, Friendship Daily Chemical might price a bottle of hand cream at 5 yuan, adding shipping costs to quote the supermarket at 5 yuan and 2 jiao, subsequently sending the goods to the supermarket. The supermarket, depending on its circumstances, might sell it for 6 or even 8 yuan, with the ideal scenario being higher prices for maximum profit, regardless of the retail price. The settlement with Friendship Daily Chemical would remain at the original 5 yuan and 2 jiao. The customers being targeted are those oblivious to comparative pricing. Upon encountering the logo of the rice standard, they mindlessly fill their shopping carts. Hearing about this model, He Xiaokai's nose wrinkled in disdain. Isn't this a blatant assault on the rice standard's reputation? If He Xiaokai were to engage in such practices, leading the charge in disrupting product pricing and tarnishing the image of the rice standard, his peers would surely drown him in a deluge of derision. Consequently, after a series of attempts, neither self-sourced supermarkets nor self-operated stores proved viable. It all amounted to a fruitless endeavor. After finishing his drink, He Xiaokai placed the cup on the table. I've come to realize, Dad, we can no longer rely on others in the offline supermarket sector. Listening to his son's grievances, He Tsongzhou remained indifferent. For him, the current Friendship Daily Chemical factory had already brought him dreams of success. He sought not relentless advancement, but steady stability. Since the supermarket route is impassable, why not simply abandon it? Relying solely on livestream selling is more than sufficient. Who else do you expect to depend on? He Xiaokai leaned closer to the desk, excitement gleaming on his face. Dad, isn't Su always open to advice? What if I persuade him to engage in supermarkets? Setting aside other considerations, as long as he is willing, with his support, our thousands of daily chemical factories would undoubtedly rally to his side. Hearing He Xiaokai's growing enthusiasm, He Xiaokai refrained from discouraging his optimism. After all, Su is open to counsel, not foolish. Supermarkets? Does he think Walmart doesn't exist? Fine, go ahead and persuade him. If you actually manage to convince him, you can start the meal at home. Really? You little rascal, have you lost your mind? You dare to entertain such thoughts? Chapter 63. I suspect you want to exploit my resources. The Yicheng Yuehua Hotel is the only 5-star establishment in Yicheng. Just 2 days prior, the hotel's customer service manager received a substantial order. They were to provide accommodation, office space, and conference services for a group exceeding 200 individuals. The client was named Rice Technology. Although many claim Su Bai is frugal, driving his old A6 around without even hiring a driver, only the employees of Rice Technology understand how stingy he is with himself, yet how generous he is towards his staff. This was evident when Su Bai called upon employees from Rice Technology to support the new rice supermarket. The number of volunteers was overwhelming. The more than 200 employees from the technical department at Rice Technology's headquarters were tasked with establishing a comprehensive integrated information system for the upcoming rice supermarket. This is Su Bai's overt attempt to emulate Walmart's operations. The reasons behind Walmart's ascendancy to the pinnacle of global retail are numerous. Yet one factor stands paramount: their exceptionally advanced information system. As early as the 1970s, Walmart established the first logistics data processing center, becoming one of the first enterprises in the world to utilize computerized information management. By the early 1980s, Walmart invested $400 million in commercial satellites, achieving global data networking. In the 1990s, Walmart began to popularize the global positioning system across logistics terminals. By 2004, it took the lead in promoting wireless radio frequency technology. This strategic combination significantly reduced Walmart's operational costs to a staggering figure. This is precisely why, even when obtaining goods from the same manufacturers, your prices could never rival those of Walmart. Thus, if you perceive Walmart merely as a supermarket operator, you are gravely mistaken. This world-leading enterprise, which encompasses thousands of stores globally, is far more complex than it appears on the surface. It is no exaggeration to state that from Walmart's extensive internal data, The intelligence agency of the Eagle Nation can effortlessly ascertain the consumption levels and trends of residents in any city within the Dragon Nation, including the number of middle-class families and those enjoying a modestly prosperous lifestyle, thereby deducing whether the economy is on an upward or downward trajectory. This serves as indirect corroboration for national-level intelligence. Hence, the title of world's number one is not unwarranted. Now, what Su Bai intends to accomplish is, in essence, to follow in Walmart's footsteps, rendering Walmart unable to navigate its own path. The act of imitation is all that is required. Over 200 elite personnel dispatched from Rome City, on their very first day, activated their passive skill of hair loss as programmers, striking the keyboards with fervor in the office floors provided by the hotel. There was no alternative, for Su's generosity was exceedingly substantial. Simultaneously, this contingent of over 200 only represents the vanguard stationed at the front lines of Yicheng, engaged in extensive field testing of various hardware and software. In the rear, Su Bai has also reached out to several major domestic outsourcing companies and suppliers, assembling a formidable support team of over 1,000 individuals to provide remote technical assistance. However, given that Su Bai lacks sufficient cash flow at the moment, and that the rice supermarket has yet to embark on an expansion strategy, it is likely that the imitative Su Bai would otherwise consider contacting the aerospace sector to launch a few commercial satellites, thereby establishing a global data network. As time unknowingly passed, it was already mid-March. There remained less than a month and a half until the grand opening of the rice supermarket on May Day. During this period, Feng Jun visibly lost weight. His face, which had finally rounded out after years of recuperation, now bore sharp angles. The dark circles under his eyes were alarming, clearly indicative of prolonged sleeplessness. Upon exiting the hotel elevator, Feng Jun swiftly tore off his tie and made his way to Su Bai's office. As Secretary Liu opened the office door, Su Bai was standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows engaged in a phone call. Observing this, Feng Jun initially considered lighting a cigarette, but upon seeing the pristine ashtray on Su Bai's desk, he refrained from indulging in that desire. After Su Bai ended the call and saw Liu exiting with a cup of tea, he pulled over a chair and sat across from Feng Jun. "How are things?" Su Bai inquired. Feng Jun decisively shook his head. "I recommend postponing the opening date." Oh, during this time, Feng Jun had been tirelessly visiting major brand suppliers. According to the original plan for the rice supermarket, the number of SKUs, product varieties, in the store was to reach at least 16,000. Indeed, this too was an emulation of Walmart. However, after a considerable period of effort, the number of SKUs negotiated has dwindled to less than 3,000, failing to reach even 20%. At this rate, by the time we open for business during the May Day holiday, it is anticipated that half of the shelves in the rice supermarket will remain empty. It is not that Feng Jun lacks capability. The primary issue lies in Su Bai's excessively high demands. All products are subjected to extraordinarily stringent quality standards, compounded by an unyielding pressure on pricing. Under such conditions, the overwhelming majority of brand manufacturers shake their heads in dismay. The expectation of quality and affordability simultaneously is a misconception that seems to permeate the rice supermarket's ethos. Mr. Su, while it is feasible to negotiate with lesser-known manufacturers, many prominent brands simply refuse to engage. And as for the major brands? Indeed, it is not just the larger brands. Even numerous mid-tier brands, upon hearing our requirements, show no inclination to negotiate. Yet, I have not instructed you to pursue major brands. This single statement left Feng Jun utterly bewildered. Are we not to discuss major brands? Is the rice supermarket to be reduced to a mere wholesale market for trivial goods? A product devoid of a brand lacks credibility. If consumers have never encountered your brand, who would purchase it? Observing Feng Jun's incredulous expression, Su Bai adjusted his chair, positioning himself closer. Let me articulate it this way. The concept of a brand is, in essence, a deceptive notion. While this idea surfaced in our nation long ago, it was the Western countries that refined and formally applied it to merchandise. Consider the Zippo lighter, which, alongside American soldiers, traversed the globe, becoming renowned through tales of its resilience. From a corporate perspective, it is undoubtedly beneficial to raise awareness of your product. However, this does not imply that once your product garners popularity, you may indiscriminately inflate prices. For instance, a lighter with a research and development cost of merely a few or several dozen yuan could be sold to consumers for 100 or 200 or even thousands. You may perceive this as branding, yet in my view, it amounts to an intelligence tax. Numerous instances reflect this same scenario. A transparent stone excavated from South Africa, simply cut and packaged with a tagline proclaiming eternal love, can fetch several thousand. You may sell it at a high price. Yet the reality is that it lacks intrinsic value. Upon resale, it may only command a few hundred. Thus, while you sell it for thousands, I can only part with it for a mere few hundred after wearing it for a day. And yet, you assert that this constitutes a brand? Similarly, consider domestic automobiles that perform admirably. Simply affix a foreign label, claim it is a joint venture or imported, and the price escalates several-fold, often requiring additional markup. And you expect me to accept this as branding? If I were affluent, indifferent to a few extra dollars, and purchased renowned brands for the sake of prestige, that would be understandable. However, as an ordinary individual seeking practical and affordable options, you insist that only major brands are worthy, suggesting that even those without funds should take loans to acquire them. This leads me to question your intentions. Are you merely attempting to exploit me? These two chapters are somewhat redundant and transitional. Please bear with them. Chapter 064. Is this even possible? It is no wonder that Su Bai is regarded as a formidable figure. His thought processes and reasoning are truly unparalleled. However, the concept is rather straightforward. In our daily lives, be it through the internet or television broadcasts, we are inundated with advertisements from prominent brands and corporations, incessantly proclaiming that their products are the only worthy purchases, while dismissing all others as inferior. This relentless barrage of messaging serves to indoctrinate us, subtly altering our consumption habits. Take the example of rice technology. Su Bai possesses the means to elevate the prices of their smartphones through various strategies without significant increments. Even a modest increase of 200 yuan could potentially double the profit margin. A 1,000 yuan hike would not deter sales either. As the quality of rice smartphones is undeniably reliable, coupled with an absurdly high cost-performance ratio. Furthermore, rice technology has established itself as a leading player in the mobile phone industry within the Dragon Kingdom, wielding considerable influence. This pattern is not unique to the tech sector. It is a common strategy across various industries. Initially, companies invest heavily in low-price promotions to capture market share, effectively driving competitors out of business until they dominate the sector. Subsequently, they can dictate prices at will, exhibiting a marked indifference to prior camaraderie. This phenomenon reflects the adage that urban landscapes are fraught with complexities, prompting many to yearn for simpler rural lives. Su Bai's comprehension of these dynamics stems from his insider perspective. His elevated vantage point affords him a broader vision. In contrast, Feng Jun struggles to keep pace with Su Bai's insights. Su, as the adage goes, you get what you pay for. Many consumers still hold brand recognition in high esteem. Su Bai resolutely shook his head. A clear illustration is Wanjia E, an international giant in the daily chemical industry, which is undeniably a major brand. Can one genuinely assert that they deliver value commensurate with their price? Consider Yi Daily Chemical Factory, a previously obscure second-tier manufacturer. Would you claim they lack cost-effectiveness? The adage holds true, yet it falters when erroneously intertwined with brand identity. The misconception persists that only established brands offer true value. Although Feng Jun concedes the validity of Su Bai's arguments, he retorts, but even within smaller brands, there exist conscientious products, yet consumers struggle to discern them. Su Bai chuckled. What do you think we are endeavoring to accomplish? Rising from his seat, he retrieved a teacup from his desk. Consumers gravitate toward major brands primarily because, in the past, their pursuit of affordability led them to be ensnared by numerous subpar products. Even if it means spending a little more, they seek reassurance and peace of mind. Essentially, prominent brands serve as a guarantee. Resuming his seat opposite Feng Jun, Su Bai asserted, if major brands offer guarantees, then our rice supermarket can do so as well. We assure that every product in our supermarket meets stringent quality standards, and our prices undercut those of major brands. For non-consumables, we provide a 7-day return policy and a 14-day exchange guarantee, along with regular maintenance. The reason I encourage you to forego seeking major brands is that Rice Supermarket is, in itself, a brand. I intend for all consumers to recognize that products from Rice Supermarket are of exceptional quality. With such clarity conveyed, if Feng Jun remains uncertain about the next steps, it may be time for Su Bai to consider a change in leadership. Enlightened by these revelations, Feng Jun felt invigorated, particularly by the notion that the Rice Supermarket itself is a brand. This revelation stirred a deep indignation within Feng Jun. It is surprising that, despite his previous experience in managing a supermarket, he fails to grasp such a fundamental principle. After all, business owners tend to focus solely on profit. How many individuals would consider matters from the perspective of the common people, as Su Bai does? Perhaps this highlights the distinction between capitalists and entrepreneurs who genuinely serve the populace. All right, President Su, I now understand the course of action I must take. I hereby pledge that if the SKU does not meet the required standards by May 1st and we are unable to open, you may hold me accountable. Observing the animated Feng Jun, Su Bai waved his hand dismissively. Do not make it so serious. There is no need to hold me accountable. Just bring your head to me if necessary. This jest unexpectedly alleviated the considerable pressure that Feng Jun felt. By the way, I have a suggestion for you. While it is unnecessary to seek out well-known brands, you can certainly keep an eye on them and find opportunities to collaborate with their suppliers. Upon hearing this, Feng Jun raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting we partner with the suppliers of major brands? Precisely. Through the experience with Wang Jiayi, Su Bai has come to realize that many so-called big brands do not possess their own factories. They outsource production to manufacturers who then affix their labels to the products for premium sales. A garment of identical quality may cost less than 50 yuan to produce, yet can be sold for 800 or 900 once branded. For instance, take certain high-end labels. There are many that involve technological patents. Do you think the manufacturers lack their own patents and products? Otherwise, how do you think rebranded luxury cars come into existence? Hearing the suggestion to encroach upon the territory of large brands left Feng Jun somewhat apprehensive. President Su, won't we offend quite a few people by so openly encroaching on their territory and offering alternatives? Su Bai shrugged nonchalantly. If anyone is to offend, it is I. Why should you be concerned? They are allowed to charge a premium for their brand, yet we are not permitted to provide alternatives? Very well. If the sky were to fall, I would be here to bear the brunt of it, Feng Jun thought as he glanced at his watch. All right then, President Su. I must take my leave. I have a flight to Zhejiang province in an hour. Su Bai nodded, noting the dark circles under Feng Jun's eyes. You are now the CEO of the rice supermarket. The authority has been bestowed upon you, so make sure to wield it wisely. Get involved in everything. Even if you are exceedingly busy, there is much that can be accomplished in a day. Hire when necessary. Do not fear high labor costs. Employ the methods I have taught you for recruitment, and I assure you, they will yield remarkable results. No sooner had Feng Jun departed than the office phone rang, and the voice of Secretary Liu echoed through the receiver. President Su, Manager He Xiaokai from Yi Daily Chemical has requested a call with you. Upon hearing the name of Yi Daily Chemical, Su Bai moved to his desk and pressed the button for a direct connection. No need for an appointment. I am available now. Please let him in. Understood. Connecting now. In truth, as soon as the call was connected, He Xiaokai regretted his decision. Advising President Su to open a supermarket was no trivial matter. After all, he was the illustrious founder of the Rice Mobile Phone Company, bearing the significant responsibility of providing sanitary products for women across the nation, while also serving as the head of the Rice Standard Alliance. Soon, he would additionally acquire the distinguished title of an entrepreneur serving the people. Given this status and identity, isn't it delightful for one to recline comfortably and enjoy life? Just because of a single remark from He Xiaokai, do you dare to confront the world-renowned Walmart? What audacity! Yet the call has been connected. One cannot simply hang up on Mr. Su. Hello? This is Su Bai. Upon hearing Su Bai's voice, He Xiaokai's heart raced furiously. At this juncture, whether one extends their neck or retracts it, the outcome remains the same. Having made the call, what is there to fear? A rejection is merely a rejection. How many men have faced it before? After briefly outlining the current situation of the daily chemical factory, He Xiaokai subtly suggested, Mr. Su, I was thinking, if you were to establish a supermarket, the entire daily chemical industry would certainly support you. On the other end of the line, listening to He Xiaokai's exposition, Su Bai himself felt somewhat bewildered. The reason he had not instructed Feng Jun to approach these daily chemical manufacturers first was that the current Rice Standard Alliance could not keep secrets. If one manufacturer were to learn of Su Bai's plans for a rice supermarket, the entire industry would soon follow suit. Once the entire industry is aware, it is likely that the entirety of Longwa would know as well. Up until now, Su Bai had made every effort to remain in the shadows, with CEO Feng Jun serving as the smokescreen. He had intended to keep these daily chemical manufacturers until the end, yet they had unexpectedly sought him out. Truly, 1's size of shoe determines 1's fit. Glancing at the calendar on his computer, Su Bai noted that it was already mid-March. The matter of the rice supermarket could no longer be concealed for long. It was merely a matter of days, and discussing it now would have little impact. Half a minute later, He Xiaokai ended the call, standing in place with his phone in hand, his face a canvas of clarity. Observing this, He Tsongzhou shook his head and chuckled. You've been rejected, haven't you? I told you it was impossible. Making that call was purely self-inflicted discomfort. However, He Xiaokai stood there, utterly perplexed. Dad, Mr. Su said he would consider it. Consider what you said? He mentioned he would think about the supermarket idea. He Tsongzhou sprang to his feet, scrutinizing his son with incredulity. Is that even possible? The whole world knows Su Bai is open to persuasion. Yet, He Tsongzhou could never have imagined that Mr. Su would be so receptive. Chapter 065. If one fails, do not blame the path. The warm, humid air currents from the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea, after laboriously crossing the Dianxian Plateau, surged into the Sichuan Basin like a deluge breaking through a dam. With the arrival of the first spring rain, the citizens of Yicheng finally shed their cotton coats and welcomed the pleasantly warm spring. Time has stealthily progressed to April. With a mere command from Su Bai, the newly formed personnel department of the rice supermarket commenced an extensive recruitment campaign. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory of Yicheng City College, Liang Wenchao, deliberately donned in a new suit, pushed open the dormitory door, dropped his backpack, and collapsed onto his bed in exhaustion. Upon seeing this, several roommates inquired about his situation. Wenchao, how did it go? Were you successful? Liang Wenchao remained silent, shaking his head quietly. As third-year students, they were nearing graduation in June, and nearly everyone was busy securing their future employment. Liang Wenchao vaguely recalled the excitement that filled the air when their instructor encouraged them to seek out jobs after the conclusion of their courses. Each individual had harbored grand ambitions and dreams, rolling up their sleeves in eager anticipation of making their mark in the world. Indeed, reality can be harsh and unforgiving. Such truths are well understood. However, for this group of soon-to-be graduates, who had yet to face adversity, the implications remained lost on them. As a popular saying among the youth goes, raising your hand isn't an apology. It's a reminder that you still need practice, and if you can't make it, don't blame the road. Just because you falter doesn't mean we will. Watch me. Yet, after a few months, several of his roommates had all but succumbed to the pressures of reality. The ambitious declarations from earlier now echoed hollowly, as each individual faced a more disheartening situation than the last. Can you believe that even the scholarship recipient, the diligent class representative, has resorted to selling tickets at the cinema? They had once vowed to buy cars within 3 years and homes within 5. The stark reality was that a salary of 5,000 seemed unattainable. 4,000? Not even that. 3,005. I would take that as well. What? A 6-on, one-off work schedule and 100 deducted for a single tardiness? What an absurdity. In the end, there were people clamoring for jobs that offered 3,005. They say that one cannot truly learn from others, but experiences teach lessons instantaneously. After months of grappling with harsh truths, the once vibrant and cheerful students found themselves enveloped in a heavy silence. On the balcony of their dormitory at midnight, one could often see someone staring blankly out the window, lost in thought. After years of education, society had imparted to them the most sobering of lessons. I heard from my cousin that opportunities abound in Rongqing, and the salaries are higher than in Yicheng. Why not consider moving there? One boy murmured, half reclined on his bed. I've looked into it. The wages are indeed higher, but living expenses in a place like Rongqing are steep. For fresh graduates like us from vocational schools, the monthly earnings barely cover the cost of living. That is not entirely accurate. If we share a rental, it could be around 600 to 700 a month, and commuting via subway or bus would cost another 100 to 200. If we live frugally, we could manage on 2,000. The boy fell silent, contemplating. All calculations revealed that a monthly salary of 3,000 to 4,000 would leave them with little to spare. After a year of toil, it seemed they labored merely to pay rent to their landlords and enable their bosses to acquire cars and homes. Had they endured years of university education only to become mere beasts of burden? If all else fails, we might as well consider factory work. Another boy suggested as he emerged from the restroom. My sister mentioned that factories pay by piecework, and with overtime, one could earn 7,000 to 8,000 a month. It might be tough, but the money is plentiful. Though the prospect sounded appealing, Liang Wenchao and his companions remained silent. Once you enter the factory gates, The depths are profound. While entering may be easy, exiting is another matter entirely. For this group of passionate young individuals in their 20s, who would genuinely wish to engage in monotonous work with a clear endpoint, who wouldn't want to wager their youth for a brighter future, to strive and fight for their dreams? As silence enveloped the room, the dormitory leader, seated before the computer, suddenly received a message from the instructor. Attention, students. Today, Rise Technology is conducting campus recruitment at our university. Interested students are encouraged to promptly bring their resumes to the main auditorium. The dormitory leader glanced at his phone, exclaiming, "Goodness, Rise Technology is coming to our school for recruitment." The boy lying in bed immediately sat up. Rise Technology? The same Rise Technology that ranks among the Fortune 500? How is that possible? They're coming to our vocational school for recruitment. Are you joking? Check the group messages for yourselves. Moments later, it became apparent that today's university students lacked cultural awareness, as they were engrossed in their own trivial pursuits. Within minutes, a throng of boys dashed down the dormitory stairs at breakneck speed, each clutching a resume, racing towards the main auditorium. Along the way, numerous girls emerged from the dormitory, indicating that the university recognized the influence of Rise Technology, opting to host the recruitment event in the auditorium. Clearly, the scale warranted such a venue, as classrooms would be inadequate. Why would Rise Technology come to our school for recruitment? Does anyone know? One student inquired. I just received the instructor's message and rushed here without even changing out of my part-time job attire, another replied. Wow, I'm so excited. It would be amazing to work for Rise Technology. You're dreaming. They will surely select only the best candidates. Despite our large university, I bet they'll only find 3 or 5 students they deem worthy, another remarked. Regardless, let us secure a good spot. Who knows? The HR manager might just recognize my potential. Simultaneously, similar recruitment events were taking place at over 10 universities in Yicheng. Amidst this grand recruitment initiative, Rice Supermarket officially entered the public's awareness. For these university students, the reasons behind Rise Technology's establishment of a supermarket were of little concern. They were primarily focused on one thing: securing suitable employment after months of fruitless job searching. Meanwhile, the HR department from Rice Supermarket played a subtle game during this recruitment. Aside from detailing job requirements and stating that no specific major was necessary, they refrained from discussing any employment benefits related to Rice Supermarket. They didn't even collect paper resumes, merely providing an email address for submissions before hastily concluding the event. This maneuver significantly altered the mindset of many students who attended the recruitment. After all that, it turned out to be just a supermarket. I thought we were going to work at Rice Technology's headquarters. Exactly. We are serious university students. How can they expect us to work as cashiers and sales associates at a supermarket? Who do they think they are? I knew it. A prestigious Fortune 500 company wouldn't be so benevolent. It's just a classic case of bait and switch. Bah, claiming to be a people-oriented enterprise is disgusting. They expect university students to work at a supermarket? Do they really see us as mere laborers? I refuse to go. Working in a supermarket means hours of standing, and my legs would be sore. Yet, not everyone shared this sentiment. As Liang Wenchao emerged from the grand auditorium, he had already captured the email address of the Human Resources Department at the Rice Supermarket on his mobile phone. Although it was merely a supermarket, with potentially meager wages, one might wonder just how low they could truly be. His words hinted at an optimism, as if he were certain of securing a high-paying position. What truly captivated Liang Wenchao was the esteemed background of the Rice Supermarket. A profound legacy suggested a lofty potential for advancement. He believed that with sufficient diligence, he could ascend the ranks within the Rice Supermarket, a notion one might refer to as the company's potential or interpreted as opportunities for promotion. Additionally, another motivating factor was naturally Su Bai. Liang Wenchao felt an inexplicable assurance that the boss, who couldn't even restrain a pig, would not take advantage of his fellow townsmen.